What's that noise? It's the middle of the night. Can't anyone get some peace? What else could it be? Probably that by Gigi again. Her beast mate refused to be with her, so she jumped off a cliff out of anger. Maybe this time she'll actually die. With a face like hers, it might be better that way. She does this every time and still doesn't die. She's such an embarrassment to all females. Beast God, please let her fall to her end this time. Then her mates will finally be free. The orcs in the tribe all had sharp hearing. In the middle of the night, they didn't even need to guess who was causing the commotion. Ouch! 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 Bai Gigi clutched her head as she tumbled to the ground. A sharp pain spread across her face. Bai Gigi, you're truly shameless. How many times have you tried to trick me this month? I'd rather die than be with you. Give up already. Such strange, yet familiar words. Where on earth was she? Bai Gigi rubbed her aching head and slowly opened her eyes. In front of her, in a small muddy pond, was a fish? No, not a fish, a merman. The merman's handsome but dirty face twisted in disgust when he saw her stand up. He glared at her and said coldly, "Even if you torture me to death, I'll never give in." Bai Gigi, you make me sick. As he spoke, a faint blush crept across his face. That awful woman must have used some kind of potion on him again. Bai Gigi blinked in confusion at the furious merman. Suddenly, a flood of memories rushed into her mind, making her head throb painfully. She had just inherited all the memories of this body. So this world was called the Beast Continent. The original Bai Gigi had been the daughter of the Wolf Tribe's chief. Relying on her status, she had forced 5 outstanding beast men to become her mates. But those mates despised her for being overweight and unattractive. They refused to be near her and looked at her as if she were something filthy. In order to win the favor of these beast men, the original owner often used potions on them. Tonight, she happened to use one on this handsome merman. However, the merman would rather resist than give in. His large tail struck the original owner's face, sending her flying. And at that very moment she arrived. Bai Gigi frowned deeply, feeling extremely uncomfortable. She had been a powerful cultivator living in seclusion in the modern world, planning to break through to a higher level by the end of the month. Who would have thought she'd suddenly end up here? A soul transfer? And such a difficult start? And now she was being accused of forcing someone? Still, she had to admit, the merman was truly good-looking. His features were sharp and defined, his long hair flowed like seaweed over his shoulders, and he wore only a simple fur skirt around his waist. His presence was striking, full of strength and grace. He looked like a sea god from ancient legends, those abs, that waistline, and that shimmering tail. What a magnificent creature! Noticing Bai Gigi's gaze, Qian Sun's expression turned even colder. Bai Gigi, I'm telling you, I will never form a bond with you. Just because you bought me doesn't mean I'll agree to anything. Stop dreaming. Who said I wanted that? Bai Gigi replied calmly. Although, to be fair, the original owner had indeed tied him up with that intention after using the potion. Qian Sun sneered. Oh really? Then why did you tie me up? His tone was full of disdain, his contempt almost tangible. Bai Gigi looked down at the merman in the muddy water and smiled faintly. Her gaze moved up and down before she crouched beside him, pointing at him with curiosity. Do you have a pearl of the sea? Show it to me. Qian Sun was stunned, thinking he must have misheard. Had Bai Gigi really become this shameless? I've never met someone so outrageous. Before he could finish, Bai Gigi slapped him, cutting him off. Now look into my eyes and repeat what you were about to say, she said, gripping his chin firmly. Her small eyes narrowed, giving off an eerie feeling. Qian Sun's eyes turned red with anger, his expression fierce, as if he could bite someone at any moment. Let go. Because of the drug that Bai Gigi had given him earlier, Qian Sun was now too weak to move. Otherwise, he would have already struck back with his tail. Bai Gigi, I'll make you pay for this. Qian Sun's face darkened as he glared at the round face in front of him, his eyes filled with even more disgust. Bai Gigi raised an eyebrow. If I remember correctly, you can't move right now, can you? What are you planning to do? Qian Sun's heart filled with alarm. Nothing much, just grilling a fish. She had woken up to a mess, and since she had to take the blame for the original owner's actions, she decided to deal with this fish properly. When Qian Sun heard the words grill a fish, his already dark expression turned fierce, as if he could attack her at any moment. His eyes turned into narrow slits, showing his true anger. But instead of being afraid, Bai Zhizhi slapped him again. Do you have a death wish? Qian Sun shouted.
Wrong.
The one in danger is you. After saying that, Bai Zhizhi jumped into the muddy pit and landed right on top of him. Something cracked. Qian Sun's face turned pale, and the words he wanted to shout were swallowed back. Small shiny beads scattered all over the ground. Bai Zhizhi clearly hadn't realized how heavy she was. At that moment, she finally looked down at herself seriously. Her arms looked like soft rolls, her skin tone like roasted meat, and her belly round and large. Was this really her body? A mountain of a person. She quickly forgot about teasing Qian Sun and struggled to her feet, running toward a small river nearby. But after only a few steps, she was already out of breath. It was no exaggeration to say that every step made the ground tremble. The moment she saw the river, she dove straight in, sending waves splashing everywhere. As she entered the water, a thin layer of oil spread across the surface, carrying an unpleasant smell. It was like something damp and salty, truly awful. Bai Zhizhi bent over and gagged. Under the moonlight, she saw her reflection in the water, a sight she would never forget. Qian Sun, I forgive you,
she cried.
She splashed a few times in the water, finding it hard to face her own reflection. If she had known, she wouldn't have looked. This was a double. Bai Zhizhi hit her chest in frustration, and every movement made her body jiggle. The face reflected in the lake was truly shocking, flat and round like a pancake, with uneven features and layers of soft flesh. Uneven lumps hung from her cheeks, looking like a turkey's waddle.
It was
unforgettable. Thinking about it made Bai Zhizhi burst into tears. No wonder. In this world where the ratio of females to males was 1 to 500, the original owner had only 5 reluctant beast husbands. Who would willingly be with her like this? Bai Zhizhi couldn't accept her appearance at all. As she examined herself more carefully, she realized something was wrong. Placing her right hand on her left wrist, she quickly came to a conclusion. She was poisoned. Because of the poison, her body had swollen like this, and over time, it had spread to her face, turning her into this strange, unrecognizable form. Just as she was lost in thought, a sound came from behind her. Bai Zhizhi jumped in fright. Could there be a snake in the water? She was terrified of snakes. The thought made her tremble all over, and before she knew it, she slipped and fell into the water. After struggling for a while, she finally managed to turn her round body over. But as soon as she lifted her head, she met a pair of golden eyes. The man before her was tall and strong, with a pair of wolf ears on his head. His long white hair was wet, dripping with tiny beads of water. Bai Zhizhi looked down and saw the water droplets sliding down his toned chest. She swallowed hard. He looked just like a character from a dream. This man was none other than one of her beast husbands, the silver wolf, Lang Yi.
Get out,
he said coldly.
Lang Yi fronet.
Was she coming to him because she didn't get her way with Qian Sun? This was the second time tonight someone had told her to leave. Bai Zhizhi grew angry. She stepped back a few paces, pointed at Lang Yi, and asked, "Is this river yours?" Lang Yi said, "Of course not." "Then why can't I come down?" As she spoke, Bai Zhizhi suddenly felt an itch on her head. She reached up to scratch it, but the moment she did, she almost wanted to disappear on the spot. Did the original owner of this body really have lice? Clearly, Lang Yi noticed it too. He gave a cold laugh. "Bai Zhizhi, tell me, how are you any different from a disabled beast man?" Wow, his words were as sharp as poison. Although Bai Zhizhi had just arrived in this world, she knew from the original owner's memories that disabled beast man was not a kind term. It referred to beast men who had failed to transform properly. They had no beast rank, couldn't take care of themselves, and lived very short lives. Every tribe had such people, surviving only through the tribe's charity. Of course there's a difference, Bai Zhizhi said with a smile. The difference is that I have all of you. Who couldn't throw a few words back. Sure enough, Lang Ye's golden eyes narrowed sharply. Bai Zhizhi didn't hold back either. She summoned a vine from her hand and gave him a firm slap. Watch your mouth next time. Lang Ye had planned to teach her a lesson, but when he saw the vine appear from her palm, a flicker of surprise and delight flashed in his eyes. You awakened an ability. It was rare for a female to awaken any power. Across the entire beast continent, there were only a few, and Bai Zhizhi's seemed to be a rare wood-type ability. Bai Zhizhi realized she had made a mistake. In her excitement, she had revealed her secret. Since she was new to this world, the fewer people who knew her abilities, the better. So she didn't answer Lang Yi. Instead, she turned and struggled to climb ashore, muttering as she walked, "If you didn't look a bit like the Lord of the Hall, I'd have taught you a real lesson for being so rude."
Lanting.
Her large, heavy body made walking difficult. After much effort, she finally reached the place where the original owner had lived. But the moment she stepped inside, she immediately felt sick. Was this really a place for people to live? The stench was overwhelming, like the smell of a garbage truck rushing past on a hot summer day, hitting her straight in the face. Bai Zhizhi threw up until even bile came out. The cave around her was dark and shiny, as if something had rubbed the walls smooth. The ground was covered with animal bones and half-burned pieces of meat. Several animal hides were scattered on the floor, and something seemed to be crawling on them. At that moment, Bai Zhizhi felt that the wolf-eared man's harsh words didn't sound so bad anymore. She couldn't stay in the cave, so she found an open spot outside and spent the night there. The original owner's cave was far from the tribe. Because she had been overweight and unattractive, she rarely went out. Since she often talked about giving up on life, the chief had given her a cave on the very edge of the tribe to avoid disturbing others. The next morning, Bai Zhizhi went to the river again. This time, she carefully checked the water and the surroundings. After making sure no one was around, she began to wash up. She took off her animal skin skirt and soaked it in the water, then carefully cleaned herself. Her body was round and heavy, and she never thought that bathing could feel like such hard work. Without soap or shampoo, she grabbed some soapberry leaves from the riverbank and rubbed them into her hair. Surprisingly, even though this was an ancient world of beast folk, the land was rich in natural resources. Thinking of this, Bai Zhizhi smiled. The cool water flowed through her fingers and over her scalp, washing away the tiny bugs in her hair. She was delighted, but soon noticed something strange. Her magic power seemed weaker than before, though still usable. After cleaning up, she went ashore. She couldn't live in that cave anymore, and she didn't even want to clean it. It was just too unpleasant. Her animal skin skirt was still wet and uncomfortable, so she formed a hand sign, summoning a gentle breeze that wrapped around her. Soon, the moisture on her clothes was gone. "That's much better," she said. Just then, a voice came from behind her. Bai Zhizhi turned around and saw Lang Yi, the man from last night. He threw a mountain goat at her feet and said gruffly, "Today's meal." She had 5 beast men husbands who took turns providing for her. Each one brought her a hunt every day. 1 animal a day. She really could eat a lot. Leaving aside the poisoning, was the original person really completely innocent? Don't bother sending me off anymore. Bai Zhizhi knew well how much these beast men disliked her. She wasn't someone who enjoyed being mistreated, and she didn't want to see their cold faces every day. So what if they were handsome? Handsome or not, they weren't hers. Are you trying to harm yourself again? Or planning to secretly use tricks? Let me tell you, Bai Zhizhi, 10 days from now at the Moontide Festival, I'll ask the chief to cancel our bond. Stop dreaming about using those dirty schemes. On the beast continent, females were rare, but as a proud 8th-rank beast man, he could easily find a beautiful mate if he wanted. Bai Zhizhi wasn't just plain-looking, she was always causing trouble. One day she'd jump into the river, the next she'd threaten to hang herself, or she'd secretly try to drug them. Every day, she seemed to be plotting how to force them into things they didn't want.
It was exhausting.
What was worse, they couldn't even guard against her. Except for Qianxuan. The others had moved their caves to the top of the mountain, yet she still managed to climb up and cause trouble. The disgust on Lang Ye's face was obvious. Bai Zhizhi kicked aside the goat he had thrown earlier, picked up a stone from the ground, and with perfect aim, hit a wild duck flying overhead.
Lang Ye war stund.
He didn't expect Bai Zhizhi to have such skill. Do as you like. If you want to end the bond, call the others too. A forced relationship would never be sweet. She didn't like forcing things. Even if she had to adapt to this world, she wanted a partner whose heart and mind matched hers. After speaking, Bai Zhizhi bent down, picked up the wild duck, and walked away without even glancing at Lang Yi. Her calm attitude was completely different from before.
Lang Ye fronet.
Something felt off, but he couldn't tell what it was. Still, he passed her message to the others. When they heard that Bai Zhizhi agreed to end the bond at the Moontide Festival, they were overjoyed. Finally, she had agreed to break the bond. What a relief. Especially Qianxuan. Among the beast men, his situation was the most unusual. He had been bought back from the bay by the chief, so Bai Zhizhi never treated him as an equal. She had targeted him the most, and because of that, Qianxuan's strength had been stuck at the same level for a long time. In the Merfolk tribe, their bond was sealed through a special ritual. Although he hadn't truly united with Bai Zhizhi, he had followed the wolf tribe's customs and held a ceremony with the high priest. By tradition, this should also be reported to the beast god. Just as everyone was feeling happy, a delicious smell drifted through the air. Not only they, but other orcs in the tribe also poked their heads out curiously. It smells amazing. Who's cooking? I've never smelled anything this good before. It's like roasted meat, but even better. The scent was so tempting that it made everyone's mouths water. The group, who had just been discussing serious matters, exchanged glances and followed the smell together. When they arrived, they were completely stunned. Bai Zhizhi was crouched by a fire, roasting a duck. She was brushing something over it as it cooked, and the mouth-watering aroma came from her direction. The duck's skin was golden and crisp, glistening with oil. It looked absolutely delicious. Lang Yi recognized it as the wild duck Bai Zhizhi had caught that morning. He couldn't help but wonder, when did she learn to cook? Before, they had taken turns hunting to feed her. If they roasted the meat, she would eat it. If not, she would just leave it to spoil. That's Bai Zhizhi? She can cook now? The one who spoke was Qian Sun. Lang Yi frowned. She's also awakened a wood-type ability. At those words, the other four were so shocked they couldn't close their mouths. What do you mean? You're saying Bai Zhizhi awakened an ability? That's impossible. Even the usually quiet old fox spoke up. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes, Lang Yi said, pointing to the wound on his face. She did this. And that duck she's roasting, she caught it herself. Qian Sun immediately caught the key point. Wait, you mean she hit you? Lang Yi rolled his eyes and didn't answer. Lanting, however, looked at Bai Zhizhi thoughtfully. Before anyone else could move, he stepped forward and walked toward her. Do you need this? Lanting held out a small bag of salt to Bai Zhizhi. Bai Zhizhi stayed silent, her eyes half squinting as she studied the person before her. He had dark hair, green eyes, and a face so handsome it almost didn't seem real. Even though he was wearing a rough animal skin skirt, it couldn't hide his striking looks. This was the original Bai Zhizhi's other serpent beast husband, Lanting. The original girl really had good taste. Wait, no, she never actually got the chance. Seeing Bai Zhizhi still staring at him like that, Lanting spoke patiently, add a little salt. It'll taste better. You're teaching me how to cook now? She said, but still took the small bag of salt from him. Salt was rare in the beast continent, and since he was one of her husbands, his willingness to approach her kindly and without disgust made her feel a bit of respect for him. After all, even she found it hard to look at herself sometimes. The salt was coarse, so Bai Zhizhi rubbed it between her fingers before sprinkling it evenly. Sure enough, the duck smelled even better after that. She wasn't stingy either. She tore the duck in half and handed one piece to Lanting. "Fair exchange," she said. Lanting froze for a moment, surprised that the usually sharp-tongued woman would say something like that. But the duck smelled amazing. He quickly took a bite, and the rich flavor filled his mouth. It was unbelievably good. He couldn't stop himself from eating more, even crunching through the slightly burnt bones. The others nearby watched, their mouths watering. That annoying Lanting. He was usually the one who disliked Bai Zhizhi the most, yet now he was the first to enjoy her food.
They wondered what the meat tasted like.
Judging by Lanting's reaction, it had to be delicious. The smell drifted through the air, making everyone swallow hard. It was just too tempting. Should they go ask Bai Zhizhi for some? No, none of them could bring themselves to do that. Compared to Lanting, Bai Zhizhi ate more gracefully. She blew gently on the meat and took small bites. She wasn't pretty, but at least she ate neatly. After finishing her meal, Bai Zhizhi cleared a small space. She had planned to start her own fire elsewhere, but after looking around, she gave up on the idea. Her powers were still limited, and leaving rashly might be dangerous. After thinking it over, she reluctantly decided to clean up the cave that the original Bai Zhizhi had lived in. The things inside couldn't be kept anymore. They were just too dirty. By evening, Lanting brought over a few ducks. As soon as he reached the cave entrance, he froze in surprise. Was he seeing things? Bai Zhizhi was actually cleaning the cave? Everyone in the tribe knew that besides being plain-looking and chubby, Bai Zhizhi was also famously lazy. The old, smelly animal skin blankets had been thrown outside. From Lanting's angle, her round body looked like a big ball rolling back and forth. Her face, roughened by years of work, was covered in sweat, and her hair stuck together in messy strands. Lanting was speechless. The sharp words on his tongue were swallowed back. He tossed the ducks aside and forced himself to walk in. Honestly, this was his first time entering Bai Zhizhi's cave, and it was truly shocking. It was hard to believe a female lived here. Even injured beasts kept cleaner places than this. "Why are you here?" Bai Zhizhi asked, surprised to see him. "I came to help." Of course, that wasn't true. He just wanted a good meal. "Oh, then help me throw out all that dirty stuff." Bai Zhizhi gave orders without hesitation. Lanting looked disgusted, but the thought of roast duck made him stay. What he didn't expect was that the animal skin rug stuck to him, and tiny bugs crawled right in front of his eyes. He cursed silently. This was all because of his greedy stomach. Still, with two people working, things went much faster. With Lanting's help, Bai Zhizhi finally managed to tidy up the cave. While he went out to throw away the trash, she used her water magic to wash the entire place thoroughly, inside and out. Then she dried it with a breeze, and at last, the bad smell was gone. Just then, Lanting returned, still damp from washing in the river. Bai Zhizhi stretched her round body lazily. She knew perfectly well why Lanting had come to help, so she started preparing dinner. She didn't have any cooking pots yet, and her options were limited. Since Lanting had brought ducks, dinner would once again be roast duck. As evening approached, that familiar delicious smell drifted out again, and this time many people couldn't sit still. They followed the scent to find out what was going on. Am I seeing this right? Is Bai Zhizhi actually grilling meat? What is she cooking? It smells amazing. The wolf tribe were all land-dwelling beastmen, so wild ducks, which flew in the sky, were rare for them to eat. It was no wonder they didn't recognize it. She's even brushing it with honey. How fancy. Wait, isn't that Lanting? Why is he with Bai Zhizhi? Everyone knew that Bai Zhizhi didn't get along with her beast husbands, and it was no secret that they disliked her. So when they saw Lanting standing at the entrance of Bai Zhizhi's cave, grilling meat with her, they were completely shocked. That plain-looking female must be trying to win her husband's favor with food. How embarrassing. The one speaking was the tribe's most beautiful woman, Iris. She stood with one hand on her hip, her long black hair falling over her chest, though it couldn't hide her proud figure. Iris had 8 beast husbands, all of high rank, and because she was beautiful, they treated her very well. When the onlookers saw Iris arrive, They quickly stepped aside to make way for her. Iris was always the center of attention in the tribe. She had spoken loudly just now, yet Bai Zhizhi acted as if she hadn't heard her. A flash of anger crossed Iris's eyes. She strode forward and said arrogantly, "Bai Zhizhi, you plain thing, didn't you hear me talking to you?" "I heard you," Bai Zhizhi replied calmly. "But please step back a little. Don't let your spit fall on my duck. I still plan to eat it later." Someone in the crowd snickered, and soon others couldn't help but laugh quietly too. Iris's husbands, seeing their mate being embarrassed, all stepped forward and demanded that Bai Zhizhi apologize. Bai Zhizhi apologized to Iris. "Yeah, Iris is talking to you. Who else in this tribe would even bother with you? She's kind enough to speak to you at all." Kind? These beasts had come to her door just to insult her. Bai Zhizhi was about to lose her temper when suddenly, a powerful pressure burst out from an 8th-rank beast man, making the faces of the onlookers turn red from the force. Yanwei began to cry, pointing at Lanting as she said, "You hurt us just to protect her?" Lanting didn't even lift his eyelids. His eyes stayed fixed on the roast duck in Bai Zhizi's hands. Yanwei's beast partners looked uneasy. After all, their female companion had been treated unfairly, and they couldn't just ignore it. One of them spoke to Lanting. "Aren't you going too far? It was just an argument between females. Why did you use your power to suppress her?"
Oh.
"So you do know it was just an argument between females? Then what were you doing just now?" Lanting's lazy voice drifted over, making the beasts' faces flush with embarrassment. No one had expected Lanting to actually stand up for Bai Zhizi, the one everyone called unattractive. Yanwei's eyes turned red. She gave a cold snort and turned to leave. In truth, everyone in the tribe knew what Yanwei was thinking. Originally, 3 of Bai Zhizi's beast partners, except for the fox orc Nailing and the merfolk Qianshuan, had been meant to be Yanwei's. But Bai Zhizi had cried and pleaded so much that the chief had no choice but to let those beasts form a bond with her instead. After all, Bai Zhizi was the chief's own daughter, and Lanting and the others were among the strongest in the tribe. The chief didn't want their strength to benefit outsiders. Later, Nailing and Qianshuan were also brought into the same arrangement. In the past, Bai Zhizi hadn't been so unattractive. But over the years, she had gained weight and lost her charm, and the faint odor around her made others avoid her. Even the chief no longer treated her as kindly as before. She couldn't manage her own partners, and her appearance made him feel embarrassed as her father. "Thank you," Bai Zhizi said softly. She hadn't expected Lanting to defend her. From what she remembered, these people had always disliked her deeply. "What's there to thank for? You're still my partner. If they bully you, it's the same as insulting me." That was the real reason he had stepped in. Bai Zhizi raised an eyebrow and handed him the roast duck. "The whole thing?" Lanting asked in surprise. "Aren't you eating tonight?" Bai Zhizi gave a bitter smile. "Look at me. Do I really need to eat more at night? You helped me out, so you should have it." As she spoke, she picked up a piece of animal hide and walked toward the small river. Bai Zhizi sat by the river. Seeing that no one was around, she tried to connect to her personal space, a magical treasure she had cultivated. Inside, there were many useful items, especially medicines that could remove poison. The first thing she needed to do was cleanse the toxins in her body. To her delight, the space really connected. Bai Zhizi was overjoyed, though she soon noticed that, like her other powers, the space had been compressed, at least by half. Fortunately, everything she needed was still there. She took out her acupuncture kit. Her first step was to use acupuncture to remove the strange color from her skin. Skillfully, she inserted silver needles into several key points: Shenkei, Zisanli, Guanyuan, Zhongwan, Zhongji, Mingmen, and Dazui. These points could strengthen her body and improve blood flow. With the help of her wood-based magic, dark, thick liquids soon began to flow from her face. She didn't know how long this body had been poisoned, but even the lumps on her face took a while to heal. After about half an hour, Bai Zhizi finally removed the needles. Although it was her first time cleansing the poison, she already felt much better. Stretching lazily, she took out an old bar of herbal soap from her space and carefully washed her hair. The faint herbal scent made her feel a little nostalgic, but the lush plants of this ancient world constantly reminded her that she had truly traveled through time. As she washed, something felt wrong. Her legs started to itch. When she reached down to touch it, she felt something soft and squishy. Bai Zhizhi froze. She didn't need to guess what it was. The next second, she screamed. She was terrified of slimy creatures, especially leeches. "Help!" She cried out, shaking her leg wildly, but the leech clung tightly to her skin. It was large and wriggling like a slippery fish. Bai Zhizhi was so frightened that her legs went weak, tears streaming down her face as her whole body turned cold. Just then, a figure rushed over. Lanting grabbed her leg firmly. Seeing her trembling uncontrollably, his eyes darkened. This troublesome woman didn't seem to be pretending after all. He said in a low voice, "Don't move." Hearing that, Bai Zhizhi immediately went still. The leech was so big that it made her scalp tingle. Lanting didn't look at her. A sharp gust of wind formed in his hand, slicing the leech away. "Thank you." Her voice trembled with fear, and she almost choked on her words. She had really cried earlier. She had always been terrified of such creatures. "You're afraid of blood-sucking beasts?" Bai Zhizhi nodded nervously, not noticing the hidden meaning in Lanting's tone. "That's strange. I remember you used to love catching them. Why are you scared now? Trying something new?" As he spoke, he leaned closer, his green eyes glinting as he studied her.
What's so strange about that?
"I'm even afraid of you." She quickly grabbed a piece of animal hide and wrapped it around herself before hurrying away from the river. As they passed each other, the faint scent of her soap drifted into Lanting's nose. The walk back to the cave was anything but peaceful. Bai Zhizhi silently cursed her sharp hearing. Didn't these beast folk have any other hobbies? It was barely dark, yet the sounds around her were constant and noisy, echoing like frogs croaking in a pond. The worst part was that her home was already far from the tribe, yet she could still hear everything clearly. It was truly unbearable. Earlier that day, she and Lanting had thrown out all the old things the cave's previous owner had used. Now the place was completely empty. Wanting a bit more comfort, she opened her storage space and took out an old mattress she had once planned to discard. It was hard, but at least it looked like a bed. At that moment, Bai Zhizhi felt grateful for her past self's laziness. In her previous life, she had spent most of her time training, so she hadn't cared much about daily life. To keep things tidy and avoid her master's inspections, she had stuffed most of her belongings into her storage space. Things she once thought useless had now become treasures. The faded bed sheets and the small silk quilt with holes. Thankfully, she hadn't thrown them away, but had kept them stored instead. Bai Zhizhi lay on the bed with a happy sigh. It was her second night in this place, and her heart was full of mixed feelings. With nothing else to do through the long night, she used her wood-based magic to cleanse the poison from her body. As the soft green light surrounded her, she felt her body grow lighter. She had already decided that even if she couldn't return to her original appearance, she would at least lose weight and make her skin fairer. After all, fair skin could make anyone look better. Thinking of the original owner's plain features, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but feel a little down. There was another troublesome matter too, her so-called husbands. After 2 days here, Bai Zhizhi could tell that those men truly disliked her. Qian Sun, for example, had been the first day she arrived, and the anger in his eyes was real. Then there was Lang Yi, the cold man who looked like a character from a story. He not only scolded her, but also told her to leave. His words were sharp and unpleasant. Although he had helped her solve a big problem that night, he still clearly disliked her, especially when he thought she had used leeches just to get his attention. The disgust in his eyes was no different from the others. There were 2 more men she hadn't met yet, but she guessed they wouldn't be any different. After thinking it through, Bai Zhizhi decided that in 10 days, during the Moon Tide Festival, she would end all the contracts and let everyone go their own way. Those men belonged to the original owner, not to her. Once she became slimmer and fairer, she would find someone new for herself. Feeling pleased with her plan, Bai Zhizhi didn't notice the snow leopard that had quietly entered her cave. By the time she realized it, the leopard had already turned into a man with pale blue eyes staring straight at her. Who are you? Startled, Bai Zhizhi jumped up from the bed. A faint, sweet scent filled the air, and she quickly recognized it. It was the same fragrance she had smelled on Qian Sun the night before. And this man in front of her? Shen Hua said nothing. His blue eyes slowly turned into vertical pupils, his fists clenched tightly, and he glared at the woman before him with deep disgust, his teeth grinding in anger. Are you satisfied now? The side effects of that potion were strong. Even though they were all powerful beast men, they still couldn't handle Bai Zhezhe's constant troublemaking. Qian Sun was the best example of that. What am I supposed to be satisfied with? Bai Zhezhe looked confused. According to her memories, this man was also one of her beast partners, Shen Hua, a snow leopard beast man. So this was the fourth one she had met? But why did every meeting turn into such a dramatic scene? Couldn't there be a little variety? Are you saying I poisoned you? Even Bai Zhezhe, as clueless as she sometimes was, understood that wherever there were people, there would be conflict. Even in this ancient world of beast men, there was still scheming and rivalry. From what happened tonight, it was clear that someone else had done this. Thinking more carefully, all of the original Bai Zhezhe's beast partners had been avoiding her like she carried a plague. With her size and strength, could she really have forced them into anything? Even her own body now seemed suspicious. It all pointed to one thing. Someone had been stirring up trouble between her and her partners. And if she was right, the person who poisoned her was probably the same one behind all this. Bai Zhezhe's eyes darkened. She took a deep breath. She had to find out who was pulling the strings. Otherwise, she would never be at peace. Shen Hua's breathing grew heavy. He was clearly struggling. He had been close to a breakthrough, but now his beast ears had appeared and wouldn't go away, just like Lang Ye's. And all of this was because of that troublesome woman. Bai Zhezhe, I came here to tell you that I don't like you. Even if you gave me that potion, I would never be with you. In her memories, Shen Hua had always been quiet and reserved. For him to say so much at once showed how much he had been pushed. Bai Zhezhe didn't respond. Instead, she raised her hand and used her wood-based power to purify the potion's effects from his body. Shen Hua froze, clearly shocked that she had truly awakened her ability and that she was using it to help him. He had thought she would take advantage of his weakened state, since he was barely holding on. You're not going to take advantage of me? Bai Zhezhe sighed. I'm not interested in you, or any of the others. Not interested? Even she wasn't sure she believed that. A flash of mockery appeared in Shen Hua's eyes. Bai Zhizhi didn't care whether he believed her or not. She increased her strength, and the green light around her grew brighter, carefully drawing out the poison from Shen Hua's body. Shen Hua looked at Bai Zhizhi, who was as solid as a small mountain, and a trace of doubt crossed his mind. Could it be that she wasn't the one? You all live so high up. Did it ever occur to you that someone my size can't climb that far? She could barely walk without getting tired. How could she climb up and secretly poison them? And do it again and again? What a joke. Shen Hua fell silent. His expression was unreadable as he looked at Bai Zhizhi, as if thinking over her words. After a long pause, he finally said, I understand. Then he left the cave like a gust of wind. At dawn, Shen Hua returned with his catch. Unlike Lang Yi, he had already cleaned the prey. Thank you for last night, he said. Bai Zhizhi yawned and waved her hand, signaling for him to leave the food at the entrance. She still had plenty stored away and was already thinking that she could finally have a good meal today. She wrapped herself in a skirt made of animal hide, and once she was dressed, she noticed Shen Hua was still standing at the entrance. Her mind cleared a bit, and when she glanced at him in the morning light, oh heavens! Wasn't Shen Hua a little too handsome? He must be at least 6 feet too. The original owner's partners were all incredibly good-looking, one after another. Shen Hua had snow-colored animal ears on his head, long dark lashes, and gray-blue eyes. His lips were thin and firm, and his beauty carried a hint of wild charm. He wore only a hide skirt around his waist, his upper body bare, showing his strong muscles and perfectly defined abs. Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but admire how fit he looked. In her previous life, she had spent years training in the mountains, where she rarely saw anyone, and those she did were all elderly men. Now, surrounded by such striking faces, she couldn't help feeling a little delighted. Still, she kept her expression calm and coughed lightly. "No need to thank me. As long as you know I wasn't the one who poisoned you, that's enough." Her tone was calm and steady. Shen Hua simply nodded, placed the cleaned prey on the stone by her cave entrance, and left. Bai Zhizhi looked at the neatly cut meat, already imagining how delicious it would be. She ran into the forest to pick some wild cherry tomatoes. Then, she quietly took out a lunchbox from her secret space and filled it to the top before happily returning to the cave. Shen Hua said nothing, just stood quietly to the side, watching her. He grew curious as he saw her picking wild fruits and gathering firewood. Was Bai Zhizhi really going to eat those wild fruits? They were extremely sour. People in the tribe wouldn't eat them even when food was scarce. Yet she picked so many. What was she planning to do? While Shen Hua was still wondering, Bai Zhizhi had already cut the meat he brought into small pieces. Her storage space was full of all sorts of random things, including pots and bowls, though most of them were chipped or cracked. Luckily, she had been lazy enough to keep all that junk. Otherwise, she would have had nothing to use now. Other people who traveled through time got special powers, but she only brought along a pile of broken stuff. She took out an iron pot and dug a small pit beside the cave. After placing the pot over the pit, she stuffed some firewood underneath. Thick smoke rose, but since it was only temporary, she didn't mind. She could build a proper stove later. She had everything she needed anyway. Life was for her to enjoy, and even in this ancient world of beasts, she wanted to live as comfortably as possible. Good food was the most important part of that comfort. Since she had no cooking oil, she cut a large piece of fatty meat and slowly heated it to render the fat. When enough oil came out, she carefully scooped the extra into a container. Then she washed the wild tomatoes and began to stir-fry them in the pot. In an instant, a delicious aroma filled the air. Shen Hua's eyes lit up in surprise. Bai Zhizhi could cook like this? How did she know those fruits could be eaten this way? And where did she get all those strange tools? He had never seen anything like them before. It was as if she were performing magic, taking one item after another out of the cave. Bai Zhizhi didn't notice his thoughts. When the tomatoes had cooked down into a sauce, she added the diced meat. The smell grew even richer. The red sauce coated each piece of meat, making every bite look mouth-watering. Shen Hua swallowed hard. Yesterday, he had seen her roast duck. At that time, Lanting had given her some salt, so she shared her food with him. If he gave her salt too, would she share her food with him as well? Thinking this, Shen Hua handed over the small salt pouch hanging from his waist. "Do you need this? Is it salt?" Bai Zhizhi asked.
Yes.
Bai Zhizhi answered quickly. She had all sorts of things in her storage space, but no rice, oil, salt, sauce, or tea. She took the salt pouch from Shen Hua, broke off a small piece, and dropped it into the pot. The fire burned strong, and the soup grew thicker and more fragrant. Many of the beast men poked their heads out, drawn by the smell. After yesterday, everyone in the tribe knew Bai Zhizhi could cook, and that her food smelled amazing. Lanting smelled it too. Ever since he had eaten Bai Zhizhi's food yesterday, he realized that everything he'd eaten before was nothing compared to hers. Today's aroma was even stronger. Lanting's heart itched with hunger, but he felt too embarrassed to go over, remembering what he had said by the river last night. "It's almost ready," Bai Zhizhi said. "It would taste even better if we had some noodles." Then she ran into the small forest, pulled up a handful of unknown wild herbs from a dirt mound, chopped them up, and tossed them into the pot. Shen Hua was stunned. The red soup mixed with the green herbs looked beautiful and smelled even better. He watched as Bai Zhizhi took out a container and filled it with meat soup. His throat tightened. Was it for him? Just as he was thinking that, Bai Zhizhi handed the bowl to him. "I made too much and can't finish it myself. This is for you." Don't worry, I didn't add anything strange. She really shared her food with him. Shen Hua's eyes flickered slightly. His face stayed calm, but his gaze never left the bowl of tomato meat soup. He carefully took it and gave a quiet in reply. The rich aroma made his mouth water. He could wait to take a sip. It was hot, but so delicious. The meat was tender, soaked in the sweet and sour broth. Each bite was full of flavor. Shen Hua's bright eyes softened with enjoyment, and Bai Zhizhi happened to notice. Honestly, she thought if only he didn't dislike her so much. Shen Hua was exactly the type that Bai Zhizhi liked in every way. Unfortunately, after the Moontide Festival, they would go their separate ways. And with how she looked right now, who would even be interested in her? Bai Zhizhi crouched down and poured the leftovers into another bowl. Just as she finished, Lanting arrived. He didn't say a word, just stared at her bowl. I only made enough for 2 people because the food was from Shen Hua today, she said. Lanting understood. Whoever brought the food got to eat it. Without a word, he went back to his own cave. He usually enjoyed his roasted meat, but today it somehow tasted bland. What was that red soup like anyway? Too bad Bai Zhizhi didn't share any with him. Was it because he had been too harsh last night and she was upset? As he thought about it, he finished most of a roasted lamb leg. He was full, but the food tasted dull, nothing like the delicious roast duck Bai Zhizhi had made yesterday. After eating, Shen Hua stood up and washed all the dishes himself. Bai Zhizhi noticed and couldn't help but admire him even more. Good looks were one thing, but he was also thoughtful and capable. After breakfast, Bai Zhizhi found an open space not far from her cave. Once she made sure the cooking smoke wouldn't drift over, she started working. First, she needed to build a stove.
She was good at this.
Back in the mountains, her fellow disciples all lived self-sufficiently, and everyone was skilled with their hands. After all, life wasn't comfortable without a proper kitchen. Since it was the wrong season to find dry grass, and she hadn't prepared any, she decided to build a half-cement stove instead. Why half-cement? Because that was all she could manage under the circumstances. She walked around the mountain, getting some exercise while looking for limestone, one of the main materials for making cement. But once she found it, another problem appeared. The rocks were too heavy for her to carry back. Just as she was feeling stuck, Shen Hua showed up. The man, with 2 furry animal ears on his head, said nothing. He simply walked up to her, lifted the big rock, and carried it away without asking a single question. Since morning, he had been watching Bai Zhizhi closely. He thought he wouldn't find a reason to help her, but unexpectedly, the chance came on its own. He didn't know what Bai Zhizhi was planning, but as long as he helped with the work, he figured she would probably share her cooking with him later. The meat soup from the morning had completely won him over. 1 bowl wasn't enough, and with the thought of that delicious taste in mind, Shen Hua worked even harder. After a few trips, he carried back all the limestone Bai Zhizhi needed. What's next? Shen Hua asked. Next comes the hard part. Her magic was currently limited. Otherwise, she could have easily crushed the stones with 1 strike. But that wasn't possible now. She had already tested it back on the mountain. Knowing her own limits clearly, she chose to stay here quietly. After all, her father was the chief of the tribe. Even if he didn't like her much, he would still protect his daughter. What should I do? I can help, Shen Hua said, pulling Bai Zhizhi out of her thoughts. If you're willing to help, that's great. How about this? You crush these stones for me, and I'll take care of your meals today.
Deal?
Shen Hua didn't answer, just started punching the rocks. Bai Zhizhi was speechless. It seemed he had agreed. What amazed her was how strong his fists were. With just a few powerful blows, the limestone shattered into pieces. Once the limestone was crushed, it was much easier to work with. Although her magic was limited, she could still use her fire technique. The stove she was building was half made of clay and stone, so she had to make do with what she had. I'll need some clay too, she said, showing him how much she needed. She looked a bit uneasy. This was heavy work, and she wasn't sure if Shen Hua would keep helping after all her requests. To her surprise, he agreed, without hesitation. Bai Zhizhi quietly sighed in relief. To build a proper stove, both limestone and clay were essential. While Shen Hua was away, Bai Jiji used her fire technique to heat the crushed limestone until it turned white, then finally stopped. Exhausted, Bai Jiji wiped her sweat, tears, and runny nose all together. She thought to herself that she must have lost quite a bit of weight today. After finishing her tasks, she made more clay molds. She hadn't rested for even a moment all morning. As noon approached, Bai Jiji went to the small forest again. She had noticed in the morning that there were many mulberries there. Maybe because this ancient forest was untouched by pollution, the mulberries were huge, each one as big as a thumb. They looked delicious. She picked a lot, planning to make some mulberry juice for lunch. Luckily, she had a manual juicer in her storage space. When she bought it, she thought it was useless, but now she was glad it didn't need electricity. Otherwise, once the batteries ran out, it would have been just junk. And she had plenty of strength to use it. There was still some meat left from what Shen Hua had brought in the morning. Bai Jiji washed it all, cut it up, and cooked it the same way as before. Since the work was tiring, she added extra meat this time, big chunks of it. She had noticed earlier that Shen Hua didn't seem satisfied with small pieces of meat. Bai Jiji was the kind of person who treated others the way they treated her. Shen Hua was the only one among her late husband's friends who hadn't spoken harshly to her and had even offered to help, though mostly for the food. When her master once sent her down the mountain to buy supplies, she had forgotten the size of their pot and impulsively bought one with a huge opening. She got scolded for it, and the pot ended up gathering dust in her storage space. Who would have thought it would come in handy now? The tomato and meat soup bubbled away, while in a distant cave, Yanwei glared angrily. Just from the smell, she knew it was that ugly Bai Jiji cooking something delicious again. Yesterday it was for Lanting, and today for Shen Hua. How shameless, trying to win them over one by one. Did she not see how plain she looked? Thinking of Bai Jiji filled Yanwei's eyes with resentment. No matter how many times Bai Jiji faced danger, she always managed to survive. Bai Jiji, I'll see how long your luck lasts. Tonight, it's Nailing's turn. That fox was not someone easy to deal with. Thinking about the trouble Bai Jiji might face tonight, Yanwei couldn't help but smile. When Shen Hua came back, Bai Jiji had already finished making the meat soup. You're back. I used quite a bit of your salt, Bai Jiji said. Shen Hua gave his usual short reply, then put down the clay and added, You can keep the salt here. If it runs out, just tell me, and I'll trade for more in the city. Wait, what did he mean by that? Bai Jiji was a little confused. She hadn't said she would keep cooking for him, but since salt was rare, she didn't argue. During the meal, Lanting came over again. Pointing at Shen Hua, who was drinking soup, he complained, This is his second meal, isn't it? Yesterday, you only cooked for me once. That's not fair. Bai Jiji looked at him, puzzled, then glanced at Shen Hua, who was quietly eating with his face still dusty. He helped me with some work, so of course I should feed him, she said. What was wrong with that? Don't you only cook for those who bring you game? Lanting asked. Of course not, Bai Jiji replied. Hearing that, Shen Hua happily took another big bite. It tasted even better than in the morning. Lanting looked jealous. He walked up to Bai Jiji and said proudly, Then I'll help too. He really couldn't eat his own terrible cooking anymore. It was true, once he got used to good food, it was hard to go back. He pointed at the piles of clay and limestone nearby. Tell me what to do. Lanting was always quick to act. As soon as he finished speaking, he went over. Bai Jiji couldn't help but smile. She hadn't expected him to volunteer. Even if it was just for food, it was still nice to get along peacefully. After all, even if their bond was broken, she didn't want to turn them into enemies. She still didn't know if she could ever go back, and she might have to live here for a long time. Thinking of that, she pointed at the clay and lime powder. Then, please mix these two together. I need them to build a stove this afternoon. If you want to eat, you have to work first. Lanting didn't hesitate. He took off his fur vest and started mixing. Bai Jiji was happy to have help, so she generously set aside the remaining soup for later. Shen Hua wanted to say he could finish it all, but he didn't want to make Bai Jiji uncomfortable, so he stayed quiet. After last night, Shen Hua's opinion of Bai Zhizhi had changed a lot, especially now that she had awakened a wood-type power. Maybe they really had misunderstood her all along. She was quite heavy, and since they had built their caves on the mountaintop, it must have been hard for her to climb up. It seemed that some beast had secretly caused trouble, trying to create conflict between them. Thinking of this, Shen Hua's eyes darkened slightly. After the meal, Shen Hua, as usual, took the initiative to wash the dishes. He was very curious about Bai Zhizhi's tools, especially her pot. The pot was thin but very heat-resistant, and the food cooked in it tasted great. The material was something he had never seen before. In the tribe, no beast knew how to use tools. Everyone usually just roasted food and sprinkled a little salt on it. So, where did Bai Zhizhi get all these tools? Why was she so skilled at using them? And the large bowl he ate from, it was made of pottery. Even the royal families in the city-states didn't have pottery as beautiful and delicate as this one. His bowl even had a pattern, a lovely red water beast. But the most important thing was Bai Zhizhi herself. Shen Hua squatted by the river and looked back. Bai Zhizhi was standing in front of a clay mold, calmly working on something. Thinking about her attitude last night. Even if she wasn't the one who poisoned them, could a beast really change so much overnight? The old Bai Zhizhi had always been timid, carefully smiling at them every day, messy and careless, and her place was even infested with bugs. But when he went into her cave last night, it was completely different, clean, tidy, and filled with a faint, pleasant scent. It was all too unusual. At least for Bai Zhizhi, it was definitely strange. Sensing someone's gaze, Bai Zhizhi calmly turned around. She wasn't nervous. She had a rough idea of what Shen Hua was thinking. She had only been here for 2 days, and considering the original Bai Zhizhi's behavior, her current self did seem very different. It wouldn't be surprising if Shen Hua suspected something supernatural. And then there were all her pots and bowls. It looked like she needed to come up with a good excuse soon. There were so many beasts in the tribe that even if these few didn't ask, others would eventually be curious. She couldn't make it too obvious, so Bai Zhizhi decided that once the stove was finished, she would build another small room over it. That way, she could use it freely without worrying about being seen. After Lanting finished his work, he finally got to taste the red meat soup he had been craving. It was delicious, better than roasted duck. No wonder, even the usually quiet Shen Hua was impressed. Bai Zhizhi might not be pretty, but her cooking was truly amazing. Is there any more? I want another bowl. There's no more, but I have some fruit juice. Do you want some? As Bai Zhizhi spoke, she brought out the mulberry juice she had made earlier. After sitting for a while, the impurities had settled at the bottom. She had been busy for a long time and was feeling thirsty, so it was the perfect time for a drink. You mean that dark liquid is fruit juice? Bai Zhizhi, did you put something strange in it again? Just tell me, I promise I won't get mad.
Lanting instinto hestita.
To his surprise, Shen Hua picked up the cup and drank more than half of it in one go. How is it? Does it taste good? Ignoring Lanting, Bai Zhizhi turned to Shen Hua. It's good. What did you make it from? It wasn't just good, it was sweet and slightly sour, cool and refreshing. Shen Hua didn't know how she made it, but it was perfect for quenching thirst. What is it made from? He asked. Look, those trees over there, Bai Zhizhi said, pointing to a few large trees in the small grove ahead. Those? Aren't they bird food? They're tiny and not filling. You can make juice from them? Of course. It's not only tasty but also very nutritious, full of healthy antioxidants. Most importantly, it helped with sleep. Bai Zhizhi had already decided to drink a cup before bed tonight, so she wouldn't be kept awake by the noisy sounds from nearby. It had only been 2 days, but she already felt exhausted and pale from lack of sleep. Lanting didn't catch everything she said, but he did hear the word delicious. Seeing that Shen Hua was fine after drinking, he quickly grabbed another cup and gulped it down happily. She wasn't lying, it really was delicious, sweet, and tangy. Bai Zhizhi, remember to call me next time you're working on something, Lanting said, patting his chest proudly. All right, I'll call you later, Bai Zhizhi said, then turned to continue her work. She used a small shovel to draw a rough outline on the ground, then began building. She only had one pot, so she just needed to make a simple single stove. She planned to add a sink on one side and a cutting table on the other, making it easier to use everything together. Underneath, she divided the space into several sections for storage. Once she finished planning, she started working right away. She coated the clay base with a mix of mud and limestone, stacking it carefully. Any extra parts she trimmed off with her small gardening shovel. Her movements were quick and skillful, nothing like what people expected from someone her size. While working, Bai Zhizhi also used her wood-based magic. Sweating helped her body release toxins faster. A soft green light surrounded her, and for a moment, Shen Hua thought she didn't seem so bad after all. Need any help? Shen Hua asked. Lanting saw him go over and followed. Count me in too. Bai Zhizhi looked at the two of them, unable to hide her smile. She had just thought of something they could do. You two can help me dig a hole here. It needs to be straight, about this wide, and make sure it's round. Keep digging until you reach water, but not too shallow. Even though the river water was clean, she didn't want to use it for cooking or drinking, especially since there were leeches in it. As a girl, it was also inconvenient to go there at night to wash up. But if they dug a well, that would solve everything. In fact, Bai Zhizhi was somewhat thankful for the trouble caused by the original person who lived here. Otherwise, her father wouldn't have left her alone in this place. From a beastman's point of view, this area was remote, but to Bai Zhizhi, it was perfect. There was a small river nearby and a forest beyond it. Her cave faced south, and perhaps because the original owner had been a bit heavy, the entrance was low, almost level with the ground. Bai Zhizhi looked around. Once her kitchen was finished, she could even start a small vegetable garden. She planned to dig the well about 2 meters from the kitchen, making it easy to fetch water. Last night, she roughly checked the directions and finally decided to place the well in the west-northwest position. The location was good, the underground water was sufficient, and most importantly, it didn't conflict with her original plan. That made Bai Zhizhi even more certain about digging a well for water. She couldn't help it. She was a bit superstitious. The cave and its surroundings had excellent feng shui, so she didn't want to ruin the balance. After explaining, Bai Zhizhi gestured to the two men. Shen Hua reacted first. Although he didn't know exactly what she wanted, he figured it wouldn't hurt to follow her instructions. He used a small branch to draw a perfect circle on the ground and asked, "Is this okay?" Bai Zhizhi nodded, her eyes full of approval, though her squinting eyes made it hard for Shen Hua to notice. Lanting followed Shen Hua's lead, and both of them transformed into their beast forms, which startled Bai Zhizhi. Shen Hua was fine. At least he turned into a fluffy snow leopard. But Lanting, oh heavens! His snake body was as thick as a barrel, and the dark scales on him were the size of coins.
It was terrifying.
Bai Zhizhi stepped back in shock, trying to stay calm as she asked, "You two, what are you doing?" "Digging, of course. Didn't you say it needs to be deep and round?" Lanting replied in his snake form. Bai Zhizhi suddenly understood and nodded quickly. She had been so scared that she forgot snakes were experts at digging holes. Shen Hua started first, his paws moving fast as dirt flew everywhere. The shape of the well was already taking form, and Bai Zhizhi nodded in satisfaction. Promising indeed. The three of them worked busily together. Bai Zhizhi built the stove first, and while the other two were digging, she used her magic to remove the extra moisture from the clay bricks. That way, they could use them by nightfall. When she placed the pot on top, it fit perfectly, no gaps at all. This would keep smoke and ash from rising, making the food cleaner. Lanting worked quickly too. After Shen Hua finished shaping the well, Lanting used his snake body to smooth the walls, his head covered in dirt. He looked rather funny. Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh. So this was how snakes dug holes, clumsy yet oddly cute. Lanting saw Bai Zhizhi smiling and thought she was laughing at him. He became unhappy, hissed, and moved his head closer to her. "Don't scare her." Shen Hua bared his teeth and stood in front of Bai Zhizhi. Lanting said, "She laughed at me first. What's wrong with scaring her a little? If she gets scared, maybe she won't come around messing with medicine again." Shen Hua replied, Don't forget, she's one of us. Lanting sneered. After the Moontide Festival, she won't be. So move aside. I never said I would end the bond, Shen Hua said firmly, not moving an inch. Shen Hua's words hit both Bai Jiji and Lanting like thunder. Wait, did Shen Hua just say he wouldn't end the bond? Both Lanting and Bai Jiji were shocked. Bai Jiji looked at Shen Hua, who was standing protectively in front of her, and wondered if he had some strange taste. Are you crazy? Don't forget who caused all this trouble for us. I heard you didn't make any progress last night. And Bai Jiji looks so plain. Don't tell me you actually like her? Lanting admitted that Bai Jiji's cooking was good, but that didn't erase what she had done before. Have you ever thought that maybe we misunderstood her?
Shen Hua said.
I think Bai Jiji is great. She awakened her power, cooks well, and knows how to use tools. She's smarter than most of the other women in the tribe. Bai Jiji's face turned red as she listened. Wow, did Shen Hua really think she had so many good qualities? Shen Hua, if Bai Jiji gave you some kind of charm potion, blink twice. You're acting strange, Lanting said suspiciously. Shen Hua's voice was calm. Lanting, think carefully about what I said. Unpleasant memories flashed through Lanting's mind. Just then, water started flowing from the well. He gave Bai Jiji a cold glare and turned to leave. Lanting is a snake beast man. His temper isn't the best, so don't take it to heart, Shen Hua said as he changed into human form and quietly cleared the dirt around the well. Bai Jiji shrugged, looking indifferent. She wasn't the same person as before, so she didn't care much. But she was determined to find out who had poisoned them. Otherwise, she would always be blamed for something she didn't do. The earlier unpleasant moment was quickly forgotten. Bai Jiji looked at the newly finished stove and felt very satisfied. It seemed she could make a few more delicious dishes tonight. She took out all the pots, bowls, and utensils she had stored away. Some were rusty knives, moldy cutting boards, and chipped dishes, though a few were still in good condition. After all, not everything in her storage could be broken. Bai Jiji sharpened the knife and carefully washed the cutting board several times. She threw away the badly damaged dishes and kept only the good ones. Later, she planned to make her own pottery and create bowls and plates she liked. The connected countertop was also finished, but it couldn't be used yet. Her magic power was currently very weak, so the clay still held some moisture. If it wasn't evenly dried, all her work might go to waste. Meanwhile, Shen Hua quietly cleaned the well. When the water slowly rose, he looked at the clear underground water with surprise and delight. Bai Jiji, you're really smart. This water is so clean, cleaner than the river water. Of course, she said with a smile. It's well water, and we should thank you and Lanting for helping. Bai Jiji walked to the well and looked down, feeling very pleased. She had to admit, Lanting had done a great job digging it. The rock walls were smooth and shiny. As long as she purified it regularly, the water would be perfectly safe to use. Thinking of that, she extended a vine into the well and purified the water completely. All right, we can use this water for cooking tonight. Shen Hua looked at the water, then at Bai Jiji. His doubts grew, but he couldn't help admiring her cleverness. She knew things no other woman did, and her ideas were always surprising. Even the tools she brought out seemed to appear from nowhere, each one beautifully made and unlike anything he had ever seen. There was no doubt Bai Jiji had a secret. Bai Jiji, can we get along well? Shen Hua asked. Did she hear that right? He wanted to get along with her? He had just said he wouldn't break their bond. What should she do? Her weakness for good looks was acting up again. She didn't say anything, but her head nodded almost on its own. After a whole day of work, she was truly exhausted. The sun was slowly setting, and dinner was still undecided. Thinking of this, she headed straight toward the small river. Bai Jiji was quite lucky. As soon as she reached the riverbank, she caught 2 plump bass and found several wild duck eggs. Thank goodness. Tonight we can have steamed fish, braised fish, and fried duck eggs. Feeling pleased, Bai Jiji hurried back, picking some wild tomatoes and green onions along the way. Since she didn't have many seasonings, Adding a bit of flavor would make the food taste better. This was already good enough. Natural, healthy, and full of the food's true flavor. Shen Hua wasn't idle either. While Bai Jiji was catching fish, he went back to his cave to bring the wild boar he had hunted earlier. The boar was already cleaned. When Bai Jiji returned and saw the wild boar, she couldn't hide her excitement. The boar looked fat and healthy, perfect for making plenty of cooking oil. Shen Hua, you're amazing. I'll reward you later with some crispy pork bits. Shen Hua didn't quite understand, but he looked forward to it. He quietly crouched down and started helping with the cooking. Everything Bai Jiji made always tasted wonderful, and just thinking about it made him eager for dinner. Bai Jiji quickly cleaned and gutted the fish, removing the scales. The smell made Shen Hua frown slightly behind the stove. This spiny water beast doesn't taste good. It's full of bones. Tomorrow, when Nalan brings you food, if there's not enough tonight, don't worry about sharing with me. You call base a spiny water beast? Shen Hua nodded. It's hard to eat, too many bones and a strong smell. Even the injured beasts in the tribe avoid it unless they have nothing else. Then you should try my version of the spiny water beast later. Bai Zizi's tone toward Shen Hua had become much lighter. She lowered her head and quickly finished cleaning the fish, stuffing some chopped wild onions inside to remove the smell. As the saying goes, make the most of what you have. Things once considered useless could still come in handy, like the knife in her hand, which was surprisingly sharp. In no time, she had cut the wild boar into 8 neat pieces. She separated the fatty parts, chopped them into small cubes, and put them in the pot to render oil. As Bai Jiji spoke, Shen Hua lit the firewood. Before long, the aroma spread through the air, and the nearby orcs were once again stirred by the delicious smell. What is Bai Jiji doing again? Why does it smell so good? It smells so delicious, mother. I want to eat too. When did that ugly girl Bai Jiji become such a good cook? The kids have been crying from craving it several times. After 2 days, the orcs in the tribe finally couldn't sit still anymore. They wanted to see what tasty food Bai Jiji had made, as it smelled so wonderful. In hot oil, pork fat gradually shrank and became crispy. Bai Jiji also sliced some pork belly and added it in. The aroma was so tempting that many orcs in the tribe were drawn over, like a series of irresistible calls. Shen Hua gritted his teeth. He is a snow leopard orc and has a very strong sense of territory. Especially when Bai Jiji said she would give him pork cracklings later, he automatically assumed that all the pork cracklings in the pot belonged to him. But who knew what these orcs were here for? What if they came to fight him for the pork cracklings? Thinking of this, Shen Hua's 2 animal ears instantly stood up in alert, like airplane ears ready for battle. Bai Jiji was fully focused on the pork cracklings in the pot. She scooped out the fried pieces and, when she looked up, she saw Shen Hua's hair standing on end. She instinctively reached out and patted his head. Don't worry, I'll feed you later. She had forgotten she was in the beast world, and even more so that the one cooking the fire was a snow leopard orc, not her big yellow dog from the mountains. Before Shen Hua could react, Bai Jiji naturally handed a piece of pork crackling to his mouth. Biao Biao tilted his head. After a few seconds of thought, Shen Hua opened his mouth and shyly accepted Bai Jiji's offering. But the moment the pork crackling entered his mouth, his eyes lit up immediately, and his ears stood up straight. It's so tasty, carrot carrot. Bai Jiji, I heard you learned how to cook. A lively middle-aged man's voice came over. As soon as Bai Jiji heard it, she immediately recognized it as the original owner's father. Now it belongs to her. In her memory, the original owner's father was quite kind at first. But because of the original owner's incredible antics, the tribe was filled with complaints. Eventually, they had no choice but to leave her here alone. Bai Chi was dressed in a long animal hide and walked at the front, with a string of animal teeth hanging around his neck. He immediately saw Bai Jiji's pot and the food inside, and the delicious smell was coming from there. What's this? Bai Chi asked, pointing at the pot with a puzzled look. In the city-state, Bai Chi had seen noble people use stone pots, which were very high-quality tools. He didn't expect Bai Jiji's pot to look even more delicate. Looking at the material, it didn't seem like stone. He carefully examined everything at the cave entrance, all of which he had never seen before. The stand looked like it was made of pottery, and it contained water creatures. And the cooking stand. That was fine, but why was Shen Hua also here? He had heard that Bai Zhizhi planned to break her contract with her beast husbands during the Moontide Festival, so he followed these greedy orcs to see what was happening. He just wanted to understand the situation. Father is here. I was making oil residue with Shen Hua. This is for you. We thought to finish and send it to you, but I didn't expect you to come. Bai Zhizhi handed the oil residue she had just prepared to Bai Qi, along with a plate, placing them in his hands. Bai Qi noticed her gaze and the way she looked at her things earlier, and Bai Zhizhi saw it all. If she wanted to use these openly in the future, she needed a good reason. So, before Bai Qi could ask, Bai Zhizhi took the initiative. Father, I am busy here. I haven't eaten all day. Please take this oil residue home. I will visit you tomorrow and explain everything properly. Shen Hua frowned. Bai Zhizhi's change was too obvious. In the past, Bai Zhizhi was not so warm to Bai Qi, and she was very stingy. She wouldn't share her food, not even with her own father. But in the past 2 days, her change was remarkable. It was clear Bai Qi also sensed something was wrong, but the delicious smell of the oil residue distracted him and broke his train of thought. He didn't bother asking further and simply told Bai Zhizhi to come see him tomorrow. He happily took the oil residue and left. Shen Hua felt a little sad. He had barely eaten 2 bites when the leader took so much away. Following Bai Qi to come along were several other beast husbands of Bai Zhizhi. They also liked the oil residue. Just now, when Shen Hua was protecting the food, Bai Zhizhi had fed him? Is that how it was? Lang Yi stood silently behind the crowd, arms crossed, watching Bai Zhizhi and Shen Hua. He hadn't seen them for a whole night. When did these two become so close? And Bai Zhizhi, where did she get so many beautiful utensils? Question marks appeared over Lang Ye's head, and he couldn't find the answer. His face looked even more annoyed than usual. Compared to him, Qian Sun was much better. Although he also wanted to eat, he was more afraid that Bai Zhizhi might give him something bad. Thinking about it made him shiver, so he immediately left. Even though most people had already left, one brave female beast still stepped forward to ask Bai Zhizhi how to make the oil residue. Bai Zhizhi kindly told her, but since the beast men in the tribe didn't use tools, she still couldn't make it even after hearing the instructions. Seeing those eager little cubs, Bai Zhizhi felt a bit sad. The beast children were really adorable, each one like a little radish wrapped in animal skins, standing in a line. So she handed a portion directly to the female beast and said, "Please share these with the little ones." I didn't make much, just enough for them to taste. As soon as she said that, the little beast children cheered happily, running over to thank Bai Zhizhi one by one. The beast men in the tribe said Bai Zhizhi was ugly and that she ate children. That was all lies. She was clearly very kind, and even shared the oil residue with them. Really? Thank you so much. My name is Bai Man. These are my cubs. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. My beast husbands and I will do our best to help you. Bai Zhizhi replied, "Okay, if I need anything next time, I will definitely tell you." Taking the first friendly step, bingo, after all, close neighbors are better than distant relatives. Building good relationships is very important. After sending away the beast men, Bai Zhizhi scooped out all the remaining oil residue from the pot. There was a whole big basin of it. She crushed some salt and carefully sprinkled it on top. Then she pinched a piece and put it in her mouth. It was crispy and fragrant, making her feel very satisfied. Shen Hua also grabbed a handful, eating while tending the fire. The taste was incredibly delicious. I had cooked a full jar of oil, which should last for a while. The remaining oil was still hot. Bai Zhizhi added chopped wild green onions into the pot. As soon as they went in, the onion aroma filled the air. Even Qian Sun, who had just walked a short distance, couldn't help but turn around. When the bass fish was put into the pot, Lanting arrived. "Why didn't you two call me to eat?" Lanting came over with a dark face, grabbed a handful of oil residue, and put it in his mouth. The smell was so tempting it seemed to lift his spirits. He happily took another bite. Luckily, he came back, or he would have missed such a delicious meal. Qian Sun and Lang Yi looked at each other and saw their shock in each other's eyes. No, how could Lanting be here too? When he was about to grab the third handful, Shen Hua couldn't sit still. That was his oil residue. But before Shen Hua could speak, Bai Zhizhi took the oil residue and placed it under the stove. Lanting immediately looked displeased. Bai Zhizhi, what do you mean? I was working hard. Your recent behavior made me uncomfortable. Shouldn't you apologize before we eat? While speaking, Bai Zhizhi flipped the bass fish. The golden fish meat, wrapped with onion aroma, and the rich broth emitted an enticing fragrance. Seeing it was almost ready, Bai Zhizhi sprinkled some chopped green onions on top, doubling the flavor. Although it was a simple cooking method, Bai Zhizhi's skill made it impressive. The aroma made everyone salivate. Lanting looked at the fish in the pot, and then at Bai Zhizhi. It seemed he thought he had misheard her. What did Bai Zhizhi just say? Nearby, Qian Sun and Lang Yi watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. Lanting was so proud. There was no way he would apologize to Bai Zhizhi, especially not to that ugly woman.
Absolutely impossible.
Lanting, I'm telling the truth, and besides, you were the one mocking me first. And then, Bai Zhizhi spoke calmly, cracking a duck egg without even giving Lanting a glance. Lanting stood beside her, and his confidence gradually diminished. He said nothing, and Bai Zhizhi didn't ask. They finished cooking, heated oil, cracked the duck eggs, and stir-fried the eggs with chopped green onions. The egg mixture was fried until golden in the oil. The dish was simple. After flipping it over, it sizzled and was ready to serve. A large, golden pancake appeared, making Lanting's mouth water. However, the unattractive Bai Zhizhi insisted he apologize. Lanting, I'm a bit petty. I don't like being shouted at. Today, it's not because I'm afraid of you, but simply because I dislike snakes. Did they hear that right? Bai Zhizhi said she hates snakes? Did she forget how she previously went to great lengths to climb into Lanting's bed? Lanting looked at Bai Zhizhi in disbelief. This unattractive woman said she hates snakes? Before he could speak, Bai Zhizhi continued, I said I would cancel our contract during the Moontide Festival. Before that, I hope we can get along well and part peacefully. I admit I was wrong to you all before, and I will prove it to you. Prove it. She's not the one poisoning anyone. Bai Zhizhi then handed a duck egg to Lanting and smiled. Your well was dug nicely. She then called Shen Hua to bring out the other dishes.
Lanting stood aside, watching Bai Zhizhi.
Could he trust her? But she seemed genuinely different now. And those words she just said, she might even apologize first. Lanting blushed, puffing out his cheeks, looking a bit unwilling, but his eyes unconsciously followed Bai Zhizhi's figure. As if he had made a firm decision, he slowly stepped forward and softly said, It was my voice just now. Sorry about that. Shen Hua, Lang Yi, Qian Sun. Wait, he just apologized? Where is Lanting's pride? Bai Zhizhi raised an eyebrow. Good, teachable. Sit down and eat. Does this unattractive woman know what she's saying? Does she think he's a dog? Lanting wanted to get angry, but seeing Bai Zhizhi's face, for some reason, his temper cooled down again.
Chopsticks.
Do you know how to use them? Looking at the 2 wooden sticks Bai Zhizhi handed over, Lanting honestly shook his head. Shen Hua, though unfamiliar with chopsticks, was willing to try. Bai Zhizhi said, You shouldn't eat with your hands. It's not hygienic. As she spoke, she demonstrated how to use chopsticks and the correct way to hold them to Shen Hua and Lanting. Shen Hua understood quickly and soon successfully picked up a piece of duck egg. Great job, Shen Hua. Bai Zhizhi didn't hold back her praise, just like when she used to praise Da Huang on the mountain. The only difference was that she said, Great job, instead of calling him a good boy. Shen Hua pursed his lips, showing no obvious emotion on his face, but his tone was noticeably happier, clearly pleased by the compliment. Also, that water beast was really delicious, smooth and tender when you bite into it, and even better when dipped in sauce. Bai Zhizhi wasn't lying to the beast. Lanting was a bit slow to learn. After trying several times, he still couldn't pick up the chopsticks properly. His cheeks puffed up in frustration, but He didn't want to give up. It wasn't fair that Shen Hua could learn so easily, but he couldn't. Eat your meal. If the dishes cool down and turn fishy, they won't taste good. Learning again tomorrow won't change that. While speaking, Bai Zhizhi handed a fork to Lanting. Use this first. Lanting's eyes lit up. He eagerly took the fork from Bai Zhizhi and examined it carefully. The fork gleamed with a silver shine, and at the end of the handle was a cute, cartoonish black snake head, probably made of ceramic. It looked very adorable. Did you give this to me? Such a beautiful thing. She actually gave it to him? Lanting looked a bit happy. It was clear he really liked that fork. If you like it, just take it. Does she still not know how to handle a snake? She had plenty of such things in her space. After so many years of collecting, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she had half of the Yiwu small commodities market. Lanting held his own special little snake fork, feeling incredibly happy. He speared a fried egg and ate it with a look of pure enjoyment. Thinking about it now, it seemed that life with her wasn't entirely impossible. Like now, for example, that was pretty good. Bai Zhizhi, thank you for the gift. Lanting spoke softly, so quietly that Bai Zhizhi almost didn't hear him. His face turned even redder. Although Bai Zhizhi was born chubby and not very pretty, she could cook delicious food, give him gifts, and most importantly, she was willing to apologize voluntarily. It's important to remember that females are scarce here. Most females are spoiled and arrogant. Forget about doing these things. Some males, even if they speak loudly, are immediately stripped of their mating rights. Although he didn't want to mate with Bai Zhizhi, he liked eating the food she made. Some people were happy, others worried. Lanting happily picked up a fork, but Shen Hua, sitting nearby, was not so pleased. He had never seen that fork before. He didn't know where Bai Zhizhi got it from, but her attitude made it seem like it was just an ordinary object. Shen Hua felt a little upset inside. She was his beast husband. So why did she give Lanting a fork but not him? At that moment, the other two guards on duty, Bai Zhizhi was clearly doing it on purpose. She was his beast husband, so why did she only call out Lanting and Shen Hua, but not them? Bai Zhizhi saw these two, but she didn't plan to call them over for dinner. As for Qianshuan, she probably wouldn't come even if Bai Zhizhi called him. As for Langi, the silver wolf beast who was eager to break their contract, forget it. Bai Zhizhi didn't like to force smiles or act overly friendly. After dinner, Bai Zhizhi poured some well water and went into the cave to wash up. Shen Hua naturally stayed behind to wash the dishes. To test his suspicions, he deliberately slowed down his movements. First Qianshuan, then him. Who would it be tonight? The sky darkened as expected. Bai Zhizhi's intuition told her tonight might be the best chance to clear her name. So after washing up, she wondered whether to ask Shen Hua to stay and serve as a witness. When she came out of the cave, Shen Hua was squatting by the well washing dishes. Bai Zhizhi hesitated several times, wanting to speak, but not knowing how. Because of the previous antics of the original owner, she really didn't know how to start the conversation. What if Shen Hua misunderstood? Just as she was feeling awkward, Shen Hua looked up at her. Bai Zhizhi wanted to speak, but swallowed her words again. Ugh, she really didn't know how to start. I'll stay tonight to guard you. Bai Zhizhi was visibly surprised. Guard her tonight? Although she remembered from the original owner's memories that the males in the tribe would take turns guarding their females, she had never had a beast husband do that for her in all this time. Now, suddenly, seeing Bai Zhizhi silent, Shen Hua pressed his lips together, feeling a strange, hard-to-explain emotion. Don't you want to? No, I do want to. White Zhizhi didn't expect Shen Hua to voluntarily stay and keep watch for her tonight, so she now had an alibi. With Shen Hua present, if anything happened tonight, she could explain clearly. Before catching the person responsible for poisoning, she needed to prove her innocence to the original owner's beast companions. Thinking this through, White Zhizhi thanked Shen Hua and then turned to enter the cave. Shen Hua said nothing, simply taking a quiet bath. White Zhizhi's cave was very tidy, including her bed. Thinking about it, Shen Hua scrubbed himself thoroughly, inside and out, even stretching out his tail to wash it. Inside the cave, White Zhizhi couldn't sleep either. The constant sounds of intimacy nearby made her head ache. Honestly, sometimes she felt embarrassed for these beast men. She continued to use her wood element magic to detoxify herself, then skillfully took out silver needles from her acupuncture bag and inserted them into key points. Tonight, White Gigi tried a different approach. She had examined her features and realized they weren't truly flat, but appeared so because of muscle swelling caused by poisoning. To restore her original look, she needed acupuncture. Combined with the healing power of her wood magic, she believed she could recover soon. It had only been 2 days, but the lumps on her face had already diminished significantly, giving White Gigi confidence. From Shen Hua's perspective, he could faintly see the shimmering green light inside White Gigi's cave. Since White Gigi awakened her special ability, she seemed to have been using it constantly. A bold guess arose in Shen Hua's mind. Could White Gigi also be poisoned? Meanwhile, White Gigi removed the silver needles from her face, tidied up, and was about to lie down when she suddenly felt something furry, like a tail. Startled, she turned around and saw Shen Hua lying on the other side, shirtless, with a large tail stretched out on the bed. "Didn't you say you were keeping watch for me? Why are you on my bed?" White Gigi's pupils widened in shock. Shen Hua, in contrast, remained calm. "I've already washed. Who asked you that? I mean, why are you on my bed? And how did this person walk so quietly? When did he climb onto the bed?" She hadn't felt a thing.
Don't you
"Want me to sleep here?" Shen Hua said, his ears drooping. Before I could finish, a large fox suddenly rushed in, its red eyes blazing with fire, looking very frightening in the night. Shen Hua stood up and blocked Bai Gigi, and immediately, the cave was filled with a strong scent of love potion. The two looked at each other, understanding everything clearly now. It was confirmed that someone else was behind the poisoning. "Sorry, Bai Gigi, we've misunderstood you all along," Shen Hua said. Bai Gigi's palm glowed with green light. "Now's not the time to talk about that. I think Nailing looks suspicious." She still remembered how some of the others had reacted when they were affected by the love potion. Now, Nailing had fully revealed his true form, which was very shocking. This was a full dose. "Overdosing on love potion can cause death," Shen Hua said, a dangerous look flashing in his eyes. If he hadn't been here tonight, Nailing might have exploded and killed Bai Gigi too. "Back up. Nailing has lost his mind now," he ordered. As he finished speaking, Shen Hua transformed into his true form and lunged at Nailing. Bai Gigi looked for an opportunity. As long as her vines could still wrap around Nailing, she believed she could save him. Shen Hua understood her plan. He reached out his large hand and attacked Nailing. Nailing instinctively dodged, but Bai Gigi found his weakness. In an instant, countless vines wrapped around Nailing. At first, Nailing struggled, but when he realized Bai Gigi meant no harm, he calmed down. "Did you hear the fight?" "I don't know. It seems to be coming from Bai Gigi's side. During the day, she seemed to get along well with the two beast husbands, so maybe they were doing something together." "I don't think so." Nailing was very angry and rushed over just now. "I guess he used his old tricks again to take down those beast husbands. Those beast husbands are really unlucky. All of them have been poisoned by the love potion. Today, I saw Shen Hua's ears sticking out. If this keeps up, they won't be much different from disabled beasts." From a distance in the mountain cave, Iris heard these words and couldn't help but smile. That stinky fox didn't like her, so she might as well die with Bai Gigi, the female. "Qingfeng, you did very well. I will reward you." Iris then extended an invitation to Qingfeng. Nailing's eyes gradually regained clarity, but he still remained in fox form. As the illusion powder toxin inside his body was slowly purified, his entire body suddenly relaxed. A fluffy white fox with 9 tails? Bai Gigi excitedly stepped forward, happily looking at Nailing in fox form. She couldn't help but reach out and touch him, so soft and nice to pet. Who could resist a cuddly, fluffy creature like this? Shen Hua frowned and stepped forward, looking very serious. Nailing has fallen in rank. What does falling in rank mean? But soon, She received the information in her mind. In the beast world, strength is everything. Nailing. 8th rank, now at 7th rank.
Langye, AAT rank.
Lanting, peak 8th rank. Shen Hua, peak 8th rank, failed to break through last night. Qian Sun, 7th rank. Too much illusion powder caused his beast rank to stall. In the wolf tribe, most beast men are around the 5th rank. The original owner managed to gather several powerful figures like these. It seems that, unless it was for the sake of the leader's face, these people would never have formed a bond with the original owner. Losing rank is the most damaging, and Nailing probably needs some time to recover his beast form. Shen Hua said this with mixed feelings, watching Bai Zhizhi carefully remove the poison from Nailing. Over the years, they misunderstood her. Nailing, weak and lying on the ground, stared fixedly at Bai Zhizhi, who was helping him detoxify. When he saw Shen Hua earlier, he already knew that the person poisoning him was not Bai Zhizhi. And Bai Zhizhi had truly awakened her special ability, and it seemed quite powerful. Right now, he could only think about how badly his body hurt, making him whimper and sob. His cries broke Bai Zhizhi's heart. Questioning King Zhou, understanding King Zhou, surpassing King Zhou. Bai Zhizhi put away her magic and gently carried Nailing onto the bed, her eyes full of love for his true form. Shen Hua. He was fluffy just now, and he even washed himself clean. But Bai Zhizhi questioned why he got into bed, and now that Nailing is here, she just carried him over? Nailing instinctively wanted to resist. This ugly female, even if she didn't drug him, didn't mean she could just hold him like that. He kicked his forelegs wildly, showing resistance on his face, but Bai Zhizhi, this ugly female, seemed to ignore it. Nailing got anxious. He tried to break free from Bai Zhizhi's embrace, but she patted his head and said, "Little one, if you're hurt, be good. If you move around again, I won't be nice. Who are you calling little one? Your whole family is little ones." Nailing showed his teeth in protest, but he had no real power to threaten. Instead, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but hold him and take a deep breath. The fox's head was pressed against Bai Zhizhi's soft body. The warmth from her body, combined with the lingering love potion in Nailing, made him forget to resist. Also, Bai Zhizhi, this ugly female, surprisingly didn't smell bad anymore. She even had a faint fragrance. Realizing this, Nailing looked utterly defeated. His tongue lolled out, like he'd just undergone a neutering operation. "I'm unclean now." The noise from Bai Zhizhi's cave was loud. Bai Qi wanted to come and check, but as soon as he stepped out, he saw Qian Sun and Lang Yi. Since it was nighttime, he suppressed his worries. Lanting arrived the fastest. As soon as he saw Nailing in Bai Zhizhi's arms, he looked curious and confused. Shen Hua explained everything that had happened that night. Now, they were almost sure that someone else had drugged them. Lanting's face darkened. His eyes on Bai Zhizhi were full of guilt. He thought to himself, I wrongly accused her before. Thinking about his past actions, Lanting felt embarrassed and stopped in front of Bai Zhizhi. As your beast husband, I didn't believe you right away. I even insulted you with words. I'm sorry, Bai Zhizhi. Can you forgive me? Why was Lanting apologizing again? Later, Qian Sun and Lang Yi stood at the door, looking very confused. But soon, they noticed something was wrong. Bai Zhizhi was holding a beast form Nailing, and standing in front of her were Lanting and Shen Hua. How could all three be on her side? After speaking, Qianshuan looked very annoyed. If Bai Zhizhi hadn't drugged them, how could Lanting and the others have appeared in her cave? She didn't give them drugs. Someone else had been doing that all along. They just instinctively thought she was responsible and overlooked many details. Yes, I can also testify, Lanting repeated what Shen Hua told him. Now the other two were shocked. Besides Qianshuan, Lang Yi was really thinking about whether this was true. He first looked at Bai Zhizhi's eyes, then thought about where he lived. She didn't seem capable of doing that. So, what do you plan to do next? Lang Yi asked. Bai Zhizhi placed the big white fox on the bed. Her eyes flickered, and a strand of her hair flew out. Everyone was surprised by her move. Using plant powers like that was unusual. The person who poisoned us must still have some supplies. When I release this mental energy, it will follow the scent to find the real culprit. The Moontide Festival is coming in a few days. I will publicly expose the person who framed me in front of all the beastmen. I want justice for myself and to clear my name. Shen Hua and the others looked at each other. Bai Zhizhi was so strong. She was not an ordinary female. The glow surrounding her at this moment made these beastmen ignore her appearance. After she finished speaking, Bai Zhizhi glanced at Nailing on the bed. There was even a protective tone in her words. What happened to Nailing falling in rank won't be just forgotten. Lying weakly on the bed, Nailing's eyes flickered. He felt a strange flutter in his heart because of Bai Zhizhi's words. Is this fierce female trying to seek justice for him? Although he wouldn't just let this go, this feeling was strange, completely different from what he would feel doing it himself. After clearing up this century-long misunderstanding, Bai Zhizhi felt very happy. She yawned, indicating she would handle this herself. In other words, she didn't need their help. Shen Hua and the others looked uncomfortable, feeling an unprecedented sense of crisis. Would Bai Zhizhi really break their contract during the Moontide Festival? Although they truly thought that way before, it was because they believed she was the one who had been secretly drugging them. They suffered greatly because of her and couldn't break free, so they wanted to end the contract. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared, the real culprit will soon be caught. Bai Zhizhi is now making delicious food and has awakened her special abilities. Such a female can't be found even if they search with a lantern. She may be a bit ugly, but as a beast-human partner who once swore loyalty before the beast god, they shouldn't judge her just by her appearance. Shen Hua believes he is not so shallow. So, when Bai Zhizhi told them to leave, Shen Hua immediately transformed into his beast form and climbed onto her bed. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, he curled up at the head of the bed and whispered, "I said I would keep watch tonight, and I will do it." As he spoke, he intentionally or unintentionally stretched his tail toward Bai Zhizhi's hand. Look at him. He's fluffy and much softer to touch than a fox. Foxes shed fur, but he doesn't. The next morning, Bai Zhizhi went to Bai Qi. After last night's loud events, she definitely needed to explain herself. But before she could get far, she ran into Iris. Iris looked surprised when she saw Bai Zhizhi. Qingfeng, standing beside her, had the same expression. How could Bai Zhizhi be okay? Last night, the situation was intense enough to make an 8th-rank beastman lose control and go on a rampage. Why are you here? Iris crossed her arms in front of Bai Zhizhi, holding her chin high, acting superior. If I'm not here, then where should I be? Of course, underground. But Iris couldn't say that. Just stubborn. Last night's noise was so loud. Bai Zhizhi, did you shamelessly drug your beast partner again? Iris looked pleased with herself. Bai Zhizhi raised an eyebrow, thinking that Iris was really foolish, almost as if she had, thinking about someone else's husband, written all over her face. According to the original owner's memory, Iris's fuss was somewhat understandable. But on the other hand, if those who liked Iris had just made a contract with her before she caused trouble, then none of this would matter. So, people like Iris, who are so self-righteous and stubborn, are quite rare. Yes, they drugged her. And guess what happened? All of them came to climb onto her bed. I couldn't chase them away, and the noise got really loud. Bai Zhizhi was sarcastic and making things up, which made Yuan Yi very angry. Thinking about her favorite male being defiled by Bai Zhizhi, who was so ugly, made Yuan Yi furious. She turned to glare at Qingfeng and cursed him silently for being useless and causing trouble. She even rewarded him last night. Now, he couldn't handle this small problem? Isn't it true that Nailing would go crazy? Ugly thing, stop bothering people here. And you, all of them climbing onto her bed? You really dare to say that? Yuan Yi was scolding, but suddenly she saw Lang Yi walking from afar. Unlike the others, Lang Yi disliked Bai Zhizhi very much, and she didn't need to say it. Yuan Yi tidied her beast for skirt and smiled sweetly as she approached Lang Yi, asking, "Lang Yi, Bai Jiji said you all climbed onto her bed last night and couldn't be chased away. Is that true? Bai Jiji is so ugly. How could you possibly climb onto her bed? She glared at Bai Jiji, as if waiting to see her get caught and embarrassed publicly. Yuan Yi's voice was loud, attracting many beastmen who came to watch. Bai Jiji covered her face, feeling like she was caught spreading rumors behind someone's back. Lang Yi stepped back silently, avoiding Yuan Yi's touch. His face was cold, and his golden eyes looked at Bai Jiji. Everything was silent, deathly quiet around them. What does it mean to ruin someone's reputation? This is it. Lang Yi was about to end their contract. He had just said those words, and he must be furious now. But in the next second, Lang Yi spoke. Yes, last night we did climb onto her bed willingly. Hearing this, Bai Qi, who had hurried over, was shocked. Did Lang Yi and the others really climb onto Bai Jiji's bed last night? Huh, this was a proud smile from her father. Finally, these beast husbands didn't have to go to someone else's house. What? Yuan Yi looked at Lang Yi in disbelief, tears filling her eyes. They really mated with Bai Jiji? White Jiji has grown into that kind of person. You're not blind, so how could you possibly be mating with her? She must have drugged you, right? Lang Yi felt a bit annoyed. He glanced at Iris and said, It seems like you're overstepping. White Jiji isn't just a pretty face. She has awakened a wood-type ability and is a very impressive female. As soon as he said this, the onlookers who had come to watch exploded with excitement. Bai Qi was even more shocked, trembling all over. He staggered forward, reached out, and held White Jiji's hand, asking, Is what Lang Yi said true? Have you really awakened a wood-type ability? White Jiji was not used to being surrounded by so many people. She nodded in response to Bai Qi's question and then extended her hand to show her magic. A gentle green light and vine-like threads appeared. This was her wood-type ability. Seeing that White Jiji had truly awakened her ability, the tribe's beastmen all started to get excited. They often went hunting outside and got injured. Only the higher-level tribes had powerful witches with special abilities. Whenever someone was seriously hurt, Bai Qi would prepare many prey animals to invite a high-level witch to help. Now that White Jiji had awakened her wood-type ability, it raised their tribe's status significantly. Most importantly, they no longer had to worry about healing injuries by relying on the high-level tribe's help. No way. How could White Jiji awaken a wood-type ability? Iris looked jealous. She was so angry she almost ground her teeth. How is that impossible? White Jiji is kind and helpful. Now she's awakened a wood-type ability. It must be the guidance of the beast god, said Bai Man. She was a female from the wolf tribe. The last time White Jiji gave her family's pups some food, she remembered it well. Now, hearing Iris slander White Jiji, she naturally stepped forward. Yes, it must be the guidance of the beast god. Otherwise, why would White Jiji change so much? Exactly. I even saw the tools White Jiji used. They're all very exquisite. I have a relative who works as a maid in the royal city. When she came back to visit her family, she brought me a royal tool. It's nowhere near as fine as what White Jiji uses. It must also be a gift from the beast god. Oh, thank you all. Bai Jiji gently held her forehead, trying to hide her smile. These orcs are so cute. They even helped her come up with an excuse. She was originally worried about how to argue with Bai Qi about it. Now, all she needed to do was nod. Meeting Bai Qi's eager gaze, Bai Jiji naturally nodded. Yes, I was guided by the beast god, and suddenly realized the truth. Father, I promise to change my ways and not cause you trouble anymore. Good, good, good. My daughter, Bai Qi, is truly impressive. Bai Qi was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He had been upset for several nights after hearing that Bai Jiji's beast companions planned to break their contracts during the Moontide Festival. Now, with Lang Yi supporting her and her own efforts, Bai Qi's heart finally felt at ease. This year's Moontide Festival must be grand and special, Bai Qi said, and all the orcs present cheered excitedly. Her face looked very unhappy. She hadn't expected Bai Jiji, this ugly female, to suddenly awaken a special power, which immediately drew all the attention of the orcs in the tribe. All her careful planning was suddenly ruined. Yuan Wei was unwilling. Bai Zhizhi, we'll see about that. Bai Zhizhi never thought her unreasonable actions would suddenly become reasonable so quickly. So, when she returned, she felt incredibly happy. In a few days, it would be the Moontide Festival. When they caught the person who poisoned her, she would break the contracts with her beast companions, and she could finally live a good life. Thinking about her future days, Bai Zhizhi suddenly jumped up while walking. A green glow still surrounded her, and she had already shed a lot of excess weight. Now, when she jumped, she looked more like a traditional figurine, no longer with her fat wobbling around like before. Long Yi, who had been following her, watched her small expressions carefully. Was she happy because of what he just said? Thinking this, Long Yi quickened his pace. He grabbed Bai Zhizhi's hand, about to speak, but she interrupted him. She withdrew her chubby little hand and smiled, saying, "Don't be upset just because I was talking to you. I can explain. I said those things on purpose to tease Yingwei. If it bothers you, I apologize. Rest assured, I keep my promises. The day after tomorrow, during the Moontide Festival, I will tell my father everything. Then you will be free." Lang Yi was stunned. That wasn't what he meant. He almost wanted to apologize, but he swallowed the words back. He looked down at his empty hand, feeling a strange emotion rise in his heart. When he looked up again, Bai Zhizhi had already walked away. The small kitchen outside her mountain cave was emitting smoke, and Shen Hua was standing nearby helping her. Nai Ling was lying in a fluffy nest at the cave entrance, basking in the sun. That was the doghouse Bai Zhizhi had bought for Da Huang before. Since it was too big, it was left unused in the space. Lanting was also there. He had gathered some wood and was talking to Bai Zhizhi. "I need you to make these pieces of wood smooth and flat. Later, I want to build a small shelter here in the kitchen, so it will be easier to eat in the future." Bai Zhizhi was removing meat from the pot. Because ingredients were limited, they could only eat a simple breakfast today. The sour fish was served in 3 large bowls. Bai Zhizhi also brought out 2 wooden tables. The stools were handmade from wood by Lanting. Under Bai Zhizhi's guidance, 2 long benches appeared, perfectly placed on either side, just right. Seeing Lang Yi still standing there, Bai Zhizhi naturally called him over to eat. After all, he had just embarrassed her, so it was necessary to thank him with a meal. Most importantly, he had a face that looked like a high-end version of a fierce warrior. Facing such a face early in the morning was quite appetizing. When Lang Yi heard Bai Zhizhi call him, he went over without hesitation. Looking at the meat on the table and the beautiful tableware, Lang Yi was convinced that Bai Zhizhi was guided by the beast god. Because, whether it was Bai Zhizhi's change or her utensils, everything was new to him. Shen Hua saw himself from a few days ago in Lang Yi's eyes and couldn't help but smile. But at the same time, he felt uneasy. If that was the case, Lang Yi might not break the contract. Shen Hua's expression darkened. He quietly sat down beside Bai Zhizhi. Lanting also wanted to show how special he was. He took out his own snake fork and proudly waved it in front of the other 2. "Do you want to see my fork? White Zhizhi gave it to me. Isn't it pretty? Only I have one." Shen Hua. Lang Yi. Wait, who asked about that? White Zhizhi couldn't stand Lanting's attitude. She pushed the food toward him and softly said, "Eat." Then she handed a pair of chopsticks to Lang Yi. Shen Hua immediately spoke up to teach him how to use them. Since Lang Yi was about to break his contract with White Zhizhi, it was better to keep some distance. This was his female. Lang Yi could tell what Shen Hua meant. He snorted coldly. "You're not good at teaching. I can't learn. Let White Zhizhi teach me instead." Shen Hua perked up his ears and sneered. "If you can't learn, just use your hands. Only when eating with Zhizhi do you need chopsticks. Anyway, you're about to break your contract with her, so you won't need to come here anymore." Lang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Who said I want to break the contract?" With that, everyone, including White Zhizhi, looked up at Lang Yi. "You're not breaking the contract." Lanting originally wanted to sit back and watch the fight, hoping Shen Hua would chase Lang Yi away. But now, not only did he stay, he also said he wouldn't break the contract? No. The day after tomorrow is the Moon Tide Festival. Don't be influenced by Shen Hua's teasing and say that. I know you don't like White Gigi. Fine, I'll be a little wronged. I won't break the contract. You all can continue as usual, okay? White Gigi turned to look at Lanting. When the sharp look was sent over, Lanting immediately shut his mouth. It was strange. Every time he saw White Gigi, his knees went weak. Don't feel wronged. Everything will stay the same the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, Shen Hua panicked. He quickly held White Gigi's hand. I've been staying up all night for you. Are you still going to chase me away? At this moment, Nailing, lying in the dog's den eating meat, found it very amusing. Watching the meal was quite the show. A pair of fox eyes flickered back and forth among the group. He smiled mischievously, thinking these people must be blinded by greed. What's so great about an ugly female? Then he got hit. White Gigi grabbed the back of his neck and gave him 2 big slaps. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and still dare to laugh at me. Shen Hua sat upright with a serious face. Anyway, I won't break the contract. Lanting said, I thought when you gave me the small fork, you also agreed with me. White Gigi, I am your beast husband. I don't want to leave you. I don't care if you're ugly or fat. Also, haven't we cleared up the misunderstanding? Are you still upset? If you are, just say it. I can take any scolding or hitting, Langi said. Count me in. White Gigi looked at these people, feeling anxious. She scratched her head. Are you all into some weird obsession with ugliness? A capable female doesn't need any help from appearances, Shen Hua said, looking at White Gigi with affection in his eyes. But she wasn't moved, only shocked. Do as you like. I have things to do. I'm leaving now, White Gigi said, grabbing her small basket and rushing away like she was fleeing the scene. Are all these beastmen so unselective? White Gigi sighed and stepped into the woods, walking carefully. It rained last night, and this morning everything was foggy. She wanted to see if she could find some mushrooms to eat. Recently, she had been eating meat every day, and she was getting tired of it. Meanwhile, the 3 of them were still arguing. Nailing looked at them, then with a flick of his fox eyes, he immediately went after White Gigi. After the rain, the small forest was full of good things. Mushrooms sprouted in groups, and just looking at White Gigi, she felt like she had already tasted their incredible freshness. The little girl picking mushrooms carried a big basket on her back. White Gigi walked and sang, while Nailing, who was behind her, saw the legendary agility in a chubby person for the first time. His fox ears twitched, and suddenly he remembered how White Gigi had hugged him that night, and how she had taken care of him these past few days. Nailing thought she didn't like those others, but she probably liked him. Otherwise, why would she treat him so well? White Gigi walked quickly, not at all like a fat person. A faint green aura surrounded her, and her face was covered with fine sweat. Nailing narrowed his eyes. He always felt that White Gigi had lost a lot of weight. Not only that, but the bumps on her face were gone too. Such a big change. No wonder those people suddenly changed their minds. Thinking about what Bai Gigi said this morning, Nailing's eyes darkened. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and broke his own hind leg with a snap.
Ouch! Ouch! Ouch!
A loud cry of a fox echoed. Bai Gigi turned around in shock and saw Nailing had followed her without her noticing, and he had been hit on the leg by a branch. She hurried forward and saw blood staining Nailing's white fur. He looked pitifully at Bai Gigi, occasionally making faint sounds as if he was in pain. Bai Gigi frowned. Who told you to follow? Don't you know you're weak and in a vulnerable stage now? She was scolding him, but her hands gently held him in her arms. A soft green glow surrounded them, wrapping Nailing in a warm light. The fox's eyes narrowed slightly. He rubbed his head against Bai Gigi's chest on purpose, smelling her feminine scent. Nailing had many thoughts, but he didn't show them. He closed his eyes and pretended to be weak. Bai Gigi placed him in a basket behind her, with a wood-based spell following closely. Nailing lay in the basket feeling very bored, but still felt safe. Out of boredom, he playfully tugged at Bai Gigi's hair. Her hair smelled nice, unlike before when it was full of lice. Bai Zhizhi collected many mushrooms and some mulberries. She even pulled out wild onions by the roots, planning to plant a vegetable garden so she wouldn't have to search everywhere for food. Besides that, she found many wild fruits and put them all into her space.
Na Ling var stund.
How many more surprises did Bai Zhizhi have that they didn't know about? He thought it was amazing enough that she awakened a wood-type ability, but now he found out she had space too?
Wow.
Was his little female this powerful? Bai Zhizhi noticed Na Ling's gaze. She hadn't planned to hide anything from him anymore. Unlike at the beginning, now that their misunderstandings were cleared, she didn't need to hide anything. In spring, there are many edible things. Bai Zhizhi started to feel amazed. Materials in this beast world are truly abundant. She also discovered 2 Sichuan pepper trees, which was a major find. Although the fruit wasn't ripe yet, she still broke off 2 branches and put them into her space. Green Sichuan pepper fish, delicious. There were wild raspberries all over the mountains and fields. Bai Zhizhi was overwhelmed with harvest today. On her way back, Bai Zhizhi casually caught a few fish. As she approached the cave, someone suddenly called out to her. Zhizhi, Zhizhi. A young girl was sitting on a snow lion, smiling brightly and waving at Bai Zhizhi. Bai Zhizhi's mind quickly recognized who she was. Luo Chao, the only close friend of the original owner, was also the one who helped her the most in the tribe. She often brought her gifts. Luo Chao is a female from the wolf tribe, but she is quite rebellious. She can't stay in the tribe for long and spends a lot of time wandering outside each year. The leader can't control her because Luo Chao is very clever. She invented crossbows, which greatly helped defend the wolf tribe. When she got closer, Luo Chao jumped down from the snow lion. She was wearing an animal skin skirt and a small flower crown, looking like a little fairy from the animal world. Behind her, the snow lion transformed into a human form the moment Luo Chao landed. That person is probably about 2 meters tall. Seeing Bai Zhizhi looking at her beast husband, Luo Chao blushed shyly. Zhizhi, let me introduce you. This is my beast husband, Infeng, an 8th-rank beast man from the snow lion tribe. I had a little accident outside this time and he saved me. Luo Chao, you've been gone for a long time, Bai Zhizhi said. Luo Chao rolled her eyes at her. What do you mean? The leader sent me a letter saying you want to break the bond with your beast husband. He told me to persuade you. Bai Zhizhi smiled. So, what are your plans? What else can I do? Your beast husbands are not good to you. Besides falsely accusing you of poisoning them, what else can they do? They are talented, but can't even protect their own females. Zhizhi, come with me. Infeng's good brother is also very strong. I'll have him introduce himself to you. As expected of a good friend, she doesn't try to persuade her to stay, but to leave. Nai Ling, who was in the basket, looked furious, his face darkening with anger. Luo Chao was saying all the things he didn't want to hear. She then hugged Bai Zhizhi tightly, rubbing against her. Little one, I miss you so much. Have you lost weight? Are your beast husbands not feeding you well? After saying that, Luo Chao's face darkened too. Those bad guys, do they not even take care of their own females anymore? Let's go. I'll tell the leader. These guys are really too much. You don't care whether Bai Zhizhi is thin or not after leaving the palace. You only care if she has enough to eat when you're not around, and if she's become too thin from hunger.
Luo Chao, I'm fine.
I'm just dieting myself. Haven't you noticed that I look different in some way? Bai Zhizhi feels the kindness from this stranger and feels warm inside. It's her who has taken over someone else's place. You're thinner now, and also more beautiful. The lump on your face is gone. Luo Chao looks at Bai Zhizhi's changes and feels genuinely happy for her. When the 2 sisters meet, they talk more than usual. Luo Chao turns to Infeng and says, You just visited my cave, right? Go back and wait for me. I want to talk to Zhizhi. I'll come back to join you tonight. Infeng nods silently, looking reluctant to leave Luo Chao. Your beast partner is very clingy. I thought, with your personality, you wouldn't bond so quickly. Talking about Infeng, Luo Chao's face turns red. Infeng is very good. He's different from other beast men. Her good friend, finding a good match, Bai Zhizhi is naturally happy too. He's also very handsome. They smile at each other, understanding each other's meaning perfectly. Nai Ling, in the basket, looks angrier. His female partner is praising another male in front of him, and he can't stand it. Luo Chao is surprised by Gigi's change. In the past, she always helped her tidy up the cave, but now Gigi can do it herself very well. This makes her feel both sad and happy. Gigi, you've really improved a lot. Gigi puts down her things and pulls Luo Chao to sit. You have to grow up eventually. She then washes some fresh raspberries and hands them to Luo Chao. Luo Chao looks at the food in front of her and then at the beautiful dishes. Her eyes brighten. Gigi, where did you get these? I've never seen such delicate pottery before. If you like it, I can give you some. I have plenty. Luo Chao's eyes light up. Where did you get these? Gigi replies, the beast god gave them to me. Hearing that the beast god gave them to her, Luo Chao jumps up. The leader said you received guidance from the beast god. I didn't believe it at first, but now I see it's true. Gigi, break the bond. You're such an excellent female. Aren't you worried about finding a male who treats you well? Nailing, I can't stand it anymore. If I endure this any longer, everything will be ruined. He jumped out of the box and showed his teeth at Luo Chao angrily. Luo Chao. Where did this lame fox come from? You're the one with a limp. Nailing spoke human words, looking disdainful as he jumped onto the table and sat down. Luo Chao. Nailing, what are you here for this time? I get along well with my female. We had misunderstandings before, but now they're cleared up. I won't break the contract with her, so don't stir trouble here. Luo Chao was laughed at and got angry. Stir trouble? Who's the one calling Gigi ugly for no reason? Now you see me doing better and regret it? No way. Gigi watched the two arguing and couldn't help but find it funny. She knew Luo Chao didn't really want her to break the contract. Breaking the contract would hurt both their beast spirits. Luo Chao was just upset about how her mates had treated her before. Nailing, the Moon Tide Festival is coming soon. You keep saying you won't break the contract, but what gift have you prepared for Gigi? Nailing snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring Luo Chao. The Moon Tide Festival is the second spring courtship fire festival in the Beast tribe. The Beast people pray to the Beast god for children and prosperity. On this day, males give gifts to females to show their feelings. The more thoughtful the gift, the more love the male shows, and the more he values the female. Luo Chao was trying to provoke him on purpose. She was doing it on purpose. Her good friends' mates had changed their minds, which made her happy deep down. But she couldn't forgive what they had done to Gigi just because of a few words. At the festival, she had to show her sincerity. Nailing jumped down from the table. Just wait and see. I will prove myself to Gigi. Luo Chao shrugged. Then I'll wait and see. Meanwhile, a few others in the corner looked at each other. The Moon Tide Festival was near, and time was running out for the Beast people. Shen Hua was the first to run away, followed by the other two. Luo Chao peeked and saw everything. When Gigi's mates all ran off, she smiled slightly. There's still hope. Gigi felt helpless. Maybe this was what they called the family and friend filter. Luo Chao and Gigi talked for a long time. Until night fell, Luo Chao reluctantly left Gigi's mountain cave. When she was leaving, Gigi packed some utensils and a lot of food for her. Luo Chao was so touched, she almost cried. She thought pottery was impressive, but Gigi's skills were even better. That pepper fish made her cry while eating, but she kept stuffing it into her mouth. There was also the mushroom. At first, she thought it might be poisonous, but after tasting it, she found it so fresh that her tongue was fighting for space. It was so delicious, she almost doubted her life. Her good friend really is the best. After taking a shower and drying her hair, Gigi lay on the bed. Her mind unconsciously recalled Luo Chao's words. Actually, she was a little tempted too. Having been pure and simple in her past life for so many years, it's okay to enjoy a few bites this time. Moreover, Luo Chao's worries are not unfounded. She now has special powers, and without a strong beast partner to protect her, she would be in danger. This made Gigi angry when she thought about her powers. She wondered why her magic had been compressed. making her hesitant and cautious. As she thought, her eyelids started to flutter. When she was half asleep, she felt like something was licking her hand. Bai Jiji shivered and immediately sat up. She sleepily looked at the big white fox lying on the bed and slapped him on the mouth. "Who told you to come?" Bai Jiji said irritably. "Leg hurts," Nailing said, acting cute as he rubbed his head against Bai Jiji's chest, but she kicked him away. "Your den is over there." Bai Jiji pointed to the dog's den in the corner. Nailing looked aggrieved, and his tail curled around Bai Jiji's leg. He finally turned into a human form, but the injuries from falling down made his face look pale. "Oh heavens," Bai Jiji sighed. No wonder King Zhou couldn't resist Daji. She couldn't resist even a little. Nailing, with white hair and silver eyes and white eyelashes, had captivating fox-like eyes. He had a tear mole on each side of his face, making him both enchanting and handsome. "The original owner, you really have good taste. Everyone is a top-tier talent." Nailing saw her amazement and smiled softly. He took Bai Ziji's hand and placed it on his abs, his voice especially charming. "My little female, how do I compare to the snow lion beast man from daytime?" White Ziji remained silent, simply focusing on the sensation of the abs in her palm. "Master, my disciple has really grown up. And I've also started to like men. Little girl, if you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement," Nailing said, leaning in to kiss her. Since the mood was already like this, a kiss wasn't a big deal. White Ziji thought to herself that she wouldn't be losing anything anyway. If Nailing can go that far, what's there to be so delicate about? Nailing pecked her like a chick pecking rice, with no sign of dislike in his eyes. He held White Ziji's chubby face and suddenly chuckled softly. "I really want to keep going with you, little girl, but it seems I can't anymore." His voice grew softer and weaker. In the next moment, he transformed back into a fox. He curled up nervously, whimpering as he looked at White Ziji, with eyes full of regret. It was such a good chance, almost succeeded, but his body just wasn't strong enough. Nailing was furious inside. After the Moon-Tide Festival, when he caught the person who drugged him, he would definitely tear them apart to vent his anger. White Ziji let out a barely audible sigh. She moved the unconscious Nailing into her nest, so he could sleep peacefully. Just as she was settling Nailing, Shen Hua came again. White Ziji looked at the leopard on the bed, feeling unsure whether to cry or laugh. Had all of them been so affected by Luo Chao's words? "Are you really going to break the contract?" Shen Hua asked, sounding a little wronged. White Ziji tilted her head, and 3 question marks appeared above her head. "It's you who want to break the contract with me, not the other way around." "Shen Hua, it's them, not me." He said this, looking a bit pitiful, and moved closer to White Ziji, rubbing his face against her hand. At that moment, his ears suddenly perked up. He could smell the fox's scent on her hand. Shen Hua gritted his teeth. Was he too slow? Sure enough, that smelly fox was cunning. Shen Hua's fluffy tail curled around White Ziji's leg, moving upward. Before she could speak, he hugged her first. "Don't push me away." White Ziji looked down, then sighed inwardly. She was truly fed up with these two. They both had a strange obsession with being ugly. But deep down, she was actually quite touched. Given her current appearance, both Shen Hua and Nailing did not dislike her. Men are visual creatures, and their acceptance made Bai Ziji feel touched. "Don't rush me away. Let go of me first." Upon hearing this, Shen Hua's face lit up with a smile. He immediately released her but then made a request. "Can I sleep with you?" In her memory, Shen Hua was a quiet and reserved person, but now she saw a different side of him. He was actually quite eager and competitive. Bai Ziji sighed again. She took a pillow and a blanket from her space. Shen Hua's eyes brightened because the blanket was very soft, and so was the pillow. "Is this for me?" Bai Ziji nodded. Shen Hua happily kissed her and said, "Thank you, my little female. I like it very much." Then he lay down. At first, Bai Ziji felt a little shy, but she soon thought it was nothing. Just as she was about to sleep, Shen Hua's arm wrapped around her. His warm breath brushed her head, and Bai Ziji's face instantly turned red. I know Ling is here. I won't hurt you, don't worry. Shen Hua's gentle voice came from above. Hearing this, Bai Jiji's face grew even redder. It was her first time sleeping embraced by someone of the opposite. She was shy, okay. I've never slept with someone before. I feel a bit embarrassed hearing this. Shen Hua's chin brushed her head. Maybe because he was holding her too tightly, Bai Jiji let out a soft sound. His body stiffened slightly, and his breathing grew heavier. But seeing that the person in his arms didn't seem to mind, Shen Hua pressed his lips together and forcibly suppressed the fluttering feeling in his heart. Bai Jiji's body still glowed with a green light. Recently, she had been working tirelessly on detoxing herself, constantly doing acupuncture. The results were quite noticeable. The next morning, she found her beast skin skirt had grown a little larger. Indeed, after using the fat-dissolving technique, her figure became much lighter. Bai Jiji looked at herself in the mirror, circling to see her changes. She was very satisfied. Her skin tone had improved significantly. It was no longer that shiny black color. Although still dark, it now had a healthy glow. White Jiji stood in front of the mirror, combing her hair into a half ponytail, then securing it with a sandalwood hairpin. Her waist had less fat now, and since the weather was getting warmer, she took off her animal hide top and replaced it with a simple cotton and linen cross-collar Chinese-style shirt from her space. It was fresh and breathable, making her feel more lively. This outfit wasn't old. It was just stored in her space because she was too lazy to tidy up, so she threw everything in all at once. White Jiji thought she should find time to organize her space soon. All the junk she had accumulated needed to be sorted out. When Shen Hua returned with his prey, his eyes widened instantly. He felt that White Jiji looked especially beautiful today. Shen Hua's throat moved, and after placing the prey on the ground, he quickly stepped forward to kiss her. I haven't brushed my teeth, White Jiji said. No matter, I still want to kiss, Shen Hua replied, lowering his head to kiss her again. After the kiss, he handed her a bead. A gift for the Moon-Tide Festival. Shen Hua pursed his lips, his eyes shining with affection as he looked at White Jiji. White Jiji frowned, quickly realizing what Shen Hua was giving her. Is this your beast pellet? In their tribe, after forming a bond, male beasts would give their beast pellet to the female as a sign of loyalty. However, some males wouldn't give it because once they did, it was like giving their life to the other person. It required great trust to do that. Aren't you afraid? White Jiji truly didn't expect Shen Hua to do such a thing. After all, they hadn't been together for long. I'm not afraid. Since I chose you, I should be completely open with you. Oh, my heart is melting. Family members. He's seducing me. White Jiji cleared her throat, hiding her excitement, then tiptoed and kissed Shen Hua voluntarily. After saying that, she ran away. She was already shy enough, but then she accidentally bumped into something hard.
Ouch!
White Jiji covered her head, grimacing in pain. When she looked up, she saw Ling Ye's cold, icy face. Looks like I came at a bad time. No, wait. Why does this sound a bit familiar to White Jiji? Ling Yi lowered his gaze, staring at the beast pellet in White Jiji's hand. His face was grim, and he didn't speak for a long time. Bai Jiji knew this person was not easy to get along with. She was just thinking about how to speak when Lang Yi suddenly pressed a bead into her hand. A gift for the Moon-Tide Festival, Bai Jiji. Silence, dead silence. After giving the beast pill, Lang Yi just stood there. Time passed second by second, and his face grew more and more annoyed. Finally, he frowned and angrily turned away. Bai Jiji was a bit confused about what Lang Yi meant. He gave her the beast pill, but was so angry. She couldn't understand him. Until breakfast, Lang Ye's face was still sour. Bai Jiji felt the atmosphere was strange, so she took out the beast pill and handed it to him. You don't have to do this. It's okay if you don't give me the beast pill. She thought Lang Yi was upset because he was just following the trend and giving her the gift.
Lang Yi's chopsticks snapped loudly.
He looked at Bai Jiji in disbelief, then got even angrier. Why is he acting so strange this morning? Bai Jiji looked confused. She didn't understand what Lang Yi was doing. She wasn't insisting on having his beast pill. It was okay if he didn't give it. It was his choice. Shen Hua, who understood everything, shook his head. Lang Yi isn't unwilling to give you his beast pill. It's just that you took it without giving him a gift in return, so he's angry. Although he didn't want to say it, as Bai Jiji's partner, Shen Hua didn't want to see her unhappy. Bai Jiji looked in disbelief. No way, is she that popular? She clearly remembered how much Lang Yi disliked her before. Just now, her gift to Shen Hua was a kiss. Does Lang Yi want her kiss too? The idea was quickly dismissed by Bai Jiji. No, that was impossible. Shen Hua shook his head and, after finishing breakfast, he took the initiative to do the chores. Last night, Bai Jiji had given him a blanket, so he assumed they were now living together. After washing the dishes, Shen Hua went into the cave and tidied up the bedding. He saw that Bai Jiji had folded her blanket, knowing she liked to fold it neatly. Bai Jiji's pillow was light blue linen, matching his, like a pair. She seemed to really like the color blue. Shen Hua remembered the blue top Bai Jiji wore this morning. The blue hem fluttered in the wind and seemed to drift straight into his heart. Is it not good for someone to be so love-struck? Nailin crawled out of his nest, teasing Shen Hua with a mischievous grin. His tone was full of playful teasing. Last night, Shen Hua's actions were clear to Nailin. If he hadn't fallen behind in rank, he might have given that leopard a chance. Shen Hua said nothing, not even giving Nailin a glance. Instead, he patted his pillow. His belongings were on the bed, not in that dog's nest. It was obvious which was more important. Why argue over it? Nailin gritted his teeth in anger. He climbed out of his nest, giggling and howling like a fox, then went to find Bai Jiji. At this moment, Bai Jiji was thinking about how to build a bathroom and a toilet. Choosing a good spot for the bathroom was not easy. First, she needed a place far from her home. It also had to be big enough because she planned to surround it with a garden, so she could grow plants that would serve as fertilizer later. While she was thinking, a big white fox trotted over, whining and jumping into her arms. The fox furrowed its brows and kept barking. Bai Jiji reached out to catch it, feeling a bit of the joy of a king. Shen Hua followed closely behind. Nailin watched Shen Hua and then went to complain to Bai Jiji. I also want a small blanket. Why can't he sleep on the bed? You're showing favoritism. I want to sleep on the bed too. That little tail wagging was both adorable and charming. He was completely different from the gloomy Shen Hua in the cave earlier. Now, Nailin looked 3 parts angry, 3 parts sad, 3 parts cute, and 1 part sly. He curled up in Bai Jiji's arms, and the foxes had naturally rubbed against her arm. Out of her sight, it looked at Shen Hua with a teasing gaze. Shen Hua was so angry he almost laughed. He strode over to Nailin, grabbed the back of his neck, and threw him out of Bai Jiji's arms. Then he climbed onto her, kissed her on the lips in front of Nailin, and looked at Nailin with a challenging gaze. Nailin was really furious. That stinky leopard actually learned from him. He tugged at Bai Jiji's clothes, whining, "Little female, look at him." "I want to," she spoke and forcibly transformed into a human form. The two of them, one on each side, held Bai Jiji in the middle, both wanting her to look at them more. Bai Jiji looked from side to side, feeling a bit headache. She took a small step to dodge their hold and smiled, saying, "I see you two are quite energetic. I mentioned adding a shed to the kitchen earlier, and I'm leaving that task to you both. Keep it up, my dear ones. I believe you can do it." Then she slipped away like a slippery fish out of their sight. The two who had been tense suddenly relaxed when they heard Bai Jiji call them, "Dear." "She called me dear." Shen Hua rolled her eyes. "It's me." Lanting hadn't been around these days and didn't know where she had gone. Bai Jiji didn't care about him either. When she had free time, she organized her space and surprisingly found many useful things, seeds. They were leftovers from planting on the mountain, but even leftovers were quite a lot. Bai Jiji looked at the variety and was very happy. It seemed she was about to start planning her vegetable garden project. It was just the right time. She was no longer the same as when she first arrived. Now that her space was connected, misunderstandings were cleared, and good friends were around her, she felt her days would only get better. When she came out of her space, Luo Chao arrived. Bai Zhizhi shared her plan for the vegetable garden, and Luo Chao was very interested.
She said she could also help.
They finally decided on a spot behind Bai Zhizhi's mountain cave, an open area of about 4 or 5 acres. Though there were trees around, the ground was flat and easy to cultivate. Additionally, Bai Zhizhi also decided on the location for the bathroom. Luo Chao looked at Bai Zhizhi, who was confidently planning and organizing everything, and felt genuinely happy. Zhizhi, you've really changed a lot. You're shining now. A gentle breeze blew, causing Bai Zhizhi's black and red hair to fly in the wind. The two sisters talked for a long time, then went back to the small kitchen to drink 2 glasses of juice. Bai Zhizhi's vegetable garden plan was a big project. She also planned to enclose the area around her mountain cave, with fences and a pavilion, among other things. Luo Chao originally planned to leave after the Moon Tide Festival, but now she didn't want to go. She decided to stay and help Bai Zhizhi. She also wanted to go back and clear the land in front of her mountain cave. Previously, she only ate meat, but after trying the vegetarian dishes made by Bai Zhizhi, Luo Chao felt like he had opened the door to a new world. She called Yunfeng over and asked him to learn cooking from Bai Zhizhi. In this animal world, female animals rarely cook for themselves. Yunfeng was very talented. He learned quickly just by listening to Bai Zhizhi. Before leaving, Bai Zhizhi also packed some utensils for Luo Chao. She was very happy and took some salt she brought to share with Bai Zhizhi. The two families talked and laughed as they started clearing the land. After seeing off Luo Chao and his wife, Bai Zhizhi began preparing lunch. Today's lunch was pepperfish, pan-fried mushrooms, and tomato stew with meat. Now, besides Qianxuan, the other 4 mostly ate with her. Thinking of Qianxuan, Bai Zhizhi still felt a bit guilty. She didn't mention it before, but the original owner was also unkind to him. If the other 4 were misunderstood, then Qianxuan's situation was definitely not. The original owner might not have drugged the others, but she definitely did something to Qianxuan. Today is the Moon Tide Festival. Bai Zhizhi thought it might be time to set Qianxuan free. He should return to the vast ocean, not stay trapped in this small land tribe. Thinking of Qianxuan, Bai Zhizhi remembered the first day she arrived, when she seemed to have accidentally hurt his tail. She hadn't seen him much since then and wondered how he was doing. With this in mind, Bai Zhizhi packed a separate meal box and headed to Qianxuan's place. Vines covered the ground, wild grass grew everywhere, and at the cave entrance was a small pond. The pond wasn't big, but it was fresh water, possibly a hot spring. Bai Zhizhi reached out and touched the water. Sure enough, it was warm. It was amazing there was a hot spring here. She put down the food box and hesitated whether to go down when Qianxuan returned from hunting. Seeing Bai Zhizhi in his territory, Qianxuan instinctively thought she was uneasy. "What are you doing here? Leave my territory immediately, quickly." The handsome fish beast, with a scowl, was angry and wanted to chase away the uninvited guest. They had forgiven her, but he hadn't. White Zhizhi, being an unattractive female, relied on the fact that she was bought and didn't take him seriously. She mistreated him in many ways, even giving him medicine that caused his beast rank to stagnate. Thinking about his own status, which was surprisingly low, Qian Sun felt very wronged and angry. "I'm here to apologize to you." Qian Sun was surprised but quickly returned to normal. "No need. Tonight is the Moon Tide Festival, and we will end our contract. From now on, we go our separate ways. I will pretend the past never happened, and please don't bother me again. All right. I know I was wrong before. Here is some food I brought. Don't worry, I didn't put any poison in it." White Zhizhi turned and walked away. Qian Sun wanted to say he didn't need her food, but when he saw the beautiful box, he swallowed his words. Lang Yi said White Zhizhi's cooking was very good, and they all had a taste except him. Qian Sun thought he wasn't a petty fish. As long as she coaxed him, like now, it would be fine. But every time White Zhizhi cooked, she never called him. Clearly, he was the one most affected by her poison, yet she ignored him. The more Qian Sun thought about it, the angrier he became. He went to the hot spring, opened the food White Zhizhi brought, and saw the fragrant tomato and meat stew. He took a bite. Indeed, it was delicious, better than anything he had eaten before. Next was a layer of hot mushrooms, steaming and soaked in sauce. Qian Sun carefully took one and sipped the broth, almost burning his tongue with the freshness. After finishing the broth, he swallowed the mushroom in one bite. So tasty. There was also pepper fish, which was a bit spicy but very addictive. Qian Sun ate while feeling conflicted. He wouldn't forgive that unattractive female just because of one meal. But it was so spicy. Did White Gigi give him poison again? The fish drooled, feeling numb. Try this. White Gigi surprisingly hadn't left. Qian Sun's face turned red. Did she see how he was eating just now? He felt a little embarrassed. White Gigi handed him a cup of mulberry juice, cold and refreshing. Qian Sun's eyes lit up. This was the juice they all drank before. He surprisingly also has. He tilted his head back and took a big sip. The sour and sweet taste was really good. Bai Gigi. Take your time eating. I'm going back now. Qian Sun sat on a stone, his back straight. He watched Bai Gigi's figure as she left. His mouth moved a few times, but because of his pride inside, he couldn't open his mouth. But when he thought about tonight being the Moontide Festival, he knew he had to say something before it was too late. Bai Gigi. Bai Gigi turned back. She was no longer as sharp and confrontational as on the first day. You could say she took the first step to apologize. For Qian Sun, that was a sign of progress. He put down his juice, jogged over to Bai Gigi, and awkwardly grabbed her hand. Then he looked away, not meeting her eyes, acting like a shy child. Why are you only coming now, Bai Gigi? I thought you didn't want to see me. That's the truth. Qian Sun. I didn't mean not to see you. You asked Lanting to eat, called Shen Hua, hugged Naiying, and even called Long Yi.
But you didn't call me.
Clearly, you've hurt me the most, but you won't even give me a glance. Even if I was bought as a leader, I am still your beast husband. Is this how you treat me? Leaving me here alone, making me think, making me say such harsh words when we meet. I thought you were angry. I was planning to come later and comfort you. Bai Gigi smiled bitterly. Every time the fish saw her, it would hide far away. She wanted to call him, but she needed a chance. And she realized she actually liked Qian Sun quite a lot. Although he was a bit cheeky, he would drop little pearls. Really? You really think that? When Qian Sun heard Bai Gigi's words, the darkness in his eyes faded a lot. Did you really think about coming to comfort me? The awkwardness in his eyes gradually disappeared. Looking into Qian Sun's hopeful eyes, Bai Gigi nodded. Yes, otherwise, why would I be here? Qian Sun smiled, feeling incredibly happy inside. Big sister, I forgive you, Qian Sun said eagerly. Bai Gigi looked at Qian Sun, who was much taller than her, calling her big sister. She felt a little annoyed. Women generally don't like being called older. Why call me big sister? Are you very young? Qianshuan blushed and nodded. According to our merfolk age, I just turned 18 this year. Original owner, you're breaking the law. Does sister dislike me? Qianshuan lowered his head, his warm breath brushing against Bai Gi's ear. His voice was soft and pleasant. Should I take you to see my cave? Bai Gi didn't understand what Qianshuan meant by that. She was only thinking about the hot spring outside their door, and somehow, she nodded without thinking. Seeing her agree, Qianshuan was happy. He quickly picked up Bai Gi and carried her into the cave. Bai Gi had lost a lot of weight. When Qianshuan held her, he felt it most clearly. He remembered how she had sat down so suddenly earlier that she almost hurt her legs. Now she was so much lighter. Also, her growths had disappeared, and her features no longer looked flat. The more Qianshuan looked at her, the more he liked her. Bai Gi felt a little shy under his gaze. She avoided his eyes and softly said, "Aren't we supposed to look at your cave? If you hold me like this, I can't see anything." Huh? Didn't sister accept my invitation? Bai Gi was still a bit slow to respond. Yes, I did. But you should put me down first. Qianshuan tilted his head and suddenly smiled. So, sister likes being on the ground. Wait, this conversation felt a little strange. He placed Bai Gi on a beast hide mat, his voice carrying a tempting tone. Sister, do you want to see my shark pearl? Just as she thought. Baiji crossed her arms over her head, trying not to let Qianxuan see her blushing face. After all, when she arrived that first night, she was the one in control, and she even gave him a slap. I don't want to see it. That was the first thing she said after adjusting her tone. Qianxuan looked hurt. It was spring now, and his female companion was in his arms, yet she said she didn't want to see his shark pearl. Sister, I look very good. Just try and you'll see, Qianxuan said, wrapping his arms around Baiji and pulling her close. He leaned in, and their faces were just inches apart. Sorry, I can't assist with that request. He seemed to think of something, then took out a pearl from his chest and sincerely handed it to Baiji. A gift for the Moontide Festival, sister. I know I have said many hurtful things to you before. Now, I give you my life. If I make you angry in the future, just crush it. Qianxuan, you're giving this to me like this. Aren't you afraid? Looking at the pearl in his hand, Baiji's heart softened instantly. It was very brave of Qianxuan to take this step. He was so sincere, so much that once he decided, he would give his whole heart. Even though the original owner had treated him that way before. Qianxuan's gaze was honest, then he hugged Baiji into his arms. Baiji stored the pearl in her space, and then reached out to wrap her arms around Qianxuan's neck. The cool feeling returned. Qianxuan looked down and saw a shiny necklace hanging around his neck. Small, delicate pearls and unknown beads were strung together, running from his neck downwards, then extending from his chest to his back, with a particularly beautiful blue gemstone in the middle. It was very exquisite and suited him perfectly. This was a necklace Baiji bought with half a year's salary when she first came down from the mountain. But because of her status, she never wore it, so it had been gathering dust. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be very suitable for Qianxuan. The attraction between them increased again. Qianxuan, who was naturally fair-skinned, looked like a walking hormone with a necklace on. But it seemed a bit too showy. Baiji looked at Qianxuan thoughtfully, then took a plain white linen robe and put it over him. This kind of understated sexiness was more tempting. Qianxuan looked at the gemstone on his chest, his face turning red again. Is this only mine? He remembered Baiji giving Lanting a small snake fork, and he had envied it terribly. He never thought he would also have his own special gift, and it was even more beautiful than Lanting's. Only you have it. After hearing Baiji's answer, Qianxuan beamed with happiness. He cupped Baiji's face and kissed her. Thank you, sister. I like it so much. I will wear it every day. He was a merman and naturally loved shiny things. Under the sea, mermaids also decorated themselves with shells and pearls, but none were as beautiful as the one Baiji gave him. And the clothes he was wearing didn't seem to be animal skins, but they were very soft. White Gigi helped him stand up, then tidied his clothes. After tying the side strap securely, she finally nodded in satisfaction. I'm glad you like it. Do you want to go eat with me? A family should be neat and tidy. Qianxuan nodded seriously. He ran out of the cave, happily standing by the hot spring, looking into the water. Unfortunately, the mist blocked his view, but since he was in the sunlight, the chain he wore shone brightly. Crystals are so dazzling. White Gigi crossed her arms and leaned at the cave entrance, smiling as she watched the beautiful mermaid display her fins. They held hands as they returned. Along the way, many beast men from the tribe peeked out secretly, whispering among themselves. Are White Gigi and Qianxuan so close? Isn't she the one who disliked that fish the most? What's that thing Qianxuan is wearing? It's so pretty, so shiny. And his clothes, aren't they made of animal hide? Not long ago, White Gigi already took all her beast husbands. She must have received guidance from the beast god. Not only does she have special powers, but she also knows how to manage her men. We should find her later and learn from her. But have you noticed? White Gigi seems to have become thinner. Yes, not only thinner but also more beautiful. More beautiful? You guys are really bold. White Gigi looks like a pig at best. Iris's sharp voice came from behind them. Her father was the tribe's shaman. Though he didn't have special powers, he knew many herbs, which made him an important figure in the tribe. So, Iris was fearless. She looked at White Gigi's back, full of resentment. White Gigi's powers should have belonged to her. She was the daughter of the shaman, a noble and beautiful female. Even if White Gigi was the chief's daughter, so what? That ugly thing should be trampled under her feet. Say that again. White Gigi's cold voice rang out, her gaze sharp and intimidating. Iris instinctively shrank her neck, but soon she calmed down because she was backed by 8 level 6 beast men. White Gigi's beast husbands were powerful, but they didn't get along well, so there was nothing to fear. Repeating it 100 times won't change anything. By Gigi, even if you receive the guidance of the beast god, so what? I heard your beast husbands plan to break their vows with you tonight at the Moontide Festival. Qian Sun chuckled and said, your news really isn't very good. He then pulled Bai Gigi into his arms and protected her behind him. At that moment, some curious beastmen noticed that he and Bai Gigi were wearing the same clothes, just in different colors. Is Qian Sun wearing the same outfit as Bai Gigi? A couple's outfit is out now. How could their relationship be bad? Yanwei is just talking nonsense. Everyone knows her little tricks. She's liked by Gigi's beast husbands for a long time, but they ignore her. No wonder she's upset. 8? And she still wants more. The nearby beast men whispered among themselves. Yanwei looked a bit embarrassed. Although everyone knew her feelings in the tribe, hearing her say it openly in front of her beast husbands made her feel uneasy. Qingfeng stepped forward and grabbed her arm, asking, is that really true? Of course not. Yanwei instinctively denied. Bai Gigi smiled when she heard this. The truth would be revealed tonight. She looked at the green thread connecting her palm to the beast man called Qingfeng, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. So it was him. Qingfeng felt Bai Gigi's gaze. His eyes were fierce, but he didn't expect that this unattractive female wouldn't back down at all. How could that be? He, a 6th-rank beast man, felt her intimidation, yet she showed no reaction. Of course, Qian Sun sensed it too. But with authority, one level higher always dominates. The higher the rank, the harder it is to advance. Big sister, should I step in? No need. They're just too trash. Her voice was quiet but loud enough for Yanwei to hear. Who are you calling trash? Bai Gigi raised an eyebrow. Who said they're trash? She wore a calm smile, more composed than Yanwei, who was stomping her feet. Bai Gigi leaned into Qian Sun's embrace, her gaze cold. She didn't respect Yanwei and didn't pay attention to the group of beast husbands behind her. Why are you comparing yourself to me? Is it because you think I can't match you? So you have to use a man to settle things? But even so, your beast husband isn't as good as mine. Even though my Qian Sun's beast rank is stuck, he's still higher than your beast husband. Tell me, what do you have to win against me? And what do you use to look down on me? Is it just your words? Qian Sun was stunned. Bai Gigi's words were much sharper than Lang Ye's poison. She always kicks where it hurts, giving no chance for others to breathe. What are you so proud of? Bai Gigi, you should look at yourself. I tell you, as long as I, Yuanwei, am here, I won't let you have an easy time. After saying that, Yuanwei glanced at Qingfeng beside her. Qingfeng clearly understood her meaning, but he found it strange. Had the poison on Bai Gigi's body been cured? The recent changes were really big. Then go die. Bai Gigi finished speaking and moved forward. She kicked Yuanwei out. This is the first time I've seen someone so eager to die. She was protective of her own, and once she knew the killer was Qingfeng, her anger couldn't be contained. Since Qingfeng was Yuanwei's beast husband, she didn't believe he wasn't involved in Yuanwei's instructions. White man from the crowd saw this and quickly sent someone to call others. At this moment, Shen Hua, Nailing, and others were in the fields, unaware of what was happening here. Only when White Man's little ones went to call them did they learn that Bai Gigi was fighting Yuanwei on the square. They hurriedly left their work and rushed over. On the way, they met Lang Yi, and the 3 big men hurried to the scene. But what they saw was Qian Sun suppressing Yuanwei's beast husband, while Bai Gigi was beating up Yuanwei, with harsh words. It was a crushing fight. Why did they come to watch the show? But soon, the three of them sensed something was wrong. Why was Qian Sun with Bai Zhizhi? Why was he wearing the same clothes as Bai Zhizhi? Why did he look so splendid today? Lang Ye's face, which was already unpleasant, now had no expression at all. He almost turned around and left without thinking. When the leader arrived, the fight was already over. The surrounding area was filled with beast men from the tribe, and Yuan Wei's father was right behind. Yuan Wei was badly beaten. She clutched her stomach, crying as she threw herself into the shaman's arms, accusing Bai Zhizhi of her evil deeds, not mentioning that she was the one who caused trouble herself. After the shaman listened to the story of how Iris went to the head and grabbed the tail, she knocked her staff on the ground with a jingling sound. "Leader, you heard it all. Bai Zhizhi bullied my daughter. You must give us justice." The shaman looked at Bai Zhizhi, noticing her resentful and angry eyes, which Bai Zhizhi caught clearly. Her sixth sense told her that her current poisoning and condition might be connected to this shaman. Father can't just listen to Iris's side. He should hear mine too. As soon as Bai Zhizhi finished speaking, Iris started shouting. "Isn't it just one side? You rely on the guidance from the beast god, twisting the truth, making black seem white and white seem black. Who can tell what's real? I didn't hear my daughter shouting. I only saw you being aggressive." Shen Hua stepped forward. With the power of an 8th-level peak beast man, he instantly released his pressure. His sharp gaze fixed on Iris, then he gently held Bai Zhizhi's hand and said softly, "Say what you want. If anyone interrupts again, I will tear her apart." Shen Hua's last words were spoken with a sideways glance at Iris. In the beast world, strength is everything. Shen Hua's strength is undoubtedly the strongest in the wolf tribe. An 8th-level peak beast man. If not for that accident, he would probably be a 9th-level beast man now. 9th level. That's a terrifying existence. There are very few 9th-level beast men across the entire beast continent. So when Shen Hua stepped forward, all of Iris's beast husbands took a step back. Seeing Shen Hua look at her that way, Iris felt very hurt. She believed she had to speak her mind today. "Shen Hua, are you helping her bully me too?" He had previously given her prey and helped chase away wandering beast men who harassed her, all because of Bai Zhizhi, that ugly girl who stole the 8th-level peak beast husband that should have belonged to her. "She is my mate," Shen Hua said without even looking at Iris. "Nonsense. I should be your mate. Why does Bai Zhizhi deserve it? If it weren't for her father being the leader, would you all have bonded with her?" Iris cried, tears streaming down her face. It was clear Bai Zhizhi had stolen her, but now her own beast husband was turning against her. Bai Qi stood nearby, looking extremely displeased. This Iris really dares to say anything. However, Chu Hua's next answer made Bai Qi feel much more comfortable. "Even without the leader's order, I wouldn't form a bond with you." Yuan Yi completely broke down upon hearing this. She shouted loudly, ignoring her beast husbands behind her. "You're lying. You and Lang Yi are both lying. Before, you gave me food and animal skins. If you didn't like me, why would you do that?" Chu Hua replied, "I gave you food and animal skins because you are the daughter of a shaman. We need shaman medicine. Just like earlier, you dare to speak nonsense openly because you knew the tribe's orcs would help you slander Zhizhi due to your father's status." Yuan Yi, who was being accused, immediately lost her confidence. She bit her lip tightly and cried loudly. The shaman looked upset. The reason Chu Hua and the others dared to be so bold was because Bai Zhizhi had awakened her wood element powers. But that was no reason for them to bully his daughter. "Let's not talk about other things. My daughter was beaten so badly by Bai Zhizhi. You need to give an explanation. A slap doesn't make a sound without a reason." Bai Qi cleared his throat and looked at Bai Zhizhi. He asked, "You tell us what happened. Since my father asked me to speak, I will tell the truth." Bai Zhizhi looked at the surrounding orcs. She stepped forward to the center of the crowd, pointed at Yuan Yi, and said, "Today, I hit her because she gave my beast husband's poison." Everyone was shocked at her words. "Bai Zhizhi, Don't talk nonsense without proof. The shaman's face darkened, and he was furious. Proof? If you want proof, I'll give it to you. Bai Zhizhi said this, and extended her hand. She made a gesture, and a strand of green hair flowed out from her hand. Sharp-eyed orcs noticed that Qing Feng, who was beside Yuan Yi, also had a strand of green hair, and the two strands floated in the air like fish. Bai Zhizhi clenched her palm, and the vines seemed to come alive, all rushing toward Qing Feng. What is this? Bai Qi looked at Bai Zhizhi with confusion. Bai Zhizhi explained, someone has been giving poison to my beast husbands for a long time, and then blaming me. After I awakened my wood element powers, I drew out a strand of my mental energy. Because I recognized the smell of love potion, my mental energy automatically locked onto the person who used the same scent in the poison. Qing Feng, hearing this, panicked. He pointed at Bai Zhizhi and said, "You're making things up. Are you just talking nonsense? The truth will come out soon. Why are you in such a hurry?" As she finished speaking, the black hair surrounding Qing Feng suddenly looked like many small hands, all pointing directly at him. Finally, they pulled out a large bag of love potion from his embrace. There really is such a thing. Why did Qing Feng do that? Wow, I always thought it was Baizhi who drugged him. I even called her shameless. It seems we misunderstood her. Qing Feng is really cruel. Everyone knows Baizhi's beast husband stopped advancing because of that love potion.
Exactly.
As a member of the tribe, it's terrible to harm your own people. Such a person should be burned. Hearing the gossip around him, Qing Feng panicked. He looked at Iris, hoping she would speak up, but she was leaning on another beast husband, looking like she might faint from crying, not paying him any attention. You're just talking nonsense here based on your hair, accusing others without proof. Everyone knows you gave your beast husband the drug. Now you're slandering others. Baizhi, you're really vicious. Shaman, isn't that inappropriate? As the leader, I haven't said a word yet. Do you really think you can ignore me? Bai Qi stepped forward. If he didn't speak, was everyone going to treat him like a sick cat? Anyone can accuse Baizhi of anything? He's not going to let that happen. Accusing others without proof? My elemental power was awakened under the guidance of the Beast God. Are you questioning the Beast God's ability now? The Beast God has become Baizhi's biggest supporter. Any unreasonable thing can be blamed on the Beast God. And she wouldn't falsely accuse anyone. Her tracking magic is the best among her brothers and sisters. Because of the compression and to avoid wrongly accusing good people, she even checked the divination herself. Calling her a false accuser? She's just very authoritative. Hearing this, the shaman was speechless. Baizhi continued, my beast husbands moved to the mountaintop to avoid me. As you all know, I used to be quite large. So I want to ask, how am I supposed to climb up there? At this moment, Luo Chao also stepped forward. She pointed at Qing Feng and said, I think Bai Zhizhi has a good point. Also, if I remember correctly, Qing Feng, you are a beast human, right? Flying up should not be difficult for you. Nonsense. Why would I do that? Qing Feng tried to sound calm, but his voice betrayed his nervousness. No one could question the beast god, especially since he was the one who poisoned them. Of course, because someone wants Gigi's beast husband, Luo Chao said sharply. Luo Chao, what does this have to do with you? Why are you making trouble? Iris was really angry. One by Gigi was not enough. Now there's another. How is it none of my business? Bai Gigi is my good friend, and you ordered your beast husband to drug her and caused trouble between them. You also caused the warriors in the tribe to lose their rank. Not only me, anyone can stand up and accuse you. When she mentioned losing rank, Na Ling clenched his fists tightly, his eyes fixed on Qing Feng and Iris. These two bad people had hurt him badly and caused misunderstandings about Bai Gigi. All of this was caused by them. Luo Chao's words successfully stirred up the emotions of the tribe's beast men. Yes, losing rank. Originally, their wolf tribe could have a 9th-rank beast warrior, but now, it's gone. All because of that despicable Iris. The more high-ranking beast men in the tribe, the safer the tribe is. The females and cubs living inside would be safer too. A tribe's strength isn't just about fighting ability. Females and cubs are part of it. Iris's actions hurt not only Bai Zhizhi, but also the entire tribe's interests. Bai Qi's face grew darker. He looked at Iris and Qingfeng, his anger almost reaching its peak. Over the years, these people had been framing his daughter and causing the warriors to lose their ranks. They were nothing but pests. Qingfeng, do you have anything else to say? Bai Qi's voice was firm and commanding. Qingfeng knew he couldn't escape punishment, but Iris's attitude still hurt him. So, her dislike for Bai Zhizhi was partly because she hated her, and most importantly, she wanted to get Bai Zhizhi's beast husband. What about him? After Qingfeng finished speaking, he instantly transformed into a bird shape. Just as he was about to escape, Nailing suddenly swooped in and pulled him down. In front of everyone, he directly executed Qingfeng on the spot. The instigator must be punished. Yanwei nearly fainted at the sight. The shaman wanted to speak, but was forced to stay silent by Bai Qi's stern gaze. Qingfeng's actions deserve punishment. Yanwei, you are banished from the tribe. What? The shaman and Yanwei both widened their eyes in shock. Banished?
How can that be?
I'm the shaman and my daughter is a respected female. Are you sure you want to banish us from the tribe? Bai Qi asked, are you threatening your leader? The shaman looked serious, but was too afraid to speak back. Bai Qi said, of course, if you want to leave with her, I won't stop you. The shaman, who had been respected in the tribe for many years, was suddenly humiliated. He immediately grabbed Yanwei and tried to leave, but unexpectedly, Bai Zhizhi stepped forward to block them. What are you trying to do? Yanwei shouted. Bai Zhizhi said, I'm not doing anything. Then she looked at Bai Qi and said, Father, these two can't be let go. Bai Qi looked into Bai Zhizhi's eyes and understood her meaning instantly. He changed his words. Lock these people in the dungeon. When the next hunt happens, release them. Yanwei was vicious. Her father was a shaman, and if such a dangerous person was let go, it could bring bigger trouble to the tribe. Of course, Bai Zhizhi wasn't so kind-hearted. Next time? Maybe in another life. She said she would protect her family. Aside from those men, the original owner had been falsely accused for many years. If it weren't for her, the toxins in her body could have killed her. One life for another, isn't that fair? As for the shaman, she wanted to keep him to test her suspicions. So when Bai Qi's men came to these two, Bai Zhizhi quietly cast a strand of hair onto the shaman. If he dared to secretly harm Bai Zhizhi, all his actions would be transmitted through the hair, then reflected back 100 times onto his closest people, especially Yanwei. Although Bai Zhizhi's magic was limited, it was enough to give Yanwei a hard time. After resolving the issues with the witch doctor and her daughter, Bai Qiyu sincerely went to see Bai Zhizhi. He looked guilty and said, I'm sorry, father. I neglected you all these years, and I didn't know you were being bullied. Bai Zhizhi smiled slightly and said, I don't blame father. I'm doing fine. The original owner and her father, both in their 50s, were responsible for their own actions. Blaming anyone else wouldn't be right. Aside from the facts, just thinking about the original owner's behavior and lifestyle made Bai Zhizhi shiver. After the onlookers left, Bai Zhizhi's several beast husbands gathered around her. Luo Chao, seeing this, happily left the scene. Zhizhi, you're amazing. You caught the person who drugged others, Nailing said, stepping forward and holding Bai Zhizhi's hand to kiss it. Shen Hua, seeing this, pulled her into his arms, acting very possessively. Qian Sun stood nearby, looking sad and calling out, Sister. Bai Zhizhi quickly said, Did I just remembered I have something to do? I need to go now. With that, she quickly ran off, leaving a few people confused and standing there. She really had something to do. The bonfire in the central square was already lit, and the Moontide Festival ceremony was about to start. Lanting was nowhere to be seen, and the beast pill from Lang Yi was still with her. Thinking about Lang Ye's expression after giving her the beast pill, Bai Zhizhi felt he probably didn't want to do it. So, she decided to find him and return the beast pill. Lang Yi was indeed upset. Was his way of expressing himself too subtle? After realizing he had misunderstood her, he didn't hesitate to give her his beast pill. But what about her? Shen Hua gave her a beast pill, and she responded with a kiss. When he gave her his, she didn't do anything. And that wasn't all. She even received a gift from the fish she bought, but he had nothing. The more Lang Yi thought about it, the angrier he became. He dunked his head into the river, trying to calm his feelings. The bonfire in the central square was already burning. Bai Zhizhi, that foolish girl, was probably still thinking about breaking their contract. Thinking of this, Lang Yi angrily pounded the water surface. "You are really here," Bai Zhizhi's voice came from the shore. Lang Yi panicked inside, thinking, this girl is really annoying. She came all the way here just to find me to break the contract. Is there something you want? Lang Yi's voice was very cold. He turned his back to her, leaving only his back visible. Sure enough, Lang Yi really disliked her. Last time was also here, and this silver wolf's mouth was like it was coated with poison. She sighed, and then took out Lang Yi's beast pill. "I've kept your beast pill here. Don't forget to take it." Lang Yi stiffened, fists clenched tightly underwater.
She really meant it this time.
Everyone else could keep theirs, but his was returned. Listening to the gradually fading footsteps, Lang Yi couldn't hold back anymore. He turned around and shouted, "Bai Zhizhi, do you really dislike me?" Bai Zhizhi was surprised. Dislike him? Is she crazy? Who would dislike a man who looks like Killua? "I don't," she replied. "Then why did you return the beast pill I gave you?" Bai Zhizhi looked confused. "Didn't you give it to me just like everyone else? And you said you wanted to break the contract. I returned it to you, isn't that right?" Lang Yi took a deep breath. Honestly, he was going to be angry enough to die. "Bai Zhizhi, are you doing this on purpose?" Bai Zhizhi. "Doing what on purpose?" Lang Yi chuckled bitterly. "You're trying to make me so angry I die. You're angry at me?" Bai Zhizhi also laughed. "Where did that come from? Everything has already been revealed. The person who drugged you was torn apart by Nai Ling. Why would I be angry at you? I never slept with you, and I returned your beast pill. What more do you want from me?" Lang Yi. He stood in the water, coldly watching Bai Zhizhi from afar. The night wind made him feel cold, but nothing compared to how cold his heart was. What? Say something," Bai Zhizhi said impatiently. Lang Yi took another deep breath and finally whispered softly, "I also want my return gift." So, what Xiaohua said was true. So this guy's grumpy attitude was just because he wanted her kiss? "I will fight you all, you bunch of weirdos with a love for ugliness." Bai Zhizhi looked at him, then strode toward him. Seeing him getting closer and closer, Lang Yi felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. Bai Zhi quickly walked up to Lang Yi and squatted by the riverbank. She picked up a small stick and poked at Lang Yi's abs, raising an eyebrow. "What did you just say?" "I couldn't hear you from over there." Lang Yi's face turned red, and he stood in the water, his senses focused on the spot where the small stick had touched his stomach. Their eyes met. Lang Yi's heart pounded, and he hesitated several times before finally turning his face away in embarrassment. "You're usually pretty talkative. Why are you so quiet now?" Bai Zhi teased. Lang Yi snorted coldly and looked away, feeling annoyed inside. He had a small blanket from Chonghua and had slept on her bed. He had given her beast pills as a gift, and she was happy to return the favor. But when it came to him, she was so stingy. "Bai Zhi, I want my gift in return," he said. Suddenly, Lang Yi pulled Bai Zhi into the water from the shore. She was startled and jumped back, but in the next second, she fell into a strong, warm embrace. Lang Yi reached out and held her chin, then kissed her directly. It was forceful and rough, just a simple nibble. Bai Zhi's legs wrapped around his waist, and she tilted her head to meet his kiss. Lang Yi felt happy and responded with an even more passionate kiss. Behind them, the crackling of a campfire sounded. With this as the background, Lang Yi finally received his gift. "Bai Zhi, do you feel it now?" Lang Yi released her, pressing his forehead to hers. His voice was surprisingly gentle. "Feel what?" she asked. Lang Yi took her hand and placed it on his chest. "My heart." Bai Zhi chuckled softly. "Lang Yi, do you have a crush on me?" Hearing this, he frowned. "You have a fascinating soul, Much more attractive than a pretty face, the iris flower was beautiful, and she had flirted with him more than once in private. But Lang Yi was not interested. Compared to her appearance, he liked Bai Ji's abilities and her cooking skills. He was curious about her strange tools and enjoyed her wild inventions. Overall, he liked Bai Ji just as she was, regardless of her looks. "So, can you like me too?" Lang Yi asked softly. Bai Ji couldn't resist anymore. She couldn't get over her feelings. All the husbands she knew were exceptional. She admitted it. She knew she couldn't change herself, and that was her fault because she was a bit of a flirt. After taking a moment to calm herself, Bai Ji took the initiative to kiss Lang Yi on the lips. Lang Yi froze for a second, then quickly responded with warmth. The next thing Bai Ji knew, she felt as if she were flying. Lang Yi was carrying her swiftly, and after a dizzying rush, they arrived at his mountain cave. Bai Ji glanced down and couldn't help but complain in her heart. These men really went to great lengths to avoid her. This cave was so high up. Even now, after losing some weight, she still wouldn't want to climb this. "Focus." Lang Yi's voice sounded beside her ear. Bai Ji pulled her thoughts back. The cave was dim, and their shadows overlapped. Her mind went blank for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. "Lang Yi, shouldn't we be going to the Moon Tide Festival?" she asked. Lang Yi chuckled softly and brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. "Gigi, did you forget what the Moon Tide Festival is for? What we're doing now is already part of it." He gently kissed her again. His wolf tail brushed against her leg, tickling her and making her laugh. Taking the chance, Bai Ji pushed him away slightly. "Did I do something wrong? Or do you not want to?" he asked. "It's not that," she said, pulling her clothes back into place. Holding his face in her hands, she said seriously, "Lang Yi, please wait for me a little while." To be honest, she didn't yet have the courage to take that next step. Even though he didn't mind, she wanted their first time together to be special, something she could remember fondly, not something rushed or careless. Lang Yi had thought she was rejecting him and felt disappointed, but after hearing her explanation, he immediately understood. He leaned forward and kissed her gently, his heart full of joy. As long as she didn't dislike him, he was happy. "I'll wait for you," he said softly. Bai Ji smiled, snuggling into his arms. After teasing each other for a while, they finally made their way to the central square, arriving fashionably late and making quite an entrance. Lang Yi, who is 1.9 meters tall, holding a large man weighing 200 jin, looks very strange. The key is this big man is quite popular. As soon as they appeared, several other beast handlers gathered around. "Gigi, you really are skilled at managing your partners. On the Moon Tide Festival, did your partners give you any gifts?" The speaker is Bai Man. Her words attracted many other women to look over. Honestly, they were curious about how Bai Ji managed to win over several top-tier partners at once, and it seemed they all liked her. The most surprising thing is, Bai Ji isn't very pretty. "I received their beast cores as gifts for my partners." Suddenly, everyone was shocked. "Beast cores?" Bai Man was so surprised she couldn't speak. She had already had over a dozen children, and none of her partners had ever given her a beast core. "Gigi, you're really amazing." This praise was sincere. Receiving beast cores meant genuine affection. Niling stood nearby, looking complicated. He couldn't give Bai Ji his beast core right now. Because of his lowered rank, he was damaged internally, and without a beast core, he might not even be able to keep his human form. But at this moment, he didn't want to fall behind. After thinking, he came up with a good idea. He could first build good feelings with Bai Ji by showing off his dancing skills, since he was best at dancing. So Niling jumped into the center square. The bonfire was already surrounded by beastmen. The drums beat happily, and Niling started dancing to the music. He performed a lively dance for the Moon Tide Festival, attracting many women to watch and admire him. Lang Yi had already let Bai Ji down, and a few others stood around, clapping happily as they watched Niling dance. Suddenly, Niling leaped forward and took Bai Ji's hand. He changed his dance pose from grand and open to more intimate. His 9 tails spread out, shining like gold under the firelight. "Shameless fox," Qian Xuan cursed. Langya looked at him and nodded in agreement. Only Shen Hua felt something was wrong. Where did Lanting go? He wasn't at the Moontide Festival. Langya, where is Lanting? Shen Hua asked. I don't know. I haven't seen him these past 2 days, but he will definitely come back during the Moon Festival. While they were talking, Lanting finally rushed over in a flurry. As soon as he arrived, he saw Bai Zhizhi dancing happily with Niling. He sneered and hid the item in his hand behind his back. Thinking about what he had done these days, Lanting felt quite ashamed. Qian Sun, with sharp eyes, approached and teased, Did you shed your skin? Lanting nodded slightly and held the item even tighter. Long Yi watched silently, but didn't say anything. Giving gifts is a kind gesture. Lanting's snake skin was actually very valuable. It looked like he had even made clothes from it. So, he had been hiding away these days to do sewing? Qian Sun was observant, and Lanting's eyes were sharp too. Your necklace. Qian Sun looked up, speaking loudly as if afraid others wouldn't hear. He pointed at the necklace on his chest and said, This necklace was a gift from Zhizhi, and my clothes match hers too. That tone was quite cheeky. Who asked about your clothes? Why are you talking so loudly? I can't hear you clearly. Are you showing off? When I was eating at the small table, you were rolling around in your broken fish pond. What are you bragging about? I won't say who was upset. Lanting's fiery temper instantly flared, and he was boiling with jealousy. Meanwhile, Bai Zhizhi was happily dancing with Niling, unaware that someone behind her was about to start a fight. Lanting and Qian Sun were about to throw punches when a very discordant voice suddenly rang out in the wolf tribe. There's an intruder. Bai Qi's face was serious. Everyone stopped, and a pressure from an 8th-rank beast man approached from afar. Long Yi, Shen Hua, and others immediately prepared for battle. Niling protected Bai Zhizhi in her arms. Under the night sky, a fox beast man led 2 young ones, walking steadily toward everyone. An 8th-rank beast man. The Mo Fox tribe actually has an 8th-rank beast man. Everyone whispered among themselves but remained alert. Originally, Luo Chao and In Feng were having so much fun that they lost track of time. Just now, they were dancing together on the stage, competing with Bai Zhizhi and Niling. Now, as she looked at the distant 8-tiered orc approaching her, her heart suddenly started pounding without reason. Why do I feel like that fox looks familiar? Luo Chao's eyesight had become quite bad at this moment. She grabbed In Feng's hand and squinted, leaning forward to carefully observe the 2 small figures and the large one. Lin Wu's face darkened. He finally saw the person he had been longing for these past 2 years, only to find she was now standing with another male. The firelight from the campfire illuminated Lin Wu's face, and Luo Chao finally saw clearly. Wow, this was the beast husband she had met during her previous trip when he was in heat. After they had their cubs, she ran away. How did he find her again? Luo Chao quickly shook off In Feng's hand and tried to run away. But before she could take more than a few steps, Lin Wu called out to her. Stop! Lin Wu lowered his intimidating aura and looked angrily at Luo Chao, who was fleeing. At this moment, the wolf tribe members also realized what was happening. Was Luo Chao's beast husband coming to find her? How exciting! Hey, Lin Wu, long time no see. Luo Chao greeted him, but her smile froze when she saw the 2 little ones. You shameless female. Do you know how I've been living these past 2 years? Lin Wu said this without caring about appearances or pride. He was willing to give up the pride of being an 8-tiered beast man. He plopped down on the ground and began to complain in front of all the wolf tribe members. Luo Chao covered her face, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Lin Wu, can we go back and talk later? But he refused a request. Luo Chao, and the cubs are free. You choose one. Lin Wu said this, and surprisingly, he started to cry. He actually cried? In Feng was also surprised. He never thought he would meet such a strong opponent one day. Just moments ago, he was joking about Bai Zhizhi's beast husbands, but now, he couldn't laugh anymore. His female had a cub with another male. Luo Chao, you said I was your only one. What is going on now? In Feng asked, pointing at Lin Wu, who was sitting on the ground crying with a hurt expression. It is more like he wanted an answer, even if it was a false one. Anyway, he could lie to himself. Luo Chao, your silence is deafening. It's like countless knives stabbing, leaving him badly wounded. Bai Qi wanted to say something, but he couldn't speak because these weren't his tribe's orcs. This Luo Chao too. She doesn't want the males from her tribe. They're never home and always out flirting. If a fight breaks out, what should they do? Luo Chao also thought of this. She gave Bai Qi a reassuring look. But many orcs still showed their displeasure. Luo Chao really is something, provoking an 8th rank orc. What if she causes a conflict with the Mo Hu tribe? Exactly, we can't just fight because of her, can we? Troublemaker, thinking she's clever for inventing the crossbow, but she's always out and about. If it weren't for the Moon Tide Festival, who knows where she'd be? When Lin Wu heard someone talking about his female, he immediately stopped crying.
What are you saying?
Chao Chao is great. I came here to join the wolf tribe. My cub and I are both members now. Where's our leader? Do I need to register? Lin Wu looked around the crowd and smiled. Buy one, get two free. My cub has special powers, you know, father. Don't rush to recruit people. I want to eat some melon first. Luo Chao was shocked. Her good friend's sharp words caught her off guard. Lin Wu heard someone responding to him and quickly returned to his usual self. He sat down heavily, pointing at Luo Chao with tears in his eyes. When you loved me, you took off one piece at a time. When you didn't love me, your words were like knives stabbing me again and again. Luo Chao, do you remember the vow you made in the Mo Hu tribe all those years ago? The other orcs. Luo Chao said nothing, just pretending to be dead like an ostrich. Bai Xi's lips curled into a smile. She loved gossip, so she eagerly threw out a bombshell. What vow?
Tell us.
Tears streamed down her face as she cried softly. After a moment, she recited a simple rhyme. You are my heart, you are my liver, you are 3/4 of my life. Yunfeng was silent. Wow. The legendary, untrustworthy woman has been touched by him. Those words you once said to me too. Her family was devastated, feeling hopeless. Luo Chao looked at Bai Jiji with tears in her eyes, very upset. All right, you've lost your good friend. I have no place here anymore. I'm leaving. If you want to run, just say it. Why make such a bad excuse? Luo Chao gritted her teeth in anger. Bai Jiji, you're really too mean. Running away was impossible. Lin Wu and Yunfeng, who had never worn masks, were surprisingly united. They blocked Luo Chao from both sides. They moved closer, not giving her a chance to breathe. Bai Qi watched happily. Wow, a level 8 beast man joined the wolf tribe, and now another one too. Luo Chao, you did well to leave. He immediately arranged a cave for Lin Wu, right next to Luo Chao. When Luo Chao was taken away, she was still struggling, saying it wasn't necessary to be in such a hurry. But Lin Wu said the leader was just being thoughtful. The sounds of stumbling and shuffling continued. After the beast men at the Moon Tide Festival Square finished singing and dancing, many also left. Since it was spring, if there were cubs, the supplies would be enough, and the cubs would have a good environment to grow. Everyone worked hard. Bai Jiji felt embarrassed. She hadn't greeted anyone and quietly slipped back to her place alone. She had just danced with Nailin and was sweaty. Now she just wanted to take a shower. Shen Hua had already prepared the bathroom. The wooden planks were thick and tightly sealed. Bai Jiji looked at the spacious shower room, feeling very impressed with Shen Hua. Even without nails, he managed to make it so perfect. Most importantly, he even made a floor. The bathroom floor was covered with wooden planks, and all the splinters had been smoothed away by Shen Hua. A gentle smile appeared on Bai Jiji's lips. Being loved by someone really felt like this. Shen Hua also made a few small compartments for her to store things. Bai Jiji saw this and felt warm inside. Her master once said she was someone with little family connection. Actually, it seemed her life in the past wasn't as happy as she had imagined. She always trains alone and stays alone in her room. Her parents say they like her and claim that boys and girls are the same, but she knows the truth. Nothing is really the same. Her feelings are often ignored. Later, after going up the mountain, she rarely returned. Now, it seems she can't go back anymore. Bai Zhizhi crouched by the water pool. When her fingertips touched the water, it felt like something had fallen from her face and into the water, small, hot, creating ripples in the dark night. After a moment, Bai Zhizhi took off her clothes and soaked herself in the water. She thought that would make her feel like she hadn't cried, but once memories are opened, they are hard to close again. She took a bottle of stale, strong medicine from her space. With a flash of magic, the liquid turned cold. But after drinking, it still tasted bitter. Bai Zhizhi tilted her head back and leaned against the pool, her eyes red. Even so, she missed home. The wood element magic surrounded her, lighting up the whole space. She looked at the tiny stars and drank a large bottle all at once. After finishing, her head felt dizzy, but it really helped suppress her feelings of longing. After 2 bottles, Bai Zhizhi could no longer stand steadily. She was drunk, her eyes blurry, and the loud noises around her made her head ache. When she got out of the pool, she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Her knees hit the ground first, and the pain made her emotions, which she had been trying to hold back, surge again. She sat on the ground, hugging her knees, and started crying. At this moment, Shen Hua came in. He stood at the door, watching Bai Zhizhi, who was sitting on the ground completely, crying so sadly that his heart almost broke. Zhizhi. Shen Hua quickly stepped forward and took off his beast-hide coat to wrap her. Hearing the sound, Bai Zhizhi groggily looked up, tears still in her eyes. Her eyes were red at the corners, and her nose was red from crying. Shen Hua felt heartbroken. All he could think about was who made her cry. And that smell in the air, like fruit, but not quite. Looking at Bai Zhizhi's state, it was unusual. During their time together, she rarely showed this side. No matter how harshly others spoke to her before, she always acted indifferent. Currently crying so hard, she must have suffered a great injustice. Who? Did someone bully you? Shen Hua's voice was cold, almost like he was about to lose his temper. Bai Zhizhi was amused by his expression. She reached out and gently rubbed his furrowed brow. No one bullied me. I just miss home. Shen Hua paused, a bit confused by her words. Isn't her home right here? Since she was a child, she had always been part of the wolf tribe. In the next moment, Bai Zhizhi pressed close to him. The fresh scent unique to females interrupted Shen Hua's thoughts. She wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into his embrace. She whispered in his ear with a crying tone, I only have you now. Shen Hua hesitated. He should have been happy, after all, she had 5 beast husbands. But she said she only had him. Yet, she was crying so fiercely, tears hot and sliding down her neck, almost breaking his heart. Shen Hua suppressed his feelings and gently patted her back, comforting her like a child. Shen Hua didn't understand romantic words. He only knew that seeing her cry made his heart feel like it was being pierced. He wanted to protect her, because she said she only had him. Why do you look so beautiful? Bai Zhizhi smiled again. Before Shen Hua could react, she cupped his face and kissed him. Shen Hua stiffened. He didn't expect his little female to be so bold. Zhizhi, Bai Zhizhi interrupted him with a kiss again. Shen Hua's breath hitched. His 2 furry ears twitched, and his tail behind him dragged on the ground, wagging unconsciously. Bai Zhizhi looked up, happily rubbing his head. Her hands were soft and fluffy, feeling wonderful. She was in a good mood. She straightened up and bit his ear. Shen Hua let out a muffled sound, his mind going blank. His little female had actually bitten him. It didn't hurt, actually, it was a little addictive. He instinctively held her tighter, his palms warm and sweaty. Their body heat connected in this small, tight space, making the atmosphere incredibly intimate. He crouched there, holding her with both hands, afraid she would fall or break free from his embrace. Hua, I realize I like you very much. Shen Hua's heart was pounding, and he couldn't tell how to feel. His little girl was saying things he loved to hear. I feel the same, husband, Bai Zhizhi softly called him in his ear. Her sweet, gentle breath seemed to surround Shen Hua, making him want to fall deeper into her. Bai Zhizhi's body was cool and damp, her wet hair sticking to her front. Tiny water droplets looked like morning dew. Shen Hua leaned in and kissed her soft lips. Her body softened at the kiss. His heart was racing. He had kissed before, but tonight felt different. Husband? Shen Hua didn't understand the meaning of those words, but he knew it was a very good way to call someone. His eyes, bright red, showed strong possessiveness. Bai Zhizhi replied, "Yes, you are. Do I look good?" "Yes, very good." "Hua Hua looks the best." Bai Zhizhi held Shen Hua's face, their eyes meeting with a slightly tipsy, dreamy look. She tilted her head and smiled, so close to him, looking adorable. Shen Hua felt his body calling out. He quickly pulled Bai Zhizhi into his arms, wishing he could hold her forever. "Do you like me?" He knew what she would say, but still wanted to ask again, stubbornly. "Yes, I like you very much," Bai Zhizhi boldly confessed. She liked her Hua Hua. He was the first person to come close to her since she arrived in this world. Of course, she wanted to cherish him more. Thinking this, Bai Zhizhi suddenly pulled Shen Hua into her space. Shen Hua was confused. Weren't they just in the bathroom? Why had they suddenly changed places? He held Bai Zhizhi and looked around blankly. Then he realized they were sitting on a bed, still in the same position. The bed sheet smelled like Bai Zhizhi, which was very nice. The blanket was soft and the bed was soft too. It didn't look like animal skin. Shen Hua had many questions, but in the next second, all of them disappeared from his mind. Bai Zhizhi leaned forward and sat on his lap, straddling him. Shen Hua lay back naturally, keeping his eyes fixed on her. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." Jihua looked very surprised. He quickly stood up and hugged Bai Zhizhi. As their positions changed, Bai Zhizhi froze completely. Her pupils shrank, and she became more certain that she was not enough. "Do you not want me? Or do you think I am not good enough?" Jihua had never felt insecure before. He had seen other male beast men, and they were nothing compared to him. But now he was unsure. Bai Zhizhi knew he misunderstood. Men, after all, only care about that one thing. She turned around sadly and looked at Jihua. She hesitated for a moment and whispered something in his ear. After she finished, Jihua was stunned. His expression also became very hurt. His pride, which he was proud of, suddenly felt like a burden. But he didn't want to give up. "Try it, okay?" Jihua picked Bai Zhizhi up and laid her on the bed. He leaned over and got close to her. His voice was tempting, and his gaze was affectionate. Bai Zhizhi, feeling strangely compelled, nodded slightly. Seeing her agree, Jihua happily kissed her. But at the very end, Bai Zhizhi started crying again in his arms, crying loudly. "It hurts." Bai Zhizhi's mind was only filled with that word. Jihua wiped her tears from her face. He couldn't just give up, or else he would have nothing left. "Be gentle," he whispered softly. He tried very hard to hold back the urge to rush everything. He knew he couldn't just think about himself in this situation. Finally, after several more attempts, Jihua gave up. Bai Zhizhi curled up in his arms, crying so hard she was gasping for breath. What should he do? She and her husband were no longer in harmony. Boohoo! The people who returned from the square looked around Bai Zhizhi's cave several times, but couldn't find her anywhere. Even Jihua was gone. Lang Yi looked upset. The words he had spoken in the cave no longer mattered. Tonight, he wouldn't be angry or worried if Bai Zhizhi was with anyone else. But he couldn't accept her being with Jihua. He could see that Bai Zhizhi cared about Jihua. This little female was the same with all of them, but she had a special feeling for Jihua, like a daughter. This made Lang Yi very unhappy. "I'll go look by the river. You guys can do as you like." After Lang Yi finished speaking, he quickly disappeared from sight. The remaining three looked angry and stern. Yu Chao, Bai Zhizhi, and Shen Hua were gone. It's easy to guess where those two went. Bai Zhizhi is really too much. How can she be so biased against Shen Hua? Lanting said, roughly stuffing the handmade snakeskin coat into his arms. She is his beast partner, yet she treats him unfairly. Lanting naturally felt upset about this. Biased? Shouldn't you look at what you've done before?
Nai Lanh TZ
Lanting sneered. You're not any better. Niling shrugged, squinting his fox eyes with a half smile. I'm different from you. Don't forget, I have a nest inside her cave. By the way, little female, your mouth is really soft. Qian-sun, are you looking for trouble? If you can't speak properly, just shut up. This annoying fox had been causing trouble all night. Now he's stirring things up again? By the way, among us, none of us are as favored as Shen Hua. Only Shen Hua has been in bed, and now she's taken away alone. TSK, Niling finished speaking without caring about the other's expressions. His 9 white tails flicked, flashing past. In the next second, his fox den appeared next to Bai Jiji's cave. Did he just move his home here? Qian-sun wanted to curse the beast. No wonder that old fox had been working here a few days ago. He had built a den next to Bai Jiji's cave. Such scheming. After cursing for a moment, Qian-sun only hesitated for a second before packing his things and moving in, taking the spot on the left side of Bai Jiji's cave first. Originally, there were 2 small caves on the left side. They were small but close to the front. Without a doubt, Qian-sun took the front one. Lanting was a step late and chose the other one behind him. But both were still close to Bai Jiji. Besides Lang Yi, who went to find someone, the other 3 were busy arguing and decorating their new nests, feeling heartbroken. After all, no one wanted to admit they were less important in the little female's heart than others. Bai Jiji cried and fussed all night in her space. She was in pain, and, because of the alcohol, she vented her feelings of grievance. Shen Hua held her in her arms and comforted her like a child for a long time. After Bai Jiji fell asleep in his arms, he slowly got up and looked around. The space was chaotic, filled with piles of objects. Shen Hua immediately understood what Bai Jiji had said earlier. Maybe it wasn't really a divine sign guiding her. Maybe she wasn't herself. He frowned as he looked at the unfamiliar objects in front of him. Every item was strange. Are these things from a young female's world? So, that's why she said she missed home. Thinking of Bai Jiji crying in the bathroom, Shen Hua felt a pang of pain. No matter what, they were now together. He decided he needed to treat her even better. If she was happy enough, maybe she wouldn't miss home so much. With that thought, Shen Hua returned to the bed. This place felt strange, like some kind of space magic, but he had never heard of space magic that could trap both himself and others. Still, he felt warm inside because she brought him here. That meant he held an important place in her heart. She said she liked him. She said he was her husband. She even praised him for being good-looking. He couldn't think too much. Just thinking of Bai Jiji made his heart soft, like it was coated in honey, and the air around him seemed sweet. After Bai Jiji fell asleep, she kept sniffling. Shen Hua thought of something and carefully looked down at her. Just one glance made his guilt grow even more. She was hurt. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Shen Hua knelt by the bed and looked at Bai Jiji without blinking. He thought he might have gone a little overboard, but he never expected to hurt her. And the worst part is, thinking about the future, Shen Hua's expression became complicated. He couldn't just stay away from her forever, could he? Bai Jiji slept deeply. Strangely, she didn't dream at all. When she opened her eyes, she saw Shen Hua's handsome face, such a wonderful sight. Waking up to see a handsome guy. Does it still hurt? Bai Jiji shook her head, but she quickly realized that Shen Hua's words had 2 meanings. Her face turned red instantly. I'm hungry, Bai Jiji said, hugging Shen Hua's neck. Go out and cook. I'll do it today, Shen Hua said softly, his eyes full of affection. Can you cook now? Shen Hua, I'll help you, and after watching for a while, you'll naturally learn. But the taste might not be as good as yours. Great husband, you can do everything. The bathroom is also built perfectly. If I didn't have you, I don't know how I would live. Shen Hua's eyes curved into a gentle smile, and the corners of his mouth were hard to hide. You just know how to coax me, Shen Hua said, his gaze moving up and down, finally resting on her lips. Although she wasn't very pretty, he couldn't help but want to kiss her, as if he could never get enough. Bai Jiji was the same. Shen Hua had a faint scent about him, Hard to describe, but very nice. As they kissed, they suddenly appeared in the space. Bai Zhizhi was still lost in Shen Hua's kiss when she suddenly looked up and met a pair of golden eyes. Bai Zhizhi shivered, feeling an inexplicable panic in her heart. Instinctively, she hid in Shen Hua's arms. Shen Hua sensed something was wrong. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lang Yi with a grim face. Looking around at the surroundings, he realized he was back. Did I disturb you too? Shen Hua, it seems I came at a bad time. Why does that sound so familiar? Bai Zhizhi felt very embarrassed. Seeing Lang Yi's expression, she had a strange feeling, like she was caught in a secret affair. Zhizhi, do you remember what you told me last night in the cave? And what are you doing now? Lang Yi knew he shouldn't ask her so directly. After all, Shen Hua was her beast husband, and she could choose whoever she wanted. But he still felt uncomfortable inside.
We didn't do anything.
Shen Hua's calm voice sounded. Then he looked at Bai Zhizhi gently and said, "Rest a little longer. I'll go cook. When it's ready, I'll call you." Lang Yi leaned to the side, watching the two with a tense expression. His dissatisfaction grew even more. After Shen Hua arranged everything for Bai Zhizhi, he cast a meaningful look at Lang Yi, who looked unhappy. His gaze shifted slightly, and he smirked. "Zhizhi wasn't feeling well last night, so we went out for a walk. You came just in time. I need to go cook now. Stay here and keep her company." The last two words, Shen Hua said very seriously. Lan Yi didn't expect the leopard to be so generous. After all, both Shen Hua and he are very possessive beast men. Now that Shen Hua has willingly loosened his grip, Lan Yi's expression softened quite a bit. "We are all Zhi's mates. Even if we're jealous, there should be limits," Shen Hua said, then turned and left the cave, leaving space for Lan Yi. Bai Zhizhi has a wood-type ability. Just now, when they were close, Lan Yi saw her healing herself. If she wanted to do something with Lan Yi, it probably wouldn't be a problem. But he felt a little jealous inside. Thinking of this, Shen Hua looked back behind him and sighed heavily. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that just now." After Shen Hua left, Lan Yi also stopped pretending to be polite. He followed closely to Bai Zhizhi's bed, then boldly picked her up and held her in his arms. One handsome face was replaced by another equally handsome one. Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but feel grateful inside. She was really lucky to have such good partners. "No need to apologize. It's my fault for not balancing things well. Last night, after I came back from the square, I thought of some unhappy things, and I accidentally drank too much. My head was dizzy, and I just ran off with Shen Hua." She leaned close to Lan Yi's ear and continued, "Are you jealous? Too close." The scent of her femininity instantly filled his nose, making Lan Yi feel restless inside. His throat moved, and his face turned red immediately. Seeing this, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh. All her beast men are competitive and possessive, but they are also very fun. They all follow a pure-hearted route. A little tease turns them into blushing fruits. It's interesting, really interesting. And the best part is, teasing is legal. Thinking about how he was nervous just now, what's there to be nervous about? These are his legally bonded husbands. Going with the flow is normal, doesn't he understand? Bai Zhizhi squinted with a smile. She sat cross-legged on the bed, but her body was still in Lan Yi's arms. She habitually reached out to touch Lan Yi's fluffy beast ears, soft and super nice to touch, just like Shen Hua's. "Do you like to touch ears?" Bai Zhizhi rested her chin on his shoulder and muttered softly in response. Lan Yi's mood improved a lot because he didn't smell Shen Hua's scent on Bai Zhizhi. That proved she wasn't lying to him. Bai Zhizhi didn't know what Lang Yi was thinking. She was happily playing with his hair, wrapping it around her hand. Who could refuse a handsome guy? But as she played, she became a bit mischievous. She already had shadows from what happened last night. She had seen Qian Sun's side, which was quite intense, but at least it was within her limits. Thinking of this, Bai Zhizhi suddenly became restless. Don't do things that only make her anxious while watching. Shen Hua's stubbornness almost hurt her to death. Thinking back to last night, Bai Zhizhi's face turned red. The worst part was, after so much fuss, nothing actually happened. This was the first time Long Yi slept on by Gigi's bed. The old fox really wasn't lying. Her bed was very soft, and the blanket smelled nice. Long Yi lay on the bed, looking innocent and pleading. His contrasting expression made Bai Gigi happy. Since he was acting so well, she definitely deserved a reward. Bai Gigi kissed his neck. Long Yi hummed softly, placing his hands on Bai Gigi's waist. Waist? He was surprised. How long had it been? She already had a waist? His excitement quickly faded. He got up from the bed and looked her over from head to toe. She seemed to have lost a bit more weight than yesterday. Have you not been eating well? Why did you lose so much weight? Gigi, losing weight like this isn't good for your health. Although everyone liked their partner to be beautiful and charming, if trying to be beautiful made her health worse, he would prefer a chubbier Bai Gigi. Are you upset that I lost weight? Don't forget what I told you last night. Long Yi definitely remembered. Then I'd rather not see you overexert yourself and get sick. After saying this, Long Yi stubbornly turned his face away. He really wanted to, but only if she was healthy. Bai Gigi smiled, feeling warm inside. Her husband seemed to have more than just good looks as a strength. Good baby, I'm fine. Actually, I'm just like you guys. The reason I gained so much weight is because I was poisoned too. Haven't you noticed? My skin tone has also improved quite a bit. Not just a little. Endless plant magic surrounded her body day and night. Besides losing weight, Bai Gigi's skin color also became healthier, and her features gradually returned to normal, no longer flat and unappealing. The original bump on her face was gone long ago, but there was still a small scar. With time, the scar could also be removed, but for now, she cut her hair into a princess style to hide it. After hearing this, Lang Yi carefully examined Bai Gigi from head to toe. Indeed, they had been together for so long that neither of them noticed how much she had changed. But she said she was poisoned? Could the person who poisoned you be Iris? Lang Yi's expression turned cold. If that was true, then Iris really deserved to be punished. Bai Gigi nodded. It should be her. Yesterday, I planted a seed in the shaman's body. Whether it was Iris or the shaman who poisoned me, neither will end well. Last night, Bai Gigi lost weight, while Iris, who was in the dungeon without a drop of water, actually gained weight. Her beast husbands also noticed something was wrong with Iris. Her face had a strange, indescribable feeling, something very odd. She then comforted Lang Yi, "Don't worry about this matter. I don't want you guys to get involved in unnecessary trouble." She was the kind of person who would seek revenge, but right now, she could handle this herself, so there was no need to trouble her husbands. However, Lang Yi didn't think so. He hoped Bai Gigi would rely on him more. Things from the past are my fault, Gigi. I promise I will change and won't make you sad or upset anymore. Trust me. If I mess up again, just crush my beast pill and find someone who treats you well. Bai Gigi felt she had heard these words before. It was good that her beast husbands wanted to improve. She was happy to see they had a conscience. If I mess up, I won't crush your beast pill. I'll just lock you in the basement with a chain, a glass of water, and a pill. I won't let you die easily. Do you think I want you dead?
Dream on. Lang Yi.
Oh no. The little female is very fierce. Does that mean he's more attracted to her? Just lock me up now, but I want a single room. Lang Yi knelt by the bed, stretching his neck toward Bai Gigi. Honestly, I have to say, Bai Gigi really has a good thing that suits Lang Yi's handsome neck. It was a black ceramic necklace she bought many years ago. She was so happy when she bought it, but after getting home, it just sat there gathering dust. Upon reflection, I realize I also have a snake head, and further thought suggests I might have a fox head made of agarwood. TSK, as expected of her, everything seems to be arranged perfectly, as if by fate. Lang Yi feels a chill on his neck. He lowers his gaze and, upon seeing what's on his neck, his eyes suddenly light up. Do I have one too? This statement sounds strangely sad. Of course you do. You gave me the beast pill, so you're thinking of me, and I naturally think of you too. Although he says this, Bai Gigi still feels a bit shy. The item on Qi Sun's body could buy many of his, after all. Oh heavens, has she been unfair? No. Bai Zhizhi shakes her head. She gave the gift based on personal style, not money. Inner thoughts of Lanting. So, I'm just a scavenger? The sparkling necklace is unfair to him? Then what am I, just a spoon? Answer me. Niling, a little beast who falls behind isn't worthy of love. Having a doghouse is good too. I dig and dig. Lang Yi is overjoyed. He smiles and thinks from now on he'll see how those others try to show off. They have nothing on him. Carrot. When Shen Hua comes in to call everyone for breakfast, he's almost speechless. He sees someone strut out like a proud rooster, head held high. Shen Hua shakes his head. Such a brave little female. She's already fooled some people. Shen Hua then steps forward and naturally helps Bai Zhizhi put on her clothes. Shen Hua keeps quiet. He's very smart, so smart he can truly balance each of them. I don't think I've given you a gift yet. Aren't you angry? Bai Zhizhi says, then tiptoe and hooks her arms around Shen Hua's neck. Shen Hua, I have things they don't. Let's go out for a meal. Bai Zhizhi nods and pulls Shen Hua out of the cave. This causes a big fuss. Lanting, Qi Sun, and Niling see Bai Zhizhi holding Shen Hua affectionately, and their faces turn dark with anger. Didn't you fool around last night? And now you want to come to me today? Lanting feels the worst. He's excited about the snakeskin outfit he made but hasn't given it away yet. Exactly. Little female is really biased, Niling says with a half-smile, watching Bai Zhizhi. Only Qian Sun was unusually well-behaved. He sat quietly at the table, eating small bites. When Bai Zhizhi came over, he immediately stood up and helped pull out her chair. Sister, you're here. Did you rest well? I'll give you this cold dish. As he spoke, he brought a bowl of warm, perfectly heated meat soup to Bai Zhizhi. Seeing Qian Sun's hopeful look, Bai Zhizhi quickly picked up the bowl and took a sip. The temperature is just right. Thank you, Qian Sun. She sat down without paying attention to the two sarcastic people. She now had many beast husbands, and if they all acted like that, she would be exhausted. So, Bai Zhizhi had already decided that whoever was well-behaved would be her treasure. Lanting and Niling saw that they were ignored and felt very upset. But they knew Bai Zhizhi was different from other females. Even Long Yu was not spared from her discipline. The two of them were thinking about how to cause trouble, judging by their exchanged glances. Just as they were planning mischief, Bai Qi arrived. He immediately brought bad news. The iris and the shaman had run away. Only a few beast husbands stayed behind. This is really not good news, Bai Zhizhi frowned. Based on her experience, it was like releasing a tiger back into the mountain. But that's not the worst part. The shaman ran away. Now, there's no shaman in the tribe. Summer is coming, and the rainy season will bring a lot of insects. Without a shaman, big problems could happen. Bai Qi looked serious, full of worry about the future. As the tribe leader, he had to think about these things. That's also why he hadn't executed the shaman earlier. In summer, the tribe's beast men are most likely to get sick, especially the young ones. There are all kinds of boils and contagious diseases. Having a shaman before was already a challenge, and now that the shaman ran away, it would be even harder. Mentioning insects made Bai Zhizhi shiver involuntarily. In her past life on the mountain, there were many bugs too, but at least it was modern times with advanced sterilization and pest control. Still, she was bitten all over her body. Now she was in this backward beast world, and the situation was even worse. It is now spring, but bugs are already everywhere. She can't imagine what it will be like in summer when they become even more numerous. Just thinking about it makes her shiver all over. Father, what do you plan to do? Bai Qi replied, that's the second thing I wanted to talk to you about. Please see if you have any ideas to help everyone. Things are fine for now, but later. Bai Qi hesitated, knowing that saying this might put Bai Zhi in a difficult position. Even though she has awakened special abilities under the guidance of the beast god, it doesn't mean she can do everything. First, not many people know about the beast medicine. If things get really bad, we might have to ask the higher tribe for help. Seeing Bai Qi look worried, Bai Ji knew that asking the higher tribe for help wouldn't be a good idea. Father, don't worry. This all started because of me. I happen to know some herbs. I will go find them and try. Since it's not summer yet, let's try to solve it ourselves first. If it really doesn't work, then we can ask the higher tribe for help. Do you think my idea is okay? Hearing this, Bai Chi's worried expression eased a lot. He was excited and said, Of course. Since you have the guidance of the beast god, I was worried about you. Now that I hear your plan, I feel much more at ease. All right, I will try first. Bai Ji didn't make promises too confidently. Making a bug repellent pouch isn't hard, but she was still worried about what might go wrong. Mosquito bites are not just itchy, they can cause other problems. She looked at the environment where they lived. Everyone was in caves. In summer, it gets hot and humid, and the hygiene isn't good. If she's not careful, it could lead to many contagious diseases, which would be hard to control. To prevent this, she needs to prepare in advance. Thinking of this, she looked at the distant mountain. It seemed she needed to go out quickly. After dinner, I plan to go into the mountains. Bai Ji said her plan. Are you going into the mountains to find herbs? Niling asked, confused. Although the young female awakened her wood element abilities, not everyone knows about herbs. Most importantly, females usually don't go out much, especially not into the mountains. It's too dangerous. Bai Ji, look at the trouble you've caused. A sharp, piercing sound suddenly cut through the sky and reached the ears of the people eating nearby. Bai Ji turned around and saw a woman dressed in a beast-skin skirt, holding a long staff, walking toward them. The woman had shells hanging around her neck as decoration, and her black and red hair was decorated with pearl chicken feathers, giving her a very commanding presence. This woman was the biological mother of the original owner, Yunju. Yunju had two beast husbands. One was Bai Chi, and the other was the leader of the mongoose lion tribe. She often lived with each of them at different times, which is why Bai Ji hadn't seen her during her stay. This woman was not easy to get along with. In the original owner's memory, Bai Ji learned that Yunju liked irises very much, even more than her own daughter. So, she was sure that Yunju's visit was probably to cause trouble for her over the iris matter. Sure enough, the next moment Yunju slammed her staff onto the ground heavily and loudly said toward the cave entrance, I heard you drove away the shaman and the iris? And killed her beast husband? Do you know that her beast husband is a 5th-rank orc? Killing a brave warrior from the tribe without reason will get you burned at the stake. After speaking, Yunju saw no movement from inside the cave for a long time. Her face darkened, and she turned to Bai Ji in front of her and asked, You, go call that ugly girl Bai Ji out. I have something to ask her. As soon as she said this, everyone around burst into laughter.
What are you laughing at?
Yunju shouted angrily. Of course I'm laughing at you, mother. I am Bai Ji. Didn't you recognize me? Or are you so focused on the iris that you've almost forgotten you have a daughter? Bai Ji looked at Yunju with a playful expression, immediately turning the situation upside down and blaming all the faults on her. Did she really think she was a soft pushover? You say you are Bai Ji? Yunju's voice suddenly rose, looking at the woman in front of her with disbelief. She examined Bai Ji from top to bottom, her eyes full of denial. The woman in front of her was chubby, but had a delicate figure. She seemed to be wearing a cloth. Her skin was not fair, but not dark either. Her black and red hair was tied with a cloth of the same color. Although her features were plain, her eyes were particularly bright. How could this be Bai Ji? In the past, Bai Ji was fat and ugly. She was lazy and selfish, so she really hated her daughter and couldn't compare her to Iris at all. Yunju looked her over many times, but she couldn't connect the woman in front of her with Bai Ji. When Yunju first arrived, she saw her and thought she was Luo Chao. But when she got closer, she realized it wasn't. So she instinctively thought she might be a new member of the tribe. But she never expected this to be Bai Ji. And the few beast husbands behind her? They were also here? Weren't they supposed to dislike Bai Ji? Yunju's eyes darkened. She bypassed Bai Ji and pointed at Lang Yi. Iris has gone missing, but you're still hanging out with this ugly female. Shouldn't you be out looking for her? As high-ranking beastmen in the tribe, you should know your duties. Before Lang Yi could speak, Bai Zhizhi couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Yunju asked sharply. Of course I'm laughing at how funny you look. My beast husband. Why would he go find someone to drug them, causing them to lose rank? Bai Zhizhi raised her eyebrows and looked teasing. Yunju felt very annoyed. When did this ugly female become so bold?
How dare she talk to her like that?
Hearing this, Yunju's eyes flickered. She had heard about Iris when she arrived, but so what? Isn't it true that Iris drugged your beast husband for your sake? If you had been obedient, she wouldn't have needed to help you. But you, ungrateful, killed her beast husband. Bai Zhizhi, you're not only ugly, but also mean-hearted. Clap, clap. Bai Zhizhi sat up from her chair and clapped at Yunju's words. Mother is really biased. To help Iris clear her name, she dares to say anything. So, can I also reasonably suspect that I am not your biological daughter? That Iris is. Bai Zhizhi's voice was lazy. She leaned on the table, and behind her stood her 5 top beast husbands. Although they didn't speak, it was clear that if Bai Zhizhi lost, or if she gave an order, they would rush out and tear anyone apart, even if that person was the lady of the leader. What are you talking about? Yunju was furious and glaring angrily at Bai Zhizhi. Isn't it true? Mother, you're so confused about right and wrong. I have every reason to doubt. Iris gave my beast husband medicine, causing his rank to stagnate or even drop. If my beast husband weren't so strong, they would have already died. She caused trouble between me and my beast husbands. I should be grateful I didn't kill her. Yet, my mother came to question me and even threatened to burn me alive. Her favoritism is obvious, so my suspicions are reasonable. Bai Zhizhi paused, and then slowly walked to Yunju. She leaned in and whispered in her ear. Iris has run away now. If I find her, along with Qing Feng, they will face the same fate. You dare. Yunju shouted angrily. How dare this lowly female threaten her? Do you think I dare not? Yunju was clearly intimidated by Bai Zhizhi. She held her head high, trying to look confident. Then she changed her tone and said, Fine, I won't argue about Iris for now. But what about the shaman? Do you know how important the shaman is? Don't you realize what the tribe is facing with the rainy season coming? Bai Zhizhi stayed silent. How could she not know? She was about to go into the mountains when this biased person showed up, wasting her time. Seeing Bai Zhizhi silent, Yunju's anger flared. Because of you alone, so many beast men in the tribe are at risk. Bai Zhizhi, even burning you alive would be a mercy. Yunju was good at stirring up the crowd. At first, no one cared much about Iris, but now she had brought the whole tribe into the discussion. The emotions of the approaching beast men were stirred up. Everyone looked at Bai Zhizhi. Without the shaman, how could they survive the rainy season? Shen Hua stepped forward. Without the shaman, we should ask the main tribe for help. We can trade for what we need. We'll handle it. The chief's wife has been away from the tribe for a long time. Now she's back and stirring trouble. I thought she contributed a lot to the tribe. Lang Yi followed closely. The one who deserves punishment is Iris. Bai Zhizhi received guidance from the beast god and awakened her wood element powers. Not only is Iris a troublemaker, but even 10 of her wouldn't compare to Bai Zhizhi. The power of an 8th-rank beast man was instantly released. At first, a few beast men chose to stay silent because they knew Yunju was Bai Zhizhi's biological mother. After all, she was Bai Zhizhi's mother. But Yunju went too far. She immediately started accusing Bai Zhizhi without any reason. Worse, she even wanted to punish Bai Zhizhi with fire. Since she was so unreasonable, they couldn't blame her friends for their reactions. Yunju felt overwhelmed by the pressure and looked at Bai Zhizhi with angry eyes. Why was this ugly girl so special? Several high-ranking beast men from the wolf tribe had formed bonds with her. Could they blame Iris for that? Bai Zhizhi raised her hand to signal Lang Yi and the others to lower their pressure. She then squatted in front of Yunju and said with a smile, Mother, there's no need to fight over the matter with Iris. Everyone knows who is right or wrong. Since you don't like me, please don't come to me anymore. I'm busy now, so I won't see you off. It was clearly a way of telling her to leave. Yunju raised her hand, intending to slap Bai Jiji, but the ugly girl was too much. She dared to speak to her with such attitude after sending Iris and the shaman away. She was completely reckless. However, her hand didn't rise. Instead, a vine suddenly wrapped around her tightly. Bai Jiji, I am your mother, Yunju said. Bai Jiji covered her mouth and said, if you didn't say it, I might have thought you were Iris's mother. Just then, Bai Qi arrived. He had heard Yunju was back and waited for her, but she didn't show up. So, he decided to come out and look for her. To his surprise, everyone in the tribe had gathered around Bai Jiji. Yunju had always favored Iris and looked down on Bai Jiji. Now that she was back, she came straight to find Bai Jiji, probably because she had heard something and wanted to cause trouble. Sure enough, after pushing through the crowd, he saw the tense scene. Is this how you handle Iris's situation? Yunju asked loudly when she saw Bai Qi approaching. What else could I do? Bai Qi replied with a sideways glance. His nervousness had mostly faded. Did she really think he didn't know anything? But females are precious, and this was her own choice. Bai Qi thought that as long as she didn't do anything too extreme, he could turn a blind eye. But today, she went too far. She even wanted to burn Bai Jiji alive just because of Iris. Go and find Iris and the shaman, Yunju shouted. Iris and the shaman are guilty. Even if you don't say anything, I will send someone to find out. After speaking, Bai Qi turned and kindly looked at Bai Jiji, saying, you go to your own thing. I will apologize to your mother on your behalf. He knew clearly what was more important. Bai Jiji didn't reply. She just quietly looked at Yunju, her face calm like a still lake, but her eyes made Yunju feel small and inferior. Yunju's heart tightened. That was the pressure of someone in power. Had Bai Jiji really received guidance from the beast god? After Bai Qi and the others left, Bai Jiji finally turned and entered the cave. She changed into a long-sleeved shirt. Once everything was ready, she came out. When she looked up, she saw 5 worried eyes. What are you all doing? Lang Yi asked. Are you okay? Since Yunju was her mother, she felt upset hearing her mother spoken about like that. Lanting said, today the little female was really impressive. I couldn't even speak. Then he gave Bai Jiji a big thumbs up. Qian Sun said, you're the best, sister. Niling said, are you going up the mountain? Come, sit on me. After speaking, Niling transformed first. In the blink of an eye, a white 9-tailed fox appeared before everyone. He looked back at Bai Jiji, then knelt down, lowering his body toward her. Yunju was used to Bai Jiji acting like this, but this time she directly brought up the shaman's matter to stir up the tribe's dissatisfaction with Bai Jiji. If Bai Jiji could do as well as the shaman, then later they could find the shaman and Iris and decide how to handle things. Getting revenge on someone with words isn't enough. You need to hit the pain point to truly succeed. So Niling was very active. As a female, she had no reason to suffer this kind of treatment, especially since Iris had caused him trouble. You just said going up the mountain was dangerous, Bai Jiji teased. Would you not go then? Niling's fox eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Bai Jiji said, you're talking too much. I don't want you to carry me anymore. After saying that, she climbed onto Shen Hua. Niling was speechless. In a way, Bai Jiji and Yunju were quite similar. They both favored certain people. The 6 of them set out together, heading toward the mountain. Bai Jiji sat on Shen Hua's back. At first, she was worried she might fall, but when she saw he was walking steadily, she relaxed her heart. Shen Hua was walking ahead. Suddenly, he said in a deep voice, actually, you don't have to be so polite to her. Bai Jiji brushed Shen Hua's fur gently. I don't really care about her. The only reason I argued with her is because I can't stand her jumping around in front of me. Now, she was living in the body of the original owner. She couldn't ignore everything, which was a helpless choice. If she wanted, she could just hit her with a stick, much easier. If you don't like her, I can leave with you, just like Luo Chao. Hearing this, Bai Jiji felt warm inside. She opened her arms and gave Shen Hua a big hug. Just as she was about to say something, her eyes were caught by a cherry tree full of cherries. Stop quickly.
I want to pick cherries, she said.
She slid down from Shen Hua's back and quickly climbed the tree, a big smile on her face that she couldn't hide. Take it slow, don't fall, Lanting said, wrapping his huge snake body around the tree to prevent Bai Zhizhi from falling. These wild cherries are very sour, Shen Hua said while picking. There's a lot of ways to enjoy them, like a fairy. When it gets hot, you'll see, Bai Zhizhi said with a mysterious smile. She still had plenty of old white wine in her space. She was worried about how to drink it, but now, here it was. Cherry wine, delicious. But because they grew on the mountain and birds like to eat them, Bai Zhizhi stopped after picking some. Not picking anymore, Niling asked. Yes, enough to make jam and soak in wine. These little things are cute, but too many sour ones will hurt your teeth, Bai Zhizhi said, putting the picked cherries into her space. Several beastmen looked at each other, surprised and happy. There was actually a space ability. Only Shen Hua's face showed no change. Clearly, he had known for a long time. The mountain path was easy to walk. Bai Zhizhi no longer sat on Shen Hua's back. She was lying in the mountain to find herbs. Only when she got down could she see clearly. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After walking a few steps, Bai Zhizhi found a large area of purple-flowered ground ivy. It was a good thing. She had seen it in the Compendium of Materia Medica. Purple-flowered ground ivy can clear heat and detoxify, cool the blood, reduce swelling, and even counteract snake venom. In short, it has many uses. All of you, help me dig out this area completely. Remember, keep the roots and stems intact. Niling was very surprised. He thought Bai Zhizhi had only awakened a wood-type ability, but he didn't expect her to actually know about herbs. Bai Zhizhi explained the uses of purple dead nettle to everyone. The beast men listened carefully, and the young female was very knowledgeable. Not only that, Bai Zhizhi also found mugwort. She looked happy and thought to herself that the beast world really has plenty of resources. Seeing how the mugwort was growing, she felt very pleased. Shen Hua followed closely behind her. When he saw her happy expression while looking at a bunch of green plants, he was a bit confused. The smell was so bad. Could it also be a kind of herb? What's this? This is mugwort. When dried, its special smell can repel mosquitoes and insects. If boiled into a soup, it can be used for foot baths, washing hair, and bathing. It cleans while also keeping away cold and dampness. Best of all, it can be cooked into tasty food. Isn't that a treasure? Bai Zhizhi explained as she cut the mugwort and stored it in her space. Shen Hua also joined in after hearing this. It really was a good thing. He worked quickly, using his ability, and finished the task in no time. Take a break first. I'll handle this side, Bai Zhizhi agreed with a nod, but she unconsciously moved forward, thinking there might be more to find. Fortunately, it was spring now, and there were many things to gather on the mountain. When she arrived, she specifically asked to go to the mountain peaks that the beast men didn't often visit. Only in less frequented places could she find more resources. This trip wasn't just for collecting herbs. The most important thing was to figure out which direction she was facing, north, south, east, or west. The mountain peaks they climbed weren't very high, more like rolling hills. Based on the fruit she found and the temperature differences between morning and evening during her time here, she believed she was in the southern region. She needed to know this because later she wanted to farm. The north and south areas are quite different, and some crops can't be grown everywhere. While thinking, Bai Zhizhi had already walked far ahead. The forest, rarely entered by people, was overgrown with weeds. Small snakes often slithered past her feet, which always startled her. Lanting followed behind her. He held Bai Wanwan's hand and whispered, "Stop running around if you're scared." She said this, and then picked her up. Bai Zhizhi looked at Lanting and saw that his shoulder had a small scrape with blood beads forming. "Are you hurt?" Lanting replied. "Yes, I slipped and fell while picking herbs. Put me down. I'll apply some medicine. Since we are in the mountains, the smell of blood might attract small blood-sucking insects. If I get infected, it would be bad." Bai Zhizhi spoke softly, full of concern. Lanting looked at her and tightened his grip on her hand. Do you care about me? Bai Zhizhi chuckled softly. You are my beast husband. If I don't care about you, who would I care for? She then freed herself and sat down with Lanting. She used her palm's green light to cover his wound. The sensation was gentle and tingling, not painful, even quite comfortable. Lanting watched Bai Zhizhi healing his wound, his eyes warm. He reached out and took her other hand, feeling how soft she was. I thought you didn't like me. Bai Zhizhi was busy tending to his shoulder and didn't hear him clearly, so she ignored it. Just then, Naling's voice came. It's all dug out. Zhizhi, come take a look. All right. She patted Lanting's shoulder and then stood up, walking toward Naling. Lanting stayed behind, watching Bai Zhizhi's back with reluctance. He remembered how worried she looked earlier, and he couldn't help but smile foolishly. Naling had dug out all the purple-flowered ground ivy, making 2 big piles. Bai Zhizhi carefully checked to make sure she hadn't mixed in any early blooming corydalus, which look very similar. The medicinal effects are also similar, but the book says early blooming corydalus is mainly used for cuts and bruises, so they must be kept separate. After confirming they were all purple-flowered ground ivy, she nodded with satisfaction.
Good.
All the purple-flowered ground ivy can be used as medicine. That's the right way. She then stored both piles into her space. Once finished here, Shen Hua also finished his work. He carefully tied the mugwort into bundles. Bai Zhizhi stored everything into her space again. Seeing that it was still early, everyone headed deeper into the mountains. Lang Yi led the way. Bai Zhizhi rode on Naling's back. Because Qian Sun was a mermaid, she couldn't walk on land for long. Now, with no one around, she endured her embarrassment and climbed onto Chenhua's back. Male animals do not ride on other males. How embarrassing. A gentle mountain breeze carried the scent of honeysuckle, making Bai Zhizhi very happy. She thought her luck was really good today. Naling, come this way, she said, pulling on Naling's fur to change his direction. Ouch, little female, be gentler. Bai Zhizhi rolled her eyes. Just act if you want. Her mind was full of honeysuckle. She had no time to play around with Naling. When they arrived at the place, Bai Zhizhi was stunned. There was a large field of honeysuckle. Come, little ones, time to work. Bai Zhizhi took out a few baskets from her space and handed them to the beast handlers. She explained as she picked a flower. Just pick the flowers like these in my hand. Don't pick the ones called heartbreak grass. That's a different plant. Heartbreak grass has yellow flowers and it's poisonous, so be careful not to mix them up. The beast handlers lined up, and honestly, they loved it when Bai Zhizhi gave them these explanations. When she talked about these plants, she seemed to glow. They looked proud, thinking, this is our little female. She's amazing and knows everything. One more thing to remember. I only want flowers that are half open or just about to open. Don't pick fully open flowers. They won't work as well. After hearing this, all the beast handlers rushed into the flower field. Bai Zhizhi wasn't idle either. She looked at the terrain where the honeysuckle was blooming, and since the air was thick with moisture, she decided to try her luck. Menthol, which she liked to grow near shady, damp water edges, was her target. Bai Zhizhi tightened her pants to prevent bugs from crawling in. After preparing her protection, she jumped down from a small dirt mound with force. When she landed, she lost her balance. She thought she saw a snake in her peripheral vision. She was so scared her face twisted, and she trembled, rolling out of control. She didn't even have time to shout. Luo Yi, who was returning from the grass, saw this scene just in time. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately transformed into a beast form, rushing toward Bai Wanwan to protect her. Just as he managed to shield her in his arms, he realized she was no longer there. The grass and dirt collapsed with a loud crash. Lang Yi protected Bai Zhizhi in his arms, so she was unharmed when they landed. However, Lang Yi's back was pierced by thorny vines, with cuts of different sizes, skin torn open, and blood flowing freely. Are you okay? Lang Yi asked, his voice trembling slightly. I'm fine, Bai Zhizhi replied, still shaken. She looked at the place where they had fallen, but she couldn't see the top of the cliff. That was strange. When she was observing the terrain earlier, She didn't notice such a high cliff. Although the wood magic was compressed, it shouldn't have such a big mistake. It's an underground cliff. You can't see it from above because it's blocked by vines and other plants, Lang Yi said. After speaking, he put Bai Zhizhi down. He touched his back, and his hand immediately became sticky. Just a simple touch made him sweat cold with pain. You're hurt. Bai Zhizhi's heart tightened. She quickly helped Lang Yi sit down. His animal hide clothes were gone, and his back was full of wounds, which looked shocking.
I'm sorry.
I just wanted to go down and take a look, she said, feeling guilty. She caused trouble. Bai Zhizhi blamed herself. No need to apologize. Protecting you is what I should do, Lang Yi said, turning his back to her. His voice was weak, and his skin was torn, which made Bai Zhizhi feel heartbroken. Lang Yi looked at Bai Zhizhi and saw her worried face. Suddenly, he smiled and joked, "These wounds are nothing." He meant to comfort Bai Zhizhi. In the past, when they went hunting with the Vanguard team, they always came back covered in injuries. Back then, she only cared about how many prey she could get and never paid attention to their injuries. How can it be nothing? If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be hurt like this, Bai Zhizhi said. As she cast her magic, a green light enveloped her, and tears unexpectedly fell from her eyes. One by one, they landed on Lang Yi's back. He stiffened and even forgot to breathe. She was crying? Bai Zhizhi was just relieved that she had a compressed magic spell. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. How painful that must have been. Her favorite ears, with all the fur rubbed off, were hanging with moss. Bai Zhizhi was healing Lang Yi's wounds while reaching over to remove the moss from his ears. When her fingertips touched him, it felt like an electric shock running through her body. Lang Yi quickly grabbed Bai Zhizhi's wrist. Before she could react, he pulled her into his arms. She was stunned for a moment, then looked up and met his beautiful golden eyes. Bai Zhizhi raised her hand and gently touched Lang Yi's cheek. He tilted his head, and his head moved along with her hand, then lowered to his shoulder wound. "Does it hurt?" Bai Zhizhi's eyes were red at the corners. Lang Yi shook his head, then kissed her palm. His warm breath made her hand feel ticklish. "You're such a liar," Bai Zhizhi said, and the green color on her palm wrapped around his shoulder wound. Falling from such a high place, if it weren't for Lang Yi, she probably would have fainted. "No, it doesn't hurt," Lang Yi said, hugging Bai Zhizhi closer. "It's just a small injury. As long as you're okay, I'm fine. I was really scared just now."
Sorry.
Bai Zhizhi said, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing half of her face against his strong chest. This feeling. It was so nice. Thinking about it, Bai Zhizhi held him even tighter. Oh no. Her handsome protector almost fell. She was trembling as she cried.
Lang Yi seeked helplessly.
His injury was on him, but she was crying so hard, she was gasping for breath. Just as he was thinking about how to comfort her, Bai Zhizhi suddenly loosened her grip and pulled at his animal hide skirt, saying, "Quick, let me see if you're hurt anywhere else. Baby, you're my protector. You can't get hurt." Protector? Lang Yi covered his little skirt, looking stubborn as if he'd rather die than let her see. Was his little female too fierce? Bai Zhizhi saw that his shoulder wound was almost healed. She pushed him down and directly sat on top of him. "Quick, tell me, does your hurt? Did you fall on your—" Lang Yi. No, it doesn't hurt." He then shyly turned his head away. He thought Bai Zhizhi would do something next, but who knew? "Lang Yi, come over here. There's so much mint." Lang Yi stood up and looked toward the sound. He saw Bai Zhizhi squatting by the small river, pulling at a green plant, smiling excitedly at him. He walked over and, as he got closer, he could smell the scent of the plant. "What is this?" "It smells bad," Bai Zhizhi replied. "It's mint. It can repel mosquitoes, but only within a certain area. It also helps relieve headaches, dizziness, sore throats, and coughs. Most importantly, its essential oil can stop itching and reduce swelling. During the rainy season, when there are many bugs in the tribe, just rubbing it on bites will help a lot." Hearing about these benefits, Lang Yi immediately joined in. He imitated Bai Jiji by pulling up a mint plant by the root and rinsing it in water. Since he had injuries on his body, Bai Jiji said, "You should rest over there. I can handle this." After that, she happily continued to pick mint. Her mosquito repellent bag was almost full. She only needed one more ingredient, camphor seeds. If she could find some, she would crush them to release their scent, then add them along with mint and mugwort into the bag for better mosquito protection. "Lingyi, do you know where such a tree is?" "One that stays green all year and has small black fruits on it," Bai Jiji asked because she deduced this based on her understanding of the terrain. She was sure there must be camphor trees here, she just didn't know where. Camphor trees are natural masters of fragrance, and every part of them is valuable. Especially the seeds, which contain a lot of oil. They have many uses: antibacterial, anti-inflammatory, beautifying skin, and even calming nerves when placed in pillows. They can also be drilled to make mosquito-repellent bracelets. Overall, they have many benefits. Bai Jiji really liked camphor trees. They are tall trees, just like her several beastly husbands. Lingyi quickly thought through the trees he had seen and pointed upward. "There are some on the mountain." "Great. When we go up later, I want to bring back a whole tree. Removing the leaves and seeds, the wood would be perfect for making furniture or a bed." She currently slept on a mat, but sometimes it felt a bit damp. She could sleep in the space, but she didn't know the time or day. To avoid going crazy, she didn't dare to nap alone inside. After bringing up all the mint, Bai Jiji's hands could no longer be seen. They were stained dark green from the mint juice. Lingyi was also busy. How could such a task be left to a young girl alone? The two of them collected 10 bundles of mint, but getting them up was a difficult problem. At this moment, the others upstairs noticed Bai Jiji and Lingyi had gone missing. Shen Hua looked at the trail of sliding down the cliff and frowned. "They should be down there. It's so high, I hope nothing bad happened," Lanting said, shouting down. Shen Hua replied, "It should be fine. Lingyi is at least an 8th level beast man, he's not that weak." Then he turned to Qian Sun and Nailing, saying, "You two stay here and gather the gold and silver flowers. Lanting and I will go down and check." This dark cliff was previously unexplored. Judging by the fog below, it must be quite deep. After the two below stored the mint in their space, they followed the water flow downward. Because their magic levels were low, Langya's injuries hadn't fully healed, but it was okay now. The path was rugged, so Lingyi carried Bai Jiji on his back. She took this opportunity to continue healing his wounds. "Take a rest for a while. It doesn't hurt anymore," Lingyi said, feeling a bit distressed. The young girl kept using her abilities to heal him whenever she had a chance. Though he felt warm inside, it was tiring to keep going like this. "I'm not tired. I have nothing else to do," she replied. They had gathered most of the medicinal herbs they needed. After they returned and finished processing them, they planned to collect the camphor trees and pick some Sichuan pepper, which Bai Jiji had wanted for a long time. Based on the season, it should be around late May. Without a phone, she didn't know the exact time, but seeing the fresh wild vegetables on the mountain and the remaining mulberries at the entrance, she guessed it was probably late April or early May. Let's just say today is April 30th. Thinking this way, she decided to make a calendar when she got back. The feeling of not knowing the date in these mountain woods was a bit like wasting time. Lingyi moved slowly because the path was difficult. They marked their trail as they went to prevent others from getting lost or losing track of them. By now, the sun was slanting westward. Lingyi felt a bit anxious. In this wild mountain, it was not safe to be outside with a young girl. "Hold on, I need to speed up." Lingyi spoke as he kicked over the small stream with his hind legs. After flowing downstream, the path became much easier. Along the way, Bai Jiji found many good things, all seasonal foods. She picked a few and continued on her journey. By sunset, Lingyi finally realized they had traveled far from the original mountaintop. Looking at the dense forest ahead, he sighed with regret and said apologetically, "Sorry, Jiji. Tonight, you might have to stay overnight in this wild place." "What's wrong with that?" "I have you with me," she replied. "But you should be careful. I might really find a chance to give you some medicine tonight. She looked down at Ling Ye's waist with a mischievous smile and said, remember to tie your sash tightly. Zhizh. Ling Ye's face darkened. Why was this little female still holding a grudge? What? Bai Zhizhi asked knowingly.
Ling Ye blushed.
No need to give me medicine. What? Are you afraid I might give you medicine? She teased. Ling Yi held her head gently with one hand and pressed his other hand against her waist, leaning over her. His voice was low and steady. Do whatever you want. No need for medicine. Do you understand now? Her beautiful face was tempting, and he couldn't resist kissing her.
Ling Ye se bire tichet.
He whispered, I didn't realize before that this little female could be so teasing. Really? Bai Zhizhi grinned slyly. Her small hands moved playfully from his Adam's apple down to his waist and stomach. You feel so good. Mine, haha. Ling Yi didn't back down. He quickly kissed Bai Zhizhi's lips. After her face turned red, he mimicked her earlier words and said, mine. Bai Zhizhi wanted to tease him further, but suddenly a bug crawled up her arm, making her scream in fright. She closed her eyes and instinctively climbed onto Ling Yi. Ling Yi was stunned. Sometimes this little female was too strong, but other times she was so fragile that a tiny bug could scare her into not opening her eyes. It's okay now. I squished it, Ling Yi said softly in her ear. At that moment, Shen Hua and Lanting arrived. I told you both you really took off fast. We finally caught up with you, Lanting said, exhausted, and sat down heavily on the ground. Shen Hua saw that Bai Zhizhi was unharmed and silently breathed a sigh of relief. However, he was still confused and asked, the dark cliff is at the edge. How did you two fall down? Bai Zhizhi chuckled and said, it's a bit embarrassing. I was just curious to see if there was any mint over there, and I didn't expect it to be a dark cliff. It caused Lang Yi to get seriously hurt. Yes, he's much better now. Thanks to Zhizhi, Lang Yi said as he gently set her down. Seeing this, Shen Hua instinctively opened his arms. Bai Zhizhi ran over and gave him a bear hug, her legs wrapping around Shen Hua's waist like a soft bear. Hey, I've been looking for you for so long. What about me? The favoritism was obvious. Lanting pouted and said, is this how you treat your friends? You're so biased. Bai Zhizhi laughed so hard she leaned back. Suddenly, her stomach growled loudly. She realized she had been busy all day escaping danger and hadn't eaten anything. She patted Shen Hua's shoulder and said with a smile, I'll go get some food. You can put me down. She found a clear spot and built a temporary stove with stones. When she got the iron pot, she placed it in her space, ready to use. Shen Hua washed up and asked when he returned, what are you planning to cook? Do you need help? No need. I still have some instant food. I'll just cook it later. Can you wash these wild vegetables for me? They're seasonal, and once the season is over, there won't be any more. The vegetables were shepherd's purse, and just smelling them was delicious. Bai Zhizhi took a few packs of instant noodles from her space. She brushed off the dust and said they were still edible. After boiling, they would taste just as good. When Shen Hua returned with water, Bai Zhizhi had already poured out all the noodles. She used a wood magic spell to purify the water, since they were outdoors and wanted to avoid bugs or eggs getting into their food. There aren't many noodles, just enough to fill our stomachs. Shen Hua took out a flint and lit a fire. Soon, steam rose from the pot. Bai Zhizhi added the noodles, and Lanting looked surprised. Why did it suddenly soften? Wasn't it still hard just now? Bai Zhizhi looked up and said, I suspect you're joking. The other two immediately lowered their heads and covered their mouths to laugh. The young female's words were as fierce as ever. Why do you all have that look? What did I say that made you react like this? Lanting sat quietly beside the iron pot, not thinking about anything, only craving the noodles. He had never tasted this before. Have you ever eaten something spicy? Bai Zhizhi asked with a smile, looking at Lanting like she was teasing a child. Spicy? Lanting tilted his head, his clear green eyes shining. Bai Zhizhi scooped a small spoonful of broth from the pot. Lanting looked at her, knowing she was about to feed him. His face turned red, but a faint smile appeared on his handsome face. He obediently leaned forward and opened his mouth. The broth wasn't hot, just a little ticklish on the lips. That's soup bites back. As soon as Lanting said this, two others nearby also leaned in, curious. How could broth bite? Bai Zhizhi fed one of them a spoonful. The three of them immediately took a step back, and Shen Hua couldn't help but fan his face. It's like that blue flower pepper fish from last time. It bites the lips. Knowing they couldn't eat spicy food, Bai Zhizhi didn't add any more seasoning to the remaining packets. When the noodles were almost ready, she added washed shepherd's purse. The rich aroma quickly spread, making everyone's mouths water. Just as they brought out bowls and chopsticks, two others, carrying picked golden and silver flowers, arrived late. Our whole family came out, but you two were secretly eating here without me. Niling looked exhausted, his fox paws stained with color. After putting down his things, he shook his hands and said, "All the harvesting is done. There are a few more boxes upstairs, but those are flowers. The ones I and Qian Sun carried back were flower buds. Thanks for your hard work." Bai Zhizhi handed him a bowl of noodles and thoughtfully added some shepherd's purse for decoration. Niling wasn't polite. He was really starving, so tired and hungry. "By the way, how did you two fall down?" Niling asked while blowing on his noodles. Bai Zhizhi was serving the others and recounted what happened. After hearing this, Qian Sun hurried over and held her arm, worried. Little Pearl asked, "Is sister okay?" Niling grinned, showing his dislike for Qian Sun. Among the five, he was the most playful. "She's fine." Bai Zhizhi gently patted Qian Sun's head and continued serving noodles. When it was Shen Hua's turn, he looked at the little food left in the pot and softly said, "I'm not hungry. You should eat." White Zhizhi pursed her lips, feeling warm inside. "It's enough. You eat first, then we eat together," Shen Hua insisted. He poured out a big bowl, and the two sat together, eating bite by bite. The wild greens smelled fragrant, and with the seasoning, it seemed like they could never get enough. After a few bites, Shen Hua stopped eating, saying he needed to find a place to sleep tonight. White Zhizhi understood he wanted to leave some food for her. This man. The others. The noodles in their hands suddenly lost their appeal. Their instinct to protect food made them forget to share. Tonight was a harsh lesson for them. After dinner, Lang Yi and the others washed the dishes, then each took out their animal hide blankets. They silently wrapped White Zhizhi in the middle. The starry sky on the Beast World continent was beautiful, but it didn't have the stars White Zhizhi knew. She lay on the animal hide mat, sleeping on either side of Lanting and Lang Yi. At her feet was Niling, and above her was Qian Sun. Shen Hua sat alone under a tree, keeping watch through the night. In the late hours, White Zhizhi woke up. She tiptoed over to Shen Hua and sat on his lap, giving him a gentle kiss. "Are you hungry?" Shen Hua opened his eyes, took her chin, and kissed her back. After a long moment, he reluctantly let go. "Not hungry. Such a naughty little leopard," White Zhizhi said, leaning her head into his neck. Her hand stroked his exposed muscles and softly whispered in his ear, "Come on, I'll make a special meal for you." As she finished speaking, they entered the space again. White Zhizhi got off the bed. She rummaged under the bed and finally found her self-heating hot pot in the snack bucket she had stored earlier. "Just in time, I have one more." Shen Hua sat on the bed, watching his busy little female with a calm, gentle smile. His eyes were so tender they could drown someone. "Sleep for a while first. This needs a little time," White Zhizhi said, placing the self-heating hot pot on the bedside table. She then lay down beside Shen Hua. They looked at each other and smiled. The sweet, sticky scent of her filled the air. White Zhizhi smiled brightly, then like a kitten, turned over and hugged Shen Hua, making him swallow hard. "Don't move," Shen Hua's restrained voice whispered in her ear. "Absolutely not." White Zhizhi's hands fidgeted playfully. She couldn't help but love the feel of his muscles, so strong and tempting. Shen Hua pressed his lips together. What should he do? He could only spoil his little partner. Bai Zhizhi playfully bit at Shen Hua's throat, then reached up to touch his furry ears. Shen Hua's expression darkened, and in the next moment, He flipped over and pinned her beneath him. His voice was low and rough. It might hurt. Hearing that, Bai Zhizhi seemed to realize something. She quickly rolled away and smiled awkwardly. Let's just eat first. But Shen Hua wasn't paying attention to the food. His long legs touched the ground as he suddenly lifted Bai Zhizhi, who was busy preparing the meal. Startled, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. Then she realized the way he was holding her felt a little embarrassing. Do you think I'm a child?
She asked.
Shen Hua's handsome face was very close to hers. Bai Zhizhi, who was about 168 centimeters tall, suddenly felt small in his arms. With Shen Hua being nearly 190 centimeters, she even felt a little dizzy from the height. Her voice trembled slightly.
P put me down.
Her tone was soft, without any real authority. Shen Hua leaned closer, his cool face brushing against her shoulder. His furry tail gently wrapped around her leg, brushing lightly as it moved upward. Bai Zhizhi's body softened, and she quickly held onto his neck. Her heart raced. When did this little leopard become so bold? I want to try again, he said quietly. Is that okay? Bai Zhizhi instinctively shook her head. It hurt last time. Hearing that, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Shen Hua's face. It seemed his little partner really didn't trust him. I'll eat first, he muttered. Feeling a bit hurt, Shen Hua gently set her down. He turned away, trying to hide his awkwardness. Bai Zhizhi watched his back and covered her mouth, laughing softly. Did he really think she hadn't noticed? He had held her so tightly just now, it was impossible not to notice. With his back to Bai Zhizhi, Shen Hua ate quickly. The self-heating meal was delicious, but very spicy. The small grains inside caught his attention. What is this? He asked. Bai Zhizhi glanced over.
Rice.
Rice? Shen Hua repeated, puzzled. Yes, this is a type of staple food like kneading dough. Shen Hua was even more confused. His idea of food was mainly meat, various cooked meats. All the strange and delicious things he had recently eaten were made by Bai Zhizhi. He was almost certain that the little female wasn't from his world. She seemed to come from a more advanced civilization, knowing and doing much more than they did. Another thing was that the little female seemed not to have gone into heat for a long time. This was very strange. Could it be that highly advanced groups don't have fixed breeding seasons? Why do you look at me like that? Is it too spicy? Bai Zhizhi tilted her head. Her long hair flowed over her shoulders. She was sitting on the bed, blinking her bright eyes at him, lively, like a little butterfly. Shen Hua shook his head. Not spicy. He put down his bowl and chopsticks, thought for a moment, then asked, Little female, it seems you haven't gone into heat, huh? Bai Zhizhi raised her hand and pointed at herself. Me? Yes. Shen Hua nodded. Actually, most of them were in heat now. Since it was spring, it was already part of their genes. When the rain came and resources were plentiful, the beast men usually entered their breeding season. But after several close moments, Shen Hua hadn't smelled any signs of her being in heat. Bai Zhizhi suddenly felt like laughing. She patted the bed, signaling Shen Hua to come over. But he stood still, not moving. Why don't you come over? Bai Zhizhi asked curiously. Just finished eating, I have a smell, Shen Hua said honestly. He knew the little female liked to keep herself clean. The bathroom had various grooming tools, and he knew she didn't like strange smells, whether from food or anything else, anything on her body she disliked. So Shen Hua stood still, not approaching. Bai Zhizhi smiled again. She lay on her side, hugging a pillow, and looked at Shen Hua with her eyes. Is there a possibility that as long as I want I am that? She wasn't a beast. How could she still be bound by seasons? Even if her body was that of a beast man, her soul was in this body now. Whatever she wanted, she could decide. Shen Hua's eyes lit up when he heard this. She thought, then I can. But then he felt uncomfortable again. So, she had never really thought about it? Sorry, I can't assist with that request. White Zhizhi was crying uncontrollably. Shen Hua gently wiped her tears and said helplessly, No need to apologize. This is my fault. Yes, it is your fault. White Zhizhi also got angry, feeling really hurt by the confrontation. She raised her hand and slapped Shen Hua twice. The solid muscles on his chest immediately showed 2 red marks, but the force was mutual. After the slap, White Gigi cried even harder. "Do you have a soft spot?" she asked. Shen Hua also felt numb. He was starting to doubt himself, but this wasn't something he could change. He was born this way, and there was nothing he could do. The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt. His eyes turned red too.
I'm sorry.
I thought, I won't do this again in the future. Seeing the bloodstains on the bed, he felt a deep pain inside. You got hurt, Shen Hua said, looking over. This was his first time experiencing something like this, so when he saw some progress earlier, he hesitated and then sank into a deep thought.
Gigi, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to be rough just now. White Gigi lowered her head, following his gaze, and smiled through her tears. Are you stupid? I was doing this for the first time, and I didn't understand many things. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Hua quickly looked away, his face as red as a cooked shrimp. I'm the same, White Gigi said, explaining some basic life knowledge to him. After she finished, her own face was also blushing intensely. Shen Hua leaned against the head of the bed, looking aggrieved. The 2 inexperienced young ones tried to explore each other twice, but failed each time. Shen Hua gently pulled White Gigi into his arms, pressing his face against her back. He was trembling slightly and felt terribly hot. White Gigi noticed his abnormality and asked worriedly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a hug is enough." Shen Hua's voice sounded strange. White Gigi immediately straightened up and saw Shen Hua looking like a cooked shrimp. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, don't move." "Just a hug," Shen Hua said, pulling White Gigi back into his arms. The little female was cool to the touch, and holding her felt very comfortable. The beast men are different from ordinary people. Once they fully connect, it's like a switch being turned on. If they can't find release, their bodies will surge with unbearable heat and restlessness. Previously, it was okay that things didn't succeed, but just now, there was a small step forward. At this moment, Shen Hua feels very upset. All the blood in his body is boiling, and his tail behind him is also restless, curling up. He shrinks his body and tightly hugs Bai Gigi. But the little female might get hurt. Bai Gigi is held in his arms. Suddenly, Shen Hua licks her neck, wet and sticky, all the way to her face. She wants to turn away, but Shen Hua doesn't let go. His waist feels hot, like a red-hot iron. She finally realizes how serious the problem is. So she reaches out her hand. Shen Hua groans softly behind her. This time, he releases Bai Gigi. His eyes are dazed and unfocused, and his enchanting pupils stand up. Bai Gigi is startled. How can he endure this? Shen Hua, you... She wants to say that if it really can't be helped, she can also do it. Unexpectedly, Shen Hua shakes his head. We'll get hurt. He is already aroused and might lose control later. Bai Gigi doesn't say anything after hearing this. She just rolls up her sleeves. Shen Hua looks at her in disbelief. So little female can be like this? He collapses, feeling a bit ashamed. Bai Gigi kisses him. Both of their faces are red. The content that tomato doesn't allow me to write. Dear ones, use your imagination. The color on their bodies gradually returns to normal, and their eyes go from the previous vertical pupils to clear and bright. Shen Hua quickly puts on his animal skin skirt. He glances at Bai Gigi intentionally or unintentionally, thinking about what just happened. He lowers his head shyly. Bai Gigi feels a little unhappy seeing this. What a heartless and unfaithful leopard. She has worked so hard, almost dislocating her hand, and he hasn't said a word? Snow leopard. Shen Hua falls silent. Really, he's quite something. Following the laws of nature. Huh? When it's over, just say goodbye. Bai Gigi also puts on her clothes. Shen Hua's face is red, and he keeps glancing at Bai Gigi. Seeing her cold face, he feels very guilty. It seems he caused the little female to suffer. She is ignoring him now. Finally, he gathers his courage to speak, but just as he opens his mouth, Bai Gigi kicks him out. Inside the space, time seems endless, but outside, it is already bright. The few people packing up their bedding are surprised to see Shen Hua suddenly appear out of nowhere. What are you doing? Lang Yi tilted his head, about to ask why Shen Hua suddenly appeared, when Bai Zhizhi followed right behind him. The young female looked especially upset today. Her face was dark with anger. After glaring at Shen Hua, she pushed him aside. That cold-hearted snow leopard. She was already so tired, and he didn't even try to comfort her. So annoying. So frustrating. The atmosphere instantly turned strange. Everyone present could tell something was wrong between the two, but no one dared to ask. Because Bai Zhizhi's face looked frighteningly cold. Niling had wanted to ask what they would eat for breakfast, but now he didn't dare to say a word. On the way back, Shen Hua quietly moved closer and crouched down in front of Bai Zhizhi, but she only gave him a glance before climbing onto Niling's back instead. Her hands were weak, so it took her 2 tries to finally get up. Shen Hua saw everything but didn't dare to make a sound. Qian Sun asked sister, "Did you hurt your hand?" Shen Hua. Bai Zhizhi replied, "Yeah, I hurt it while catching fish." Qian Sun, still young and full of curiosity, looked at her with wide, bright eyes, eager to learn more. "Yes, it was a big fish. I used all my strength to catch it, but after spitting out some water, it slipped away again." Shen Hua. "Why didn't you help her? I saw you 2 appear one after the other," Niling said, his fox-like eyes narrowing with mischief. He looked at Shen Hua with a teasing smile, and when he noticed the embarrassed look on the snow leopard's face, he suddenly burst out laughing. Qian Sun blinked in confusion. "Niling, what are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Let's go home." They had gathered all the herbs they needed. After spending a whole day and night outside, they had gained quite a lot. But since they had fallen from above, they couldn't return the same way. On the way back, Shen Hua led the group, and Lang Yi followed behind to guard the rear. As they went down the mountain, Bai Zhizhi kept spotting useful things. She only needed to mention them, and Lanting would pick them all for her. The biggest surprise came when she discovered a large patch of wheat on the mountain. The golden heads of grain were big and full. At a glance, there seemed to be at least an acre of it. Ignoring the weeds, if they harvested at all, she could get quite a lot of wheat. At first, Bai Zhizhi thought she had seen it wrong because wheat harvest time is usually from late May to early June. Different regions and climates can cause variations in timing. It seems her earlier estimate of late April was wrong. Her judgment about plant growth and climate was also somewhat off. "Stop, I want to harvest this wheat." Bai Zhizhi was so excited that her previous unhappiness instantly disappeared.
Wheat.
"Are you talking about these poking grasses?" Lanting touched one and quickly pulled back his hand. "This isn't poking grass. It's good stuff. Hurry up and gather it all. Later, I'll make something tasty for you. Think of dishes like oil splash noodles, small wontons, crispy pork bits, egg pancakes, and tomato mincemeat noodles." Just thinking about it made Bai Zhizhi drool. I finally get to eat fine flour." She was so excited that tears almost came to her eyes. The others immediately turned into human form and joined the harvest team. With many people, the work was faster. They pulled out the wheat by the roots, bundled it up, and fixed it. Bai Zhizhi stored each bundle in her space, already planning how to enjoy it. Keeping some seeds was very important so they could plant again every year. After finishing the wheat, the sun was already high. The beast men looked dirty and itchy from harvesting.
Good job.
"When we get home, I'll cook something delicious. There's water ahead, so wash up quickly. The wheat chaff can irritate your skin. It really itches." "My beast hide clothes are covered with this stuff," said Qian Sun, scratching constantly. "Hold on. I'll make you new clothes later," Bai Zhizhi promised. "New clothes?" Qian Sun's eyes lit up. After giving her a happy kiss, he joyfully went to the river. After going out for a while, Bai Zhizhi found her home had been robbed as soon as she entered. First, the dishes in the kitchen were gone, and nothing was left. Then, the clothes she had hung in front of the cave were also missing. The clothes were washed by Shen Hua before she left, and he noticed it too. Stealing is a serious crime in the tribe, so very few orcs would sneak around stealing others' things. Who could it be? They even took my little fork. Lanting was really angry. That was the only thing Bai Zhizhi had ever given him. He still hasn't learned to use chopsticks. Without a small fork, how will he eat in the future? But Shen Hua's mind wasn't on the utensils. He was thinking about who took Bai Zhizhi's clothes. Inside there might still be. His face darkened, and he immediately turned around to find Bai Qi. Lang Yi and the others quickly followed. At this moment, Yunju sat inside the cave, draping Bai Zhizhi's rough cloth clothes over herself. Does that ugly thing even deserve to wear linen? When she saw the noble clothes of the Lion Knight tribe on her trip to the royal city, she also wanted them. But they were too expensive, costing 200 goat horns for one piece. She didn't know if Bai Zhizhi's beast companions were blind, giving such expensive clothes to that ugly thing. Could Bai Zhizhi even wear them? As Bai Zhizhi's mother, she believed that if Bai Zhizhi looked ugly and couldn't wear the clothes well, they should be given to her instead. And those pottery and tools, such unkindness. They had such good things but didn't give them to her openly, secretly hiding them in that dirt pile. Yunju felt angry just thinking about it. Still, she wanted to compare herself to her Iris. Thinking of Iris, Yunju felt very upset. She didn't know how she was doing now. It's all Bai Zhizhi's fault. Who do you think is to blame? A cold voice from outside the cave interrupted. Since it was the tribe leader's cave, he didn't go inside. Instead, he heard Yunju cursing Bai Zhizhi inside. In the past, because she was Bai Zhizhi's mother, they all respected her. Now that they saw she didn't treat Bai Zhizhi well, that respect was gone. He also sensed Bai Zhizhi's faint scent. Probably Yunju had stolen her clothes. Thinking of this, Shen Hua's anger eased a little. Luckily, it wasn't taken by a male from the tribe. But he was still angry. When he arrived, he heard the tribe's beastmen say Bai Qi went to the city-state to exchange salt. So Yunju took Bai Zhizhi's belongings while everyone was away. I am Bai Zhizhi's mother. What's wrong with me saying a few words about her? Yunju confidently walked out of the cave, wearing Bai Zhizhi's clothes. Shen Hua frowned, his desire to punish rising again. Because he saw Yunju actually put Bai Zhi's underwear on her head as a decoration, then flipped out the lace trim and tilted it across her forehead. Bai Zhi, who arrived later, was stunned. Yunju was wearing her underwear on her head. What's with your looks, you two? Bai Zhi, as your mother, I took your clothes, and you still want to come and ask for them back? Yunju looked proud as she stared at Shen Hua and Bai Zhi. In her eyes, this daughter was useless, but Bai Qi said she received guidance from the beast god. How could that be true? Anyway, Yunju didn't believe it. Shen Hua's tone had already turned icy. He looked sharply at the underwear on Yunju's head, and his pupils instantly sharpened. Bai Zhi, standing nearby, could clearly sense that Shen Hua was trying very hard to hold back his anger. The others who arrived soon after were a bit confused. Why did Shen Hua refuse Yunju's cloth? Wasn't it worth more than the cloth on her head? Yunju shivered from Shen Hua's loud scolding. She involuntarily took a step back. Shen Hua reached out his hand and stared fixedly at Yunju. Honestly, Yunju was a little afraid of Shen Hua because he didn't talk much and was a high-ranking beast man in the tribe. The pressure radiating from him alone was hard for her to handle. The noise attracted many beast men who gathered around. Yunju wanted to act weak to gain everyone's sympathy, but Lang Yi also joined in. 5 beast men blocked the cave entrance tightly, isolating her completely. They didn't give her any chance to show her abilities. Lanting didn't care whether she was allowed or not. He wanted his little fork, so when the two sides confronted each other, he directly entered the cave and took out all the porcelain and utensils Yunju had brought back. Lanting, do you dare to enter my cave? Right and wrong will be decided when the leader returns. As Bai Zhi's mother and the leader's wife, how can you do such shameful things in the tribe? Do you still have the face to call out? Lanting finished speaking and turned to leave. Luckily, his little fork was still with him. Shen Hua, you can take the clothes, but that thing on your head must be returned. Such private clothing, Shen Hua couldn't accept being touched by others, even if it was Bai Zhi's mother. Lanya also realized at this moment that the object in Shen Hua's possession must be very private. Since Shen Hua has always been the one washing clothes for Bai Zhi, She knows her belongings best. Qianquan's face also looked unhappy. He naturally knew what it was, but he didn't want to say. Last time in the cave, he accidentally saw Baiji passing by. That little thing was not something worn on the head. Thinking about it, his face turned red. Niling also caught on now. He wasn't as well-mannered as Shen Hua. Even at such a moment, he still wanted to save Yunju's dignity. He stepped forward and snatched the underwear from Yunju's head, then stuffed it into his own. Shen Hua and the others all looked at him at the same time. Niling pretended not to see and said to Yunju, "Since you're Gigi's mother, I'll let this go this time. But in the future, stay away from our territory." As he finished speaking, the nearby giant rock instantly turned to dust. The watching orcs behind them quickly retreated. It was hard to believe that Niling, a 7th-rank orc, had such terrifying strength. If those 8th-rank orcs fought him, the mountain might collapse. Afterward, Niling turned to Baiji and smiled. "Little female, don't worry about the dirty clothes. I'll bring you new ones later." His words caused the orcs in the tribe to gasp in shock. That was a magic cloth, worth at least 200 prey in the city-state, enough to exchange for one. Because of its complicated production, only a few nobles in the city-state could afford to wear it. After all, one piece costs about 200 prey, roughly a year's worth of food for an ordinary orc. Baiji truly knows how to handle her husband. Yunju's face looked extremely displeased. She knew this ugly thing would only cause her trouble. As her mother, she only took a few of her things, yet she made her look so embarrassed. "Baiji, you're really something," Baiji sneered. "Mother, next time you sneak around stealing from me, it would be better. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what my husbands will do to you." White Gigi's gaze was very frightening, which made Yunju suddenly feel uneasy. In the end, she forced herself to act confident and said, "This isn't over," then hurriedly withdrew into the cave. Bai Gigi snorted coldly. Yunju was at least the biological mother of her body, so a show of intimidation was enough. She then told a few beast husbands to leave. She still had many things to do and no time to argue with Yunju. Shen Hua walked over to Niling and extended his hand. Niling chuckled. "Why should I give it to you? I took it back myself." Shen Hua frowned. "That belongs to Gigi, but Gigi is also my female. Is there a problem with her belongings being with me?" Niling's 9 tails flicked open, and his white fur shimmered dangerously in the sunlight. He smiled, adjusted his animal hide skirt, and showed no intention of giving anything to Shen Hua. Bai Gigi was speechless. She stepped forward and grabbed Niling's animal hide, then reached into his and took out her small underwear. "Little female, you're showing favoritism." Bai Gigi rolled her eyes. "Only someone with a twisted mind would carry a girl's intimate clothing, so are you one of those?" Niling was silent. Bai Gigi originally didn't plan to take her clothes back, but she didn't have many personal items. If she couldn't make cloth in the future, she might run out of clothes, so she convinced herself to wash and wear them again. When Shen Hua saw Bai Gigi take her clothes back, the coldness on his face eased a lot. Back in the cave, Bai Gigi immediately went to the kitchen. There was some meat left, so she took a little out, picked some wild tomatoes, but hadn't prepared any wheat. They could only eat a simple meal. Seeing this, Shen Hua took the work from Bai Gigi's hands. "I'll do it. Your hand hurts, so rest for a while," he said softly, so quietly that it was hard to hear if you weren't paying close attention. Bai Gigi didn't want to bother with this unfaithful and indifferent leopard, but she couldn't help but feel sorry for his pitiful, clueless look. Feeling soft-hearted, she threw him the spatula. She then took out the herbs she had gathered over the past 2 days from the space and, taking advantage of the good sunlight, quickly laid them out to dry. As for the violet cress, it needed to be dried in the shade. There was a place in the cave where that could be done, but she didn't have the right tools. Just as she was worrying about it, she remembered that there were many bamboo plants behind the mountain. Since it wasn't time to eat yet, she pulled Langi along to gather some bamboo to make baskets and sieves. "Where are you going?" Niling noticed right away and stood up. Her voice caught the attention of the others. Qiansun pouted and said, "Sister, can I come with you?" "I'll go too," Lanting said, putting his favorite little fork into his pocket. We're going to the back mountain to get some bamboo for weaving baskets. If you want to come, let's all go together. More hands will make the work faster. The old fox clicked his tongue, thinking they were sneaking off to eat something, but it turned out they were going to work. Since he had already asked, he couldn't back out now. Bai Zhizhi stood to the side, directing them as they cut the bamboo. Usually, yellow bamboo, red-edged bamboo, or ci bamboo were used for weaving. She checked and found that the bamboo growing behind the mountain was ci bamboo. Ci bamboo was tough and had fine fibers, perfect for making baskets and other bamboo tools. They also needed to make some winnowing trays, which were very important since she would need them later for drying many things. Lang Yi and the others worked quickly. The beast men secretly competed with each other, even when cutting bamboo. In no time, they had gathered a large pile. Seeing that it was enough, Bai Zhizhi quickly told them to stop. Next came splitting the bamboo and removing the joints. If this were modern times, it would be easy with tools, but she had nothing on hand now. Bai Zhizhi sighed. Just then, Shen Hua called everyone to eat, giving her a chance to rest her mind. Splitting, smoothing, and slicing bamboo all required tools, and she had none. It was really frustrating. Let's eat first, Shen Hua said, pulling Bai Zhizhi to the table. Everyone started eating, except Qian Sun, who just sat there quietly. He pursed his lips, occasionally letting out a small hum or hiss. Qian Sun, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Zhizhi asked. Seeing that he had caught her attention, Qian Sun quickly looked up and said softly, It's nothing. I just cut my hand a little while breaking the bamboo. He held out his hand, and sure enough, several of his fingers were covered with small cuts. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Why are you fighting with those people like that? Bai Zhizhi's words sounded like blame, but she was actually worried. As she spoke, she pulled Qian Sun to sit beside her, a strand of her dark hair quickly covering his hand. The little girl was holding his hand. Qian Sun pressed his lips together, afraid he might smile out of pride. Lanting looked annoyed, like an old man on the subway. That fish really knows how to play around.
Lang Yi yachet silently.
When they were in the valley, Bai Zhizhi was also the one healing his wounds. You're so amazing, sister. It doesn't hurt anymore, Qian Sun said with a smile, his eyes curved like crescent moons. Bai Zhizhi gently rubbed his messy hair. Be more careful next time. You don't have to break so many. Let's eat. Niling suddenly snapped his chopsticks in half. He used to think he was the best at teasing the little girl, but now he realized he wasn't. Except for Lanting, the foodie, none of these people were good. Especially Shen Hua, who quietly handled big matters. Little girl, I'm hurt too, Niling said, pulling Lanting, who was eating silently, aside. Then he sat in front of Bai Zhizhi. He leaned his head into her lap, whimpering as he tore off his animal hide skirt, smooth and charming in his movements. Bai Zhizhi's shoulder, which looked unnatural, had a scratch that had already formed a thin scab. I want one too, little girl. My shoulder hurts so much, he said. As he spoke, the animal hide skirt dropped to the ground with a snap, revealing his slim, perfect figure. His long, upward-tilted fox eyes sparkled with cleverness. Niling tilted his head and exaggeratedly said, How did my animal hide clothes fall off? He bent down to pick them up, showing Bai Zhizhi his perfect back muscles, extremely. It was very tempting to look at. Put it on. Don't catch a cold. Lang Yi quickly picked up Niling's animal hide coat and wrapped him up tightly. The little girl liked to see muscles. They all knew that, but it was rare to see someone like Niling openly flirt without pretending to be innocent. But Lang Yi seemed to forget that Niling might complain. This fox really wasn't someone he could easily control. Little female, look at him. Niling draped her arm around Bai Zhizhi's, frowning. Bai Zhizhi naturally hugged him, then calmly said to Lang Yi, Niling has a shoulder injury. Don't pull him, Lang Yi. Crazy fox spirit. Lanting was about to raise his hand to pull Niling back, but Bai Zhizhi slapped his hand away. What are you saying? What fox spirit? He's clearly my lucky charm. Questioning, understanding, surpassing. Bai Zhizhi, you actually hit me over this T-fox. Lanting looked at the palm print on his hand in disbelief, feeling very wronged. Qian Sun was also stunned. It seemed like his path had been taken by someone else. Naling leaned his head into Bai Ziji's embrace, secretly making a gesture to Lanting. Lilialu, so frustrating. Little female, their faces look so bad. Do they think I can't be near you? But you're also my female. What's wrong with wanting to be close to you? Plus, my shoulder really hurts. Naling looked aggrieved, as if Bai Zhiji had transformed into King Zhou. He's a 7th-rank beast man who has fallen in rank, and he's injured. Do you all, who are 8th rank, want to bother him? I've never seen such favoritism. Shen Hua sat nearby, eating in silence. Humph, schemes like the biting the bullet tactic are so low-level. I'm full, he said, standing up to clear his dishes. But as he reached the sink, a large cut appeared on his wrist from the stone in the sink. Shen Hua hissed and quickly covered his wound. He's not like those others, no. But the blood was so strong that the more he tried to stop it, the more it flowed. Naling was the first to notice, and the little fox almost rolled his eyes in frustration. Everyone is a copycat. First the fish, now this stinky leopard. Sure enough, besides him, the others in the 5-person group are all scoundrels. Don't think he doesn't know, Lang Yi is also someone who can. Naling cursed inwardly, but at this moment, he couldn't be like the others. He needed to be a kind and understanding male. Oh dear, little female, Chen Hua is hurt, and there's so much blood. When Bai Zhiji saw Chen Hua was injured, she immediately stopped being the ruthless ruler. She moved very quickly and reached the water pool. Looking at Chen Hua's bleeding wrist, she frowned and scolded. How could you be so careless? You've never hurt yourself while washing dishes before. Clearly, she prioritized his safety. Lang Ye's face suddenly looked very unhappy. In Bai Zhiji's mind, Chen Hua was more important. I'm sorry, Chen Hua said, lowering his head. Bai Zhiji looked at his injured wrist and frowned deeply. Come on, let me help you treat it. I won't go. Chen Hua stubbornly stood his ground, not moving no matter how Bai Zhiji pulled him. You're angry with me, maybe forever. If that's the case, I might as well just die. Wow, he's really waiting here. Bai Zhiji looked down at Chen Hua's wound. After confirming it didn't hurt his bones or tendons, she loosened her grip. All right, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. I have other things to do.
Take your time,
Chen Hua. Is this right? Why is she leaving? She usually doesn't do this when comforting Nanning. She just talks, right? Nanning supported his head with one hand and laughed out loud. His laughter was so loud that it almost hurt. His special skill wasn't something everyone could use, you know? It also had to be combined with the natural charm of their fox tribe. After dinner, Bai Zhiji was troubled by a pile of bamboo. Broken bamboo, cut to size. Where could she find tools? Big sister, what do you plan to do with these bamboos? Qian Shuan asked. I want to weave baskets with bamboo, but I don't have the tools. Making finished products from bamboo requires tools, but I don't have any. Her perfectionism made her unwilling to settle. Lanting heard this and crouched over. He was very curious about the strange and wonderful things Bai Zhiji made. Now that she said she wanted to weave baskets from bamboo, he immediately came closer. Tell me, maybe I can help. I'm very quick with my hands. For some reason, when Bai Zhiji saw Lanting, she thought of the night she first arrived. She was bathing by the river and was bitten by a leech. At that time, Lanting seemed to have used a wind blade from his fingertips to help her remove the leech. Thinking of this, Bai Zhiji was overjoyed. Lanting, can you use your wind blade to help me cut open these bamboos? I'll try. Lanting finished speaking, and suddenly a mist-like aura surrounded his hand. He picked up a bamboo stick, gently tapped it, and broke the bamboo tube open. He also polished it and removed the bamboo joints. Bai Zhiji watched in amazement. Lanting's special ability is really convenient and impressive. Lanting, you've really helped me a lot. With Lanting's help, the remaining bamboo was processed in the same way. Once all the bamboo strips were prepared, they could be woven. Lanting smiled and said, It's nothing. Later, you can make me some roast duck to eat. I haven't had it in a long time. He shyly scratched his head after speaking. No problem. Once I finish gathering the herbs, I'll make some for you. Gigi, what's wrong? Bai Gigi turned around with a smile on her face. I'm going to the mountain to get that tree you mentioned earlier. I'll carry it back. The tree Bai Gigi mentioned before was the fragrant camphor, an important ingredient in the insect repellent pouch. When Lang brought this up, she thought for a moment and said, Let's not go today. The sun is so strong outside, and you still have injuries. Rest here. I haven't finished drying the tools, and carrying it back now wouldn't help. Lang nodded upon hearing this. Seeing that the herbs were indeed piled at the door, he didn't insist further. Instead, he turned and entered Bai Gigi's mountain cave.
Well,
if no one saw, then he could sleep on the female's bed. As for Nailing, he was originally grumbling, but after dinner, he disappeared. Only Shen Hua remained silently washing dishes in the kitchen. Bai Gigi deliberately ignored him and excitedly went to weave baskets with Sun and Lanting. Shen Hua, from the corner of his eye, watched the cheerful trio with a very dark expression. After finishing the dishes, he seemed to think of something, then suddenly ran into the small woods and didn't come out for a long time. Bai Gigi had been watching him closely. After Shen Hua entered the woods, he started chopping trees wildly with his claws. He then cut the branches into short, thick strips. After working for a while, he carried the long strips to the back of the mountain cave, making dozens of trips before finally stopping. Then, the sound of clinking and clattering rang out. Curious, Bai Gigi peeked over and saw Shen Hua holding a large stone, hammering the prepared branches into the ground. Is he making a fence? It seems that Yunju came to steal her clothes, which made Shen Hua angry. He is naturally possessive, and now he's pouting alone, looking a bit cute. Baiji covers her mouth and quietly steps back. Shen Hua pauses for a moment, and his mood finally improves a little. Lanting finished preparing all the bamboo, and Baiji started weaving. She first told Lanting the lengths, widths, and thicknesses of the bamboo strip she needed. Lanting was very careful. He was worried they might get mixed up if placed together, so he sorted them out. When Baiji used them later, she wouldn't hurt her hands. He organized them so they were easy to pick up and safe to handle. The young girl fixed about a dozen flat bamboo strips under her feet, holding them steady. Then her hands moved quickly, like fish swimming, as she kept threading more strips through. She even decorated them with patterns. The bamboo strips listened well in her hands. Lanting and Qianxuan watched in amazement. How is our little girl so talented? She can do everything. After Baiji finished the first basket, Qianxuan couldn't hold back anymore. He started copying Baiji's movements, trying to learn. When he made mistakes, Baiji corrected him. Lanting did the same. The three of them sat at the cave entrance all morning, weaving more than 10 baskets of different sizes. At first, Lanting and Qianxuan's baskets looked a bit rough, but they improved as they went along. Since they were beginners, Qianxuan kept getting pricked by the bamboo splinters and kept rubbing his hands. Baiji was fine because she had done this before and wasn't bothered. Seeing Qianxuan uncomfortable, Lanting, who had already learned, took over the rest of the weaving so Baiji could rest. Let me finish the rest. You can take a break, he said, gently taking the bamboo strips from Baiji's hands. Seeing Lanting insist, Baiji didn't refuse. After all, that's what husbands are for. Under her guidance, Lanting made 2 more fruit baskets and a clay basket for holding dishes. Not bad. I didn't know Lanting's hands could be so skillful, she said. Big sister, what about me? Qianxuan immediately held up his basket, eager for praise. Qianxuan's basket is also very good. Well done, she replied. Good children are praised, and husbands are the same. Moreover, Qianxuan's writing is indeed very good, and he added some small decorative touches, which makes it even better. The woven bamboo basket outside is almost finished. Langi has also rested well. He put on an animal skin coat and went up the mountain alone. The fragrant camphor tree is a bit far from the tribe. Going early and returning early allows him to catch lunch. With a basket, Bai Jiji can finally pour out all the herbs she picked, carefully sort them, and decide whether to dry them in the sun or shade based on their properties. At noon, the sun was strong. Qian Sun went back to his own fish pond. Lanting stayed to help. Bai Jiji promised to make roast duck for him. Now, the two of them sat on a small hill waiting for a long time, but didn't see any wild ducks. In the end, Bai Jiji found 2 reed chickens in the woods. Lanting was already half discouraged because the chicken meat was not tasty. No matter how they roasted, it was tough. That's annoying, Lanting whispered beside Bai Jiji. Later, I'll make chicken strips for you, so you'll know what crispy means, Bai Jiji said. She accurately threw 2 small stones at the reed chickens, and with a plop, the 2 fat chickens fell to the ground. Bai Jiji happily went forward, picked up the reed chickens, estimating they each weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms. Lanting's mind was full of chicken strips. He pointed at the reed chickens and asked, "Can this be made crispy?" "Yes, many ways to eat chicken." "I'll cook. You go organize the wheat we collected, keep the wheat ears, and throw away the stalks." While speaking, Bai Jiji asked Lanting to gather the wheat. She bled the chickens, boiled water, plucked feathers, all done quickly. She kept the chicken giblets but didn't want the intestines. Lanting wanted chicken strips, so she cut the chicken into pieces. Yesterday, she found some wild eggs on the mountain. Although she didn't have breadcrumbs, coating them with egg wash was the same. Making chicken strips is simple. She didn't have many seasonings now, but luckily, she still had some green Sichuan peppercorns left. First, Bai Jiji washed the chicken, removed tendons and yellow fat, then cut them into small strips along the grain. She dipped them in egg wash, added salt and green Sichuan pepper powder, then chopped wild green onions and marinated everything. She set it aside. Finally, she chopped the remaining chicken into roughly equal-sized pieces. Since she lacked seasonings, she planned to make a simple pepper chicken, which should be spicy and flavorful. 2 chickens alone are not enough to eat. She also washed some purple violet flowers and stir-fried them. She used leftover meat from earlier to prevent spoilage by hanging it to dry with coarse salt. At noon, it was ready to be eaten. She cut wild scallions into pieces and sliced the salted meat thinly. Bai Jiji stir-fried a large bowl of food. After the dish was cooked, Bai Jiji added a large piece of animal fat. Once it melted, she checked the oil temperature. After big bubbles formed, she dipped chicken strips into egg yolk and then put them into the hot oil. This step must be quick. High heat cooks the chicken quickly and keeps it from tasting gamey. She fried 4 large chicken, making a big plate. It might not be as flavorful as modern seasonings, but it was still fragrant and crispy. Shen Hua was originally busy building a fence, but when she smelled the aroma, she couldn't focus anymore. Her stomach was growling. She was very hungry. She didn't know what delicious food the little female had cooked for lunch, but it smelled amazing. Shen Hua put down the stone in her hand. When she looked up, she saw Yunju. "What are you here for?" "Shen Hua, you should know that Yanwei likes you all. If you leave Bai Jiji, once I find Yanwei, I'll make you all form a bond." Yanwei is prettier than Bai Jiji. Hearing this, Shen Hua smiled but was angry. Her eyes darkened as she looked at Yunju, and her expression was not friendly. It even seemed like she was looking at someone crazy. "You are at least Jiji's biological mother. I can say a few words to you. You like Yanwei, that's your business, but I don't like her. She may look good, but Jiji is the best female in this world." When she mentioned Bai Jiji, Shen Hua's expression softened. Because of Bai Jiji, she had tasted delicious food, seen things she didn't know before, slept on a soft bed, and had her own small pillow. Bai Jiji was a divine messenger from a high civilization. When she arrived, she also showed her love for Shen Hua. That was her honor. So, besides Bai Jiji, she wouldn't look at any other female. "Is she really as good as you say? Then go and bring me the food she made." Yunju swallowed hard. She had already smelled this aroma and couldn't resist. She asked other beasts in the tribe and found out it was Bai Jiji's cooking. Yunju was surprised. Bai Jiji, who was usually lazy, actually knew how to cook? And it smelled so good? I initially planned to ask directly, but that Shen Hua set up a wooden stake. One after another, they all seemed determined to make things difficult for her. When Shen Hua heard this, his face immediately darkened. Does he look that stupid? Did Yunju really think of such a plan right in front of him? Get lost! At this moment, Bai Jiji was leaning against a mulberry tree, watching Shen Hua and Yunju outside the fence with a playful look. She had just wanted to go out and make some juice, but even that was enough to make her see what she didn't want to see. Bai Jiji flicked her hair out of her face, and with a single glance, Shen Hua immediately jogged over to her. In just one morning, Shen Hua's face was sunburned and red. Bai Jiji frowned and said, "It's time to eat." She turned away and bent down to pick up the mulberries on the ground. Shen Hua saw this and quickly stepped forward to take them from her hand. He pressed Bai Jiji against the tree trunk, his large body leaning over her. Bai Jiji turned her head, and her nose just brushed past Shen Hua's moving throat. He was covered in sticky sweat. Bai Jiji raised her hand and pushed him away. "You're so sweaty," Shen Hua asked. "Does it still hurt?" Hearing this, Bai Jiji's ears instantly turned red. She lowered her head and poked Shen Hua's abs softly, whispering, "It doesn't hurt anymore." "Then why don't you talk to me?" A deep, calm voice came from above Bai Jiji's head. Shen Hua said this as he rested his chin on her head. "If it hurts, you can hit me, but don't ignore me." Hearing this, Bai Jiji was surprised that someone would ask for such a thing. Of course, she had to satisfy him. "You said you'd let me hit you, so I won't hold back." She reached into Shen Hua's animal hide coat. At first, Shen Hua was lost in the moment because Bai Jiji's touch was somewhat intimate. But the next second, she suddenly squeezed hard. Shen Hua grimaced in pain, but didn't dare shout. Not enough, Bai Jiji then touched the other side as well. Both hands squeezed with force, making Shen Hua's forehead veins bulge from the pain. "Jiji, it hurts." "No, you should say it feels good." Hearing this, Shen Hua's eyes darkened. What kind of twisted fun was this? Grabbing his chest muscles and not letting go, he was almost losing his mind. "Shen Hua, that feels nice." Those were the gentlest words he had ever said in his life. Bai Jiji, proud but playful, let go after giving him a light slap. Then she stood on tiptoe and gave him a quick kiss. "Next time, remember to hug me. When you suddenly go quiet, I feel really sad."
I'm sorry.
I was just embarrassed at that moment. I'll be more careful next time. Can you forgive me this time? Shen Hua's face turned red. It still hurt a little, but his voice remained gentle. Let's go home and eat." At the small dining table, Lanting was already waiting. Before picking mulberries, Bai Jiji had prepared a special portion for him. The little snake sat on a stool, holding his tiny fork, his mouth shiny with oil. Just then, Lang Yi returned. He set down the camphor tree he had been carrying and walked over quickly. I could smell the food from far away. Bai Jiji smiled and handed him a towel. "Go wash your face, you're all sweaty. Come eat after you're done." When all the dishes were finally on the table, Qian Sun arrived late, but Nailing was nowhere to be seen. Bai Jiji looked around but couldn't find him. "Where's Nailing?" He said he had something to do and would be away for 2 days. "Don't worry," Shen Hua said as he sat down. In front of him was the chicken fillet Bai Jiji had served. "There's mulberry juice, cold or room temperature. Choose what you like." Bai Jiji poured the dark juice into glass cups. Some were misted with condensation, others were clear. Lang Yi and Shen Hua both chose the cold one. They had been doing heavy work all day. The smoked meat went perfectly with the juice. The spicy chicken was full of flavor, and the crispy chicken fillets were golden and fragrant. Lanting ate quietly but quickly, his little fork never stopping. "So good," Bai Jiji laughed. "Slow down, there's plenty." Lanting grinned. "It's so tasty my eyebrows might fall off." "Bai Jiji, you must be guided by the god of food, not the beast god." He lifted a piece of spicy chicken and said to everyone, "This meat is amazing, not dry at all." Lang Yi, Shen Hua, and Qian Sun ate calmly and neatly, though they never stopped. Lanting, on the other hand, was like a whirlwind, clearing the table in no time. White Gigi squeezed him a glass of mulberry juice again. Lanting also worked hard today. She just want to check on him. Not only did he bring down the wheat ears, but he also spilled out all the grains. Now they are drying on a flat stone at the cave entrance. Her 3 beast husbands are not only good-looking but also very attentive. They are like angels, truly wonderful husbands. They are much better than those who only cause trouble. Thank you, Gigi. Lanting mumbled happily with his mouth full, looking very happy. He decided that he would eat chicken again tonight. After dinner, Shen Hua continued to work on the fence. Today, Bai Gigi took over the dishwashing. Lanting went to cut more bamboo, saying he wanted to make some baskets for storing food. Because it was hot, Qiansun was lazy, and Bai Gigi had nothing for him to do, so she let him rest. Longyi took out a bag of dried fruits from his pocket when everyone had left. On the mountain, I met some beast men from the bird tribe. These dried fruits are made by them. Many females love to eat them. Try one. He picked up a piece and put it in Bai Gigi's mouth. It was sweet and sour, with a nice flavor, like sunshine. Seeing that Bai Gigi liked it, Longyi packed all the dried fruits into her hands and then took her bowl to wash it. Sit and eat. I'll wash this. Bai Gigi was happy and relaxed. She sat on a stool, watching Longyi busy with the washing, her eyes full of smiles. If there was one thing her beast husbands lacked, it was a bit of playfulness. Bai Gigi thought carefully and finally realized what was missing. It seemed that her beast husbands had become a little too serious. Qinghai Ya wouldn't do it, and Western-style kneeling was not their style. They lacked a bit of flirtatious charm. When Longyi heard Bai Gigi praise him, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He glanced sideways and saw Bai Gigi had already come in front of him. Open your mouth. He did as she said, and Bai Gigi put a dried fruit into his mouth. The small dried fruit was on her side, and on his side at the same time. The spring breeze gently blew, carrying the scent of grass. Longyi froze in place. Usually, the little female would tease him, but before he could think about what to do next, Bai Gigi leaned forward and kissed him directly. Longyi's back stiffened. The sour and sweet taste of the dried fruit spread in his mouth, mixed with the scent of the little female, soft and tender. Want more? White Gigi giggled happily. Do you want dried fruit, or do you want me? At such times, who has the energy to wash dishes? Honestly, who does? Longyi put down his bowl, hugged White Gigi, and ran away. Want you, want White Gigi, want my little sweetheart. The wind howled in the air, just like on the night of the Moontide Festival. White Gigi, like a koala, wrapped her legs around Longyi's waist, and her arms tightly hugged his neck. As she looked at the trees flashing below, she shrank her head, feeling the warm breath on her neck. Longyi paused, his steps stopping as well. Longyi's gaze burned as he looked at White Gigi. His throat moved sensually, and he leaned in to kiss her. Soft, warm lips, and the person in his arms made his whole body burn with desire. Gigi, we've waited so long for this day. White Gigi's lips were so soft, it felt like no kiss was enough. Longyi's rapid breathing sounded in her ear. After kissing her until she blushed and turned red, he finally stopped and carried her back to his mountain cave. White Gigi was limp in Longyi's arms, letting him carry her as they ran, until she felt a coolness on her body and saw Longyi's handsome face enlarging in front of her. White Gigi realized they had returned to his old mountain cave. Seeing her look around nervously, Longyi held her face and turned it toward himself. His deep, attractive voice then sounded. It's clean. I came to tidy up. Perhaps because of the desire in his eyes, Longyi's voice was very charming at this moment. White Gigi chuckled softly and said, You sound so pitiful. She slightly sat up, leaned close to Longyi's ear, and whispered seductively. So, I'm here to spoil my little wolf cub. Hearing this, Longyi's golden eyes narrowed, and he kissed her possessively. He knew his little sweetheart's heart belonged to him. White Gigi lifted her long neck, her eyes full of charm. Longyi pressed his face against her chest, their cheeks brushing, ears close together, with her soft, warm lips just inches from his. A tiny, muffled sound of whimpering reached his ear. What's the difference from Shen Hua? Tears streamed down White Gigi's face. She couldn't tell if she felt pleasure or pain. She was not idle either, her hands moving along Lang Ye's strong, perfect back, sliding downward. But it seemed someone misunderstood. They caused her to feel dizzy and black out. Bai Jiji let out a soft sound. The hand resting on her back had involuntarily pressed into her skin from earlier. Lang Yi winced in pain, but felt happy inside. His little partner was finally his. He held Bai Jiji in his arms, wrapping his hands around her. His big tail, excited, peeked out from behind, wagging playfully, making Bai Jiji giggle while nestled in Lang Ye's embrace. Such a fluffy big tail. You can touch it, Lang Yi said shyly, his face blushing. He remembered Bai Jiji loved to touch Nailing. When Nailing couldn't maintain her human form, she always hugged and stroked her. She did the same with Shen Hua later. Can I touch it? Bai Jiji was happy. It seemed Lang Yi had never shown his tail before. She thought he didn't have one. Yes, only for you to touch. Lang Yi gently tapped Bai Jiji's forehead with his nose. His tail automatically curled around her hand, the fluffy tip twisting and turning in her grasp. It was clear his mood was very good at this moment. Hearing this, Lang Ye's breathing grew heavy again. Desire flickered in his eyes. His veins bulged as he brushed her hair behind her ear, his fingers lightly pinching her earlobe, sliding down. Then another storm began. Bai Jiji didn't expect that a beastman's stamina could be so high. By the end, she was too exhausted to keep her eyes open, weakly collapsing into Lang Ye's arms, letting him do as he pleased. She only vaguely heard him whisper, "Is that okay?" Too tired to think clearly, Bai Jiji instinctively nodded when she heard him ask. So hot." Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her shoulder softly. Lang Yi responded with a deep sigh, holding her tighter. His tail curled around her legs, entwining them. His silver hair and the black-red strands intertwined. Bai Jiji closed her eyes, snuggling against Lang Yi, trembling slightly even in sleep. A satisfied smile appeared on Lang Ye's face. Carefully, he wiped away her tears. When he looked up, the sky was already dark. Thinking about how he had been busy all afternoon, Lang Yi felt a faint sense of guilt. It was his first time experiencing romantic feelings, and he couldn't control himself for a moment. After Bai Jiji fell asleep peacefully, he quietly got up to fetch water and wipe her body. Every time he moved, Bai Jiji's eyebrows furrowed. Maybe he should prepare some food for her. In the small kitchen, Shen Hua, Qian Sun, and Lanting had already sat in a row. The three of them, with 6 eyes, looked straight at the battle-scarred Lang Yi. Shen Hua had a gloomy face and said nothing, silently getting up to cook at the stove. All 5 of them were her beast husbands. Besides him, she would eventually be with the others. Although he felt uncomfortable inside, he could understand. Moreover, it seemed he wasn't the first choice. Lang Yi didn't speak either. Seeing Shen Hua cooking, he turned and went into Bai Jiji's cave to get her a clean set of clothes. When he saw the small dress that was on top of Yunju's head that day, he hesitated. Now he finally understood why Shen Hua was so angry that day. Is it still too late to be angry now? As he was leaving, Lanting blocked Lang Ye's way. Shen Hua's silence didn't mean he wouldn't speak. You're usually silent and quiet, but I didn't expect you to act so quickly. Lanting crossed his arms and looked at Lang Yi with a sinister expression. Lang Yi replied coldly, "What's wrong? Have I taken off your false mask of not fighting or competing? Before, you were the one causing trouble to break the contract. Now you're so quiet. Do you think that's appropriate?" Lang Yi said. "If I stay silent, how would you know that Bai Jiji and I are together?" "You." Lanting's face darkened. Today, he had been careless. Seeing this, Lang Yi sneered. "Learn from that leopard outside. We are all Bai Jiji's beast husbands. It's just a matter of time." After saying that, he pushed Lanting out of the cave. Worried that Bai Jiji might wake up and not see him, Lang Yi quickened his pace. Lanting was furious, but seeing Shen Hua's uncooperative attitude, he suddenly lost his temper. "You really are something. Every day on the same bed, why can't you be a bit more ambitious? Shen Hua was a bit confused by Lanting's words and asked, is there any difference between me and him? Of course there is. At least you didn't cause a fuss about ending the contract. Since this is the first time, it should be you who initiates it. Shen Hua covered her mouth and coughed softly. Honestly, this story is quite long. Bai Jiji was awakened by the noisy sounds outside. She was half asleep and thought she heard someone shout that the leader had returned. Bai Jiji frowned. She was very sore all over and had no strength left to move, especially below. Lang Yi, his words are gentle, but his actions are rough, and it hurts her a lot. Bai Jiji struggled to sit up and used her wood magic to wrap herself in a protective glow. As the green light spread, the wound that had been cut open finally started to heal. Surprisingly, Bai Jiji realized her wood magic had upgraded. It was only 1 level before, but now it was 2 levels. She was overjoyed. The surprise was so sudden. Her palm shone with green light, illuminating the mountain cave as bright as daytime. A faint scent of grass and trees filled the air. The green glow surrounded her, easing all her discomfort. Moreover, Bai Jiji noticed her waist had become a little slimmer. She was no longer considered fat. Her body was perfectly shaped like an hourglass, curvy and attractive. Bai Jiji didn't like very thin, bony bodies. She was happy with her current figure. The weight loss goal was achieved. Now she just needed to work on her face. As she activated her 2nd level magic, her skin tone also lightened a bit. Just as Bai Jiji was feeling happy, Lang Yi returned. He carried clean clothes and, seeing that Bai Jiji was awake, he happily stepped forward. But thinking about everything that had happened earlier, his face involuntarily turned red again. Seeing Lang Yi come back, Bai Jiji stood up from her grass nest. The animal hide blanket slipped from her shoulders, revealing her smooth skin, which immediately came into Lang Ye's view. Lang Ye's throat tightened, and his breathing quickened. He was savoring the moment, and now understood everything clearly. Bai Jiji opened her arms. Come here, and help me get dressed. Lang Yi responded with an "oh," then quickly moved closer. As he got nearer, the sweet, slightly spicy scent of her body hit his nose. His tail flicked out again, sweeping gently across Bai Jiji's back. Don't tease, Bai Jiji scolded softly, though her tone was gentle.
Lingye enjoyed her gente touch.
Her ears slowly changed into the shape of airplane ears. She carefully helped Bai Jiji put on her clothes. Is my father back, Ling Yi? Yes, it seems his trip to the city-state didn't go smoothly this time. I'll go check. Earlier, while she was half asleep, Bai Jiji thought she heard screams, like Bai Qi's. She initially thought she was imagining things, but now it seems something really happened. When they arrived at Bai Qi's cave, they found it surrounded by people. The others, including Shen Hua, were there too. Inside the cave, Bai Qi's painful screams could be heard from time to time. Seeing Bai Jiji arrive, everyone stepped back to clear a path for her. Bai Jiji led the way, with Ling Yi following behind. While everyone admired her good relationship with her beast husband, they also noticed that Bai Jiji looked thinner than before. She seemed to have lost weight in just a few days. Not only that, her face looked more beautiful, almost like a different person from before. Bai Jiji didn't have time to pay attention to everyone's gazes. She only wanted to know how Bai Qi was doing. What's going on? She asked anxiously. It's the mongoose lion tribe. Bai Qi's attendant was about to speak, but was silenced by Yunju's sharp gaze. Seeing this, Bai Jiji stepped forward quickly. Her cold stare made Yunju feel uneasy. She ignored her and went to the person who was speaking earlier, asking in a deep voice, Tell me exactly what happened. Well, we were planning to go to the city-state to trade salt. The leader had prepared a prey, but halfway there, we encountered people from the mongoose lion tribe. Because of the leader's wife, the leader was usually polite to them, but Kuei-shing from the mongoose lion tribe blocked the road. Not only did they steal our prey, but they also injured the leader. Kuei-shing, Bai Jiji frowned. Yes, the leader of the mongoose lion tribe, Shen Hua replied. Bai Qi, lying on the bed, looked pained. Although he was unconscious, the intense pain twisted his face. Bai Zhizhi quickly checked his wounds. Her gaze fell on the injuries, which were shocking. One of his legs was broken. It was clear that Kuei Xing had attacked him with deadly force. What are you pretending to be innocent for? The shaman has been taken away by you. Now your father is like this. Who else can save him? Bai Zhizhi turned back and said, "Shut up. After I take care of my father, I will settle accounts with you." Her intuition told her that this matter was closely related to Yunju. The fierce lion tribe wouldn't attack the wolf tribe without reason, especially since the leaders of both tribes shared a female partner. It was probably due to some romantic conflict. It turned out Bai Zhizhi's guess was correct. At the same time, Jinghua and others also looked at Yunju. Bai Zhizhi gave a quick glance, and the four beast husbands immediately understood her meaning. They surrounded Yunju from front, back, left, and right. "Bai Zhizhi, what do you mean?" Yunju shouted angrily. "It's nothing special, just asking them to protect mother." "Why are you so nervous?" Bai Zhizhi said, her palm glowing with a gentle green light. Her second-level wood magic could now heal some minor external injuries. Now was not the time to blame anyone. The most urgent thing was her father's injury. Yunju felt guilty and nervous. She had caused trouble. Thinking about Kuei Xing's possible reaction to her urgent words earlier, she couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't argue now, so she had to shut her mouth in frustration. But Kuei Xing was really inconsiderate. Why didn't he send someone to take her away before such a big event? Thinking of this, Yunju clenched her fists in anger. Bai Zhizhi was staring at Bai Qi on the bed, lost in thought. In her previous life, her father didn't love her, and her mother didn't care for her either. Since coming here, Bai Qi wasn't particularly kind, but he wasn't bad either. Even after she caused trouble many times, he still showed fatherly love. That was already quite good. Thinking of this, she used her other hand as well, combining both, and her green light shone brightly. Jinghua and Lang Yu were surprised. It seemed that the young female's wood-type power had improved. With Bai Zhizhi's magic infusion, Bai Qi's breathing gradually steadied, and his face looked much better. Zhizhi, the leader's leg. Orcs fear losing limbs most because they cannot heal such injuries. For open wounds like this, even shamans are helpless, unless they go to the big tribe to seek a high priest. But even if they do, once healed, the injury would still leave a disability. Bai Zhizhi paused in thought, then turned to Chenhua and said, "Go get me 2 pieces of wood." She described the size and length of the wood to Chenhua. He understood and soon brought back the wooden boards Bai Zhizhi needed. Bai Zhizhi frowned deeply. After washing her hands, she took out her needle bag to prepare silver needles to pin the acupoints and stop Bai Zhizhi's bleeding. However, Yunju, standing nearby, started acting up again. "White Zhizhi, what are you doing? Are you trying to take advantage of your father when he's hurt? Do you think just because you have the guidance of the beast god, you can do whatever you want? Stabbing so many times. Aren't you just trying to kill him? What are you planning?" Bai Zhizhi was speechless. Before she could speak, the nearby beastmen also started criticizing her. "Yes, such long needles, aren't you just making things worse? Bai Zhizhi, the leader has been kind to you. What you're doing is really cold. You have a wood-type ability, but refuse to use it. Breaking bones is no small matter." This was said by an older beast man in the tribe. Seeing everyone criticized Bai Zhizhi, Yunju felt very pleased inside. Ugly thing, so what if she lost weight? She was still ugly. Why was she blaming her? Why should I shut up? Or, do you want to seize power? Is an 8th-rank beast man so impressive? Faced with Yunju's provocation and unreasonable behavior, Chenhua snorted coldly. An 8th rank is impressive. The leader is Zhiji's father. You can question anyone, including yourself. But you absolutely cannot question her. His words were very clear. Chenhua looked at Bai Zhizhi, then spoke softly. "Zhizhi, we believe in you. We'll support you no matter what." Bai Zhizhi met the gazes of the 4 beastmen present. For a moment, she felt warm inside. "I understand." Bai Zhizhi calmed her mind and carefully inserted the needle amid the grimacing expressions of everyone around her. Once the silver needle was in place, the bleeding from Bai Qi's leg gradually stopped. After stopping the blood, Bai Zhizhi realigned the broken leg bone using her techniques and fixed it with the wooden board. After completing these steps, she resumed healing the external injury with her wood-type magic. The series of actions stunned the beast men behind her. Bai Zhizhi could actually treat broken bones? And surprisingly, those long thorns can actually stop bleeding? Is it really that amazing? Shen Hua stood nearby, full of joy as she watched Bai Zhizhi. Coming from an advanced civilization, she was truly unique. Qian Sun was the same, with wide-eyed surprise. Lanting's gaze was dark and unclear. Bai Zhizhi has truly changed a lot. Luckily, he didn't break their contract back then. Langi stood to the side, proud and happy. Such a powerful little female. She belongs to him. All right, father is fine now. When he wakes up, tell someone to come get me, Bai Zhizhi said, giving Yunju a meaningful look. She wasn't speaking to Yunju directly, but to the servant beside Bai Qi. After giving her instructions, Bai Zhizhi came out of the cave. She looked at the injured wolf beast man outside the cave, her eyes tightening. Are there more injured? Call everyone over. Hearing this, the wolf beastman's eyes lit up. He immediately happily ran to call others. Their beast ranks weren't very high. In the past, the tribe's resources were mainly given to higher-ranked beastmen. She didn't expect Bai Zhizhi to treat them too. Once everyone arrived, Bai Zhizhi used her wood element magic, wrapping all of them inside. She looked at the green light, feeling a bit amused. Is she a bit like Kai Wenji when she uses her special move? Bai Zhizhi took about 20 beastmen on this trip, but only 13 came back. The rest were captured by Kuei Xing. The servant named Lang Jin started crying as he spoke. Seeing that things were almost settled, Bai Zhizhi stopped her magic. She walked over and squatted in front of Lang Jin. When you fought with the Mingxia tribe, did that Kuei Xing say anything? Lang Jin looked around, making sure Yunju wasn't nearby, then carefully said, Kuei Xing said the leader mistreated the lady boss. He said he wasn't a good male, and his words were very harsh. Actually, the leader didn't lose to Kuei Xing because of strength, but because Kuei Xing set traps on our path. That's why we were badly hurt. He shivered with fear and said, it was the leader. He blocked Kuei Xing's attack and gave us a chance to escape. That's why he broke his leg. Sure enough, the problem was with Yunju. White Zhizhi's face turned cold. Yunju really dares to say anything, even about Bai Qi's silly appearance, as if mistreating her? Should we keep an eye on her? Shen Hua asked. White Zhizhi shook her head. No need. Yunju is still with the wolf tribe. Since they've already torn their relationship apart, Kuei Xing will send someone to pick her up. Whether Kuei Xing comes himself or Yunju sneaks back, we shouldn't interfere. Everything will be decided after she leaves the wolf tribe. She then looked at her several beast husbands and continued, wait patiently and catch her. Take her out and kill her. Shen Hua. So fierce I like her even more. Qian Sun. Sister Yu. He lowered his head. His protective sister, who always defends their tribe members, is his favorite. Lang Yi. I understand. White Zhizhi rolled her eyes. You understand what? I told you to wait patiently, and I will do the killing. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Yunju, she caused her father so much pain. She won't let this go easily. All of you, pay attention. I will stay watch for Dad. If Yunju makes any move, I will let you know. White Zhizhi waved her hand and strode toward Bai Qi's cave. Lanting remained silent, observing them from the shadows. His gaze was always on White Zhizhi. Recently, she has changed quite a bit. He was referring to everything. As soon as White Zhizhi arrived at the cave, she found Yunju was gone. The people who had stayed behind earlier were all unconscious on the ground. White Zhizhi quickly checked Bai Qi's condition. After confirming he was fine, she immediately chased after her. White Zhizhi moved swiftly, her long hair flowing as she followed the lingering scent trail. At the cave entrance, Lanting's tail curled around her, pulling her into his arms. I know where she went. White Zhizhi looked confused. So Lanting had been waiting here quietly all night? But, well done. Let's go. White Gigi naturally wrapped her arms around Lanting's neck, adjusting her position to find a comfortable spot. Once she was settled, she looked into Lanting's enchanting green eyes. Hurry up, I'm waiting to eat. But Lanting paused, his eyes filled with joy and a hint of disbelief. Was she really just letting him hold her like this? Are you no longer afraid of me? Lanting said as he shook his snake tail, its black scales shining brightly in the dark. Earlier, she said she disliked snakes, which made him hesitant to have any improper thoughts, causing Lang Yi, that overly serious man, to act first. Why should I be afraid? Aren't you my husband? Bai Zhizhi blinked her eyes, looking strangely adorable. Lanting's pupils contracted, and his ears turned slightly red. He quickly changed the subject. The Kuei-Xing beast is only at the 7th level. My little female, tonight I will show you my strength. Bai Zhizhi nodded. Okay. Perhaps because Bai Zhizhi answered so straightforwardly, Lanting was momentarily stunned. He looked at the person in his arms, leaned in to kiss her, then pretended nothing was wrong and turned to chase after her. Lanting moved very quickly, carrying Bai Zhizhi as they sped along the small path from the back mountain. White Zhizhi was surprised that Lanting could move so fast without making a sound. Yunju actually took the small path. Although it was expected, Bai Zhizhi was still quite angry. Because Yunju's 2 sentences almost caused Bai Qi to die. The beast men who went to the city-state to exchange supplies were forced to be captured, and they lost their prey. All because of Yunju. To escape, you naturally have to do it quietly. Earlier, Bai Zhizhi and the others outside had heard everything Lanting said, so he had sensed something was off. After thinking it over, he continued, she should come back next month. Lanting didn't say it directly, just nodded at Bai Zhizhi. In the past, Yunju only returned after many invitations from Bai Qi-san. This time, she came back so early and immediately looked for trouble with Bai Zhizhi. Plus, Yunju's attitude toward Bai Zhizhi and Iris was completely different. It was possible that Iris was actually Yunju's biological daughter. You actually don't need to point it out to me because I know what you want to say. Bai Zhizhi paused before continuing. I asked Lang Jin earlier. It's obvious Yunju lied to smear my father, which caused this unnecessary disaster. This matter won't just be ignored. Smart. But there's one thing you haven't said. Bai Zhizhi rolled her eyes at Lanting. Are you insisting I say that my mother was secretly having an affair behind my father's back? When she first came back and looked for trouble with me, I already sensed something was wrong. I even wondered if the poisoning incident might also have been orchestrated by Yunju. A small wolf tribe, with only 4 or 5 8th-rank members, seems not very valuable. But on the Beast World continent, there aren't many such tribes. During winter, tribes often fight over supplies, which makes it easy to suspect something bigger going on. Do you mean Yunju might also be involved? Lanting asked, looking very surprised, because she is also part of the wolf tribe. But Kuei-Xing daring to act so harshly shows this isn't an ordinary matter. Yes, that's just my guess. We need to find Yunju before making any plans. Lanting agreed, understanding the situation, and didn't say more. She sped up on her way. Did you come to pick me up? Do you know how scared I was just now? Hurry up, someone is catching up. Kuei-Xing's face was grim, clearly sensing the pressure of a peak 8th-rank beast man approaching. Yunju didn't dare delay. She quickly climbed onto Kuei-Xing's back, and in an instant, both of them disappeared into the forest. Beyond the next hill is the mournful lion tribe. Yunju felt nervous. She was worried that Bai Zhizhi, that ugly thing, had been guided by the beast god. She feared her actions might be exposed. So, her top priority now was to get back to the mournful lion tribe quickly. But the more she was afraid, the more trouble came. Suddenly, Guiking stopped. Yunju was confused. Just as she was about to ask why they stopped, she saw a snow leopard emerge from the forest, followed by the overwhelming pressure of a peak 8th-rank beast man. Kuei-Xing's throat moved, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. The opponent was 8th rank, and it wasn't over. Under the night sky, A pure white silver wolf approached slowly, its golden eyes cold and intimidating. This was also an 8th rank. Yunju recognized these two people before Kuei-shing. She pretended to stay calm, raised her chin, and shouted at Shen Hua and Lang Yi, "Why are you two here instead of guarding the leader?" Shen Hua and Lang Yi looked at each other. The little female said what she wanted. She was here to kill. The air suddenly fell silent. Yunju's face looked unpleasant, and her heart was pounding quickly. It seemed Bai Zhizhi had figured something out, so she sent someone to chase after her directly. People who have done something wrong usually feel guilty quickly, and even a small disturbance can make them reveal themselves. Yunju is a perfect example. Kuei-shing also panicked. He didn't expect the wolf tribe to have 2 8th-rank beast men, and one of them was at the peak level. Thinking of this, he glanced sideways at Yunju on his back. Her words didn't match her expression. Realizing he had been deceived, Kuei-shing immediately turned around, trying to find another chance to break free. But to his surprise, he was actually surrounded. Bai Zhizhi sat on the snake's head, looking at Kuei-shing as if he were a dead person. She was very familiar with the saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted the setting of having 5 husbands so quickly. Since it's a game of survival of the fittest, she didn't need to hold back. After all, this is a life and death game. "Mother, where are you in such a hurry to go?" Bai Zhizhi said as she crouched above the mountain. Her hand shimmered with green light, and the surrounding plants stirred. Wild vines slowly moved toward Kuei-shing's feet. "Ugly thing, how dare you question me?" Yunju was furious. She never expected Bai Zhizhi to catch up so quickly. Moreover, judging by Bai Zhizhi's appearance, she and Kuei-shing might not make it out unscathed tonight. So, after saying those words, she immediately lowered her stance. "Zhizhi, your father is injured. Staying in the tribe won't do much good. I want Kuei-shing's father to come and pick me up to return to the Mingshi tribe. Can you make your beast husband step aside? We just need to cross this mountain." Bai Zhizhi, what do you think? Since the moment you lied and almost got your father killed, you've already cut off your own path. "Mother, tonight, in front of your beast husband, I have one more thing to ask you." Yunju secretly thought this was bad. Bai Zhizhi had received guidance from the beast god. Could she really know something? Sure enough, Bai Zhizhi's next words hit her like a thunderbolt. "Yuan Wei, are you really her biological child?" That was a lightning strike. Now, let's see how Yunju responds. When these words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their eyes to Yunju. Even Kuei-shing transformed into a human form at the moment he heard, with a cold gaze like sharp needles, staring directly at Yunju. Bai Zhizhi smiled slightly. Could it really be true? This was just her guess. She initially wanted to test Yunju, but didn't expect Yunju to be so timid. Her guilt was written all over her face. Really, she was useless. Under the cover of night, Yunju's eyes flickered with hesitation, but she quickly calmed herself down. "Bai Zhizhi, I am your mother. How can you ask me these questions? Iris could never be my biological daughter." Bai Zhizhi nodded. "That makes sense." She then turned her gaze to Kuei-shing and smiled. "The Mosho tribe should have new beast men joining recently, right? Let me guess how I, as your mother, convinced you to accept 2 wrongdoers. First, the shaman is noble, and second, the female is rare, especially since she's beautiful. She was actually right about everything." "What nonsense are you talking about? Clearly, your father can't tell right from wrong. He dared to accuse the shaman and even wanted to banish them. That's just foolish." Yunju immediately retorted, unaware that she had fallen into Bai Zhizhi's trap of words. Bai Zhizhi said, "Who said they wanted to banish them? Iris poisoned my beast men. And not only that, she also poisoned me. The shaman himself said he wanted to poison my father. The first part was true, but the second part was made up." "Nonsense. How could he possibly poison your father? And how could he poison you?" Yunju glared fiercely at Bai Zhizhi. This ugly woman was really lying through her teeth to smear Iris. "Am I lying? Why is your mother so sure about this?" Yunju said, "He couldn't possibly have poisoned your father. Why not? Bai Zhizhi pressed closer, not giving Yunju a chance to breathe. I gave him such a beautiful daughter. How could he possibly kill him out of guilt? Usually, carefully crafted lies can slip out when someone is under stress or emotional, especially when their defenses weaken. When emotions fluctuate greatly, they often reveal the truth unintentionally. Mother, Iris really is your daughter? And the shaman, Bai Zhizhi's eyes welled with tears, standing on the edge of the cliff, looking heartbroken. So, is that why Mother hates me so much? The first thing I did when I returned to the wolf tribe was to find Iris and see the shaman, not to see me and Father. Mother, I remember you only married 2 beast husbands, so isn't a shaman? Stopping short, the anxious person naturally gets upset. Anyway, since I've said so much, it doesn't matter what anyone else says now. You wicked woman. How dare you lie to me? Kuaishing was the first to get angry. Sure enough, no matter when, men cannot accept being betrayed. Moreover, Yunju never had children with him. That was also Kuaishing's biggest sore spot. Realizing she had told the truth, Yunju quickly covered her mouth. Why did she say everything? It must have been Baizhi, who drugged her with a hypnotic potion. No, I didn't. She's lying, Yunju said nervously, even stuttering now. With what she said earlier, how could Kuaishing still be fooled by her words? Bai Zhi's eyes sparkled with sharpness. She seemed to be crying but was actually watching every expression on their faces carefully. Next, it was a dog-eat-dog fight. No? Then tell me, what's going on with these 8-level beast men? You said they were all affected by love potion and lost their human form, right? Why are they now attacking us? Lanting. Bai Zhizhi was right. Bai Zhizhi stopped crying. Her tears, like those of a crocodile, didn't matter anymore. She didn't lie to you. My fox beast husband really has lost his human form, Bai Zhizhi said as she slowly stepped down from the snake head. Her figure was graceful, glowing as if she was shining. Manhwa and Lang Yi, among others, moved closer to Kuaishing because of her. So, Mother, do you want to tell the truth now? You lied about Father abusing you, and also lied about the high-level beast men in the wolf tribe. You framed him for sneaking into danger late at night to pick you up. I guess this fierce lion leader probably also acted because of what you said, so he dared to attack our wolf tribe? Yunju now realized how terrifying Bai Zhizhi was. She had planned everything carefully, but Bai Zhizhi knew everything and gradually guided her to speak the truth herself, leaving her with nowhere to hide in either tribe. You're so heartless. I raised you, and now I just want to fight for Iris. Why won't you agree? Bai Zhizhi, I wish you would just die. Shen Hua suddenly swung the Yunju fan away. His eyes sharpened as he stepped in front of Bai Zhizhi, and a leopard-headed creature comforted her by rubbing against her hand. I'm fine, Bai Zhizhi replied to his concern. Unfortunately, you might disappoint your mother. I won't die. Only you will. As he spoke, thick vines quickly wriggled and moved. It was as if they had been summoned, and now they had nothing to do with healing, only strangulation. Kuaishing, a large figure, was caught tightly in the vines and, overwhelmed by the pressure of an 8th-level beast man, he couldn't move. Yunju was the same. The beast god will punish you, Bai Zhizhi. Don't be proud. Yunju's eyes turned red, and she cursed loudly. Then there's no need for you to bother. Bai Zhizhi looked down at her with a faint smile, as if she wasn't tying up her mother but an insignificant person. At that moment, Yunju truly became afraid. Bai Zhizhi might really kill her. Lanting was speechless. He had asked to show off, but instead, these 2 culprits were by the pressure of a few of them. Kuaishing was still struggling. He couldn't just be defeated here. It was all Yunju's fault. She was a wicked female. He thought that, as a 7th-level beast man, if he didn't carry Yunju as a burden, he could escape. Besides, crossing this mountain would lead him back to the fierce lion tribe. When he returned, he would deal with that ugly, fat father and daughter. Yunju was indeed a liar. The one called Iris was hideous. So ugly it was unbearable. Even the disabled beast men in his tribe refused to mate with her. Yet Yunju claimed she was beautiful. It seemed she truly loved that shaman. All these years, she had never borne him a child, but she had children with other males. Thinking of this, Kuaishing suddenly roared loudly, a sound that echoed across the sky. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain, the fierce lion tribe received the signal. They stormed into the cave, the shaman and his daughter, and hurriedly headed toward Kuaishing's location. Everyone, I apologize for my previous offenses. I only acted foolishly after hearing that vile woman's nonsense. I will have someone send the people you need immediately. Please spare my life. You really do shame us males. Lang Yi gritted his teeth and jumped out, his golden eyes full of contempt. Kuaishing's face darkened at these words, but he dared not lash out. He secretly glanced at Yunju, who was struggling under the tree. He was furious inside. It was this troublemaker female who caused all this. Originally, he planned to deal with Bai Qi first, take over the wolf tribe's land, and then have a female of his own. Who would have thought there were so many 8th-rank wolves? Looking at Bai Zhizhi, her palm glowed with green light, indicating she had awakened a wood-type power. Yunju hadn't told him about this. If he had known earlier, would he have been so stupid as to provoke Bai Qi? Not only that, he would have given up Yunju willingly. There was no need to rush into a fight with Bai Qi over her. It's him, not you all. Bai Zhizhi gently patted Lang Ye's head, her silver wolf's gaze instantly softening. After saying that, her gaze turned fierce as she looked at Kuaishing. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Honestly, I was about to cut you into pieces, but my beast husbands are here. I need to keep my image. Lanting's inner voice. I feel cared for. Chen Hui's inner voice. She is the best female in the world. Lang Ye's inner voice. Yes, exactly. She's fierce to others, but gentle to me. I really am her favorite. Unaware of what her beast husbands were thinking, Bai Zhizhi continued, I won't ask for the prey you stole from my father, because he was trading salt. Since you took it, you should compensate us with salt. Also, those orcs from the wolf tribe you captured, tomorrow, I want to see them in the wolf tribe. Lastly, I want a lion tribe to send us goods every 90 days. If you agree, just nod. Too much. Bai Qi taught you this. Kuaishing was furious. He had heard a little about Bai Zhizhi from Yunju, but was this still the same legendary ugly female? His gaze was sharp and commanding, intimidating even though there were 3 8th-rank individuals around. Yet, he was forced into a corner by a female. My sister is talking to you. Didn't you hear her? I told you to nod, but you insisted on speaking. You're really annoying. Qian Sun's voice came from the small forest behind him. He slowly stepped forward, carrying a very ugly, fat person like a chicken. Upon closer look, it was the missing iris. How did she become like this? Lanting looked disgusted and thought to himself, isn't this just Bai Zhizhi before? Bai Zhizhi wasn't very surprised by Iris's change. It seemed to be expected. When she first gave the witch Dr. Silk, she already guessed this would happen. She didn't expect her guess to be completely correct. Such a strong sixth sense. Why did you come? Bai Zhizhi asked. Qian Sun scratched his head. I heard Chonghua's plan was to ambush from behind, but since there was no movement here, I thought I'd come see. Turns out, the fierce lion tribe brought the witch doctor and Iris over. I just went along. They hurt my sister's father first. He then winked at Bai Zhizhi and acted cute. Sister, you won't blame me for being ruthless, right? Bai Zhizhi replied. No, she was even happy. The fierce lion tribe was the one who started the fight. They could take control later, but the anger still needed to be released. You're so good, sister. Qian Sun said with a gentle smile that looked harmless. He spoke softly, but his hands were covered in blood. Kuaishing felt nervous. His people. Looking at Qian Sun again, he was just a 7th-rank merman beast man. On land, he was unrestricted, and strangely, no sounds of fighting could be heard. If not for the blood smell in the air, Kuaishing would think this fish was just pretending. Kuaishing now understood. Those who know the times are wise. Tonight, if he didn't surrender and fought back fiercely, he wouldn't survive. So, he knelt on one knee and bowed deeply to Bai Zhizhi. I am willing to submit. Qian Sun saw this and was confused. Isn't sister going to kill him? Bai Jiji whispered in Qian Sun's ear. Didn't you just kill him? Besides, the fierce lion tribe's location isn't good. Why expand such a big territory? Wouldn't it be better to keep it for our defense? Her previous mates had all been badly affected by love potion powder. Even though the fierce lion tribe didn't have level 8 orcs, they couldn't fight 4 hands with 2 fists. As long as they caused a scare tonight, it would be enough. If they actually killed someone, they might face resistance from nearby tribes. This wasn't what Bai Jiji wanted. She aimed to regain the territory that Bai Qi had lost and to warn these orcs that the wolf tribe was not easy to bully. After whispering, Bai Jiji approached Kuei Xing and said coldly, I remember everything you've done to our wolf tribe. From now on, you will bring tribute regularly. If you dare to have any bad thoughts, my vines will tear you apart. As she spoke, a strand of green hair entered Kuei Xing's body, wrapping around his heart like a bug, almost suffocating him. Kuei Xing knew he was caught. He lowered his posture and said, Respectful lord, I will sincerely submit. How could he not be sincere? As soon as he had a slight rebellious thought, he felt something strange in his body. Kuei Xing was quite experienced today and didn't expect that this wood-type ability could be used like this. That's good. I will overlook this matter this time. But you injured my father, and the incident where Yunju used someone to put medicine in the past. These issues must be addressed by the fierce lion tribe. Kuei Xing nodded. Yes, Bai Jiji didn't expect that a love potion powder could involve so many things. When she previously detained the shaman and Iris, she hadn't thought of these connections. If it weren't for Yunju causing trouble after returning and today's incident, Bai Jiji would never have linked these events together. After speaking, Bai Jiji yawned. She was truly exhausted today. Big sister, what about Iris? Qian Sun threw the half-dead Iris in front of Yunju. Yunju was heartbroken. She scolded Bai Jiji while protecting Iris in her arms. Bai Jiji, you will definitely be despised by the spirit god. Treating your own family like this, you won't have a good ending. Bai Jiji stood up, looking down at Yunju with a sidelong glance. Annoying, Lanting, Shen Hua, and Lanting all looked at Bai Jiji with starry eyes. Their female strength was impressive, and her way of handling the fierce lion tribe was clever. The idea of incorporating them was so smart, she was truly brilliant. Iris, the shaman, and Yunju are 3 people. Bai Jiji does not plan to take them back to the wolf tribe for imprisonment. Yunju likes the shaman, so let the 3 of them reunite happily. Thinking of this, Bai Jiji said to Kuei Xing, I will leave these 3 people under your watch. Although you once had bad intentions toward the wolf tribe, I am giving you a chance to make amends. Do you understand? Kuei Xing nodded eagerly. I understand. Good. Bai Jiji yawned again. Yunju was so frightened she wet herself. Bai Jiji, this mean person, actually abandoned her. She couldn't imagine how Kuei Xing would treat her. Compared to that, Bai Qi is easier to talk to. Thinking of this, Yunju cried and crawled to Bai Jiji's feet, saying, Jiji, mother was wrong. Please take me back. Father is injured and in bed and I'm worried. Yunju was crying and holding on to Bai Jiji's leg. Before she could speak, Shen Hua kicked Yunju aside. You're not worthy to be her mother. His female partner comes from a high civilization, and someone like Yunju cannot give birth to her. Mother, please forgive yourself. What you've done isn't just about my forgiveness, and my beast companions are also involved. Why point it out so clearly? Originally, Kuei Xing should also face punishment, but villains need to be tested. After everything was settled, Bai Jiji was too tired to keep her eyes open. Shen Hua quickly transformed and held her in his arms. Let the others handle the rest. I'm taking Jiji back. Langy wanted to refuse, but after thinking about eating meat today, he probably wouldn't have other feelings, so he reluctantly nodded. However, Lanting refused. He laughed and stopped Shen Hua. Are you and Langy treating me like a fool? Qiansun also wanted to argue, but when he looked at his bloody hands and just carried Iris, he gave up. At this moment, Iris, who had just woken up in Yunju's arms, saw what was happening and was overwhelmed with shock. Bai Jiji, that mean female, would definitely not let her go. Shen Hua, holding Bai Jiji, faced Lanting's interference and refused to back down. Didn't you see she's tired? So what? She's also my female. We share a totem mark. Lanting raised his hand and waved, showing a black totem on his wrist, which clearly had not been lit yet. Shen Hua sneered, not lit. Is it because of you? I thought you only cared about your little fork, but I didn't expect you to be secretly thinking about other things too. Shen Hua's words were sharp and biting. Stop arguing.
I'm tired.
We can talk about this tomorrow, Bai Zhizhi said, with sleepy eyes. Her tone softened as she reached out and gently touched Lanting's face. Be good. I'll make you something delicious tomorrow. After saying that, she turned her face away and snuggled into Shen Hua's arms to sleep. Hua smelled nice, and even while sleeping, she kept rubbing against Shen Hua. Lanting. So he was just a clown, huh? But somehow, even though he initially wanted to compete, Bai Zhizhi's soft voice and gentle coaxing made him give in. Forget it. She's his female, and as long as she's happy, that's enough. So Lanting obediently moved aside. Tonight was truly unpleasant. He had planned to show off his strength, but he failed. He looked up and saw Bai Zhizhi's long hair flowing down like a waterfall, fluttering in the wind, strands flying in the air as if they were touching his heart, tickling and making him itchy. Lanting felt jealous and quickly decided in his mind, he must light up his totem and Bai Zhizhi's before that fox returns. Meanwhile, Shen Hua carried Bai Zhizhi back to the cave. He saw how exhausted she was today. She had used her wood-type ability several times. Where are you going? Realizing that the person close to him was about to leave, Bai Zhizhi grabbed Shen Hua tightly. Shen Hua pursed his lips and gently pecked her. Be good. Sleep first. I'll check on the leader and come back soon. Bai Zhizhi was drowsy and felt a tingling sensation in her ears. She turned over, her back facing Shen Hua, curling herself into a small ball under the blanket. Shen Hua looked at her with a loving smile and then turned to leave the cave. Bai Chi's condition had stabilized. When Shen Hua left, he was still asleep, showing how fierce Kuei Xing's attack had been. Fortunately, Bai Zhizhi was there. The matter was settled, and with good rest, he shouldn't be left disabled. When Shen Hua returned, it was almost dawn. The night had been very tiring. He washed briefly, and then climbed into bed. The long tail was immediately held in White Gigi's arms as it stretched out. It seemed that her little female really liked his tail. Shen Hua's ears turned red, and his happy mood seemed to pass to the tail tightly held in his arms. The tip of the tail wagged and brushed back and forth against Bai Zhiji's face. She was afraid of tickling and shrank back, her back just pressed against Shen Hua's strong chest. Although she was asleep, Bai Zhiji instinctively let out a soft sound. Shen Hua's eyes darkened, and a warm feeling rose in his heart. Earlier, he had smelled the scent left by Lang Yi on Bai Zhiji. Thinking of this, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Zhiji, is that okay? Shen Hua really wanted to try again. He couldn't go on always feeling hungry. He didn't know if she was awake or not, but after asking, Bai Zhiji responded. Shen Hua was very happy. After getting her approval, he became bold. His large hands moved over her body, and his gentle lips flickered around her face like a chick pecking at rice. What is the unfaithful leopard trying to do? Bai Zhiji raised her hand to wrap around Shen Hua's neck, her eyes wide and blinking as she looked at the tempting Shen Hua. I want you. Shen Hua rolled over, pressing Bai Zhiji beneath him. His hot breath fell on her face. Bai Zhiji's eyes shrank because she felt Shen Hua's tail acting up. Tears were already in the corner of her eyes, and her nose was red, making her look very adorable. Although she was usually strong, brave, and independent, at times like this she completely softened. This strong contrast made Shen Hua unable to stop. Shen Hua's voice was hoarse and rough, then he firmly refused Bai Zhiji's request. Right now, he only had one thought: how to fully enjoy his little female. Shen Hua lowered his body, holding Bai Zhiji's hand on his chest muscles and whispered, "Don't be afraid." It was funny. She was afraid? Knowing that Shen Hua matched her aesthetic perfectly, his muscles, perfect lines, good looks, and that kissable mouth, Where would she find someone like him in the real world? The top model brother can't compare to her Hua. This is a man who fits her aesthetic perfectly. Bai Jiji doesn't even dare to imagine. If the child she gives birth to in the future looks like Shen Hua, it would be so beautiful. Especially those eyes. They are simply unbeatable. Moreover, she has 4 other exceptional ones. She dares not think about it. She really dares not. I am not afraid. Then why are you trembling? Shen Hua said, lowering his head to bite Bai Jiji's neck. His teeth scraped, and his hot tongue licked along with it. Bai Jiji whimpered. This man, why is she trembling? Doesn't he know? Shen Hua, don't. Bai Jiji wanted to tell him not to bite, but she couldn't make a sound. It seemed Shen Hua's tongue had soft little barbs, which was quite dangerous. Bai Jiji had already surrendered. Men can be so confusing. Shen Hua felt her body change. His eyelashes fluttered, and he looked uncomfortable. It was still difficult, but he was finally able to fully accept it. Noticing Shen Hua's movements, Bai Jiji spoke. Don't talk. She felt like she was about to go crazy. Why was Shen Hua still making noises? But the worst part was when he whispered low by her ear. His voice made her feel like her soul was being pulled away. Bai Jiji never thought that the cold-looking Shen Hua would be such a shy guy. Why didn't she notice this before? This contrast is adorable, right? It's really hard for Bai Jiji. Even now, she could only think about these things. Shen Hua held her face, from her forehead down. So good. He and his little partner finally lit up their own totem. The room inside was full of romance. By the end, Bai Jiji's vision went black, and she didn't know anything. She only knew she was like a small boat floating on the waves. That night was both long and fleeting. It wasn't until the sun was high that Shen Hua came out of the cave. The other 3 were quietly helping in the small kitchen, not disturbing the 2 of them alone. After all, they would have their turn someday. But the innocent Xian Sun looked at the scratches on Shen Hua's body, tilted his head with a confused look. Why did mating cause injuries? Seeing this, Lang Yi also blushed involuntarily. He had experienced similar situations before and naturally understood how the scratches on Shen Hua's body came about. But judging by the look, it was more intense than the last time they had been together. Her back was scratched so badly, it looked painful. Lanting kept a cold face. He walked over and sat in front of Shen Hua, annoyed, and said, even if she has a wood-type ability, you should be more careful. Shen Hua, she's not just yours. Everyone knew that the snow leopard beast man could be fierce, but their encounters were usually short. However, Lanting had been waiting outside the small kitchen all morning, and there was constant movement inside the cave. It seemed the rumors weren't entirely true. How could the time be short? He returned before dawn, and only just came out now. If he had known, he wouldn't have let it happen. Shen Hua looked at Lanting with a blank expression. When you have a chance, you can say that. Who said he didn't cherish her? He cared for her more than anyone. But the little female was so adorable. How many of his spirits could handle her teasing? After pouring hot water, Shen Hua kept his back straight and stiff. The little female was still waiting for him. He didn't want to waste time arguing with this stinky snake. Inside the cave, Bai Jiji blinked and woke up. Seeing Shen Hua come in, she smiled and lay back on the bed, her face still flushed from the rain. Did they say anything about you? Shen Hua brought the basin to the bed and used a towel she often used to clean Bai Jiji. Although they were already together, she still felt shy. Bai Jiji buried her head in the quilt, letting Shen Hua wash her. She was really envious. But thinking about how long she had been doing this earlier, she probably shouldn't bother anymore. Shen Hua hurriedly finished cleaning her and, blushing, ran out of the cave. If he took any longer, he wasn't sure he could hold back. Wow, running so fast, who's got your tail? Niling, who hadn't been home for 2 days, returned and saw Shen Hua coming out of Bai Jiji's cave with a basin of water. He looked a bit flustered, but his face was overly moisturized. It was obvious he had made up for lost time. Niling was really angry inside. It seemed that while he was away for 2 days, his little female had been taken from under his nose. Shen Hua, it's okay, This is what happens when you are loved too much. Seeing Shen Hua silent, Ling wasn't upset. He carried a small bag on his back, jumped down from the table, exhausted from the past 2 days. To get the special cloth for the little female, he went to a wild forest and hunted 100 fierce beasts. After that, he went to the city-state. It was tiring, but he finally brought back the cloth he promised the little female. And there was a surprise on this trip. He successfully advanced in the wild forest. It's true, caring for his wife is the right choice. Thinking of this, Ling squinted and smiled. His 9 tails shimmered in the sunlight, then he swaggered into Bai Ziji's cave. Little female, I'm back. Bai Ziji paused her dressing. Was that Ling's voice? Sure enough, she looked up and saw a big white fox with a bag bouncing into the cave. Its fluffy tail spread out like a peacock's tail in the air. Where have you been these past 2 days? Bai Ziji asked worriedly. Ling huffed proudly, then jumped into her arms. It had been 2 days, and he missed her very much. The fox naturally rubbed its head against Bai Ziji's cheek. After a long moment of affection, Ling said, Your mother stole your cloth. I went out and got you a new one. You've been giving us gifts all the time, little female. I also want to show you some love. Then he stuck out his pink tongue and licked her neck. Not happy. She could taste the smell of that stinky leopard saliva. Ling, Bai Ziji didn't know what to say. The little fox was really... Don't say thank you, Ling said, his 2 tails already sneaking into her clothes. He smiled with his eyes, leaning his head close to her ear and whispering, Don't thank me. Love me, a mischievous fox spirit that causes trouble for the country. Bai Ziji was just sitting, and her hair stood on end. Really, the big white fox was too good at teasing. Ling watched her little expression with interest, feeling proud. But he also knew that today, the little female wasn't in the mood for anything else. He obediently retracted his tails and lay on the bed by himself. As he fell asleep, he transformed into a human form, glowing brightly. Especially those eyes. They are incredibly beautiful. Ling, Bai Ziji's lips moved as she called his name. I'm here, my little mate. He spoke casually, even making a teasing expression. Bai Ziji leaned down and kissed him lightly. Thank you for the gift. I like it very much. Try it on and show me, Ling said as he sat up quickly. He untied the bundle neatly, revealing a white linen long dress inside. At first, Bai Ziji felt a bit shy about changing clothes in front of Ling, but then she thought that soon she would officially become his mate, so she didn't mind anymore. However, when she took off her outer coat and revealed a white lace camisole underneath, Ling couldn't help but swallow hard. Indeed, the thing on Yunju's head was just as he had guessed. Thinking of this, Ling's face turned red. He quickly shook off his thoughts and helped Bai Ziji adjust her dress. The waist tie was made of cowhide rope, with 2 fluffy little tails hanging at the ends for decoration. Beautiful, Ling happily looked at Bai Ziji in her linen dress. She truly was his little mate, dazzling. Feeling proud, his fox tail behind him couldn't be hidden. He grinned happily, swinging his tail and secretly feeling pleased. Bai Ziji covered her mouth. Ling wanted to say something, but just then, Lanting came in. The snake-like man looked grim as he carried Bai Ziji in his arms and left quickly. Ling was left standing there, feeling confused and frustrated. You didn't even bother to take back the snakeskin coat I gave you, but you immediately put on the one Ling gave you. Lanting's face was dark and serious, but he gently set Bai Ziji down on a stool. Wait a moment, the meat soup will be ready soon. He was a stubborn but kind-hearted man. Bai Ziji drank the meat soup Lanting brought her, feeling much better. But as she ate, she felt like something was missing. Where are Qian Sun and Lang Yi? Shen Hua didn't need to ask. He was always full of energy and had just come down from the bed to fix the fence again. Lanting said impatiently. Kuei Xing came. They left first. Did they come to deliver something? Lanting replied. Probably. Do you want to go see? Certainly, I will go. Bai Ziji quickly finished the food in her bowl. Just as she was about to stand up, Lanting suddenly picked her up and held her in his arms. Bai Zhizhi wanted to say she could walk by herself, but Lanting said, "After all this fuss, I think I should carry you." How embarrassing. Actually, you don't need to make things so complicated. I already used the special ability you mentioned once. So, does that mean you don't want me to carry you? Lanting's green eyes flashed with a clear hint of disappointment.
No.
I just feel a bit awkward because how could Bai Zhizhi say that out loud? Lanting smiled when he heard this. What's so embarrassing? Are you embarrassed to be with Shen Hua, and now I'm the one holding you? Ah, does this sneaky guy have to be so straightforward? She also cares about her dignity, you know.
You.
Bai Zhizhi was caught off guard and speechless. But Lanting looked visibly happy. He chuckled and pulled her into his arms, his smile impossible to hide. Is this shy little female? What will happen if you get shy now? What Lanting wanted to say was, soon, the two of us will be together. Before Bai Zhizhi could speak, Lanting carried her and rushed to the tribe square. At this moment, the central square of the wolf tribe was full of people. All the beast men from the tribe had come out. Everyone knew about Yunju's good deed. Now that the fierce lion's people had arrived, they didn't think it was going to be a good thing. Especially that person called Kuaisheng, with a fierce look and angry eyes glaring around. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed like a very malicious beast man. Moreover, he had injured the leader and stolen their tribe's prey, which was used to exchange for salt. Thinking of this, everyone clenched their weapons tighter. Lanting put Bai Zhizhi down. She tidied her skirt. Luckily, it wasn't too wrinkled. Seeing Bai Zhizhi arrive, the members of the tribe made way. Lang Yi and Qian Sun were also there. When they saw Bai Zhizhi, their eyes widened in surprise. This little female's outfit was simply too beautiful. Was this the result of Nailing's 2 days of effort? It was dazzling, truly dazzling. They also decided to send her off later. But I can't give any more clothes. There's no newness in that. Bai Zhizhi's appearance in the crowd caused quite a stir. Last night, I only thought she looked thinner, and her face was less deformed. Now it seems she's also become fairer. Especially now, as she walks confidently, her aura makes it hard for anyone to ignore her. Behind her, the 8th-tier snake human released his pressure. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent, and everyone's eyes focused on Bai Zhizhi and the person behind her, Lanting. Lanting doesn't look like Bai Zhizhi's beast husband now. He seems more like a bodyguard, walking a few steps behind her, always watching her. You're here? Where are my people? Bai Zhizhi asked. Lang Yi immediately brought over a stone block, and Qian Sun used his portable beast hide to wipe it several times until it was clean. Only then did he signal that Bai Zhizhi could sit down. He and Lang Yi stood on either side of Bai Zhizhi. Bai Zhizhi crossed her long legs and showed her strong presence. This stance made the beast men of the wolf tribe look over with curiosity. Indeed, after being guided by the beast god, everything feels different. Just look at Bai Zhizhi now. Who would have thought that a month ago, her beast husbands were still arguing about breaking their vows with her? She herself is even hard to look at directly now. Now, not only has she awakened her special power, but she's also become thinner and fairer. Her face is still plain, but compared to before, she looks much better. Most importantly, her beast husbands don't mind, showing that Bai Zhizhi is skilled at managing her relationships. Kuaisheng heard this and immediately bowed deeply to Bai Zhizhi, kneeling with respect. Respectful leader, I've brought your people back. Kuaisheng is the leader of the fierce lion tribe. Kneeling to Bai Zhizhi and giving such a big bow, and calling her respectful leader. That title is usually only used by the leaders of the major tribes. Why does Kuaisheng call Bai Zhizhi that? The leader of the fierce lion tribe bows so deeply to Bai Zhizhi. And it doesn't look like he's forced. Suddenly, I feel so proud of myself too. Lanting listened to the quiet discussions around him, a hint of pride flashing across his face. These ignorant people didn't see the moment last night when Bai Zhizhi's wood-type power shone brightly. Forget Kuaisheng. With time, his little female could go even further. As Kuaisheng finished speaking, the tribe members behind him immediately brought forward the orcs from the wolf tribe who had been captured earlier. Respectful lord, I have returned all your tribe members. I have arranged for someone to treat their injuries with medicinal herbs. Also, these are the prey that our fierce lion tribe promised to offer to the wolf tribe. Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in excitement. Did they hear correctly? The fierce lion tribe is offering prey to the wolf tribe? That's a privilege usually reserved for the higher-level city-state tribes. Who would have thought that the wolf tribe now also enjoys this? What method did Bai Zhizhi use? How did she make the fierce lion tribe submit so completely? Is she the female guided by the beast god? It's truly impressive. Bai Zhizhi, you are amazing. Kuei-shing looked at Bai Zhizhi and, after receiving her signal, stood up. But it wasn't over yet. Kuei-shing then walked to the back of the goods and continued, "Here is the salt we are offering as compensation to the wolf tribe. Please, your lord, review it." Bai Zhizhi looked up. Lang Yi immediately understood and stepped forward to examine it. Yes, it was salt, and more than what their own tribe had exchanged. It was clear Kuei-shing was genuinely submissive. It makes sense, too. His body was sealed with Bai Zhizhi's vines. Anyone daring to have a second thought would be risking their life. Lang Yi nodded at Bai Zhizhi with approval. She understood and stood up. She walked to Kuei-shing and said, "My father is still not awake, but we have received the sincerity of the fierce lion tribe. This matter is settled." Kuei-shing finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that Bai Zhizhi might be unhappy. The fierce lion tribe doesn't lack prey, so offering it was fine. After last night, Kuei-shing had also figured it out. If he could establish a connection with the female from the wolf tribe through this offering, it wouldn't be a loss. Female with special abilities are rare, and Bai Zhizhi is the first to use her powers so effectively. Moreover, she has 3 8th-tier orcs backing her. 8th tier. The wolf tribe is truly hiding its strength. If Kuei-shing was forced to submit last night, after understanding everything, he was now sincere. If it weren't for Yunju's nonsense, he wouldn't have been so foolish. Fortunately, Bai Zhizhi gave him a chance. Thinking of this, Kuei-shing brought out something wrapped in leaves. It looked about the size of a watermelon. He looked eager and said, "This is honey from the black bear tribe. I had someone exchange it for a little. This is my personal gift to the respected leader." A piece of honey? Natural honey? That's a very good thing. Although she could find it herself, she wouldn't refuse such a gift offered directly to her. White Zhizhi was not polite either. She directly stored the honey in her space. Kuei-shing was stunned by this action. Not only does she have special abilities, but she also has space powers? Double abilities? At this moment, he really wanted to slap himself for not realizing earlier. The wolf tribe has Bai Zhizhi. They will become stronger eventually. Looking at what he had done before, it was just asking for trouble. After the exchange, Kuei-shing left with his people. White Zhizhi then asked her beast companions to help carry the items to Bai Chi's cave. These things would be arranged after Bai Chi woke up. She could only seek justice, but she couldn't take over others' responsibilities. The people are back and the items are back too. Moreover, they even took over the mongoose lion tribe. In the past, that would have been impossible. The mongoose lion tribe was already stronger than the wolf tribe. Now that they had submitted, the wolf beast men were both happy and surprised. Almost at the same time, cheers erupted in the square. Bai Zhizhi's name was also shouted out. Her impressive achievement was thanks to her. "Zhizhi, we misunderstood you before. We didn't expect you to become so powerful after receiving the guidance of the beast god." Yes, yes. Even Kuei-shing saluted you. He wasn't very friendly to our wolf tribe before. Bai Zhizhi, having you is a blessing for our wolf tribe. Such words kept coming. The beast men surrounded Bai Zhizhi in the center. Among them, the male beast men who had previously stayed behind, thinking they were of high rank, also came forward. "Hello, Bai Zhizhi. My name is Rui Feng, a 6th-rank beast man. May I be your mate? And I am Lanting, a 5th-rank peak." Originally Lanting, who was standing behind Bai Zhizhi, looked proud. But in just a short time, others had already approached her. "Look at that wolf blue. Its cloak is all torn up. Clearly, Yanzi isn't here, and he can't find a female to mate with. Such trash, and he still dares to stand in front of Bai Jiji? Lanting was about to speak, but Bai Jiji said, "Sorry, I already have a mate. I love them very much and don't plan to take another male." Lanting, Jiji. A warm feeling flowed through his heart, making his gaze on Bai Jiji even warmer. "You're so excellent. It's normal to have more mates. You have special abilities, even double abilities. 5 isn't enough." Wolf Blue still wanted to insist, and Ruifeng clearly did too. Bai Jiji smiled and said, "My mates are also very good. Thank you both for liking me. Let's stop here for today." She then turned and gave Lanting a look, signaling him to take her away. Lanting smiled, his green eyes shining brightly in the sunlight. The man stepped forward quickly, lifting Bai Jiji into his arms, and they headed along the main road toward their cave. Wolf Blue was furious. Usually, such things only needed the female's approval, but Bai Jiji actually refused. But honestly, after more than a month apart, Bai Jiji had changed a lot. Not only did she have double abilities, but she also seemed reborn. The few mates who used to dislike her the most now clung to her like glue. Compared to her, Yanzi was much more annoying. Not only did she run away after making mistakes, but she also lost contact with them and didn't break the contract, causing them to be unable to find other females during spring. They thought Bai Jiji was ugly and would agree, but unexpectedly, she refused so decisively. "Lanting, why did you refuse Wolf Blue and Ruifeng?" Bai Jiji shot a quick look at Lanting and said, "You really accepted them and you're not happy, Lanting." Indeed, she was not at all adorable. "I know what you're trying to hear me say," Bai Jiji said with a clever smile. Before Lanting could react, she grabbed his chin in his arms. As her soft lips pressed against his, Lanting's back suddenly felt like snake scales rising. This feeling was so strange. It turns out that a female's lips are so soft. At this moment, Lanting felt like a child who had tasted candy, eager for more. But Bai Jiji let him go. Lanting tried to kiss her a few times but failed. He opened his eyes and saw Bai Jiji's sweet smile. She said, "Jewels are in front of me. How could I look at others? Besides, those were things Yahweh didn't want." She didn't want anyone to touch them. Bai Jiji isn't a trash collector. Lanting's eyes warmed. He looked at Bai Jiji's face with some disbelief and asked, "Am I also a jewel to Jiji?" After all, she said she hated snakes. Their past experiences weren't happy. Although he was stubborn, he knew deep down that compared to others, he might be just someone unimportant in Bai Jiji's heart. He gave her his beast pill and made her clothe himself, but Bai Jiji didn't accept either. Today, she had done many things for Shen Hua, Lang Yi, Qian Sun, and Nai Ling. Only he was the first to taste the sweetness of her lips. So, is he the jewel she mentioned? Bai Jiji was stunned. She blinked at Lanting, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. Was this little black snake feeling insecure? "Lanting, do you want to eat oil cake, Lanting?" Bai Jiji reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, smiling. "I found the oil was gone when I was eating. Star sent a prey with a black pig, and the pork is very good. Later, you go get some, and I'll make oil cakes for you tonight." "What's wrong?" she asked knowingly. "I'm your beast husband. Can't you stop always using food to coax me? I just asked and you didn't answer. I made mistakes before and you gave chances to those others. Can't you give me a chance too?" As he spoke, his eyes turned red. Bai Jiji's heart tightened. She thought, oh no, he's about to cry again. She cleared her throat, curled into his arms, and softly said, "If you weren't my jewel, why would I be in your arms? Really?" Lanting's eyes lit up instantly, and the mist that had gathered earlier disappeared. "Really, really?" he asked again, uncertain. Bai Jiji nodded. "Really, really." Oh heavens, she thought, I need to quickly make this man fully mine. He's already doubting himself. This isn't good. "So, do you want to eat oil cakes, Lanting?" "Yes, I will go and bring back that black pig soon." After saying that, I happily hugged Bai Jiji and returned to the cave. She is my treasure, and she says I am her treasure. As we walked, Lanting stopped again. He held Bai Jiji with one arm and reached into his pocket with the other hand to take out the prepared beast pellet. You didn't take it back then. The beast pellet glowed with a faint green light, just like her wood magic. Both are green. Bai Jiji carefully took it from him. Then she also took out a snakehead necklace she had prepared a long time ago.
You.
Lanting looked at the snakehead necklace and was speechless. He stared intently at the necklace in Bai Jiji's hand, his heart pounding. He also has one. So he has one too. Somehow, tears started to fall uncontrollably. Why are you crying? Lanting shyly looked away, acting like a child. Can't I be happy? Bai Jiji shook her head. She didn't expect Lanting to have this side of him. It seems she hasn't paid enough attention to him. Usually, snakes are born and then fend for themselves. It seems Lanting has always lacked love. Help me put it on. Lanting sniffed and lowered his head proudly. His soft black hair brushed past Bai Jiji's face, making her feel ticklish and a little playful. Bai Jiji first patted Lanting's head, then helped him put the necklace on. Does it look good? The little snake's eyes sparkled. Looks good. Bai Jiji paused, then straightened up and whispered into Lanting's ear, but the most beautiful thing
is you.
Her voice was sweet and gentle. Her soft lips seemed to lightly brush his ear as she spoke, sending a tingling sensation through his body like an electric current. Lanting's breath hitched, his body stiffened, and his mind exploded with fireworks. Little female, is she spoiling him? The surprise was so sudden that he almost cried again. What should he do? Come on, Lanting, she's your female. Isn't it right that she's spoiling you? After some mental preparation, the little snake finally held back his excited tears, but the smile on his face couldn't be hidden. Not far from the cave, Shen Hua put down his work and came over. Is it taken care of?
Shen Hua asked.
White Jiji. Yes, everything is taken care of. Kuei Sheng is quite sensible. As she spoke, Shen Hua noticed that Lanting seemed unusually excited. He looked up, slightly suspicious, and asked, What's going on with you? Oh, you mean this necklace? Jiji gave it to me. I told her I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. Lanting's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his mouth curled into a wide smile. Proudly, he handed the necklace to Shen Hua, while he happily went to find Heizhu. He hummed a little tune as he walked. Shen Hua, is Lanting acting crazy? Is he joking again? Last time, it was the same with the fork. Who asked him about this, anyway? What's going on with Lanting? Shen Hua pointed at Lanting's back, looking confused. He wondered how a normally serious person could be smiling so strangely. Ji cleared her throat. This is a long story. First, come help me process the wheat I just collected. That bird food. No, wheat. You'll see later. Come on. Ji corrected Shen Hua and pulled him toward the small kitchen. There's quite a bit of wheat, and it might take some effort to process it all. So, Ji decided to start with a small amount, enough for dinner. She had promised Lanting she would make oil cake for him. The wheat she dried looked golden and shiny. Even through the husk, you could smell the wheat's aroma. Ji didn't really like eating bread, but since there was no other staple food right now, she couldn't eat meat every day. How should I do it?
Tell me.
Be careful. The wheat has thorns, so don't get pricked, Shen Hua said. Seeing Ji working made him feel uncomfortable. Of course, he wanted to care for and love his little girl. He had plenty of strength to do the work. The land prepared for farming was wide and flat. Recently, Nailing had pulled out all the grass from the area and then used fox claws to tidy it up. Ji looked around. It was quite even now. It was perfect for processing the wheat. Once the space was ready, Ji and Shen Hua moved all the dried wheat to the new area. But she was in charge of the work. Shen Hua didn't give her a chance to interfere. Instead, he thoughtfully brought over a small stool and placed it under the shade of a tree for her to sit and rest. Just teach me how to do it, and I will handle the rest. You sit here and keep me company. Shen Hua's eyes were gentle, and he wore a loving smile. Bai Jiji couldn't argue with him, so she had to sit in the shade. She briefly explained how to process the wheat ears, then took the chance to connect to her space. As soon as she opened it, Bai Jiji was happily surprised to find that her originally compressed space had expanded. Shovel, pickaxe. Her eyes widened in shock. These were all things she urgently needed right now. She was thinking about how difficult it would be to clear land without tools when suddenly, her pillow came into view. What a surprise. An actual surprise. Because she was the only one in her sect to cultivate a space treasure, many shared items on the mountain were stored in her space. That's why she called her space the junk factory. But right now, Bai Jiji was very grateful to her senior brothers and sisters for treating her like a trash can before, because now, all those things were useful. Due to the previous compression, only a small part of her space was released. It contained her personal storage cabinet, some old junk she no longer needed, and a bed with a missing leg used as a footstool for books. Speaking of that bed, Bai Jiji wondered in her mind. Initially, it was also compressed. It was only after she and Shen Hua repaired their relationship that she unlocked and tidied it up again. So, could this be related to Shen Hua? Thinking of this, Bai Jiji looked at Shen Hua working nearby. It was quite possible. Her wood magic seemed to have inexplicably upgraded after she and Lang Yi had intimate moments. Wow, she seemed to have discovered some incredible secret. Suppressing her shock, Bai Jiji continued to search inside. Suddenly, her hand froze. There was a sewing machine. The sewing machine she bought from the second-hand market was also found. Everything released from her space this time was essential. She had promised Qian Sun to make him new clothes. She initially thought sewing by hand would be too slow, especially with that thick bone needle, and her stitches wouldn't look good. But now, with the sewing machine, she could do it semi-automatically. Bai Jiji was so excited she almost cried. With these tools, she was confident she could live a good life. At this moment, Shen Hua had finished his work. The wheat grains were all hulled, each one full and plump. Bai Jiji was very happy to see this. The two of them used baskets to collect the hulled wheat. They decided to eat a meal first tonight. Bai Jiji planned to divide the remaining wheat into two parts, one to eat later and the other to save as seeds. This way, they could have a good harvest year after year. However, Bai Jiji looked at the wheat grains and felt worried again. They had the wheat, but turning it into flour was a difficult problem. She rolled her eyes and thought for a moment. After confirming there were no suitable machines in her space, she looked at Shen Hua. Shen Hua asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Jiji looked troubled but asked, "Can you grind these wheat grains into flour? Like this?" Shen Hua's hands suddenly gathered a strong wind, and fine flour started to fall. Bai Jiji was amazed. This was incredible. "It's very easy," Shen Hua said proudly. "My special power is pure strength. Not only can I crush small things like these, but I can also easily break big stones." Shen Hua looked proud, and the young girl nearby looked at him with admiration. Bai Jiji thought, powers, they're really enviable. She didn't know what special abilities her beast husbands had, only that they were very powerful. She wanted them to show her next time. Her thoughts drifted back. She continued, "Husband, keep going. The outer layer of the wheat grain, the seed coat, is very nutritious. Try to grind it as finely as possible, so I don't have to sift it later." After saying this, she happily ran back to the kitchen and grabbed a basin used for washing vegetables. This would be enough to hold the flour. While she was finishing the flour, Lanting and Lang Yi Qiansun and others also returned. They had already taken care of the black pig. However, they threw away all the internal organs. Bai Jiji felt a little sad when she saw this. Pigs are full of treasures. Except for the waste, almost everything was edible. But these wasteful people had thrown everything away. Lang Yi's inner thoughts. Why does it seem like the young girl isn't very happy? Lanting's inner thoughts. Is it because the meat wasn't cleaned well enough? Qianshuan happily walked forward and held out what he was holding in front of Bai Jiji. "Sister, can we eat these two things?" Although they smelled strong, he couldn't throw them away. Qianshuan tried hard to keep a natural smile on his face, pretending everything was fine. He's usually so clean, but now he has to compromise for love. As long as the little girl is happy, he can tolerate the smell. Earlier, those two fools had just thrown away their items. He was downstream and had nothing to do, so he fished them all back up. Seeing the little girl's expression, Qianshuan secretly felt pleased. He had guessed right. Ji turned around upon hearing this. When she looked up, she saw that what Qianshuan was holding was indeed pig internal organs. The large and small intestines were connected, along with the liver, spleen, and lungs. Although it was roughly prepared, at least he brought everything back. Without hesitation, Ji gave Qianshuan a quick kiss on the cheek. Good boy, you know the stuff is good, unlike those two fools. She then took all the things from Qianshuan's hands. Qianshuan's face turned bright red, feeling a bit shy, but also a little proud. He also looked at the two silly ones with a hint of challenge. Lanting shrugged. Is this right? He was busy working, grumbling that it was better to fish out some inedible internal organs from this dead fish. Lang Yi frowned slightly. It smelled terrible. Why did the little girl want these? If he had known earlier, he would have stayed behind, letting Qianshuan's fish get the face. No matter how bad it was, he would even dare to grab for a kiss. But now, it's too late to say anything. Ji didn't care what they were thinking. She was already busy working. She didn't want the large intestine because she didn't have enough seasonings. Its strong smell and lack of ingredients would turn it into a plain, unappetizing dish. Before throwing it away, Ji carefully tore off all the fat connecting to the intestines, washed it in clean water, cut it into pieces with a big knife, and put it into a pot. She added water, covered the pot, then looked at Lang Yi and gave him a signal. Start the fire, cook the oil. Lang Yi obediently responded with a nod. Before lighting the fire, he peeked at the large intestine Ji had discarded. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, she threw it away. That thing. Cough cough. How could he possibly eat it? The law of deliciousness won't spare anyone. It just temporarily gives up, without seasoning. After the stove was turned on high, Ji took out the oil container. She asked Qiansun to pick some wild scallions from the small yard in front of the kitchen. She had previously pulled many from the hillside to plant for easy access. Before Qiansun returned, Shen Hua had already kneaded the flour with his hands. Lanting looked at the bowl of white flour and stared intently. Is this made from that prickly bird food? Ji smiled and corrected him. Wheat. It's a good thing, a kind of staple food. The meat we eat now is just considered a side dish. Lang Yi was confused. Aren't they all just food? Not exactly. The food we eat now can be broadly called food, but there are many types. For example, the wheat we're eating today is a kind of staple. Later, I will take you to plant some other kinds, and I will tell you about each one. Lang Yi smiled. He liked how Ji talked confidently. She was glowing. She didn't need to be very beautiful. Just standing there was enough to attract everyone's attention. She was his female. Ling had just woken up. He was awakened by the smell. His animal hide clothes were loose, and his eyes were hazy from sleep. His enchanting eyes looked affectionately at Ji, busy in the small kitchen. Ling smiled and walked over, ignoring the others' gazes. He went behind Ji and hugged her around the waist. His strong chest pressed against her back, and this pose was somewhat intimate. Especially Shen Hua, who immediately exploded with shock. Come here, Ling turned his head, looking at Shen Hua with a half-smile. I refuse. His teasing look was very intense. At a critical moment, Lanting stepped in and pulled that smelly fox over with his tail. Shen Hua immediately gave him a thumbs up, and Lang Yi did the same. Ling. He looked discontent, thinking that pulling him over would solve everything. He still had his tail. Ji chuckled. Stop messing around. She raised her hand and gently patted Ling's tail back into place. Are you done sleeping?
If not, take a rest.
Dinner will be ready in a little while. Ling supported her chin with one hand. She was not upset when she was called back. Instead, her lazy aura flowed out. Her white hair was blown by the wind, and her eyes sparkled with a smile as she softly responded to Ji. Yes, I feel rested. With the concern of my little female, I don't feel tired at all. Lanting was amazed. This is the legendary fox spirit, truly not to be underestimated. As soon as he arrived, the atmosphere changed. Sure enough, Bai Jiji turned around and saw Nailing and Lanting sitting at the dining table, playing with each other. One was standing on the table, biting the tail of a snake, while the other was grabbing the fox's tail with both hands. It was a bit cute and a little confusing. Don't flip the table. Whoever breaks it won't get dinner, Bai Jiji said while working on her task. She took out the only piece of pork behind the black pig. It was the most tender part, ready to be chopped into small dumplings for tomorrow. Hearing this, Nailing and Lanting immediately stopped and sat obediently. Thinking that sitting still was not suitable, they then stood around the stove next to Bai Jiji. The evening was approaching, and the small kitchen was quiet and warm. Sometimes he handed her a plate, sometimes he wiped sweat from the little female, sometimes he fed her water, sometimes she fed her dried fruits. Everyone was busy and happy. They chatted and played around as the oil in the pot started bubbling. Bai Jiji looked at it, and when she felt it was ready, she carefully scooped the hot oil with a spoon. At this moment, Qian Sun also returned. He washed the small green onions and placed them on the stove, drawn by the fragrant aroma from the hot oil. So this was how the oil they ate was refined. Thinking of this, Qian Sun looked at Bai Jiji with love in his eyes. A proud feeling welled up inside him. His little female seemed to be the embodiment of wisdom. After preparing the oil, dough, scallion water, and scallions, Bai Jiji began to show her skills at the stove. She mixed flour with water, and in her hands, it turned into a ball, then pinched it into small pieces. She used more than half of the flour, planning to use the rest for dumplings. 5 beast men lined up, their eyes wandering everywhere. It was truly amazing how Bai Jiji's hands seemed magical, always surprising them. Being with her was a daily surprise. After preparing the oil, Bai Jiji made some crispy oil bits, then scooped out all the leftover bits. Her action of grabbing the oil scraps surprisingly attracted the attention of several others, who all stretched their necks to look. Bai Jiji was momentarily surprised, then she chuckled softly and said, "I really can't do anything with you guys." Isn't it just typical that her own husband could only be spoiled? It was quite sweet and a bit embarrassing. Thinking this in her mind, she naturally fed each of the 5 people a piece of the oil scraps. The other 4, while eating, started to look less friendly. This time they were aiming at Shen Hua. They remembered last time when the little female was making oil scraps. Shen Hua had taken a big portion all for herself, and the little female had personally fed her. Thinking of this, the 4 of them gritted their teeth. They quickly pushed Shen Hua to the back and opened their mouths wide again at Bai Jiji. "Jiji, over here." "Ah, Bai Jiji. Can you imagine that scene? 4 handsome men opening their mouths like puppies, waiting to be fed, while behind them, a furious snow leopard was jumping around. Bai Jiji thought that if it weren't for the snow leopard caring about the shelter, it might have already jumped up into the sky. Having multiple husbands was quite tiring. Bai Jiji shook her head with a sigh, then gave each of them another piece, ending this little scene. She chopped the oil scraps finely, took out the previously prepared dough, spread some oil on it, then added the chopped oil scraps, kneaded it into a ball, flattened it, and put it into the pot, all in a smooth, continuous motion. Elegant, truly elegant. And it smelled so good. Most importantly, this was something they had never tasted before, and it was obvious that it would be delicious. Bai Jiji put 5 pieces into the pot at once. She was too timid to think about putting 4, worried about how they would fight over it once it was cooked. Just thinking about it was scary. The chattering little females, with their looks of favoritism and resentful little eyes. Ugh, so frightening. Bai Jiji looked at the land across the river. She wanted to go out again later to see if she could find anything new. This beast world is full of treasures. Going out might be tiring, but it's always rewarding. Now she has tools, so she plans to find some people from the tribe tomorrow to help clear the land. She will provide the food. The pig she brought back tonight is so big. The weather is getting hot, and without a fridge, it won't last long. It's better to work together and share the pig's meat. The fence around the cave took 2 days to build. It's hard work, and she thinks if they want it to last, they need to keep fixing it. Maybe they will even need to make it bigger. In the long run, she also wants to open up the land across the river. The water side can be used for rice paddies, and the mountain side for dry farming and growing other staple foods. After making her plans, Bai Jiji finished the pancakes. She used chopsticks to pick one up and put it in a small bamboo basket. The smell was so good it made everyone hungry. They looked at the golden, crispy pancakes, but didn't move to eat. Bai Jiji was confused and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Shen Hua said, "Waiting for you." Lang Yi said, "We are a family. It's not fair that you cook and are the last to eat." Lanting said, "I will learn to do it too someday." To win a female's heart, giving gifts is good, but showing you're busy and capable is even better. Na Ling, who gives gifts, and Shen Hua, who works hard, both hold important places in the little female's heart. If you can't beat them, learn from their strengths. In short, you shouldn't guard your food all the time. You need to change all your bad habits. Now that he is a male with a female, he must behave properly. Qian Sun said, "Eating with sister is more delicious." Stay calm, Qian Sun. The pancake looks tasty, but you must resist. Don't keep staring at it. Then he asked. Na Ling said, "Little female, won't you feed me a piece?" The nine-turned big intestine meme showed a speechless, annoyed expression, wishing he could endure it. Bai Jiji shivered in fear. She didn't have time to react before Na Ling was pulled away by those four. Soon, splashing sounds came from the river, followed by Na Ling's angry curses. "Forget it, 5 childish kids." The remaining pancakes were also cooked. Bai Jiji made a stir-fried shredded pork with scallions, prepared a tomato and egg soup, cooked the minced meat until done, then added tomatoes and salt. Once the tomatoes released their juice, she added some water. When the water boiled, she poured in the beaten eggs, garnished with chopped scallions for flavor, and it was ready. It was a simple meal. "Time to eat," Bai Jiji called out. At that moment, she felt like a mother calling her children home for dinner at the village entrance. The 5 of them sat down one after another. Bai Jiji looked around. Had they gone to take a bath? Everyone was wet, with tangled hair sticking to their faces. Rolling around in water must be tiring. Even the usually handsome Qian Sun looked a bit worse for wear, with mud on his face. Shen Hua, usually calm, looked a little disheveled too. Lang Yi was the same. His shirt was torn. Lanting was squatting nearby, spitting and cursing, probably eating a mouthful of mud. The worst was Na Ling. It was clear the other 4 disliked his tail. Its 9 fluffy strands were all tangled. The 5 of them looked at each other, then at Bai Jiji, all with faces full of stubbornness. "Look at you bunch of troublemakers. Can't you play nicely?" Na Ling sneered. Shen Hua snorted coldly. "What? Are you going to tattle again?" Lang Yi quickly agreed. "Some males are just like those nagging females who are getting old." Na Ling was furious. He pointed at Lang Yi and scolded, "Your little mouth is like poison. Shut up. We each do our own thing. What's wrong with my little female feeding me a bite?" Humph. Carrot, jealousy, was obvious. Qian Sun stayed quiet. After tidying his animal hide clothes, he silently went to wash his hands at the sink, then obediently sat beside Bai Jiji and sweetly called her sister. That single word, sister, instantly lifted everyone's mood. The others stopped arguing and quickly washed their hands to eat. When they bit into the pancakes, their tongues seemed to clash. Lanting's eyes brightened again and again. "These oily pancakes smell so good and taste so delicious." Seeing him enjoy it so much, Bai Jiji hesitated to tell him. Did he know he had a water plant stuck in his hair? It looked like a little tuft of hair standing up.
It was so funny to watch.
"Lanting, come here." The abyssal giant was busy eating, and when he heard the little female call him, he immediately stuffed a whole pancake into his mouth, without even chewing. He swallowed it directly, with a gulp. He really is a snake, no doubt. "Oil residue pancakes are so delicious, Jiji," Lanting said as he walked over to Bai Jiji. When he reached her and saw she hadn't gotten up, he immediately squatted down. A tall male, like him, isn't meant to look down on his female. Bai Jiji smiled and reached up to take the water plants off his head with a slightly annoyed tone, playing water fights so late at night, like kids. The little ones in the tribe probably aren't as noisy as you guys. In the past, Bai Zhizhi was the one causing most trouble, jumping off cliffs, swimming, or giving medicine to that beast husband. Now, it's the other way around. The beast husbands often compete for attention, and making the neighboring cave kids cry from hunger while cooking is common. They live a lively, noisy life, but it's also quite enviable. After dinner, everything went back to normal. Washing dishes, tidying up. Bai Zhizhi packed up the leftover food she had prepared earlier, including the honey given by Kuei Xing, which she put into a jar. Bai Qi still treats her well. Even though he's been unconscious all day, Bai Zhizhi was worried. Now that she had food, she decided to go check on him. Lanting's cat was lurking in the shadows, seemingly planning something. He turned back to his mountain cave, tidied it up, then went to the bathing area. The little female loved cleanliness, and he wanted to wash himself clean and fragrant. Not enough, after bathing, he went to the small woods and picked many fresh flowers to bring back. His intentions for tonight were very clear. In the small kitchen, Shen Hua and Lang Yi, who were tidying up the dishes, saw this and exchanged a smile. Looks like there will be an interesting show tonight. Because just now, Niling also went to prepare something. Bai Qi, who had been lying for a whole day and night, was now awake. The high priest from the wolf tribe, who had recently gone to treat the bird tribe, had also returned. Now he was sitting beside Bai Qi's nest talking to him. You mean your daughter received guidance from the beast god and awakened special abilities? Clearly, the high priest was suspicious of Bai Qi's words because they were completely different from what he saw in his divinations. To be precise, it was much more than that. Yes, she awakened a wood-type special ability. I was able to escape death this time thanks to her. Bai Qi leaned back in his nest, feeling warm inside when he thought of his daughter. As soon as he woke up, Wolf Jean immediately told him everything about the lion tribe incident. Bai Zhizhi, his daughter, is very good. As for Yunju, he didn't want to mention her anymore. He used to be grateful for everything Yunju did for him, but he never expected her to do something like that. She almost destroyed the entire wolf tribe. Father, you're awake. Bai Zhizhi came in carrying a lunchbox. The high priest's cloudy eyes flashed with surprise when he saw Bai Zhizhi. During his time away, Bai Zhizhi had changed a lot. Could it really be the guidance of the beast god? From the moment she entered, Bai Zhizhi felt the high priest's gaze. It was uncomfortable, as if it could see through her soul. She quickly looked away and put down what she was holding. Seeing her come in, Bai Qi was very happy. He hurriedly told Bai Zhizhi to sit down and also looked at the food box in her hand. What did you make? It smells so good. He said this and also boasted to the high priest nearby, my daughter's cooking is delicious. I'll share some with you later. The high priest smiled meaningfully and said, being guided by the beast god must be different. Bai Zhizhi always felt that this old man was not simple, but she couldn't quite figure out why. In her memory, the original owner only visited his hut when she made contracts with a few beast husbands. She hadn't seen him at other times. Logically, this old man and the original owner were not familiar, so why was he looking at her like that now? She was sure his gaze wasn't because of her appearance change, but she didn't know exactly what it was. Bai Zhizhi quietly observed. It seemed the old man knew she was watching him too, and both of them subtly looked away at the same time. Bai Qi happily ate his oil cake. It was delicious. After Bai Qi had eaten and drunk enough, Bai Zhizhi finally recounted the story of the fierce lion tribe again, including the matters of Kuei Xing and Yunju. You did very well, Bai Qi said with a look of satisfaction. Your face, the high priest pointed at Bai Zhizhi and asked. It was caused by my mother working with Iris to give me medicine, Bai Zhizhi replied with a smile, but the smile didn't reach her eyes. The high priest nodded upon hearing this. Yes, that's it. When I passed by your cave before, I thought you might be poisoned. I didn't expect you to cure yourself. It seems the wolf tribe has a divine-guided shaman. At this point, the high priest's gaze on Bai Zhizhi shifted again. He stroked his beard and nodded as if satisfied. When Bai Qi heard the words, divine-guided, he was very excited. Yes, his daughter had awakened her wood element abilities guided by the beast god, which is exactly what a divine-guided shaman is. Seeing his excitement, the high priest quickly said, "This matter should not be spread. The wolf tribe is just a small tribe. If it gets out, once the divine-guided shaman is known, it will definitely be fought over by other tribes, especially since the shaman is a female and not an unattractive one at that." The high priest stopped mid-sentence, giving only a brief warning. Bai Qi also reacted and nodded thoughtfully. Yes, although Gigi's beast mates are all quite powerful because of the poison, they can advance in their beast ranks. Yunju. As he spoke, Bai Qi cursed Yunju again. Seeing his attitude towards Yunju, Bai Gigi felt much more at ease. She had been worried that her father wouldn't want Yunju. It's good to be clear about that. When mentioning beast mates, the high priest's previous scrutinizing gaze returned. He looked at the two totems on Bai Gigi's wrist and subtly nodded again. The placement of these two totems is very good. The hand of the divine guide must be powerful. In the beast world continent, when males and females form bonds, they usually leave marks. Only Bai Gigi is an exception. Her entire body is covered with totems. When totems match, it either means the person will ascend or their offspring will be extraordinary. Because totems carry innate power, not only benefiting the individual, but also being inherited by their descendants. Whether it's her or her future children, they are all formidable beings. White Gigi didn't know what the old man was thinking, but she felt that he was acting strangely. "Get along well with your beast husbands," said the high priest before leaving Bai Qi's cave. Before leaving, he looked back at White Gigi and silently admired her pure aura. It seemed that soon, under this divine leader's guidance, the wolf tribe would reach the top. After the high priest left, White Gigi told Bai Qi a few words and then also left the cave. As soon as she stepped out, White Gigi felt awkward, her toes digging into the ground. The constant sounds of intimacy were really overwhelming. Could they not do this late at night? Could they wait until she was asleep? White Gigi stood there, silently complaining in her mind, when suddenly a tall figure leaned down from behind her. Warm breath brushed her shoulder, and long fingers brushed aside her loose hair. Along with a hot breath, there was a wet, passionate kiss. Layer by layer, sometimes nibbling, sometimes licking. White Gigi's scalp tightened, and it felt like something was pressing against her waist. "And please, don't touch my neck." She wasn't a puppy, what was with biting her neck? And this way of kissing was just too intimate. White Gigi shrank her neck, and the person behind her paused. A deep, low laugh followed. Qian Sun wrapped his arms around her from behind, bending down to rest his chin on her shoulder, sweetly calling, "Sister." "Wow. The big fish is showing off." "Why are you here?" White Gigi asked. Qian Sun sighed heavily, but his voice was different from usual. "I've been waiting for you here, sister. Do you want to hear me sing?" The merfolk's singing was truly beautiful. Qian Sun, like a playful kitten, started nuzzling her, biting her earlobe gently. The lovely scent of her was all around him, making Qian Sun's eyes look dreamy. Seeing that White Gigi wasn't letting go, he tugged at his clothes and then gently turned her to face him. He took her hand and placed it on his abs. White Gigi thought to herself, "Ha, he's really increasing the stakes, but I have to admit the feeling was really good." A shark with six-pack abs was very pleasant to touch. White Gigi pouted, quietly feeling pleased with herself for eating so well. Qian Sun saw that he had succeeded. He stepped forward and gently hugged White Gigi into his arms, whispering, "Sister, don't go back tonight. Those two guys are so scary." Qian Sun's face was a little red. He smelled the scent of Shen Hua on White Gigi and worried she might not handle it well. After dinner, Lanting and Nailing had gone to prepare something. If White Gigi went back, who would she agree with? They couldn't both go back together, right? Anyway, he had taken her away, so White Gigi wouldn't have to worry. "Who?" White Gigi asked. "Nailing and Lanting." The two of them. Qian Sun felt a bit shy. He paused and continued, "You should rest. But, if you want, you can consider me. I will behave well, as long as..." As long as sister is happy. After saying that, he took a quick look at White Gigi. Seeing she wasn't upset, he added, I'm just worried that if you go back later, it might be difficult for you. After all, choosing between two people isn't easy. His voice grew softer. So, you're asking me to choose you, White Gigi smiled. She wrapped her arms around Qian Sun's neck and used her strength to jump into his arms. Her long legs wrapped around his slim waist like a koala. Didn't you say you wanted to sing for me? Qian Sun was happy. He supported White Gigi's hips with one hand and happily returned to his original cave. The hot spring mist curled around them. White Gigi suddenly became interested. Seeing that the hot spring was hidden enough, she asked Qian Sun to let her down. Under the cover of night, she took off her rough clothes. This move made Qian Sun blush. He didn't expect White Gigi to act like this in front of him. Sister. You. Qian Sun's breath caught, and his face turned red. White Gigi giggled. What? Can I soak in your hot spring? Of course not. Qian Sun hurriedly turned around to explain, but he saw White Gigi sitting on a stone beside the hot spring, her back to him. Her smooth back was covered by her long hair. The skin exposed to the air was faintly visible. When did White Gigi become like a peeled fruit? Under the night, she sat there quietly. She hadn't done anything, but she radiated a sweet fragrance and a gentle glow like a pearl at the bottom of the sea. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request. Beautiful and stunning, like being lost in a dream. While one side is filled with singing and dancing, the other two are anxious and restless. Lanting's flowers have withered, and he didn't find Bai Gigi in her mountain cave. He washed himself clean and lay on Bai Gigi's bed like a young wife, waiting for her. But what happened? He was almost falling asleep. Niling wasn't doing much better. He had prepared for tonight for a long time, but still didn't meet the little female. Although Bai Gigi hadn't promised anything, isn't it up to him to try to win her over? Thinking this, Niling decided to go after her. Since the little female wouldn't come out, he would find her himself. He circled around and finally saw her dress at Qian Sun's hot spring. Niling stood still, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Qian Sun, that careless guy, always acts flirtatiously. Singing so late at night. Doesn't it get annoying? It made him very irritated. He thought he should go to her, but this was her choice. She had 5 beast husbands, so she couldn't be only loyal to him. In the past, he wished she would stay away from him. Now, he didn't even know what he was feeling. He sighed and turned away sadly. He felt very disappointed inside. He thought she would be with him tonight, especially since she wore the clothes he gave her, and he was ready with his beast pill. He was already annoyed, and on the way back, he ran into Lanting. That dark, long-haired guy seemed to be looking for Bai Gigi too. Niling disliked him and reached out to stop him. Stop looking. She's with Qian Sun. His heart broke a little. She had just kissed him and given him a gift. He thought she was inviting him, but then she chose Qian Sun? Listen. Niling sighed deeply, feeling that in this long night, some are happy, some are sad, some are in love, and some are worried. Lanting was silent. The air was filled with Qian Sun singing. Lanting clenched his fists in anger. If that's the case, he would leave. Bai Gigi didn't like him anyway. She only said nice words, but her actions didn't match her words. Lanting's anger grew stronger. What does she think of him? Is he just her pet? How is she different from Luo Chao? His heart hurt and felt very sad. Lanting also has her own pride, but she was so happy with that fish that it made her argue with him. Thinking of this, Lanting let go of Niling's hand and quickly disappeared into the woods. Niling shrugged, secretly thinking that this snake's temper was still as fiery and sensitive as ever. Isn't it just about everyone doing what they are good at? Qian Sun dared to cut in on the first day, so next time he could do the 15th. So, what's there to be angry about? The singing from Qian Sun's side continued. Bai Gigi leaned against the wall, drinking the refreshing drink she had pulled out from the space, feeling dizzy, flushed, and deeply satisfied. The mermaid's singing was truly wonderful. Bai Gigi was starting to feel floaty. She flirtatiously waved at Qian Sun, her fair skin rosy from the hot spring. Qian Sun swallowed hard, his face burning terribly. "Big sister," he softly called, making Bai Zhizhi feel like her bones were melting. "Come here, have a drink with me." Bai Zhizhi playfully stepped forward, looked up at the bright moon in the sky, and the two in the pond looked like a kind of emperor and favored consort. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Qian Sun's neck and poured him a big sip. The drink was refreshing but not harsh, though Qian Sun still teared up from the spiciness. Cool liquid spilled from his lips, sliding down his throat to his abs. After 2 sips, Qian Sun's vision blurred. This drink was so strange. It made people feel dizzy, not as uncomfortable as love potion powder, but it made the body feel soft. "Big sister," Qian Sun called again. Bai Zhizhi held his face, her gaze fixed on his lips. Qian Sun's eyes also tangled, and finally, they kissed. But just as their lips touched, Qian Sun fainted. "Bai Zhizhi, does he have such a poor tolerance for alcohol?" A light snore sounded. Bai Zhizhi shook her head, thinking she shouldn't give Qian Sun drinks next time. He's just grown up and drinking isn't suitable for him. She carried Qian Sun on her shoulder and struggled to climb out of the pond. Ugh, that annoying Qian Sun had drunk himself unconscious. Bai Zhizhi felt regret because he was too heavy. Finally, she laid him down in a grass nest. After settling him, she put on her clothes and headed back to her cave. She didn't know if Lanting and Niling had slept. As she was lost in thought, suddenly, there was a strange noise coming from the small woods. Bai Zhizhi, with her eyes half closed, saw something seem to fall from the sky. She must have drunk too much, she thought. But her curiosity still pushed her to walk over. In the quiet small forest at midnight, only the rustling of grass could be heard. Bai Zhizhi was tipsy and staggered toward the source of the sound. Tiny green lights gathered around her, like fireflies. The young man hiding in the shadows felt pain in his body, making his veins stand out. When he sensed someone approaching, he immediately held his breath. But he was badly hurt, and the strong smell of blood quickly spread out. Bai Zhizhi frowned. She was mostly sober now, but the smell of blood was too strong, almost making her feel sick. She forced herself to ignore the discomfort and carefully moved toward the source of the blood. The young man frowned, relieved when he saw that the visitor was just a female. He guessed she was out to relieve herself. At this moment, Bai Zhizhi also saw him. They stared at each other, and she crouched down in front of him. She made a surprised sound, not expecting to see another black snake besides Lanting. But this little black snake looked a bit special, even with horns. Bai Zhizhi reached out and poked him. He was soft. She pinched again. There were bones. Unique, very unique. Yeming was about to scold her, but noticed that a green light wrapped around his wound. Soon, most of his pain eased. He turned to look at the female in front of him. Bai Zhizhi smelled of alcohol, and Yeming frowned, thinking her scent was really strange. But she had special powers, which was impressive. "All right, little one, I'm sending you off. You can't stay here. You've bled all over this place. To prevent wild animals from eating you, I'll show some mercy." She was drunk after all. She suddenly lifted Yeming from the ground, tied him up, and threw him into a nearby water puddle. Yeming. In the mortal world, males and females are truly like living saints. When he crawled out of the river, there was no sign of the little female anymore. If his wounds hadn't healed mostly, he might have thought it was all just his imagination. Lanting, who was upset and left home, turned back halfway and coincidentally met Bai Zhizhi coming out of the small woods. They stared at each other in silence. Lanting haughtily snorted, showing his displeasure clearly on his face. He leaned against a tree, staring intently at Bai Zhizhi. He had been planning to ask her to comfort him, but his sharp sense told him that Bai Zhizhi had just been in contact with another male. They were very close, and he could smell a strange scent on her.
Lanting suddenly panicked.
He stepped forward and hugged Bai Zhizhi tightly, wanting to ask her something but unable to speak. Because the little female was smiling and holding his face, she confessed herself. Lanting, I saw a little black snake like you earlier. It even had horns. Isn't that strange? Lanting. Horns. He instinctively touched his forehead, which he had hidden his mark on, and responded with a dull nod. Old memories flooded back. Lanting's eyes turned cold, but when he looked at Bai Zhiji, his expression softened into gentle warmth. Bai Zhiji's vision was blurry, and she felt dizzy. Her body was hot, but now she was holding on to Lanting's cool body. She unconsciously pressed closer, smiling foolishly. "Feels so nice, cool," she said, rubbing her face against Lanting's chest. "Zhiji, don't provoke trouble." He had prepared so much for tonight, but she chose Qian Sun and even went into the small woods to find a strange male. He was angry now. Bai Zhiji was drunk and bold. She had liked Lanting for a long time. She remembered when she was roasting a duck, Lanting asked if she wanted salt and helped chase away the iris. Tonight, she wanted to win him over.
Oh.
Someone has been preparing for a long time. Why is it just now served? Bai Zhiji looked up and met Lanting's green eyes. They were beautiful, like a charming fairy. She liked him. She just looked, but her hands weren't behaving. Had Lanting ever seen this kind of situation? Her feelings disappeared as her actions made her heart flutter. Forget disappointment or sadness. Everything else could go too. Lanting was now a good, obedient young man, pleading softly until Bai Zhiji pushed him down. Only then did he realize what the little female wanted to do to him. He was excited and happy. His little female finally came to pamper him. "Sorry, I can't assist with that request." After an intense cuddle session, Bai Zhiji was completely exhausted. She was originally in charge of everything with great interest, but later, Lanting didn't hold back. He carried her back to his old cave and kept playing until almost dawn. Only then did he stop, looking very satisfied. Bai Zhiji snuggled in Lanting's arms and slept peacefully. In her dreams, she seemed to return to the real world and saw her body lying in her room. That day, she was about to break through, but for some unknown reason, she was transported here. Then, she seemed to see the original owner. The original owner said she didn't want to live anymore, so when the big fishtail came rushing over, she chose to hit the rocks instead. Bai Zhiji frowned. She felt her head and body hurt so much. She wanted to say how painful it was, but she couldn't speak. The scene shifted, and she found herself back at her old home before she went up the mountain. She was still young, standing alone at the door, watching her grandparents, father and mother gather around her younger brother to celebrate his birthday. Her grandmother had secretly said she was a burden. Her parents had also secretly bought a house in the city. She only found out when she was in elementary school that her household registration book only listed her. So, that day, when the master passed by her house and said she had talent, her parents immediately took her away. Bai Zhiji's brows furrowed tightly. It felt like something was tearing inside her, and tears started to fall uncontrollably. Lanting was terrified. He didn't know what was wrong with Bai Zhiji. His hand hesitated in midair. As a beast man, he didn't understand nightmares, but he could see she looked very distressed. There was no more sweetness, even though just moments ago, everything was fine. "Zhiji, Zhiji, wake up. Zhiji, Zhiji, Zhiji." Gradually, beautiful faces appeared in Bai Zhiji's mind. Shen Hua, Lang Yi, Nai Ling, Qian Sun. "Zhiji, don't be afraid. I'm here." Bai Zhiji slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Lanting's panicked expression. He looked at her anxiously, full of concern. "Lanting?" Bai Zhiji looked at him in confusion. The next moment, she hugged him and started crying. "Ah, Lanting, I had a nightmare. The people in my dream all hate me." Lanting felt heartbroken upon hearing this. He tightly hugged Bai Zhiji in his arms, gently rubbing her at the back of her head with his big hand. "Don't be afraid, I am here. I like Zhiji. We all like Zhiji." Seeing this fragile side of the little female, Lanting's heart broke. He swore he would love and protect her well, even risking his life for her. Bai Zhiji curled up in Lanting's arms and cried for a long time. Sniffling, she gradually fell asleep again. Lanting wanted to get her some water and help her wash, but he couldn't bear to leave her alone, so he stayed by her side, holding her. He hummed softly, trying to imitate Qian Sun. His tune wasn't as beautiful as Qian Sun's, but it wasn't bad either. It seemed to work. The little female in his arms gradually calmed down. Lanting looked at her with love in his eyes. He couldn't help but kiss her, and they both had a good night's sleep. Bai Jiji's emotions came and went quickly. Since she didn't remember her dreams, she was fine when she woke up. Seeing that Lanting was still asleep, she played with his hair, twirling it around her fingers. Bored, she braided some small braids, looking at her own work and successfully making herself smile. Lanting, with a lazy and affectionate voice, gently held Bai Jiji's hand, even with his eyes closed, and pressed a kiss on it. He pulled Bai Jiji into his arms and held her for a while before reluctantly getting up. Snakes are naturally clingy, especially when facing someone they like. Bai Jiji had already forgotten how upset she was last night when she cried so hard. Now, she just wanted to eat. It's all physical work, so how could she not be hungry? She dabbed at the tears on her face and felt exhausted, her eyes full of sleepiness. These beast husbands were all stronger than each other. Sometimes she thought she was lucky to have wood element magic, otherwise, she wouldn't be able to handle it. With Lanting's insistence, Bai Jiji changed into the snakeskin skirt he had sewn herself. Last night, she found out that the material for the skirt was taken from him. When she learned the truth, she felt very repulsed. But Lanting kept insisting, and she didn't know why she agreed to wear it. However, it felt soft, so Bai Jiji accepted it. When the two of them returned to the small kitchen holding hands, Shen Hua had already prepared breakfast. Niling sat at the dining table and gave Lanting a meaningful look. Didn't some people run away from home last night? It's only been a short time and you're already fine, Lanting. Did I want to do laundry? He was holding the white jasmine dress that Bai Jiji had changed out of. Blushing, he walked to the water well. The clothes still carried a faint feminine scent. Before washing, he quietly picked them up and sniffed them at the nose. Niling was jealous. He didn't want to pay attention to him. It turned out Niling was indeed jealous, especially after seeing Bai Jiji wearing that long black snake-like skin. He felt even more annoyed. He snorted and turned his head proudly, but his eyes kept flickering toward Bai Jiji. That annoying snake was enough to make him angry. It had been marked with a scent on Bai Jiji's body. Such dominance was truly disgusting.
Shen Hua in got Lanting.
His eyes could only hold one person. Seeing that Bai Jiji looked healthy, he carried a plate of fried eggs over and said, "Found this in the morning. Try it." Shen Hua was very quick to learn. After seeing Bai Jiji do something once, he could do it himself. As Bai Jiji sat down, Langi handed her a glass of fresh mulberry juice. "Try this." Compared to Niling's sarcastic attitude, these two behaved remarkably well. Shen Hua noticed Bai Jiji had a good appetite and felt relieved. Their beastman bodies were naturally strong, but Bai Jiji had been a bit tired these days. Well, thanks to her wood magic, or he was worried she might not be able to handle it. "Jiji, how do you make this?" It was pork tenderloin filling prepared last night for making small dumplings. Shen Hua looked at the bowl of meat filling, unsure how to cook it. Bai Jiji said, "I'll do it. After I finish eating, I need to talk to you all about something." She wanted to quickly clear the wasteland while the season was right. She had seeds, and once winter came, they would have enough food. They wouldn't have to hunt every day and could rest more. Today the weather was good. After eating, she planned to make the mosquito repellent sachet. The herbs they collected had dried for a few days and were ready. Also, the fragrant camphor tree that Langi brought back needed to be sorted out today. Hearing that Bai Jiji had something to say, everyone gathered around. Lanting finished hanging his clothes and also sat down. Qianshuan cannot do heavy work, so Bai Jiji didn't include him in the land clearing task. She said, "Recently, I wanted to clear this piece of land in front of the mountain for planting. Today, I plan to start. I will find people from the tribe to build the fence, and I will take care of the food, Bai Jiji then pointed across the river and continued, "That empty space by the water, I think we should also open it up for rice paddies. So, the fence needs to be expanded. Relying only on Shen Hua or a few of you would be too hard. Since her husband is her own, she feels both love and concern for him. Others from the tribe will help build the fence, and we also need to build a bridge. Hua and Ye will each take one side. The area at our gate will mainly be a vegetable garden, and the land across the river will be farmland." Bai Jiji spoke softly, especially when mentioning the two of them. Her cute, repetitive words sounded very affectionate, making people feel warm inside. Shen Hua and Langi couldn't help but straighten their backs, looking like soldiers called to duty by their superior. She then took out her well-planned blueprint. Seeing this, everyone leaned in to look. When they saw that Bai Jiji had also marked their room locations, they couldn't help but smile happily. The beautiful building on the blueprint clearly showed their animal-shaped portraits: the adorable snow leopard, the handsome silver wolf, the little fox, the small snake, and the mermaid. It seemed that the little female had already marked their territory. Thinking of this, everyone felt very happy. After organizing everything, Shen Hua went to call people from the tribe. Langi was responsible for the area at the cave entrance. Bai Jiji and he carefully discussed the plan, leaving a small path connecting the kitchen and bathroom. They also needed to leave space for the bathroom, and between the fields, there should be ridges for easier management later. This work was physical. After finishing, Bai Jiji smiled sweetly at Langi, saying, "Ye will work hard." As she spoke, she leaned in and kissed him. Langi thought to himself, "I feel full of strength. I want to dig the ground. I want to clear the land. Then what about me? What about me? And me? Don't think I'm just cute. I have plenty of strength." Nailing and Lanting saw Bai Jiji arranging for Langi to work and giving him a kiss. They immediately became anxious. White Jiji smiled and greeted the two as they sat down. "Lanting, please help me deal with that tree. I will tell you how to handle it later. The camphor tree is very valuable, and it is also used in the insect repellent ointment, so she asked Lanting to take care of it first. Nailing helped me process the prey. When the helpers arrive later, we need to prepare meals and pack some raw meat to take back. The tribe doesn't use money, but food is essential." Also, White Jiji kept Nailing because he had prepared something last night. She couldn't favor one over the other, so she kept him close, her adorable little fox, to prevent him from feeling upset. Nailing is very handsome, and White Jiji still feels a little moved. Especially when he complains, he's so funny and cute. After everything was arranged, everyone dispersed. Nailing understood why White Jiji kept him. He was secretly happy. After everyone left, he quietly moved closer, burying his fluffy head in her arms, whimpering softly. He nuzzled her for a while before sadly speaking, "I thought you didn't want me anymore." "Not at all. I was just forced last night." Nailing's fox eyes narrowed. It was indeed difficult for her to choose between them, but in the end, she chose Lanting. Thinking of this, he lifted his head again, pouting as if he could hang an oil bottle on his lips. White Jiji asked, "Would you like some mulberry juice?" Nailing pouted proudly, "No. How about this then?" White Jiji took a sip and fed it to him. It was so intimate. Nailing's fur instantly bristled, his 9 tails nearly spinning like propellers, and his ears drooped. He squinted, and all his previous anger disappeared completely. "Tonight. Give me some, okay?" White Jiji raised an eyebrow. "Let's see how you perform." Nailing smiled, his smug little expression clear on his face. He squinted, pouted, and as he looked adorable, he turned into a little fox, following White Jiji like a puppy. Sometimes he licked her ankle, sometimes he wagged his tail to sweep her legs. After she finished eating, White Jiji went to the bathroom. She hadn't brushed her teeth yet, but luckily Nailing didn't mind. On the bathroom counter, from left to right, there were 6 toothbrush cups, and below them were towels she prepared for them. Without toothpaste, she used charcoal ash instead. The mirror was in her space. After brushing her teeth, Bai Jiji washed her face and then noticed something different about herself. Her features seemed to stand out more. Unsure, she stepped closer to the mirror to look carefully. To her surprise, She saw golden threads like snakes moving around her neck, circling her face before disappearing. On her neck, there was a symbol that glowed with her and Lanting's shared power. At the same time, Bai Zhizhi felt her rare ability had improved. Level 2 Earth Magic Shaping. That sounds a bit unbelievable, right? She's not a clay doll, so how could her magic upgrade and give her a new form? But honestly, the person in the mirror looked a little more attractive than before. This definitely wasn't a coincidence. First her wood magic, then her space magic, and now earth magic. If she could nailing of her powers, what would happen? Thinking of this, Bai Zhizhi opened the bathroom door. Nailing was lying on the table, basking in the sun. When she saw him, she called out cheerfully. Hearing her voice, Nailing jumped up and ran toward her like a happy dog. "Little female, you called me?" "Yes, baby. I saw a bug doing flips. Come take a look." Bai Zhizhi exaggerated her excitement. As soon as Nailing reached her, she pulled him into her space. This was Nailing's first time in her space. He looked around confusedly in his human form, but quickly understood. Before Bai Zhizhi could move, he pounced on her and pushed her onto the bed. "Little female, is this an invitation?" Bai Zhizhi smiled but didn't speak, just wrapping her arms around his neck. Nailing's eyes were beautiful, and he looked at her with a slight tremble in his throat. "Little female, you seem very different today. What's wrong?" Nailing said, "Your initiative is really attractive." He kissed her passionately. He had planned to wait until evening, but seeing her like this, he couldn't hold back. Besides, she had invited him. So what was he hesitating for? But deep down, he was still worried about her body, especially with Lanting's special talent there. "Are you okay with this?" During their conversation, Bai Zhizhi suddenly turned over and pressed herself on top of him. This action greatly excited Nailing, and he liked it. The smell left by that snake, he wanted to get rid of it completely. Thinking of this, before Bai Zhizhi could move, Nailing rolled over again. Luckily, the bed was big enough. Otherwise, he might have fallen off. "Such things happen because, my dear little female, as your beast husband, I have many ways to make you happy," Nailing said. His 9 tails spread out and wrapped around Bai Zhizhi. He held her close, locking her in his arms. "Here, this is for you." Nailing took out his beast core and continued, "Earlier, I lost my rank. Without my beast core, I couldn't maintain my human form. Now I've advanced in rank." After saying that, he placed the beast core into Bai Zhizhi's hand and then gently captured her lips with his own. Bai Zhizhi was surprised by Nailing's kissing skills. Is it true that foxes are naturally good at this? And it seems he's good at more than just that. "Little female, do you want to see my new abilities after reaching the 8th rank?" Bai Zhizhi was still dizzy from his kisses. When she heard him say this, her mind was a mess, but she nodded. In the next moment, when she opened her eyes again, Bai Zhizhi found herself in a different place. Surrounding her were flowers and plants, with a strong, pleasant fragrance. "This is a my space." Bai Zhizhi was very surprised. What kind of ability does Nailing have that can pull her from her space directly here?
Nailang chút cờ sốc tì.
"This is my space." He then pressed his lips to Bai Zhizhi's again. After a long while, he continued, "When I was advancing in rank, I thought it would be great to have a space of my own, preferably one I could enter. That way, I could be with my little female without worry." He didn't want anyone to disturb him or hear her happy sounds, because those sounds belonged to him. Nailing spoke very gently. Not only that, he seemed to perform magic and took out a beautiful chain, placing it around Bai Zhizhi's fair neck. "The city-state saw it and thought it suited you, so I brought it back." The chain had a small fox head in the middle, about the size of a thumb. It wasn't very delicate, but it was pretty. Nailing her nose with his, their breaths intertwined. He looked at her with charming eyes that seemed to captivate her, and he was smiling. Bai Zhizhi felt her scalp go numb. Oh heavens, she felt like her soul was leaving her. Nailing lowered his gaze, his eyelashes fluttering. He gently held her chin, making her look at him, and softly asked, "Why do you thank me?" "Thank you for thinking of me." Bai Zhizhi blinked her eyelashes cutely. She was in his arms, doing nothing but smiling, and her playful little fox spirit was making her blood boil. I'm your mate. Naturally, I should think of you. Gigi, promise me you'll keep wearing this and not take it off, okay? Nailing said this as he rested his head on her shoulder, acting cute on his face, but his hands and tail were not behaving. Bai Gigi was almost overwhelmed by him. If she had known, she would have waited until tonight. Seeing her patience, Nailing chuckled softly. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek with his fingers, tracing her brows and eyes softly, inch by inch, like a tiny pecking chick. Nailing's space was magical, and there was wind too. Bai Gigi felt a little cold, so she instinctively curled into Nailing's embrace. He was thoughtful enough to hold her whole in his arms. Honestly, this experience was very strange. Once again, she understood the power of a king. Who wouldn't be confused in such a situation? It was clear that Nailing was also inexperienced, but he was very skilled. He managed to consider her feelings while doing his best. Bai Gigi almost cried from the intensity. Nailing was not joking, he really had a way with things. And he was even more charming than Shen Hua. The breath that seemed to be deadly was still in her ears, and Bai Gigi no longer knew what the world was. Help! They were all just a bunch of spirits. It wasn't tiring at all. She was even lost in it. Hakimi's tail was also very fun to play with, and Bai Gigi held it close, reluctant to let go. But surprisingly, Nailing was also jealous of his own tail. He pulled her tail out of her arms and then lay down himself. After the intense closeness, Bai Gigi used her wood magic to heal herself. Meanwhile, Nailing curled up in her arms, looking dazed, with lingering embers on his face. He occasionally licked her neck with his tongue, lost in the moment. Noticing that Bai Gigi was touching his head, he moved his head closer to her. He also enjoyed the feeling of her touching him. In the past, he didn't have this need, but since she touched him once, he couldn't stop wanting it. She liked to touch him, and he liked being touched by her. They were a perfect match. Time inside the space is different from outside. So, these two spent a long time inside, but to Lanting and Ling Yi, it just looked like they were brushing their teeth in the bathroom. Nai Ling, the fox, was lazily lying on a rock, basking in the sun with her tail flicking high. Bai Gigi had tidied her clothes before walking out of the bathroom. At that moment, Shen Hua also arrived back. Bai Man's family was there too. Seeing Bai Gigi, Bai Man immediately went over and said, I heard you needed help with chores and food. I brought all my beast husbands. Bai Man was very enthusiastic. When she heard Bai Gigi needed help, she didn't hesitate to come. Besides, Bai Gigi's food smelled so good. They all lived in the same tribe and didn't meet often. She had no reason to visit, but now she had the chance, so she was the first to sign up. Her children also came along. They all kept calling Bai Gigi Auntie, sweet-talking her. But it was so strange. Mother, isn't this the same auntie who gave me oil residue last time? This auntie is prettier than that one. Bai Man felt embarrassed and awkwardly smiled. Sorry, Gigi, you've changed so much that the little ones didn't recognize you. It's okay, it's okay. They're just praising me. While the two women chatted, Shen Hua was already gathering people to choose suitable trees and start building the bridge. Bai Gigi had drawings for the bridge. Since her space didn't have nails, she used a mortise and tenon structure. Shen Hua's skill was sharp, so he was perfect for this task. The key to the mortise and tenon bridge was the connection between the wood's protrusions and holes, which made it sturdy. Without tools, this required the beastman's own strength, like Shen Hua's. She carefully drew each step on the blueprint, considering the practicality of the bridge later. She chose 5 sections for the design. At first, Bai Gigi was worried that Shen Hua wouldn't understand the blueprint, but to her surprise, Shen Hua was very smart and understood everything immediately. She explained once, and he got it. Meanwhile, others were busy with their tasks, and Bai Gigi was also not idle. Nailing originally wanted to enjoy some sunshine, but Bai Man's little ones were too noisy. They kept running over, circling around his beast form. Nailing showed his teeth, and his tail fluffed up. He wasn't being aggressive, he just didn't know how to deal with the little ones. Bai Man saw this and quickly called her own little ones back. Honestly, this was her first time seeing Nailing's beast form. Is this a nine-tailed fox? So majestic. Aling, don't scare the little ones, Bai Zhizhi said, reaching out to gently touch Nailing's chin. Instantly, his fur flattened. He squinted his eyes, tilted his head, and followed Bai Zhizhi's hand, looking very content. It's great when the totem lights up. Even the female members now call him Aling, Aling, Aling. It sounds so nice. The meat tonight might not be enough. Thanks for running an errand. Hearing this, Nailing curled his tail around Bai Zhizhi's hand, kissed it, then gracefully jumped down from the table and ran toward the forest. Seeing this, Bai Man's face turned red. You're really close with your beast husbands now. The females in the tribe are saying you're quite skilled at managing them. Bai Zhizhi, maybe you could teach us some tricks. Bai Man was truly jealous of Bai Zhizhi. Bai Zhizhi wasn't very pretty before, and her appearance was quite terrible. Now, although she has changed a lot, she still looks average. Yet, with that ordinary look, she managed to tame 5 top-tier beast husbands. Look at Shen Hua, so hardworking. And Lang Yi, precise and direct. Qianxin calls her sister every time, making her feel so happy she blooms inside. Lanting used to avoid Bai Zhizhi, but now she would take time to look at Bai Zhizhi busy with her work, even pulling bark from trees just to steal a glance. The look in her eyes is so obvious, Bai Man could see it from afar. Moreover, these two are quite playful. If she hadn't gone out last night, she wouldn't have known. It turns out that females can also take the initiative. They are in a small forest, and she can't help but admire. Also, Nailing, who just went up the mountain to hunt, is a fox that has always been mysterious in the tribe, never seen but often heard. Just now, it seemed like she saw Bai Zhizhi call him, and he responded like a dog. How beautiful was Iris in the past? Several chance encounters, all kinds of flirtations. Wasn't she always humiliated by Nailing from head to toe? But Bai Zhizhi is different. This shows she has some strength. So Bai Man is very eager to learn from her. Bai Zhizhi was speechless.
She didn't know what to say.
If she had to say something, maybe it was that she cooks well? I don't have any special skills to win my husband's favor. I guess it's just that my cooking is good and they like my food. Bai Man clasped her hands together, looking sincere. Teach me. Please, Zhizhi. She has 13 beast husbands, and not many make her feel at ease. Bai Man is very troubled by this, often annoyed and headache-prone. All right, I happen to be making lunch today. Follow me and learn. Bai Zhizhi sincerely teaches her. For her, this is like modern civilization entering the beast world. As the daughter of the leader, she wants everyone to live a good life together. From the memories of this body, Bai Zhizhi learned that every winter, many beast men, especially those with disabilities, die of hunger in the tribe. She also planned to pick someone from the tribe to learn from her, so more people could improve together. Little wonton Bai Zhizhi didn't wrap her own, as there were too many children, and she didn't know how to divide them. So she took Bai Man to prepare the ingredients for lunch. Scallions, tomatoes, green Sichuan pepper, and Shen Hua saw her take the green Sichuan pepper, so he went to the river to catch a basket of fish for her, all cleaned. This made Bai Man very envious. Look at her beast husband. His eyes are full of life. They made grilled fish with green Sichuan pepper, tomato fish soup, and 2 big pots of meat. Worried it might not be enough, Bai Zhizhi also brought some dried bacon, chopped it with scallions, and stir-fried everything together. By noon, the small kitchen was bustling with activity. Bai Man helped out while learning to cook. Bai Zhizhi was very careful, explaining exactly when to add oil and how to make it. Previously, she thought Bai Man didn't have a pot, so she didn't teach her. But then she realized that a stone pot should also work. Later, she decided to ask Shen Hua to give a share to Bai Man's family. She is really clever. She has already thought about this stone pot. After Bai Man's family uses it widely, if anyone in the tribe wants one, she will trade a wild pig for a pot. Here are the cooking steps. As the weather gets hotter, the husbands won't need to go up the mountain anymore. For example, Nailing, who is exhausted from working in the space like an old ox, still has to go gather food. Bai Zhizhi admits she feels sorry for her. The tempting aroma continues to drift out, but today it lasts even longer. At a certain spot on the mountaintop, a small black snake is coiled on a tree trunk, watching everything happening in the distance. A pair of sharp eyes are always fixed on Bai Zhizhi. This female has something special. Seeing Bai Zhizhi, he also remembered last night's scene in the small forest. It was quite bold, but he also felt that the snake scent from last night was very familiar. What surprised him even more was that the fox from Mount Tushan's Great Marsh appeared here. However, on the other hand, such a powerful female, he also wants her. Mealtime, Bai Zhizhi called out to the beast man working nearby. Lang Yi was sweating profusely, exhausted from the morning's work. He dared not use his abilities, so he had to carefully dig with the tools Bai Zhizhi gave him. Bai Zhizhi used a cool, damp cloth to wipe his sweat. Lang Yi, tall and strong, immediately bent down when he saw the female wanting to wipe his sweat. But at that moment, he felt a twinge of sadness in his heart. The scent left by the fox is really... It's okay. I was the first to light her totem. The female has many beast husbands. She can't be with only me. Lang Yi quietly took a deep breath. He understood. He can't be jealous. Are you tired? Bai Zhizhi asked. Lang Yi forced a smile, trying to comfort himself. Lanting also came over. His face was originally dry, but he squeezed in. Bai Zhizhi shook her head and also handed him a damp cloth. The highly sensitive Lanting also noticed the smell left on Bai Zhizhi by nailing. The stinky fox, clearly doing it on purpose. But he's not angry. They're all their own males. What's the point of being jealous? As long as the little female cares about him, that's enough. Thinking about last night, Lanting's face unconsciously turned red. But he hesitated, wondering when Ning Ling found the chance. He didn't notice anything unusual, and that sneaky fox finished everything. Qian Sun was drunk last night. Feeling dizzy, he went to the small kitchen and saw the scene. His heart broke. Last night, he failed to keep the little female, and she slept so soundly. Waking up this morning, it felt like the world was falling apart. Big sister, I feel so dizzy. Qian Sun looked pale, full of a sense of brokenness. He weakly sat at the dining table, looking like he might collapse at any moment.
Lanting sir not gonli.
This fish was very cunning, and its way of competing for affection was also quite shameless. Stop singing that broken song of yours. Maybe your head wouldn't be so dizzy. A fish, always tilting its head and shouting loudly. If it's lacking oxygen, of course, it would feel dizzy. Although he was pampered by the little female last night, his words still carried a sharp edge. Lanting hadn't forgotten what that fish did last night. Big sister. Qian Sun didn't speak, but looked timidly at Bai Zhizhi. How could Bai Zhizhi stand that look? She immediately poked Lanting's forehead. It didn't hurt, just a little itchy. Lanting covered his forehead, showing a silly smile. He hummed and turned away, not wanting to look at Qian Sun. Qian Sun, come sit here. Bai Zhizhi pointed to the spot in front of her. Qian Sun pursed his lips, feeling happier than words could describe. He knew the little female wouldn't be angry with him. With so many beast husbands, what's wrong with using a little trick? Although he didn't succeed last night, at least he got closer to the little female. The next step would definitely be him. But when he approached, Qian Sun's face turned pale. Bai Zhizhi's scent on her was not only Lanting's, but also Ning Ling's. The former was faint, but the latter was strong and overwhelming. It was obviously intentional. Qian Sun was truly upset now. Turns out, he had planned everything last night, but in the end, he had only helped those two. The more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Here, eat some soup and water to soothe your stomach. Bai Zhizhi had just pinched a few pieces of food. I want some too. Lanting saw only Qian Sun had some, so he immediately stopped. Lang Yi didn't speak, but his meaning was very clear. White Zhizhi. Qian drank a little last night. I was worried he would have a hangover, so I pinched him. You all will have some too tonight. Just now, the cub from Bai Man's family was here, and she didn't do anything about it. It's really hard to separate them. Tonight, When Nailing comes back from hunting with fresh meat, I will pinch him more. Qianquan is now very happy. His sister made food just for him, and no one else gets any. So what if I light up the totem again? His sister's fish pond always only has him. Happy little fish are full of energy again, eating dumplings and soup, so delicious it touches the heart. Good job, Lang. Lanting, you greedy fish, you can't even stop eating. Everything is really harmonious and joyful. On the mountaintop, the little black snake snorted coldly and turned to crawl into the woods. Shen Hua, returning from the river, paused. He looked in the distance, feeling like there was a pair of eyes watching nearby. But what delicious thing did the little female do? It smells so good. Bai Man stood with her cubs on the edge of the small forest, waiting for her beast husband. Bai Zhizhi gave each of her cubs a small crispy meat, and they ate happily. The small kitchen was unbearable. The house was filled with a sweet, greasy smell that made people's faces blush. Shen Hua naturally noticed Bai Man's unease. He strode over, saw Bai Zhizhi preparing food, and naturally washed his hands before taking over what she was doing. Bai Zhizhi, you rest, I can handle it. Lang Yi, standing nearby as a tray. I'm still here. The wolf cub he just coaxed was unhappy again. Bai Zhizhi didn't miss this. She quietly patted Lang Ye's arm, and in the moment she reached for something, she secretly kissed him. The movement was very gentle and quick, like a feather brushing past.
Lang Ye was stunned.
He glanced at the others and realized he hadn't been noticed. This feeling was strange, but exciting. Bai Zhizhi's lips curled into a smile. She turned her head slightly and met Lang Ye's shy, curious gaze. Lovers are like raising a puppy, taking it slowly, teaching it little by little, and eventually turning it into what you like. Besides, this is naturally fluffy and ever-changing but always the same at the core. Bai Zhizhi looked at him slyly, making a shushing gesture. Lang Ye's face instantly turned red. So the young female just secretly kissed him. This is favoritism. Pure favoritism. Like that small bowl of wontons, only he has it. After the food was served, Na Ling returned carrying a catch. Bai Zhizhi handed him a towel. Na Ling took it and wiped his face carelessly. His fox ears drooped, and he sat down heavily on a stool, opening his mouth to say, "Hot." Bai Zhizhi brought him a glass of chilled mulberry juice and took the opportunity to pat him again. Na Ling's face was red, but he didn't say he was hot. His tail unconsciously relaxed and swung back and forth on the ground. Shen Hua remained silent, quietly eating. When did the young female start being with Na Ling? Could she have gone to the space? Thinking of this, Shen Hua felt a bit sour inside. He always thought that was their secret base, so she must have taken Na Ling there too.
Bao bao wus unyapi.
He wasn't the only one anymore. After finishing their meal, Shen Hua put down his chopsticks and said, "I'm going to build a bridge." Bai Zhizhi grabbed him. "Why rush? Rest a bit first. I still need to talk to you about something." Bai Man had already overused the word envy. They had 5, which was quite a lot. But they got along well and didn't fight, unlike her family. Whenever she chose someone, the others would cause trouble and come to her. She was soft-hearted and sometimes so tired just from fetching water she couldn't get out of bed. Their cooking was delicious, and they were skilled at managing their husbands. She was so envious. But it turned out Bai Man was too early with her words. The other 4 saw Bai Zhizhi pulling Shen Hua, and all kept quiet out of understanding. They knew they couldn't win this argument. If they started a fuss, the young female would just sneak feed him, and they would end up losing out. She first asked Shen Hua to get a stone pot for her. After she finished, Bai Zhizhi handed it to Bai Man and explained how to use it. Bai Man was very happy, thinking Bai Zhizhi was really clever. Why hadn't they thought of cooking with a stone pot? But on the other hand, even if they had thought of it, they couldn't do it. That stone pot wasn't something an ordinary beast man could make. After giving instructions to Bai Man, Bai Zhizhi took Shen Hua into the cave. Bai Man and her beast husbands looked at each other, unable to hide their curiosity. No matter how delicious the food was, it couldn't stop their gossiping eyes. Are they going to mate in broad daylight? I heard Bai Man say that last night. Bai Zhizhi willingly pleased Lanting in the small forest. Although she played boldly, they still felt jealous. Bai Man envies Bai Zhizhi, and they also envy Lanting. No more thinking, chew chew chew, the meat smells so good. Lanting also noticed the gazes of Bai Man's beast husbands. He quickly understood and couldn't hide his proud smile. The little snake's head had a small windmill spinning happily on top. Yes, she really loves him. After Shen Hua was pulled into the cave by Bai Zhizhi, he felt a bit gloomy. Bai Zhizhi said as she pressed him onto the bed, then took a box from a small wardrobe nearby. "What is this?" Shen Hua asked. Bai Zhizhi looked a little shy. Thinking about what she had done, her face naturally turned red.
Well,
"I saw it was hot, and since you're still wrapped in animal skins, I thought. You know." Bai Zhizhi hesitated for a long time, but couldn't say the big words. What she really wanted to say was that she had sewn 2 big shorts for Shen Hua with her sewing machine. She was worried that the hot weather might make the animal skins uncomfortable and cause trouble. Since it was her own stuff, there was nothing wrong with taking good care of it. "Zhizhi, what do you want to say?" Shen Hua hugged her. His beautiful eyes reflected her shyness, making his heart itch. Bai Zhizhi took a deep breath and whispered, I made you some clothes. Do you want to try them?" "Yeah, just underwear. I thought since it's hot, I could help you change out of the animal skins." She made 2 sets from some leftover clothes she didn't need. Luckily, they were soft, and wearing them would definitely be more comfortable than animal skins. Shen Hua's lips curved into a smile, and he answered softly, "Okay." He stood up confidently and tore off the animal skin skirt. Bai Zhizhi quickly turned her head. It was broad daylight, and she didn't dare to look. Shen Hua's smile reached his eyes, and he didn't tease her. Bai Zhizhi's ears turned red enough to bleed. She only relaxed a little when she heard the rustling of clothes being put on. Thinking about how she was pretending to be modest for her masterpiece, she felt like laughing. And thinking about what would happen next, she was even more excited. After Shen Hua put on the shorts Bai Zhizhi made for him, he was stunned. "Little female, is this serious?" He looked at the large elephant head and trunk in front of him, feeling a bit disbelief. "Zhizhi, huh? Wow." In an instant, her expression changed. Bai Zhizhi sat cross-legged on the bed, happily laughing. "I knew it would fit perfectly." She quickly moved forward, no longer shy, but full of wild energy. She reached her hand inside, and Shen Hua let out a surprised sound. Then the elephant trunk was attached. "Shen Hua, looks good. This can also be worn backwards. I specially sewed big ears. When you twist a few parts, it will be amazing." Someone's mischievous hand still reached for Shen Hua. Just thinking about it made Bai Zhizhi blush. Shen Hua's figure was so good that not twisting it would be a shame. "Zhizhi, do you like this kind of thing?" Shen Hua's voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. He held Bai Zhizhi's back of her head and urgently kissed her lips. She was about to run out of oxygen. Shen Hua didn't want to let go, but the little female seemed to really be unable to continue. "This, I only wear to show you." He thought she wanted him to wear it outside, so he quickly clarified. Bai Zhizhi paused, then understood Shen Hua's meaning. She continued, "This is underwear, of course, only for you to see. Come on, try putting this on." She handed him a box with a large cloth t-shirt and pants. Shen Hua, tall and well-built, looked good in anything he wore. She also added a loose, wide linen jacket over his short sleeves just right. But this clothing was altered, so it wasn't very tight. She already planned that after the work was done, she would find some linen to make new clothes for them. As for herself, she didn't lack clothes. Shen Hua stood honestly, watching the little female who was helping him with his clothes without blinking. He felt so happy. Her choosing him was his greatest luck. Thinking this way, he felt no more envy. "Thank you for liking me," Shen Hua said, his expression charming, especially with that teasing, sticky look in his eyes. Bai Zhizhi liked him like this. After helping him put on the clothes, she gently rubbed his animal ears. The leopard, feeling good, stretched out its big tail. How could Bai Zhizhi resist? He held it in his hand for a long time before reluctantly letting go. Today, I can finish building the bridge. I want to make the remaining fence myself. Shen Hua doesn't like having so many people at home. Bai Ziji works hard cooking, and there are so many eyes watching her. No matter what her reasons are, he can't accept it and doesn't like it. Okay, I'll follow your plan. After agreeing, Shen Hua took off his clothes. These were clothes Bai Ziji made for him herself, and he didn't want to wear them while working. Things given by a little female should be treasured. But that big elephant trunk, he wore it anyway. After leaving the cave, Shen Hua went to build the bridge, looking very happy. Langi saw him go to work and also prepared to go, but just as he stood up, Bai Ziji called him into the cave. Bai Man's beast husbands were crazy with envy. She just finished one, and now she was calling another? She made the same underwear and outer shirt for Lang Yi. The weather is getting warmer. You should change out of the animal skins. I made these. I think they'll fit you. Lang Yi looked at the clothes in his hands, very surprised. The little female had prepared another gift for him. Why was she so kind? Gigi. Thank you. His little female was always so good. It made him feel he was not good enough. Lang Yi was thinking to himself that he must clear that piece of land today and plant the things his little female wanted to grow as soon as possible. She was kind to him, and he also wanted to be kind to her. Fool, I still like your wild and unruly look. Lang Yi, I've never been wild and unruly. Right now, he just wanted to be her dog. Bai Ziji raised an eyebrow, pinched Lang Yi's, and continued, Go call Lanting too. After Lang Yi left, she looked at her hand and laughed happily. It felt so good, so satisfying. Lang Yi stopped at the door. The little female seemed to have a bit of a mischievous streak. But it didn't matter. He had the confidence to satisfy all her mischievous desires. As long as she liked it and was happy, that was enough. When Lanting came in, he almost had his mouth wide open. As soon as he entered, he was called by the little female. Bai Ziji gave him a look, and only then did he close his mouth. Come here, try it on. It's Ma-e. Lanting's eyes lit up. For me, Lanting looked at the clothes, which had a pretty little snake sewn onto them. He loved them so much he couldn't put them down. Most importantly, they were made by Bai Ziji herself. I really like it, Lanting said, and surprisingly, he started to cry. Why are you crying? Bai Ziji used a handkerchief to wipe his tears. Lanting gently took her hand and said, It's the first time someone made clothes for me, the first time someone gave me a gift. He had learned a few tricks from Qian Sun. Bai Ziji felt helpless. The snake inheritance seemed to work like this. After a little snake hatches, the mother and father snake stop caring for it, leaving it to survive on its own. She secretly thought that if she ever had a baby with Lanting, she would never abandon it. She couldn't just let her child go and follow nature. Thinking of this, she wiped his tears again and explained how to wear the shorts. Lanting blushed and secretly admired how effective Qian Sun's methods were. He took the chance to make a request. Then, should I wear it for you tonight? Bai Ziji waved her hand. I want to sleep alone tonight. He couldn't help but feel disappointed.
Why?
Did I not make you comfortable? Lanting looked sad. Be good. It's daytime, and I don't want to talk about this. It's a bit shy. Take the things and turn left when you go out. Also, call Nai Ling to come in. Thank you. Ting Ting. He made a heart shape with his fingers, winked, then kicked and pushed him out in one go. When Nai Ling came in, he was very elegant. He had just heard everything outside. He jumped onto the bed, wrapped his tail around himself, and directly pressed Bai Ziji down. When did you make these clothes? Bai Ziji replied, Just a couple of days ago. I found a lot of things in the space, and I took some time to make 2 sets for you.
Nai Lang sigh.
You really don't know how to rest. He was happy to receive the gift, but he also felt sorry when his little female didn't rest well. Especially these past few days, she hardly had any free time. I thought you might want to wear something comfortable too. Are you worried about me? Nai Ling looked at the little female in his arms, his gaze shifting before finally settling on Bai Ziji's lips. His mind unconsciously recalled the scene in the space, and his face instantly turned red. Now it was Bai Ziji's turn to laugh. Even your charming, Seductive husband can be shy? Let me guess what you're thinking. White Gigi paused halfway through her words, pretending to hesitate. Niling's lips curled into a smile, and he couldn't help but kiss her. His voice was hoarse as he gently pressed his forehead to hers and whispered, "Do you like it? Do you like being with him?" Niling's pink lips parted slightly, his eyes shining with charm. Truly a fox spirit. White Gigi honestly nodded. Yes. Niling was happy. After kissing her a few more times, he slowly got up and put on the clothes she had made for him. He wore a long, slanted collar top and matching long pants. The clothes weren't very pretty, but Niling was. Little female, do I look good? Niling spread his arms and spun around, looking very flamboyant, but surprisingly pleasing to the eye. White Gigi didn't hold back her praise. You look good. The last one was Qian-sun. He looked at White Gigi carefully, worried she might dislike him because of what happened last night. After all, he had done something wrong. Although Lanting and Niling had prepared first, Why are you standing at the door? Come in. White Gigi's voice was the same as always. Qian-sun felt relieved. Even though White Gigi had made him some delicious food alone, he was still worried she might be angry. Big sister, are you angry? What's wrong? Why ask that? White Gigi had guessed what was going on, but she had also had fun last night. Plus, Qian-sun's singing was so good. Last night, she had played the role of a foolish ruler, doing all sorts of silly things. Sometimes she was glad this was a beast world. If it were the real world, she might have been overwhelmed by spit and drowned. And from last night until now, how many times had she touched him? I really didn't want to make you upset last night, but I also truly wanted to be with you. I know I can't compete with them, and my beast level is low. I was afraid you wouldn't like me, so Qian-sun's words became more anxious. As a male, he knew he hadn't behaved well. When Niling called him earlier, he almost felt like he was being stared through with a piercing gaze. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I'm quite happy because you're trying to please me and make me happy. Qian-sun, thank you. White Gigi knew she should say something else, at least to stop Qian-sun's behavior from encouraging him further. But whenever she saw that face of his, she couldn't bring herself to say a harsh word. When Qian-sun gets anxious, his nose turns red, and the corners of his eyes also redden. He looks innocent with his fair and pinkish skin, making him seem easy to bully, even though he is a strong fish. Qian-sun is stunned. He looks at Bai Gigi in disbelief and doesn't speak for a long time. Does she not blame him? Does my sister think I am a bad fish? Bai Gigi gently pinches his nose and pulls him onto the bed. I made you clothes. Do you want to try them on and show me? Tears gather in Qian-sun's eyes, but he holds them back. He looks at Bai Gigi and nods heavily. He then takes off the animal skin from his body. Maybe intentionally, Qian-sun moves slowly, even showing off his muscles, broad back, slim waist, perfect lines. Very attractive. Big sister, do you want to touch me? I am very touchable. Unlike Niling's flirtatiousness, Qian-sun is shy and timid. His face looks soft and round, but his body is not soft at all. This contrast is very appealing to someone like Bai Gigi, who loves looks. Seeing that Bai Gigi doesn't speak, he boldly takes her hand and places it on his chest muscles. How is it? Qian-sun carefully watches Bai Gigi's reaction. He knows clearly where his strengths are and understands that Bai Gigi likes this side of him. If she likes it, he will match her. He is her male partner, and pleasing her is what he should do. Bai Gigi laughs softly, unable to hold back a little. She was about to pounce, but Qian-sun refused. Big sister, you've been working hard these days.
You don't need to worry about me.
I can wait a few days. I'm worried about your health. Such a teasing yet hesitant attitude. As he speaks, his clothes accidentally slip off his shoulders. His strong triceps are quite impressive. As long as Big Sister keeps Qian-sun in her heart, Qian-sun will be very happy. Big sister, I can wait. I miss you, nailing, playing hard to get, and then welcoming him back. That's really clever. He couldn't believe that the fish wouldn't want him at all. The little female was so tempting. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to resist. Besides, he wasn't even full yet. Inside the cave, Qian Sun was sleeping on the bed. His deep blue hair spread out like seaweed. His nose, reddened from sadness, made him look even more attractive. Maybe Bai Jiji's intense gaze made him shy. He quickly looked away, and his shirt, which he had just pulled up, slipped back down, revealing just the right amount.
Gigi.
Don't look at me like that. Such a beautiful and delicate flower. It's a pity she was so curious. She couldn't just watch quietly. Qian Sun held back his laughter, heart pounding. It didn't matter if he was the last. As long as he did something special, Bai Jiji would remember him. Outside, 3 people watched closely. When they sensed something was wrong, Lang Yi was pushed out by Lanting. At a time like this, you two are making me leave. Lang Yi wanted to stay, but he couldn't help but peek inside. Nailing raised an eyebrow. Not everyone can ruin the mood. If Shen Hua were here, do you think you'd get a turn? The implication was, besides Shen Hua, she liked only him. Only he could spoil the moment without making her angry. Lang Yi liked hearing that. No wonder people in love have 0 IQ. He used to be smart, but now he's just a puppet. His face turned red. Lanting couldn't wait any longer and kicked him inside. Just as Bai Jiji was about to kiss Qian Sun, a sudden noise interrupted them. She looked up in surprise and saw Lang Yi standing awkwardly at the door. What's wrong? Bai Jiji asked. Qian Sun. You and percent and percent. Well, that behavior was indeed quite annoying. Lang Yi wouldn't be so rude. It was probably those two who held a grudge. Qian Sun's eyes darkened. No longer the gentle, delicate flower he was just moments ago. He quickly dressed and sat up, saying to Bai Jiji, Sister, Lang Yi probably has something to tell you. You go ahead. I'll leave now. I can't help with the work here, but if you need help weaving baskets or packing herbs, remember to call me. So obedient, he didn't even get to taste the food. Although she was thinking this in her mind, Bai Jiji's face showed no sign of it. She simply responded with a soft hum. Qian Sun was full of energy. As soon as he left the cave, he pulled those 2 guys to the back mountain. TSK, you two are really shameless, Lanting snorted coldly. Haha, not pretending anymore? What if Big Sister sees you? Honestly, Lanting's words were quite sharp. The little fish, acting all sarcastic, was about to bubbles. Nai Ling asked, What? Only you can be shameless? We can't. People shouldn't be double standards. The handsome fish with a jawline was covered in shiny scales that looked like blades. Seeing Lanting ready to fight, he clenched his fists and transformed into a beast form. Nai Ling didn't hold back either. I've disliked this fish for a long time. Lanting, fight him. And what about you? Lanting wasn't stupid either. Nai Ling said, You're so strong. Do I really need to do anything? He's not a land beast man. If you drag me into this, we'd both be laughed at if we win. That was a clever remark. Lanting thought it made sense, so he charged at Qian Sun to fight. A fish stuck at the beast stage, daring to cut in on his fun. How annoying. Suddenly, flying sand and stones and a strong wind formed into a blade that shot straight at Qian Sun's face. Qian Sun didn't dodge. He stayed in place, his beautiful eyes flashing with red light. Nai Ling sensed trouble, but it was too late. Sure enough, Lanting's body, flying in midair, stopped suddenly, then stiffly turned around, looking very strange. Nai Ling spat and, no longer caring about being elegant, forgot that this fish could create illusions. His soul-capturing technique was not much weaker. Lanting was already trapped in a confusing illusion. Nai Ling clicked his tongue, annoyed, and hit a big rock. Lanting was just a reckless fool. It seemed only Nai Ling could handle this. But unexpectedly, when Qian Sun saw Nai Ling make a move, he sat down on the ground and even picked up a stone to hit himself on the forehead. This move stunned Nai Ling completely. At this moment, Lanting was able to move again. He cursed and stepped forward. As he raised his hand to slap, Nai Ling quickly stopped him, but it seemed too late. What are you doing? Angry symbol. Big sister.
I'm Fine.
Don't blame them. Lanting pointed at Qian Sun and looked at Bai Zhizhi, laughing despite being angry. Do you believe I didn't hit him? Bai Zhizhi. Niling raises his hand in surrender. It really wasn't us, although we did have that idea. Bai Zhizhi remained silent, looking at the three of them with a feeling of speechlessness. She originally wanted to curse a little, but then thought it was a waste of words. Keep going, I have other things to do, she says, then turns and walks away without looking back. Lang Yi follows behind her, glancing back at the three with a look that says, good luck to you. They've played too much. She needs to make the insect repellent packs and has no time to be their judge. In the morning, Lanting had already almost finished pulling apart that camphor tree. Bai Zhizhi divided the parts according to the proportions and packed each one carefully. Qian Sun came over when he saw this. Just as he was about to speak, Bai Zhizhi turned and walked away as if she hadn't seen him. The finished insect repellent packs smell nice, with a light scent of mint and camphor, and are very effective at repelling insects. Lang Yi obediently went to dig the ground. Shen Hua doesn't know what's happening here. His bridge is almost finished. Bai Man is no longer envious because she saw what just happened. It seems every family has their own troubles. Niling has already divided the prey he hunted. Bai Zhizhi cut a lot and gave it to Bai Man. Bai Man is so happy. She can't stop smiling and thanks her repeatedly. Bai Zhizhi gave her a few insect repellent packs. This should just hang in your room. Also, please trouble you and your beast companions to distribute the rest to the other beastmen in the tribe. These insect repellent packs are very important. They can help prevent mosquitoes during the rainy season later on. Bai Zhizhi hands over the packed medicines. Bai Man is delighted to be able to help Bai Zhizhi. Now everyone knows that the powerful lion tribe listens to Bai Zhizhi, even more than the chief. She is even more impressive than the chief. Bai Man feels a bit overwhelmed because this insect repellent pack concerns the entire tribe. Bai Zhizhi entrusting her with such an important task makes her feel honored. Can I do this? Bai Zhizhi replies, Bai Man, you know the tribe's beastmen better than I do. My father is injured and in bed. I am counting on you for this. Wow. Bai Man responds happily, quickly takes the packs and leaves cheerfully. As night falls, Shen Hua's side finally finishes their work. Over a dozen beastmen work together, and the bridge they built is sturdy and solid. The only thing left is the fence wall, which is a slow process. There's no rush. Originally, Shen Hua was happily planning to find Bai Zhizhi to see the bridge, but as soon as they arrived home, they sensed something was wrong. Shen Hua frowned and was about to ask Lang Yi what had happened when he saw him kneeling with three others. What's going on? Shen Hua asked. Bai Zhizhi didn't look at the three others. She stood up and took Shen Hua's hand, smiling. I'm hungry. That's simple. I'm hungry, interrupted Shen Hua's question. He replied, then I'll go make you something delicious. I'll go with you, Shen Hua said as he carried her in his arms and headed straight to the small kitchen. Lang Yi knelt straight and stiff. Seeing Bai Zhizhi ignore them and leave, he sighed. Earlier, in the cave, the little female had already guessed what he was going to do. Lang Yi now deeply regretted listening to Niling's persuasion. Now, he's even being ignored. Qian Sun knew he had made a big mistake. The three of them stopped fighting and now focused on how to earn the little female's forgiveness. In the small kitchen, Bai Zhizhi was teaching Shen Hua how to make dumplings, kneading the dough, rolling the wrappers, and wrapping the dumplings. She explained carefully, and Shen Hua listened very attentively. Shen Hua, noticing that the little female was unhappy, Shen Hua lowered his voice as much as possible. Shen Hua, yes, I'm here. Shen Hua, be good, it'll be ready soon. Shen Hua responded gently, but his eyes were cold as ice. Those three guys. After Bai Zhizhi finished eating, Shen Hua carried her to wash up. After she fell asleep, Shen Hua left the cave. When he came out, the other four immediately gathered around. How is it? Is Zhizhi asleep? Shen Hua looked up and glanced coldly at them, then said sharply, let's go to the back mountain. The others looked at each other, feeling a chill run down their spines. White Zhizhi suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. It was because the thunder outside was very loud. Just as she was about to get up, Shen Hua came back. He pulled her into his arms and gently comforted her. White Zhizhi, with her eyes half closed, fell back into deep sleep. In the morning, breakfast was already ready. Shen Hua carried her to wash up. When they returned to the small kitchen, White Gigi was startled. "Did you guys do something last night?" Everyone looked battered and bruised, which was quite shocking. When White Gigi spoke, everyone was happy and no longer cared about their injuries. They eagerly gathered around, kneeling down like dumplings being steamed. Niling. "Yes, we did. The fox forgot torn by the lightning a lot, and soon it will be bald." Lanting waved his hand. We can't win, we can't win." He didn't expect the leopard to hit so hard. Really rough. He didn't care about his own people, but he didn't dare say that out loud. Qian Sun. No need to say more. It was all written on their faces. Lang Yi still crossed his arms, unable to believe he was actually no match for Shen Hua. "Big sister, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to you or tried to stir trouble. Please don't be angry, big sister. Hit me if you want." Qian Sun said this and handed the stick in his hand to White Gigi. Xiaoyu was covered in wounds, and it was obvious he didn't do this himself. Niling. "I also know I was wrong. I shouldn't have encouraged them to fight." Lanting. I don't even know what I did wrong. I didn't do anything." He felt very wronged. Lang Yi. "Ahem. Put out your hand," White Gigi said to Qian Sun. Qian Sun looked up at White Gigi and slowly extended his hand. White Gigi gave him 3 hits. After hearing this, White Gigi sighed. "I should just dissolve your contracts. Then there wouldn't be so many problems." When they heard dissolve the contract, the kneeling people immediately panicked. They shook their heads like rattle drums, anxiously begging, "Don't dissolve the contract. If I don't dissolve the contract, let me ask you, what is our relationship? If I have a baby, what would the baby call you?" Hearing this, everyone remained silent and lowered their heads. Yes, no matter whose baby White Gigi was carrying, the baby would call them father. They are her beast husbands, she is their female, and she is the center of the family. By Gigi's side, we are a family. Do you understand? A family that sticks together through good and bad, sharing joys and sorrows. We are meant to live together for a long time, sharing both honor and loss. Then she turned to Qian Sun. "Qian Sun, I've always thought you're young and you were bought back by my father. Because I didn't treat you well before, I've been trying to make it up to you. I was very disappointed in what you did yesterday. I'm sorry." Qian Sun lowered his head even more, tears falling one after another. "That kind of trick you shouldn't have used on Lanting and nailing. Do you understand?" she said. She was talking about more than just his supernatural ability. Qian Sun nodded, tears in his eyes, looking at Bai Gigi. He sobbed, "I know I was wrong, mistress. Can you forgive me?" This was the first time he called her that, showing he was truly afraid. "Is it okay not to break the contract?" Qian Sun said, banging his head repeatedly. He didn't want to break the contract. Among these people, he was the only one who hadn't lit up his totem. From now on, he never would again. "Get up." Bai Gigi still kept a cold face. She couldn't be soft-hearted. If she didn't clarify this today, there would be more trouble later. Qian Sun was genuinely repentant now, with no other thoughts. Mainly, Shen Hua was there, and he didn't dare to act on any bad ideas. Last night, he was beaten badly, almost like a dried fish. He really wanted the little female to feel sorry for him, to see the injuries on his body. He knew he used the wrong method, shouldn't have done it this way. So, the little female probably wouldn't break the contract with him, right? Lanting blinked wise eyes, about to look at Bai Gigi, but was forced to meet Shen Hua's gaze. He quickly turned away. Sure enough, the stinky leopard was here. He couldn't act cute, and even Qian Sun, the lazy fish, had fallen. It was clear his little tiger tricks weren't enough. Nailing also admitted his mistake. "Sorry." Bai Gigi looked at Lang Yi. She knew her wolf cub had stepped into Nailing's trap yesterday. She cleared her throat and said in a serious tone, "Anyway, I've said everything I need to. We are a family. A family must stand united and not let outsiders laugh at us. Reflect on yourselves." White Gigi's words unintentionally brought them together, making them reflect deeply on themselves. Indeed, living peacefully is not so bad. Even the little female would be happy about that. Qian Sun's lips were pale. He watched White Gigi walk away, tears falling uncontrollably. Nai Ling looked annoyed. All right, the little female has left. If you cry in front of us, we won't feel sorry for you. We're family and it's all in the past, Lanting said. That's right. I don't blame you either. Anyway, your plan didn't work. Lang Yi asked, can he still leave? Last night this fish had it the worst. Shen Hua threw him around like a toy. So cruel. Qian Sun was sent back by Lanting and Nai Ling. The three of them stopped arguing now. Qian Sun sat quietly in a grass nest, wiping tears. Lanting, annoyed by his crying, stood at the door. Nai Ling didn't mind. He lazily lay on his side, feeling sore all over. Chen Hua had beaten him badly. Forget it. Since that leopard was just venting his anger for the little female, he wouldn't mind. Qian Sun sniffled and, after a moment of silence, glanced at Nai Ling beside him. He whispered, do you think she really doesn't want me anymore? Huh. Isn't that good? Just right, you wanted to break the contract anyway. Wu Wu hearing this, Qian Sun cried even harder. Lanting got more annoyed. Can't you not say these things in front of him? Why make him cry? He then rolled his eyes. Nai Ling spread his hands and transformed into his beast form, beginning to groom himself. The little females nearby weren't really angry. They just wanted to make the others aware of their family.
Nai Lang so mai sop ti. He was also part of this family.
Besides Qian Sun, Lanting was actually a little worried. It was the first time he saw White Gigi so angry. He needed to find a way to cheer her up. After thinking for a while, he decided to go to the city-state. There were many good things there. Maybe he could exchange something to make her happy. He also remembered he wanted to give her a gift. Nai Ling, I'll be gone for a few days. If the little female asks, please tell her. As he finished speaking, the giant snake body flicked and disappeared. Nailing Fox's eyes slightly lifted, she lazily responded, not caring whether Qian Sun cried or not. She decided to sleep first. Shen Hua, thank you. The girl looked up, her eyes full of stars, shining brightly as she looked at him. Shen Hua's eyes darkened, his lips pressed tightly together. He seemed to notice someone behind him. He forced himself to suppress his nervousness and held Bai Gigi in his arms. The scent on her was very nice. Even if they couldn't do anything, hugging was still good. Is it my fault? I hurt Qian Sun. He knew she liked Qian Sun. He should have been more careful, but what happened yesterday was because of Qian Sun. He couldn't be soft now. Otherwise, Bai Gigi would suffer in the future. No, on the contrary, I am very grateful to you, Shen Hua. It's really good to have you, Gigi. Shen Hua kissed her. He wanted to say that having her was also very good. No, it was super good. After awakening her special power, she could have had more choices, but she still gave them a chance to start over. Because of this, Shen Hua cherished her even more. Bai Gigi snuggled in his arms, her face turning red again without her realizing it. Shen Hua kissed her for a long time before letting go. He looked down, his eyes full of longing. He wanted her to pamper him. Bai Gigi blinked her eyes, her small hands restlessly moving over Shen Hua's body. Clearly, she knew what he wanted. Actually, after getting used to it, she also started to like it a little. My space has upgraded. Do you want to see it with me? Shen Hua was happy. When she gave him the elephant clothes yesterday, he already wanted to see. God knows how he managed to get through yesterday afternoon. His mind was full of the feeling of holding her in his hands, as if it was branded into him. He simply couldn't forget. Light and shadow intertwined, birds singing, flowers blooming. After a perfect cuddle, Shen Hua looked at the little girl lying beside him with satisfaction. Bai Gigi closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Her small hands moved back and forth on his abs like windshield wipers. The feeling was really good, and she felt very happy. Shen Hua pulled the animal hide blanket up and lay down beside her. He adjusted his sleeping position, then scooped her up and held her close, his arms wrapping around her waist to prevent her from falling. Is it heavy? Shen Hua shook his head. No, I like holding you like this. The snow leopard's tail stretched out again. It slipped under Bai Gigi's neck and became her pillow. This is a way snow leopard orcs show affection. They like to use their tails as pillows for their loved ones. The tips of their tails wiggle, soft and adorable beyond words. Bai Jiji sat up and looked at the fluffy tail tip in her hand, swaying like a tiny caterpillar cocoon, so cute. But why does it keep moving? I can't catch it.
Don't wag your tail, she said.
Shen Hua smiled and said, I didn't wag it. It moves on its own. He was lying because after he said that, his whole tail started moving. Bai Jiji couldn't catch it at all. The fluffy tail was like a playful stick, hiding and seeking. Seeing her interested, Shen Hua let go and let her crawl over him. The tail swung back and forth, and whenever she grabbed it, it would quickly pull back. When Bai Jiji gave up, the tail stretched out again. Shen Hua watched her play until she was sweaty, and the long tail quietly rested beside her hand. Bai Jiji's eyes lit up, big, fluffy, soft, and adorable. She hugged it happily. She couldn't imagine how wonderful it would be to cuddle Shen Hua in his beast form during winter, like a super warm blanket. Don't make trouble, just hug me. You're the one making trouble. Bai Jiji pressed Shen Hua's tail on her head, wagging the tip, making her blink rapidly. Her bright smile echoed through the valley. Langi leaned behind a big rock, feeling very sad. He extended his wolf tail, but no matter how he looked at it, he found it annoying. Because the little female liked Shen Hua's tail, but not his. Oh, maybe she doesn't like him anymore now. Niling had been sleeping in Qian Sun's nest all afternoon. He stretched lazily, then turned his head and saw that the fish was still crying. Good heavens, does he have so much water in his brain? Is he still crying after all this time? Qian Sun muttered, feeling sad, turning his head away. He hadn't even treated his injuries. He didn't want it anymore. If the little female really wanted to break their bond, then he might as well die. The sun was setting, and only he was left in Qian Sun's cave. He thought about what Bai Jiji had said, about her family, about her appearance. She was so good, yet he had lied to her. He was a bad fish. The more he thought, the sadder he felt, the more he regretted. What if she really doesn't want me anymore? A sneering laugh echoed from the cave. Qian Sun immediately wiped away his tears, and the pressure of a 7th-level beast man was released. Qian Sun watched alertly at the door and saw a black snake with a horn on its head crawling inside, flicking its tongue. No, this isn't Lanting. The black snake in front of him had horns on its head. You're really weak. A 7th-level fish dares to dream of the noble female? The black snake flicked its tongue again, its sharp eyes sizing up Lanting, followed by the pressure of a 10th-level beast man. Qian Sun's pupils shrank. 10th level. The gap in strength was too big. Qian Sun couldn't move at all. His pressure was insignificant compared to the other, and even his special power was easily neutralized. Yi Ming sneered. A fish? What are you fighting for? Even if I am a fish, I am still her beast husband. As for you, hiding behind your cover, trying to be her beast husband? That's just wishful thinking. Hearing Qian Sun's words, Yi Ming didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled. Compared to you, I think I have more right. With that, Yi Ming's sinister smile grew. His huge snake tail wrapped around Qian Sun and tightened instantly. He didn't want to use his special power. Dealing with this trash in the sea, a simple constriction was enough. That female, he was determined to win her over. These useless ones had just fought among themselves yesterday. If he killed this fish now, they would probably suspect the black snake. At this moment, Bai Jiji suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower right abdomen. She immediately sat up, only to find her and Qian Sun's totems turning red. Qian Sun is in danger, Shen Hua said, quickly wrapping herself in beast hide. Isn't he in the wolf tribe? How could there be danger? Did those few cause trouble again? Shen Hua shook her head. The totem is acting strangely. The other side must want to kill him. Nai Ning and Lanting wouldn't do that. After speaking, she quickly lifted Bai Jiji along with a beast hide blanket, carrying her horizontally and rushing toward Qian Sun's cave. Langi followed closely. Shen Hua saw him and said, "Perfect timing. You protect Jiji. I'll go see what's happening, Bai Jiji hadn't had time to react before she was already in Lang Ye's arms. "Why are you here?" Bai Jiji asked. Lang Ye, just passing by. He couldn't exactly say he was eavesdropping at the wall, could he? Bai Ji looked at him with suspicion, probably already guessing what was happening. Her face was hot, but luckily she had been covered with a beast-hide blanket, so she hadn't seen much. She didn't have a habit of live streaming. But now, Qian Sun's situation was more important, so she didn't ask further. Inside the cave, Qian Sun's mouth was wide open. The feeling of suffocation made him grunt uncomfortably. He was too weak and no match for the other person. Was he going to die here today? It seemed okay that way. Then the little female wouldn't need to break the contract. Anyway, their totem hadn't been activated. As his consciousness was fading, a loud bang sounded. A lightning strike hit a heavy stone, directly smashing toward Yi Ming's vital point. The snake's body hurt, forcing him to loosen his grip on Qian Sun. As the snake's tail released, Qian Sun collapsed weakly onto the ground. Shen Hua looked at Qian Sun on the ground, his eyes darkening. Then he turned to Yi Ming, whose gray-blue pupils narrowed into a line. His calm voice was as cold as ice. "Dare to seek death. It's not me seeking death. He's just too weak. I know you're the 8th-rank snow leopard beast man, a bit stronger than that fish, but you're no match for me." Shen Hua was not one to argue verbally. Before the other could finish, he launched another attack, punching hard and knocking him away. Yi Ming also started to take things seriously. He didn't expect this leopard to be quite powerful. Looks like he held back when fighting those for last night. "Why are you fighting so hard? Aren't you rivals? I can help you kill him, and you'll have one less person to share the rewards with." Yi Ming's beast form flickered. His huge snake body covered the sky and was even bigger than Lanting's, a 10th-rank tongue snake beast man. Shen Hua's face was cold, and he didn't reply. The oppressive feeling of the King of Mountains was no joke. He glanced sideways at the snake and casually threw out 2 words. Yi Ming was disappointed, but this leopard was quite interesting. He was actually protecting his rival. Then, he wouldn't hold back either. Since they were rivals, he had to eliminate them all. His goal was to monopolize. Sharing with others was impossible for him. Several loud crashes sounded. The trees at the entrance of Qian Sun's cave collapsed in large sections, causing the mountain to shake. Is it an earthquake? No, it's not an earthquake. The noise is coming from that direction. The orcs in the tribe also heard the noise and all ran out. They saw that Shen Hua seemed to be fighting something. Is that Lanting? Why is she fighting Shen Hua? It doesn't look like it. Look at that thing's horns. Is it an invader? Can Shen Hua handle it? The orcs in the tribe started talking among themselves. The energy waves from their magical abilities were so strong that many lower-ranked orcs were frightened and knelt on the ground. Bai Qi also sensed it. Not only he, but the nearby Mengshi tribe also felt it. Such powerful energy waves and loud sounds made it impossible not to notice. Nai Ling climbed up from the dining table. After looking around, she realized the noise was coming from Qian Sun's side, mixed with a strange male scent.
Nai Lang Frauen.
That kind of person should be in the divine realm, so why was he in the wolf tribe? The fight had already started. Qian Sun, who is usually lazy, was still okay in the sea, but if he met a fierce, battle-loving long serpent on land, he definitely wouldn't get any advantage. Thinking of this, he rushed over at full speed. When he arrived, the cave had already collapsed. Shen Hua's figure was like lightning, tangled in a fight with a snake in midair. Booms and crashes sounded one after another, and the scattered stones rolled everywhere. Nai Ling had just stopped, when Long Yi and Bai Jiji also arrived. The opponent is quite strong. I'll go help, Long Yi said, transforming into a beast form and rushing in with a gust of wind. Little female, you protect yourself. That's a big creature. I'll lend a hand. Nai Ling finished speaking, then leapt into the air. After a dazzling flash of light, a muffled sound struck the ground from above, followed by another tremor of the earth. This was Bai Jiji's first time directly facing her beast companion's abilities. She was surprised at how terrifying they were. It was no wonder they all bowed and lowered themselves before her. Bai Zhizhi looked around but didn't see Qian Sun's figure. The dragonfish totem on her body was still hot. Her heart sank. She hurriedly climbed up to Qian Sun's cave. The entrance was already blocked. She used her magic to shake the large stones away. What she saw was Qian Sun's figure, lying on the ground with limbs twisted in an extremely unnatural way. Bai Zhizhi's heart sank even more. So, was she going to face death again? Qian Sun, Bai Zhizhi cautiously called out. There was no response. Her body felt heavy as if filled with lead, making it impossible for her to take a step. Bai Zhizhi forced back her tears. The green light sphere wrapped around Qian Sun. When the vines touched him, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was still alive. Cough, cough, sister. It hurts so much. When she sensed the green light on him, Qian Sun struggled to open his eyes and almost instinctively said that. As he finished speaking, he suddenly coughed up a large amount of blood. Bai Zhizhi was terrified, trembling all over. She rushed to Qian Sun but didn't know where to start. She could only cry anxiously. Her little fish was badly injured, with many parts of his body broken. Don't cry, sister. It's my fault. I'm not in pain anymore, not at all.